What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Wednesday, February 7th, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, it's National Signing Day. We'll talk some Texas football and some Longhorn recruiting. Mike Roach from 24/7 Sports will join us in about 5 minutes to talk about Texas's class and to talk about some of the biggest national recruiting storylines going on today. Plus, Texas basketball drops another home game, this time to Iowa State. What went wrong for the Longhorns last night, and what does this mean for Texas's tournament chances here in 2024? We will also continue our preview of Super Bowl 58. Yes, just 4 days away from the big matchup between Kansas City and San Francisco. We've got some audio from Super Bowl media nights, and we've got some fun stories to get into as well. A couple of videos for the people. We'll talk a little baseball as the Astros made a big signing yesterday. Lots of sports, lots of fun to be had over the next 2 hours. What's going on, Buck?
It's another beautiful morning, BK. Just a beautiful day yesterday. Got another one to follow up today. Everything is good. Life is grand. And we get to talk to Mike Roach about what used to be the main recruiting day, signing day. It used to be, I've been in that situation. I've been in hotels waiting for kids to tell me they weren't going to sign. I was in Florida one time when a kid's dad said, I won't sign the papers. Donnell Bennett, running back, that ended up going to the University of Miami instead of coming to Texas, who had told me how he was coming. One of those Ricky deals. I'm coming. Night before, my dad won't sign the papers, and I'm up trying to tell all the coaches back at the University of Texas that I'm having some problems. I was the only one that's ever turned on me was that dude. And that is a horrible, horrible feeling after you spent thousands to go to Miami on many occasions. You know what I'm saying?
There are worse places to have to spend time than Miami.
I didn't have any problems. That was the infamous bringing John Magovic to our donuts.
Oh,
yes.
Can you tell the our donut story again?
Oh, no, my goodness. Yeah, people need to know that. New listeners to what we do need to probably listen to that. Can't get away with that any longer. But good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do. It is appreciated, and do be careful out there. But it is a beautiful, beautiful day here in the neighborhood.
Our Donuts, the X-rated donut shop in Miami.
Topless donut shop.
God.
Cream or no cream. Wow.
Were they walking around handing out donuts, or was it like a normal donut shop where they were just standing behind the counter serving you?
Yeah, I mean, the bar at the donut shop was always filled with guys' coffee and pastry, and they were just topless. It was just amazing. All the windows were all blacked out. You know what I'm saying? They had black paper in them. I remember walking in there with him. He said, why are the windows all blacked out? I said, the sun here in Florida, John. And we went in, and he just like stopped in his tracks. But we sat right there at the counter.
Oh,
we had coffee and a donut before we got on the plane.
You talk about a pleasant surprise.
Oh, he was so surprised.
Oh, my God. Could you imagine if that happened now in the era of social media that we live in?
I can imagine University of Texas coach at our donuts.
Yeah, like Steve Sarkisian and Tashard Choice, the head coach and running back coach, are walking into a topless donut shop in Florida as they're trying to recruit
in the morning.
As they're trying to recruit another running back from IMG Academy, and everyone is just taking pictures and videos of them just stumbling in there.
Dude, you do what you have to do.
Oh, hey, I'm all for it.
Nothing illegal about it. There was nothing illegal about it. He just couldn't believe it. I mean, that was the same trip that I took him to Highline and the dog track. He just couldn't believe what I was doing down in Florida. He said, "You're having a blast." I'm saying, "Oh, yeah, this is a ball, let me tell you." I had recruited the Fort Lauderdale, West Palm Beach, Donald Trump area for years with Boston College. So, I mean, it was crazy recruiting down there. That was a bidding war. Those were the days of brown bags and all that stuff filled with money and stuff. You just couldn't beat the University of Miami. St. Thomas Aquinas, when Michael Irvin went to high school. I had a room with a bed in the back of the coach's office where I'd go sleep. And the nuns would see me. I mean, I could come in that place in overalls.
God.
Being from a Catholic school, being from Boston College, I was just like one of the family there. It was nuts. It
Yeah,
was nuts. They had some great players that came out of there. Chris Everett Lloyd, the tennis player, was from St. Thomas Aquinas. It was good times.
I bet. It's pretty
I think you
incredible. There was only one player who backed out of a commitment from you, like, in the last 24 hours before signing day?
Yes, I mean, he was the only one that I backed a couple out, like when I was in the house telling the mom, "You mean like toot toot engineer? He wants to be like a toot toot engineer." They
Yeah.
backed out, but I was so happy they backed out. That kid would have made it 2 months in school at Boston College.
That's
He just wouldn't
impressive.
have made it.
It's
He
an
probably
impressive stretch.
went to Syracuse and got his doctorate there.
You think the kid's smart enough to be a doctor if he wasn't smart enough to be an engineer?
Probably.
I mean,
I know
those
I
are
I I know I already told him, I said, "I'm not traveling any bridges that you build, I guarantee you that."
Oh, man. Yeah, it
But it
is
was
National Signing Day 2, and it used to be a huge day for college football and not so much anymore with the early signing period in December. The vast majority of the Texas recruiting class that did sign in December is already on campus, right? These guys are
oh, yeah.
currently doing winter workouts. They'll be a part of spring ball, and that's what you have to do now. It's not just at Texas, but if you want early playing time at a contending school like the University of Texas, you got to get there as early as possible and show the coaches that you're ready to compete. I mean, you are playing behind the 8 ball if you show up next fall. And there are, I think, 4 or 5 guys in Texas's recruiting class that aren't early enrollees. It's their choice. They're choosing to finish their last semester of high school. That's fine. But man, if you want to get a leg up on the competition with as much competition as there is at a place like UT, it makes sense for these kids to get there early, and you're starting to see more and more of them do it every single year.
By the way, I don't blame the kids that want to spend their last semester in high school and do what high school kids do. Go to prom, do all these different things, see their classmates, see the people that they've actually grown up with, not just in high school, but went through middle school, grade school, kindergarten with. These are kids from their neighborhood. They know once they get into football, they're not going to see them that often. And they just want to spend that last semester in high school just being a high school kid. I mean, I don't frown upon that. I mean, I know the great ones will still be okay in the fall. 5 stars are going to be 5 stars, 4 stars. Now, if you're a 3 or a 2 star and you're trying to really make some headway and coaches think that you really have a chance, they'll try to talk you into it. But there are a lot of coaches, believe me, that they know some of these kids that aren't all 4 and 5 star BK. They'll say, you do what you need to do. If you want to spend that last semester, with your high school buddies and stuff, do it. Because once we got you, we got you.
Yeah. I mean, there are multiple ways to skin a cat, right? Like, you don't have to be an early enrollee to be a big time player at the college that you attend. I mean, hell, we saw Jaden Blue, who looks like one of the bright young stars on this Texas football team. That guy actually sat out his senior year of high school football.
Right.
But it was a very controversial decision. People were telling him it's not going to work and it's going to stunt your development. And it's a bad idea. You're not going to be the same player if you do this. Well, it seems like the future is bright for him, and he's expected to be a key contributor for Texas. So you could do that. You could stay all 4 years of high school. You could do the early enrollee bit. If you could play, you can play, right?
Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
And I thought that for him too. I said, when he sat out his whole senior year, I thought that was going to hurt him. I really did. And it did not. I mean, he's just as good as he was in high school or even better, that he sat out and got a year of not being knocked around and, hurting ankles and things like that. It worked out for him. It's not going to work out for everybody, but there are some that it's just going to work. Because like you said, if you're a player, you're a player. That's just the way it goes. So, and wear and tear on your body at that position, that's just saving yourself a year of wear and tear. So, I mean, he did the right thing. It's worked out for him just right. Not everybody can do that. It's not going to work out for others. Some guys just need to keep on playing, getting better. But it just worked. It worked out really well for him, and that's good. And like I said, I would, if I were coaching today, I would never tell a kid, "No, I need you here in January." I need you to be on this campus, on this football field, get a leg up academically. I mean, if a kid is struggling high school grade wise, I like to get him with tutors and people like that, so I can make sure that he can survive in the college atmosphere. Other than that, if a dude said, no, I just want to be with my friends my last semester, I got a prom, I got my girl that I've been dating for, I'd be like, go ahead, do it. See you in the fall.
Sure.
And that's if I really didn't need that dude. If I knew that dude was back a little bit, That would be different. Look, there's the old lard donuts. It's no longer in existence. But see, that's not a maker. That's the real thing there.
Yeah, the beauty of the Coda text line that we have is that you can send us pictures that we can display on the YouTubes.
And there's no picture of me or the head coach there at our donuts.
Not that you know of.
Not that I know of. Dude, they didn't even mess with cameras. You couldn't, if you went into a place with a camera and you tried to pull out a camera, people would go out of their minds. Now it's nothing.
Right. It's like a comedy show nowadays. You had to like lock your phone at the front door or something like that.
Dude, can you imagine getting, like you said, imagine walking in there now, something like that. You couldn't do it. I mean, I don't go to strip clubs, but there's a lot of reasons I don't. One, that I have a beautiful wife that I'm married to, and I don't need to go to a strip club. The other is, dude, I wouldn't want anybody taking a picture of me now. I mean, since I got for over 23 years now, I have not been in a strip club. I don't want anybody taking a picture of me in a strip club, whether I'm having a drink or not. I just don't want it.
Yeah, you shouldn't be able to use phones in the strip club, and some clubs are pretty strict when it comes to that stuff. But obviously, there are people sneaking pictures and videos, and they can't.
Guys laying on the floor sideways to take a picture of you at a strip club throwing dollar bills.
Yeah.
That's what it's like to go into a bar and sit there and just.
Well, that wasn't a strip club. That was an open bar that,
He was acting up in the open bar.
Yeah, a very well-lit bar that there were clearly lots of other people around.
And he didn't care.
And he didn't care, but he was just giving that young woman a lesson on how to receive a snap from under center, right?
Wow.
He was just putting his hands in a spot that resembled where a quarterback puts his hands when he is receiving a snap from a center. Simple as that. He's teaching good life lessons to young women. Okay.
Somebody has to pay for their education.
Somebody has to pay for their education. Absolutely. Mike Roach texted his daughter just woke up. He's feeding her breakfast, and then he will jump on this morning. So we'll get to Mike to talk National Signing Day here momentarily. But we'll get into Texas basketball for a moment. And then after we talk to Mike, we'll dive back into the Texas-Iowa State conversation. But a disappointing loss for the Longhorns at Moody Center last night. And unfortunately, losses at the Mood becoming a trend for this Texas team as of late. They are now 1-4 in their last 5 home games. They fell to 14th ranked Iowa State 70-65 last night. The Longhorns were down 17 points at halftime. They trailed by as many as 18 early in the second half. They clawed all the way back. They got it within 3 at a couple of different times in the final 4 minutes, but they unfortunately were never able to tie the game and obviously take the lead. And the Longhorns drop another home game. Buck, it was a good fight by Texas in the second half, but man, you spot a good team, an 18-point lead.
Oh, my goodness.
You're going to have a tough time winning that basketball game. Texas just did not have enough in the first half, and they couldn't get their way out of it in the second.
They just didn't have enough scores. They didn't score enough points. They did everything okay. And as we talked about yesterday, in this league, these games just come down to what we just saw last night. But you have to do just a little bit more in one category or the other. I mean, fast breaks, they held that group to 4 points on fast breaks. That group had 10 steals, though. As you said yesterday, they can steal the ball. They had 10 steals. Texas had 4, but they only let them get away with 4 points on fast breaks. Texas just didn't have enough from guys that needed to score points to win that basketball game, because it's just a small margin in these games in the Big 12. And that small margin is your guards have to score some points. Somebody else on your team has to score some points. You only lose by 5. Hell, we didn't care if you won by 1. So you needed to find a way to get 6 points out of somebody, and they couldn't find it. And there's that small margin because, I mean, they shot 90% free throws. You know, they did a lot of things right. It's just there are guys there that have to score. They can't be on the court for minutes and not score points.
Yeah, I mean, Texas lost the game last night because their guards just did not show up. Max Asmus, Tyrese Hunter, they combined to go 3 of 19 from the floor last night. Tyrese Hunter against his former team was 0 of 8. And it has me thinking that guy is a double agent, Buck. That guy is still trying to win games for Iowa State, even though he is no longer with the Iowa State basketball program. He looked like he was point shaving last night on offense and on defense.
How do you get to that point when you're playing a team that you used to play and you didn't play your guts out and make things happen and just make some miraculous plays? Every once in a while, something good has to happen. Nothing good has happened since he's come here against his old team.
No,
I mean, you got to have a game where you score 15, and that's, to us, is a big deal. You scored 15 in that game, and we've won the game.
He scored 0 last night. So
0
15
points.
away from the 15 that you're talking about. Also
Yeah.
had another costly turnover. You go back to the Houston game last week where he had that brutal turnover in a tie game in the final minute when Texas had a chance to take the lead. Last night, Texas had cut it to 4 with just over 2 minutes to go. And Tyrese Hunter with an ill-advised turnover. Iowa State goes down the other end. And Tamin Lipsey, who, man, talk about ice in his veins. That guy is a hell of a player. We talked about him a little bit yesterday. We knew he was good. If you've watched Iowa State this year, you know he's one of their best players. But that guy was as clutch as you get, and he hit a dagger 3. I mean, right there. So not only did Tyrese Hunter not score, not only was he 0 for 8 from the floor with 3 turnovers, but at the worst possible time, he had a turnover that turned into the dagger bucket for ISU on the other end. That guy, it's 3 games in a row. He's combined for 11 total points in his last 3 games. He is in his own head right now. And if Texas is, maybe they can make the tournament with Tyrese Hunter playing like this, but if Texas is actually going to do anything in the tournament, they need Tyrese Hunter to find the old Tyrese Hunter quick.
Hell, I don't even know what the old Tyrese Hunter looks like. It was just barely good enough when he was the old Tyrese Hunter, much less a guy who's played college basketball as long as he has at this level and can't score a point, can't give you 6 a night, can't give you 8. I'm talking about Cunningham. Hey, can you give you 6 or 8? How about the starting guard that gets all those minutes, gives you nothing? 0.
He
actually gives you absolutely nothing last night again. That's not a defeat. That's not a moral victory like the Houston game was. That's just a flat-out terrible loss last night at home again.
Yeah, you were favored last night, right? You were underdogs against Houston. Houston's a top 5 team in the country. Look, Iowa State's good. They're ranked number 14. They've beaten Kansas. They've beaten Houston this year, but both of those games were in Ames. They have struggled on the road this season. You were favored to win that game last night. And you got to protect your home floor. Like, it's so weird what's happening with Texas right now, right? They've got more Big 12 road wins than anybody in the conference, but they also have more Big 12 home losses than anybody in the conference. Like, it's not supposed to be that way. Most teams, they take care of their home floor and they can't win on the road. Texas, for some reason, is the opposite. And we get confidence every time Texas wins a tough game on the road like they did on Saturday against TCU. You're like, oh, now that they're coming home, this should be a little bit easier for them to win here. But it's just not. So they started 26-1 in the first 27 games at Moody Center. Obviously, this spans a couple of years. They were 26-1. And now they are 1-4 in their last 5 home games. Like, to be taken seriously as a college basketball team, you have to be able to defend your home court, and Texas just can't do it right now.
No, and Asma scores 13, and that's just not enough. Not enough when your partner beside you scoring 0.
Yeah, Asmus had a bad day. I mean, he had 13, but most of it was at the free throw line. He was 7 of 7 at the charity stripe. He was just 3 of 11. And I'll give TJ Otzelberger credit. He's Iowa State's head coach. That guy has done a tremendous, tremendous job in his few years in Ames. We mentioned it yesterday. Iowa State's a top 5 defensive team in the nation, according to Ken Palm. And they showed it last night. Their guards, I mean, they were relentless, right? Their guards are bigger than Texas's guards. Everybody's guards are bigger than Texas's guards. But they were trapping them. They were pressuring them. They put size on them. I mean, it was the game plan for ISU to make life miserable for Max Abmas and Tyrese Hunter. And forget not giving them shots. They weren't giving them space to do anything last night. And that game plan worked in both halves. I mean, the reason Texas came back into the game was because Dylan DeSue was hotter than lava. He scored 16 straight points. He just could not miss. And Texas was like, here, you do this.
Yeah,
nobody else could.
Waited too long to get him the ball early in the game. I thought they waited. I mean, he needed to touch the ball every time down the court. He has to touch the ball.
Yeah, I mean, look, him and Asmus are your 2 best players. And once you realized Asmus just didn't have it, like, he still needs to try to get shots and find it. And we saw TCU. He didn't have it for 35 minutes, but in the last 5, he was awesome.
He's still taking them. It doesn't matter. Just he has to still continue to take shots.
Yeah, but DeSue, I mean, those are the guys you run your offense through. And you're right. I mean, DeSue, it feels like, should get a touch on every single possession. And it was clearly working in the second half. Texas was getting some stops on defense. DeSue was just making everything. I mean, threes. He was getting and ones. I mean, he was a 3-level scorer. We've seen that a lot this year. We really saw that in the last 10 minutes of the game last night. but he was the only guy that did anything. When Texas needed something from somebody else, they just couldn't get it. And when you're playing a good team, you can't just have one guy making shots for you. You need more than that. So
no, you had to have scores last night, and you didn't. I mean, to me, when I look at it, there's a lot of things people can pick at that they didn't do, and they didn't cover, or they didn't do this, or they didn't trap. And they only gave up 4 points on fast breaks. They were right there in rebounding. Their 3-point shooting wasn't off that much off from what the other team did. They were 90% at the free throw line, which tells you they needed to go to the free throw line more. But those small margins, this team isn't good enough to lose any of the battles. You know what I'm saying?
The first half did them in. Like, you look at the overall box score and it looks pretty even, right? Like, this was a 5-point margin of victory for Iowa State. So it looks like it was a close game throughout. But I mean, Iowa State killed Texas and everything in the first half, and Texas beat Iowa State in most statistical categories in the second half to get back in. I mean, Texas did itself in the first half. They scored 19 points. They scored 46 in the second half. You score 46 in every half, you're the number one team in the country. They scored 19 in the first half. That was a season low for any half of basketball for this team.
And I don't know how you do after coming off the 2 wins that you've had, the big wins. I mean, I'm sorry, the one that you didn't win, and then you go to TCU and win that game. You ought to be coming home fired up. Like, this is our home court. And now we got a top, we're playing a top 15 team. We can't let them beat us at home. This just brings us upwards. Now this is a downer now. Yeah, they'll be West Virginia, but going on the road where they're the best, it's almost like, well, you don't know what to expect on the road. They're pretty good on the road.
I don't know what to expect at home. I mean, they should be West Virginia easily, but I mean, they lost to UCF at home. They blew a 16-point lead in that game. Like, who's to say that they can't lose to a West Virginia team they already lost to once this year at home? I'd almost feel better about this game if it was in Morgantown than it being in Austin right now. Let's hear from Rodney Terry. This is his post-game press conference, the opening statement following the Longhorns' 5-point loss to ISU.
They came out. They were very aggressive. They were really physical with us early in the game. Really made it difficult for us to get some really good looks in the first half. So, give those guys a lot of credit. They got one of the best defenses in the country, and they came to play with a lot of competitive spirit in the first half. I thought give my guys a lot of credit in terms of how hard they played, in the second half. But, I said to them, this time of year you can't, again, first 20 minutes of the game, you can't let your offense affect what you do defensively. And, again, back on our crowd. Our crowd's been great, man. We're going to need you again on Saturday against West Virginia. Another talented team will be coming in here, and hopefully, we'll, again, have this with us for one night, and we'll try to regroup. We'll come back, and we'll put it all on the line for you again.
I like the old, our crowd's been great. Well, yeah, they've been great at home, but how about getting a win for them at home? How about helping out your crowd, too, by winning the home games? If they've been so great, have your guys score more points so you win the games. They're always going to be okay at the Moody Center. It's just a great place for a basketball. It's a great venue for basketball. So they deserve a win. They don't deserve you losing.
Have we reached that point of the Rodney Terry era where he's begging fans to show up to games?
No, I mean, it's not bad. He's thanking them for what they do, but don't you have to show something back to them?
Sure.
If you want to thank them, how about winning the game?
Look,
that would be nice to do. That's why it's a home court advantage. It's supposed to be a home court advantage. They're not out there guarding guys. They're not getting double teamed. Your fans are going to do what they do. And this group has been really good. I thought they brought them back a little bit last night, the fans, the way they got into it. But your guys have to score the points, Coach.
Yeah. I mean, the fans got taken out of the game early by that disastrous first half. I mean, Iowa State jumped out to a 10-point lead basically 5 minutes into the game, and they kept Texas at a distance for the entirety of the first half and the first few minutes of the second half as well. That's a crowd killer right there. You want to feed off of your home crowd and feed off that energy and get off to a great start, right? But that's not what happened last night. Texas shot 29% in the first half. They were 8 of 27 from the floor. They were 0 of 7 from 3. And they only got to the free throw line 4 times. Like, they weren't aggressive in the first half at all. And they couldn't figure out the Iowa State defense. I don't even know what Texas was trying to do against Iowa State's defense in the first half. There were shot clock violations. There were sloppy passes that led to turnovers. You said Iowa State only had 4 fast break points, which is true, but they did have 18 points off of 14 Texas turnovers.
Yeah, turning that ball over 14 times.
Yeah, even though some of them were dead ball turnovers, right? Like those shot clock violations, like they still led to Iowa State points. So it was just sloppy basketball. They weren't aggressive in the first half, and you can't play like shit for 20 minutes and expect to beat a good team. That's as simple as that. So, yeah, I mean, like that's I don't know what to how to explain their home court struggles.
That's not Houston. That's not a moral victory. That's a loss. No. That's a dead up L right there. That can cost you down the road. So now you've got to. You've got to win. Now you've got to win at home and on the road. You can't have any more lackluster performances by guys that play minutes. Your guys have to score points. I mean, you got beat by 5. Somebody needs to score some points.
Yeah.
Like I said, one of your 2 top guys can be off a night. And Asmus with 13 points, that's an off night for him. Dessou does what he does. He's going to be in the 20s. He's just that kind of player right now. But he has to touch the ball every time. And some of your other cats that get on the court, I don't care if they're on for 10 minutes, 8 minutes. When they have an opportunity to score, they have to score or get to the free throw line and score. I don't give a shit how you score. I don't care if you make 8 free throws. You make 8 points, you make 8 points. And somebody says, well, he didn't shoot that well. Well, he went to the line. He was aggressive and going to the hoop. Somebody has to be that guy.
Right.
And, Dylan Mitchell, like, once again, he can't have 2 great games and then kind of semi-disappear.
Right.
He's not that type of player anymore. He's the kind of player that's supposed to be right there with Asmus. Maybe not score as many, but his stat sheet should look like it's been looking the last 2 games. Against Iowa State at home, with your home crowd, you've had 2 great games back-to-back. You can't then get there for a third and have the kind of game he had last night.
Sure. You can point fingers at a number of different players. You can point fingers at coaches. You can point fingers everywhere for last night. But, man, if Tyrese Hunter is just going to disappear, that's 3 games in a row for him where he has been a total non-factor.
Even the games they won, he's a non-factor.
Right. Yeah, even the TCU game on Saturday. He was great defensively. He still is usually very good defensively. He had a couple of bad plays last night late in the game that I think cost Texas. But he's not just here for defense. Like, that guy was averaging 13 points per game before this recent slide. You need him to score something. He can't have 0 points against the top 15 team.
Yeah, too many minutes in the game to have 0 points.
He played 33 minutes last night and couldn't find a single point. So we'll get back into Texas basketball. Plenty more thoughts on Texas, Iowa State. Of course, we'll talk about what the L means for the Longhorns tournament chances. I still think they're in a pretty good spot right now, but of course, a win last night would have definitely helped. But we'll shift gears now because I see our man Mike Roach in the waiting room. It is National Signing Day, after all. It doesn't quite have the same lust that it has had in the past, but still National Signing Day is today for college football. And the best in the business, Mike Roach from 24/7 Sports, is with us right now. What's going on, Mike?
Oh, not much, fellas. How are y'all doing?
Doing fantastic, Mike. This is it used to be a big day. It used to be a nerve-wracking day for coaches and players and high schools and parents and grandma and everybody alike. It's not as driven as it used to be, but are there still some guys out there that didn't do the early signing that are available? Or is there somebody that Texas may have been talking through over the last 24 hours that just may decide not to go somewhere else and say, I'll come to Texas? Or is it just another day?
I think it's just another day for Texas.
Oh, we're losing you a little bit, Mike.
Yeah, I just went to the mute.
I think you're on mute, Mike. I don't know if you can hear us. Still don't have you. Let me see if I can unmute you. I don't even know if Mike can hear us.
I don't think he can because he's on mute right now.
Right. Mike, you got us? Can you hear us?
I don't think he can hear us either.
Okay. I'll text him real quick.
Get him back, baby. Get him back.
We'll see if we can get him back. Couldn't hear you. Could you hear us? Very exciting.
He's going to miss the R Donut story.
Oh, you were going to tell him the R Donut story?
You probably heard about that.
You're gonna let him know. Mike, can you hear us now?
I got you. I think my AirPods just disconnected for some reason. I'm not sure. So sorry about that, fellas.
It's the kids. It's the doggone kids. You're allowed to blame them for everything. I don't know if you still can you hear us now? I don't think you can hear
Guys,
me.
you got me?
Yeah, got you.
We got you. Can you hear us?
Yeah. Sorry. I think
Okay.
my AirPods just went dead. Like, I don't know what happened to them. They just disconnected from everything.
Okay.
So wasn't sure about that. Don't know what you guys heard on my end, but
We heard about 2 seconds of your answer. So if you
sum it
were
all
to
up,
start from scratch, yeah.
To sum it all up, I don't think this is going to be a day for any real Texas news. They did their work early in the year. I'm only really tracking one or two guys. The biggest being Terry Bussey, the 5-star from Timpson, deciding between Texas A&M and LSU. And outside of that, it's kind of a boring day for me as well.
That's a good thing, I'm sure, for you. You look actually well rested, Mike. I feel like in February National Signing Days past, you probably had 10 phones to your ears, just talking to everybody, trying to get that last second intel. Let me ask you this big picture question, and I want to get your thoughts on the Texas class and some of the other classes from teams in the area. Is it even worth having 2 National Signing Days anymore? Is this method sustainable? Do you see change coming to the way this process is right now? I mean, what's going on with the 2 national signing periods?
So there are people out there who are proponents of eliminating February, instituting a summer signing period, where if guys want, they can sign in like July, and sign that early, and then making December kind of what February is now, like kind of the last thing. But yeah, I mean, it's lost a lot because because of NIL, everybody's trying to get everything locked in so early and get to their place, and there's so many early enrollees now that I think that December has kind of become what February used to be. So I don't know if there's a need for this second signing period. I mean, there's always guys that wait a little bit. There's guys that will push it till February, but to me, I would just say like, hey, well, I wouldn't publish. I guess I wouldn't publicize it as signing day, more so whatever date. It opens up for everybody else who wants to sign. Just sign whenever you want, and you've got until X and Y date basically to sign. That's how I would do it going forward. But yeah, I mean, it's lost a ton of luster from what it used to have.
Mike, has it changed the game? Do you feel like it's changed the game, the college game, with guys coming to campus early? I mean, getting involved academically, get socially, being around their players. I mean, do you see change in the game? I see it with specialists. I don't see it. I mean, dudes still jump off sides. They still are doing, illegal procedure, holding, things like that. I don't know if the game has changed all that much. I think it has with like wide receivers to get on campus early. They get a chance to catch balls from quarterbacks that are going to be starting quarterbacks, things like that. I don't see the big change in running backs and offensive linemen and defensive linemen as much as I see from real specialists since they've decided to bring kids on campus in January, getting acclimated. Now, academically, it may be better for them to find out what it's going to be like to be on a college campus and what they have to do in order to survive. But once they get to school, they get them so they can survive academically.
Yeah, I think it benefits the skill guys. I think any offensive and defensive linemen that arrive early and get to play, it's because those guys are kind of freaks.
Yes.
They were already ready to play probably. But
Right.
what I think it benefits long term is you get a semester of workouts in, you get a semester, or you get a spring practice in. And I think what it does is the next spring it benefits those guys because they've already got a year in the strength and conditioning program. And when those 6 a.m. workouts hit, there's no real shock and awe for them as there is for maybe the guys that got there in the summer and just
Right.
worked out for the played the season and weren't there for the winter workouts.
Mike, the 24/7 Sports Rankings has Texas with the 5th ranked class in college football here in 2024. Just some of your overall thoughts on the guys that Texas brought in December this year.
They did a really good job. I think that the one thing I've noticed from Steve Sarkisian and in comparison to the guys I covered while I was on the Texas beat, that being, Tom Herman and Charlie Strong. Is there were times those previous two would load up at one position, or they would make a pretty looking class out of skill guys, but no real meat. And I think that since Sark has arrived, they've done a really great job signing balanced classes. They always seem to figure out a way to address their needs in each class, and they find a lot of good balance. So, when you look at, I mean, they've got and it's so funny. We were talking about early enrollees. It used to be a case of like you may have 3 or 4 guys that enroll early, right? And that would be a good thing. They've got 18 guys from this class already on campus. I mean, that is that's most of the class. They signed 22 guys. 18 of them are already there. That's huge for them. So I like what they did specifically at the defensive back position. I think that is, that's a position you've kind of continue to add numbers to. I always say that if you've got extra scholarship numbers in a class, I would throw it at O-line, D-line, and defensive back. I don't think signing extra bodies at any of those positions hurts. So when you look at getting Kobe Black down the stretch, Kobe Black was a silent commit to Texas for longer than most kids have been committed to Texas, but getting him, securing that, Xavier Filsaime, a big flip they got from Florida, who's a 4-star athlete out of McKinney, one of the more athletic safety prospects I've seen, and a guy that I think you're going to hear some noise about this spring, just from a physical and athletic standpoint. And then Jordan Johnson-Rebel, who is out of IMG Academy originally by way of Fort Worth, and is a really technical player at the defensive back position. Can kind of play corner, can play safety, can play nickel. I like what they've done in that secondary group specifically.
Yeah, and they need to. They need, like you said, they need to find out who can play, who can't play. And the only way you can do that is you got to have bodies. You can't just say, okay, we're going to depend on this guy. He was a 5-star, and then he gets here and he's not a 5-star, and it takes him 2 or 3 years. You need to find those guys out, and the only way you can do that is in numbers. What they've done a great job of is finding wide receivers. I mean, bringing in the wide receiver coach from the NFL over 1 year has made a huge difference in the way this wide receiver group has played. Just technically, it just looks like a different group of players that's playing. I mean, from the tight end to Jordan Whittington, I thought he had a fantastic his last year, which seems like he's been here forever, but he was a little bit more technically sound. Xavier Worthy was technically sound. A.D. Mitchell that was a pro receiver playing at the college level, I thought. And I think Coach Jackson has done just a fantastic job in 1 year. I think that position can only get better.
Yeah, and I think that they've got some interesting. I was a little critical of the way they recruited the wide receiver position this year, and the thing is they've always kind of mitigated what they've missed out on by just going and finding that guy in the portal,
Sure.
and they've certainly done that this year in the portal. I loved Matthew Golden in high school. I thought Texas made a mistake early by not recruiting him the way they should have, and they ended up getting him anyways. So I think when you look at Parker Livingston and Freddie DuBose and Aaron Butler, those are the guys in the non-Ryan Wingo category that they recruited. And I like, I know Butler a little bit, but he's out in California. The 2 Texas guys, I like Parker Livingston a lot. I've probably been his biggest cheerleader, but he's had a lot of injuries, and that's, something to worry about. And then Freddie DuBose, again, another guy that has dealt with knee injuries, and both of those guys have ceilings that I think you would really like, but I would like to see them put it together, more consistently. And then when the 2 guys in state that I think that they kind of ignored at their peril were Terry Bussey, who could play receiver, could play defensive back, and Draylon Miller, who's one of the best high school football players I saw at the wide receiver position. I remember having a discussion with somebody at Texas about it, and was like, hey, you guys could get these guys if you just tried. And they were like, well, we're going to get Ryan Wingo. And I was like, yeah, but wouldn't it be cool to have Ryan Wingo and Terry Bussey and Draylon Miller? That's the point. So I was a little critical. I think that there is upside there. Like I said, I am a big fan of Livingston. I'm a big fan of DuBose. And obviously Ryan Wingo is a certified guy. He is the headliner of that wide receiver group. So But I think that they could have done a little more at that position this year.
Interesting.
Mike, you used the word critical. Is there any other part of this class of 2024 for Texas that maybe you feel like they missed out on, whether it was because of Texas's mistakes or they just couldn't get the guys that they were looking for?
No, not really. I mean, it seems to me like, well, yeah, actually, no, I do. I think Bo Davis was a good coach at Texas, and I think that, and this is probably going to come home to roost in the next couple of years. I think his level of recruiting was not what it was made out to be when he got the job. I don't think he recruited at a high enough level on the defensive line. When you're talking about interior bodies, I think they've got some guys that you hope you can build on, but there were too many guys that I think he finished second or third for that they needed, that the guys that could have been difference makers. And so yeah, I do think defensive line, when you look at that group, I mean, I always separate it because Texas separates it. So I don't count edge guys as part of the defensive line. So Colin Simmons does not get to go on Bo Davis's ledger. That is that's for me, that's on Pete Kwiatkowski's ledger. Alex January is a guy that I think you like his build. He is kind of a clogger inside and a guy that I think that you hope you can build on. Melvin Hills is a guy that I saw a couple times. Not sure that he's anything that you're just going to rave about. He could be a very solid player, but I don't think you're gonna build a defensive line group around him. And then of course they lost DeAndre Robinson down the stretch once Bo Davis left. So kind of I've been, and this is past couple of years, I've just not been impressed with what Bo Davis has brought in on the interior defensive line. I think that they've benefited from the fact that they have a lot of depth there when he got there with the guys that we saw this year, Byron Murphy and Javondre Sweat, and then moving down to Vernon Broughton and Alfred Collins and all those guys. But like my question is, what's going to happen once all those guys move on and you start asking these recruiting classes to fill those spots?
You mean, in other words, he let too many of the really good ones go to other places, and he did. I mean, he could coach now. He could coach them wherever he got. He could coach. He's a pretty good coach once they're here. But too many of the good ones that could become great ones aren't here. They went other places, whether they did well or not. Too many of those guys got away. You thought?
Yeah, and I think that maybe I'm wrong. Maybe these guys all turn out to be way better players than I think they are. But just based on trends, based on what we've looked at in the past, I'm not seeing those kind of freak interior guys. There are no Javondre Sweats. There certainly are no Byron Murphys, and I'm the biggest. Going back to his time at DeSoto, the biggest Byron Murphy fan in the world, and like there's no guys to that level in these last couple of classes to me. So there may be one or two. You're not seeing the numbers. I think that it was an opportunity to stack numbers at certain positions, and I'm just not seeing them. And, even going back to last year, they signed one interior D line guy. I thought that was a kind of a curious decision.
All right, let me ask you this: do you see something, Mike, that Sark and his staff is fantastic in the summertime? Like I've never seen a group before. They made June their deal. I mean, they swoon them in June. So I mean, do you see somebody in out there that could be that guy or those guys? Because they need more than that guy. They need those guys that could it happen in June the way they recruit in June? Because this is a special recruiting group in the summertime for some odd reason.
Mm-hmm.
When there's nobody around and they get mom and dad on this campus with nobody here, they specialize in getting those kids to come to the University of Texas. Do you see anybody out there that maybe June can be big, like the big timers that you're talking about, the war daddies that may be out there, one or two?
Yeah, I mean, we'll kind of see what turns up in this cycle and where they are. I think that to your point about their success in June is very. And I've talked to Sark about this on the record. I wrote a story last year about it, but it's very intentional by them. I mean, they have a process wherein kind of early on they lay the groundwork a little bit. It's like you get you on campus in February for junior day, and or late January, and then we start talking about coming back for spring practice, and then spring practice they really start laying the groundwork for, okay, let's schedule that official, and let's move to kind of the next phase, and then June
Sure.
it's all systems go. So I think they're extremely intentional about that, which is why you've seen the success they have. They have a process. I think it works. And you're
Not
right,
everybody
they
can
are.
do that. Not everybody does that because assistant coaches, head coach, those dudes are ready to get their little week of vacation that they get. June
Yeah.
comes and they're not thinking about recruiting. They're thinking about getting the hell away from that place.
Mhm.
And this group, it's just like you said, this is where the big process starts for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's they've been extremely successful in June, and I think it's because it's intentional. It's because it goes to show kind of what you can do when you have a
Mhm.
plan and everybody's on the same page
Awesome.
and doing the same thing.
Yeah. Mike Roach of 24/7 Sports is with us for a couple more minutes. Mike, I guess a two-part question here. You've brought up a number of names in this class of 2024, but first part would be, which guy or guys do you think could make the most instant impact for Texas as true freshmen in 2024? And then maybe an under-the-radar player or two that Longhorn fans probably aren't talking about enough in this class.
So Xavier Filsaime and Kobe Black are guys that I think could make, especially with the numbers we saw kind of depart that defensive back position in the transfer portal. I think both of those guys could make an instant impact. And then you really hope Colin Simmons does, because I mean you need a pass rush. He's really good at doing that. So I think he's a guy that you hope it all clicks immediately, and he's at least, if nothing else, giving you pass rush downs in the fall. And factoring in maybe he's a 4 or 5 sack guy that that can get after the quarterback. The guy that I really like is and I don't know if people are talking about him enough or not, but I really think that the tight end they signed in this class, Jordan Washington, has some crazy upside. Like, he's a hoops player. Watching him hoop reminds me of when I used to. I don't want to compare his game to this on the football field, but I used to watch Jatavian Sanders play basketball, and it was kind of the same deal. So I think he's kind of more in that mold, and was a guy that, for me, kind of flew under the radar all year, and Texas just kind of pretty easily landed him by getting in on him. So I like him a lot. The guy that I'm always a buy low, sell high, guy on the stock market. But to me, I so Christian Clark, out of the running back they got out of Mountain Point in Phoenix, Arizona, was a guy that didn't have the best senior season, isn't the highest ranked. He's one of the lower ranked prospects in their class. I can tell you without a doubt, this time last year, Tashard Choice was telling people, this is my number one running back in the country. And I think Tashard Choice has done a really good job identifying, developing, recruiting running backs. I tend to keep an eye on what he does. So I think this is a guy that they were calling Bijan like light. Didn't quite have the juice of Bijan Robinson, but if you go watch the film, has a lot of the certain style, the way he, has contact balance and evades defenders and things like that. He's a guy I want to keep an eye on, because I think that maybe that belief from Tashard Choice is founded in something, and because he's kind of flying really far under the radar, he's a guy that I think in a year or two we could look up and be like, oh, he is, a really good player on this team.
Nice. That's awesome. All right. One more from me, Mike. I won't ask you about every SEC team and their recruiting class, although I know you know everything there is to know about everybody's recruiting classes this year. I'll ask you about OU and A&M, the two biggest rivals for Texas. Your thoughts? Obviously a transition year for A&M, going from Jimbo to Mike Elko. We know they hit the portal hard, and the high school recruiting took a little bit of a hit. But your thoughts on their class, and then obviously your thoughts on what Oklahoma was able to put together with Brent Venables.
Yeah, Texas A&M has kind of had to cobble some stuff together since hiring Mike Elko, and I think that, for them, it's been very portal heavy. It's going to be a small high school class, but for them, it kind of hinges on, do they hold on to Terry Bussey today when he makes his decision or not? I mean, if you guys watch the state championships, you saw what kind of player Terry Bussey is, the 5-star athlete at Timpson, probably, could go down in history as one of the greatest small school players in the state of Texas of all time. And that one's funny because like yesterday I talked to somebody and it was like we think it's LSU, but nobody knows. I talked to people at LSU today; they don't know. I talked to people at A&M today; they don't know. Terry's going to keep everybody in the dark until it's time to really go. So yeah, I think that it kind of hinges on him and what he does. For Oklahoma, yeah, I think they do a really good job identifying and evaluating and recruiting under Brent Venables, and I think they've done that since, especially in a couple of different positions. I think they've done a really good job at defensive line. Getting a guy like David Stone, they're 5-star D lineman, and they've got a couple other guys, Nigel Smith from up here in the Dallas area, and they I think they've done a really good job building that front, which tends to make sense when you've got a guy like Brent Venables who's been so successful on the defensive side of the ball. And I think they've got a lot of balance to their class as well. They've addressed a lot of their needs, and I think they've got.
Hope. Well, can you see Mike? Did we lose him?
No, I do not.
Okay. Yeah, we've got the buffering screen up for Mike right now.
That's like sort of like my putts going around the hole right there, and then they rim out.
No chance your putts were that close.
Come on, man.
Your putts were on the black, not on the little
all
white
the way to
ring.
The black to the right and left.
Yep. Let's see. Now we got to set. There we go.
Oh yeah, I'd tell you, Mike. My last question to you was, if you can hear us, I wanted to ask you about Coach Elko. What is it going to be like for him? Are they at a win now? I know it's A&M. Yeah, of course they're at win now. But is he going to do more things with the portal? Are they going to lose out a little bit? Is Texas going to start taking a little bit more of a hold on the high school level kids? And Elko's going to say, well, we got to win now. We got to get some older kids in here in the program. Do they have a nice enough mix that they don't have to go as much in the portal? Or are all those players that they recruited that were in high school just about out of there and gone?
Okay, so you guys got me?
Yeah.
Okay. Something crashed for me, so I had to jump back in. So I just heard the back end of that question. What can you repeat it for me?
Yeah, I was saying, is Coach Elko going to lean heavily on the portal, which, is it going to be a nice mixture of portal and high school kids, or is he going to strictly do portal because they got to kind of win now? They need players that can play because they've lost a lot in high school. And will Texas pick up on the players that they've been getting, some of these great players that they begin out of the high school ranks, but now they're gone?
Yeah, I think this year is sort of an anomaly for them. I mean, it was kind of like how do we put this class together on short notice? Do we want to? Because it's all a gamble. If you're Mike Elko, you get that job, and you've got to either invest all your time in recruiting high school, or you could say, hey, let's load up on the portal. Let's take the guys we can get in high school, and let's move forward, and we'll get ahead on the 25 class, and we'll start rolling there. I think they're going to be. You'll see them a lot like Texas from a numbers distribution standpoint, I believe, where they're going to be a mostly high school class that wants to take 5 or 6 guys from the portal that they feel can help them plug into certain positions. And I think that the biggest thing for Mike Elko is he's been extremely good so far when hitting the road, talking to high school coaches. I mean, nobody ever had the nicest things to say about Jimbo Fisher, and it's been a complete reverse. One coach told me, one pretty prominent head coach in the state of Texas told me it's been incredibly refreshing to see the way Mike Elko has approached things versus the way Jimbo Fisher was doing it. So I think they are going to be invested on the high school side for sure.
Not surprised to hear that, but I kind of hate hearing that as a Texas fan. Mike, before we let you go, any Dallas Stars HSOs for the people today?
We need a right-hand D man, maybe 2. I mean, I looked up last night and they're in first place, and I'm like, I don't know how, because it feels like every night they're blowing leads, or
They're
something.
the king of a one-goal win this year, it feels like, right? Like the goal differential is not there, but they're finding wins, which I guess you'll take, yeah?
Yeah, they've got to figure out the D-man situation long term, and I know that they've got to sign Ottinger long term, and they got to sign Wyatt Johnson and all these guys, but they got to figure out a guy that can play next to Miro. That's my analysis.
I love it.
Mike, any
perfect.
standouts in winter workouts so far? You're hearing about the kids and winter workouts and how they're doing and hitting the weight room?
To be frank, I have not tapped in on that end. I have been chasing these kids in the 2024 class and chasing an 11-month-old little girl around my house and all those sorts of things. So I have not asked around about winter workouts. So sorry to disappoint you there.
No, that's okay.
You're the king, Mike. Appreciate you taking the time this morning. Know it's a busy time for you, and we can't thank you enough for giving us 25 minutes today. Continued success, my friend, and hopefully we get the chance to catch up soon.
Thanks, Mike.
Yes, same for you guys. You guys are doing a great job, so I try to tune in anytime I can.
Appreciate that, brother. Thank you very much. See you soon. All right, there he goes. Mike Roach, 24/7 Sports. Make sure y'all follow him on Twitter at Mike Roach 247. Doing phenomenal work, not only covering Texas, but covering the biggest recruiting storylines from all across the country. And Mike said it at the beginning of that conversation. Like, there's only 2 storylines he's following today, which is insane. This used to be like the Super Bowl for college football recruiting. And now there's 2 players that he's focused on for the entire day. That is bonkers to me.
Gets to spend some time with his kid today.
He does, which, hey, that's good. An 11-month-old, my gosh. God bless him. But good stuff there. And, yeah, Jordan Washington, that's interesting. You know, I'm always curious. Anybody who covers recruiting, I want to ask them, hey, who's an under-the-radar player that maybe not enough Texas fans are talking about? Maybe a guy that didn't get enough love from the recruiting ranking sites. Jordan Washington, not a name I've heard a lot of. So, look, I don't think the expectation for him is to come in and be a true star as a true freshman. You've got Gunnar Helm in there. You've got Amari Niblack in there. So it's not like you need a lot from your first-year tight end. But, man, if you can get something close to Jatavion Sanders at some point in Jordan Washington's career, sign me up for that.
Hell yeah. Where they actually throw him the ball and stuff, where he's a part of the offense. That'd be kind of cool for a change.
That'd be nice. Yeah. I mean, Jatavion had 55 catches last year. Didn't have as many this year. But
wow.
I'll take the stat line that JT had. Could have been more. Probably should have been more. But if that's what Jordan Washington is going to put together over his Texas carear, then
especially if you can do it as a young player. You
can
get in there and get some catches. If you can get in the 20s early, you know?
Yeah, and that's interesting what Mike had to say. Look, no surprise what he said about Bo Davis, right? Bo Davis, an awesome developer, not a great recruiter. Texas has done well enough on the defensive line to where I don't think too many Texas fans cared. I mean, hey, bring in 3 stars. If you can turn them into Devondre Sweat and Byron Murphy, then okay. We don't need to get the 5 stars. That's fine. But it'd be interesting to see what Kenny Baker does, the new defensive line coach, to see maybe if he's more of a recruiter than Bo Davis was. But the wide receiver conversation I thought was a unique one, right? Because, yeah, Chris Jackson did a great job last year. But Texas obviously is having to replace its top 3 receivers. They brought in Ryan Wingo, one of the top receivers in the country out of high school. They did sign 4 receivers in this high school class. They obviously brought in 3 transfers as well. So from the outside, it looks like they did an awesome job in that wide receiver room. But Mike's saying, hey, there are a couple of guys that maybe they're going to regret not signing a couple of years from now. That'll be an interesting one to watch. It's
all about the ones that they have here that have been now a year into this system. How many of those guys can actually walk on the field and get, 15, 16 snaps in a game? Are they there, or are they just guys that, once again, Sark will stick with the 5 or 4 guys that he has, and those guys won't see the field? And the only reason they don't see the field is they're just not good enough. I mean, how many of those guys do you have here? We don't know, but we'll find out shortly. Yeah. And because what he does is he lets you know who he believes in at the wide receiver position, which I like about a coach. This isn't one of those deals where you hide it. No. When those dudes gets on the field, whether they're freshman, sophomore, whatever, they play. If they're good enough, they're old enough.
All right.
You don't like that saying?
No, R. Kelly, we don't like that.
Okay.
Talked about R. Donuts this morning. Now you're talking about R. Kelly quotes. I mean, what are we doing here, man?
No, I'm serious. And we find out from him one thing we have found out about Sark. If the receiver is good enough, they're going to play, and he's going to be in that top 4 or 5, and you'll see a lot of them.
Are you going to drop if there's grass on the playing field, play
No.
ball at some point today?
No, I'm not going to do that. I'll try to stay away from that one.
Are you
I'm
going to
going to stay
drop
away.
if she's old enough to pee, she's old enough for me quote
No,
today?
no, I'm not going to drop that one either. I'll stay away from that one because
Uh,
you'll make something. I may be thinking something totally different than what you're thinking.
Well, if you say that second quote, then there's no way you're thinking of anything different than what I'm insinuating there.
Oh no, I'm excited. I'm really excited to see. As Mike talked about, for the last couple of years, Texas, you know, those big guys have gone to Texas A&M. They become like they leave high school as war daddies, but they leave Texas A&M because they can't stand the place after a year. They're gone somewhere else or they don't develop. Now, Bo Davis, once he gets them here, he's done a pretty good job of developing guys, as they get into their junior and senior year.
Yeah.
Is there somebody out here that walks on that just got it, that, looks like Collins the minute they come off the bus, and they play differently than he played coming off the bus? You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Are they out there? Are they as Texas eyeballing a couple of those guys? We won't know that. I mean, maybe in the summertime when they cash in like they do, that we've got a couple of those, more than one that's coming. That's, the 280s, 270s that are just out and out standouts. And then you can develop them. They can use more development, but they're almost ready-made kind of guys,
Yeah. Next year, I mean, that's a point of emphasis for Texas in the 2025 class. Like, they've got to do a better job with defensive linemen because I think they're going to be okay this year. They've got Alfred Collins, who's a fifth year. They've got Vernon Broughton, who's a fifth year. They brought in Tia Savea, who's got experience. Like, they've got some guys in that defensive line who are ready to go, but those dudes are likely all going to be gone after the 2024 season. And because Texas did not do a great job recruiting this year with the D tackle spot, and they didn't do that great of a job last year with defensive linemen either, like, it's going to be paramount. They'll probably have to hit the portal again to try to get somebody next offseason, but they've got to recruit and sign, maybe 3 guys who play defensive line.
Absolutely.
We're not talking about edge guys, right? Like Mike said, those can be separated. You need those guys too every single year.
You need
because
to
you have to have a good you have to have a good pass rush to be successful in the SEC, but you got to have some big bodies on the interior of that defensive line. Texas has some in the short term, but the long-term numbers aren't where I think they need to be for Sark and company. So we'll see how they tackle
maybe
that.
Maybe out of state. Texas has done such a great job in Florida and Arizona. I mean, those kids are in Florida, IMG and all that stuff. There's all those type of players. And my God, Texas can recruit with anybody in the country, anywhere in the country. And joining the SEC, they're going to be spending some time in the Alabama and the Georgia area, finding the same kind of guys that they're recruiting, which, we'll see how that picks up.
100%. 100%. All right, we'll get back into the National Signing Day conversation. Once again, not really any storylines to follow if you are a Texas fan. Obviously, the Terry Bussey decision is a big one that affects Texas because he is choosing between A&M and LSU. Of course, 2 teams that will be in the same conference as the Longhorns moving forward, but nobody expected to give a last-second sign to the University of Texas today. It kind of feels like the high school recruiting class is done, and it really has been done since the early signing period in December. We'll get back into that. We'll get back into some Texas basketball. We've got some Super Bowl 58 to talk about as well.
And I'm leaning already to a side.
Okay, we'll see if we get a gold star lock from the Buck at some point this week. But, man, we've gone an hour without any sponsor shout-outs. We got to give some love to some of the great people who make this possible.
We say hello to our friends at Relax the Back for sure. My back had me looking for the right support for years, and nothing gave me the comfort my back needed. And believe me, I looked everywhere for a chair or a couch that was going to help me out after I had thoracic back surgery. Then I discovered Relax the Back. Live pain-free, sold. Relax the Back embraces that holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise. And believe me, my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is to live wellness. Now, take advantage of the Tempur-Pedic sales that they have going on at Relax the Back now. Tempur-Pedic mattresses, chairs. They've got the neck, the pillows. You got to, especially the pillow is the one. If you're having that night's sleep like I have, I mean, I have pretty good night's sleep because I beat the crap out of the pillows I've had for the last 10 years. But if you still struggle with neck pain and thoracic back pain and shoulder pain because your pillow's just not making it, maybe you're getting a little older and it's not working for you any longer, head over to Relax the Back because they've got tons of those. They got tons of unbelievable chairs, that you can look at. As I said, the mattresses are the absolute very best. And folks, they've got 2 great locations. They got one at the in BK's at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and up north in Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center, and that's right across from the Container Store. Folks, I couldn't make it without my friends at Relax the Back. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
And live pain-free like all of us by going to 7-Eleven.
Yeah, baby, pain-free.
Those snacks, baby. Get you your coffee on your way to work this morning. They'll get you a Slurpee on your way to work this morning.
That's right. You sugar indulgers, you can go. I go for my hard copy. By the way, thanks for the hard copy yesterday, the 100-year hard copy that you gave to me yesterday to read.
Yeah, you got to thank my parents for that one.
That was awesome. Thank them.
They're kind of in the process of moving, right? So they are just cleaning out stuff in their house. And they've got all sorts of random crap from, their childhoods and my childhood and my sister's childhoods. And one of the things that they kept from their times at UT in the 80s was a copy of the Daily Texan, but not just any Daily Texan, the centennial edition of the Daily Texan on the 100-year anniversary of the University of Texas, or I guess of the Daily Texan. I don't know what the hell was going on. But they had that newspaper. They gave it to me because I told them I would read it, but I wasn't reading it. I can't read. I figured it'd be a good thing to give to you as well. So have you
Doug Flutie Heisman watch in that thing? Next time I go to a clinic or wherever I've been hanging out lately, not those kind of clinics, but for the doctors, some of the appointments I have, I'm going to pull out that bad boy and start reading it, see what people say.
You're going to pull out a 40-year magazine?
Oh, yeah, 100 years. How do you like this, folks?
Oh,
they're going to go, damn, that dude is old. Yes, he is. But thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And I'm going to read that from front to back. You know that. Because I'm a hard copy reader, brother.
Yep, the 100-year anniversary of the founding of the
Texan?
Yeah, because UT was founded in 1883. Does that sound right? So 1983 would have been 100 years. That's what centennial means. That's how this all works.
That thing now is like 2 pages. This one right here was like the Sunday paper.
Bigger.
Oh, my goodness.
It's bigger than the New York Times.
It is. It's huge.
It goes to show you how far the newspaper industry has fallen over the last 4 decades.
We're trying to save trees. We don't need to save trees. We've got plenty of trees.
But we don't need to save trees anymore.
No, we're good. We're good. We need to get away from the computer and get back to a hard copy reading. Yes.
Yes. We need to burn down more trees. That is the solution to our nature problems.
Burn them, we replace them. We just chop them and replace them with little baby trees.
Just trying to save the environment, man.
I don't read the newspaper because it's garbage.
Come on.
I don't read the newspaper because I'm trying to save the trees out there. I need some to smoke, so I can't be cutting them down for paper. That's a waste of time right there.
A waste of time.
Shout out to 7-Eleven, though. Yes, they do have the hard copy of the newspaper. They don't have 40-year-old newspapers there. They have the current newspapers there. Great snacks, great drinks, obviously fuel for your car, fuel for you. They've got it all at the 7-Elevens near you. Some love to centextickets.com if you're trying to get to, I don't know if I should be promoting home Texas basketball games anymore because they can't win at home. But if you do want to go to a game, maybe tickets will be a little cheaper after last night. They've got tickets for you at centextickets.com. Of course, the women's team, they're rolling. They're ranked in the top 10. If you're looking for Texas women's basketball tickets, they've got them for you at centextickets.com. The biggest sporting events, the biggest concerts, the biggest Broadway shows, anything coming to town, not just this town, any town. They've got tickets for you online at centextickets.com. And how about a word? I saw our guy Tom McKay texting in earlier on the Coda text line. We'll let you hear from Tom McKay and the kid this morning.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations.
And Camilla McKay.
Hey, kid, you want to hear a dad joke?
Sure, old man.
A guy walks into a flat... Oh, that was terrible. A guy walks into a store and buys an 85-inch flat screen for $2,500. I wasn't done with my joke yet.
Yeah, you were. Here, I got one. What's worse than paying for one overpriced surround sound speaker?
I don't know what.
Paying for 2 overpriced surround sound speakers?
All right, well, here at Audiovisual, we do like to laugh. And by calling 512-255-86 8678, you can share in that laughter. Stop paying extra for lesser quality and visit avconsultations.com today.
All right. You got me going now. One more.
All right, here we go.
A guy walks into a bar, and then a speaker, and then a projector.
All right. I think they get it, kid. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or see us online at avconsultations.com.
And all jokes aside, remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just give us a call, 512-255-8678.
Yes, indeed. Make love to whoever the hell you want, Buck.
Love the one you're with.
Love the one you're with.
Oh, I'll hear that today 60 times
On Bob FM.
Of course. You know what? I just talked to them when I was playing golf with my boys yesterday.
Yeah.
They listen to Bob FM. And those guys are, they're not as old as me. They're old. They're older than you, young guy. But they're Bob FM fans too.
There are 2 stations that I listen to.
It's incredible.
Texas Sports Unfiltered and
Yes.
Bob FM. That's it. That's what I got.
You know what? Because if you didn't get the words right the first time to the old song, you'll hear it 6 more times where you can get all the words,
Right. Absolutely. And, I've tried to tune into 104.9, but that's just Tejano music now. And that's not my cup of tea.
Well, I would have been listening to more country music if I could get my refund back for my Coke Fest tickets. It is February, I should be able to get my ticket refund back. Is it coming back this February? No, probably not.
I got a hunch you're not getting that money back.
I think maybe springtime. Maybe spring, the real spring. I haven't called on when spring's coming yet, so
you're not piece of shit, Phil. That's not your job.
Poor Phil. Phil said it's coming. We're gonna have an early spring.
I hope he's right. He's looking like he's right. It's gorgeous outside right now.
We have been getting some nice days, and we'll continue to get that. There's a couple 50s next week, but it's not like it's 49, 50. It's 56, 58. I mean,
hey, you're not the weather guy anymore. You've lost all weather privileges after that debacle last week.
One miss.
You guaranteed no rain, and it poured. We had flash floods in Austin on a day where you guaranteed 0 rain.
I told you it's going to rain in California.
Yeah, because it's been raining in California
all month.
That's the easiest prediction of all time. And apparently Terry Bussey just committed to Texas A&M. So LSU made a late push. Bussey decided to go to A&M.
He'll be ready to be out of there. He'll be out after a year.
That might not be a bad thing. I think Chip and Zay were talking about it yesterday. Like, A&M's got to play a little catch up with its roster right now. Just because of how bad they were under Jimbo. And anytime you have a coaching change, you're at a little bit of a disadvantage. LSU's in a much better spot than A&M. Obviously, you've got to compete with LSU. You don't play them next year, but you will have to play them going forward. And if you're trying to win a conference championship, that's obviously a team that you have to worry about. LSU's got more talent right now. They would have gotten another, 5-star caliber kid with Bussey. Maybe it's a good thing that he's going to A&M.
Yeah, because like I said, he won't stay there long.
Right. Oh, yeah. I hope that's the case, right?
Hopefully he won't be around there long.
Yeah. But
one thing we have to remember about Elko, he has been there before, so he does know the high school coaches, and he did a pretty good job as a defensive coordinator. Well, hell, that's how he got this gig now. So yeah, he's going to be in pretty good with those high school coaches, and he's going to make some way, he make some headway into that. And I mean, Jimbo Fisher was still getting gas. He just couldn't keep them. They just couldn't win.
Yeah. He did a good job in terms of recruiting stars, but a lot of that was NIL money. He wasn't doing a great job of building relationships, and he ticked a lot of people off in the process. And look, they're going to be better under Elko. I think he's going to build the program the right way too. Obviously, this year they went transfer portal heavy because they just needed to fill a roster, right? They lost so many guys, both to the portal and in recruiting, that they just needed bodies to get to the scholarship limits. But I think moving forward, like, this is not going to be what some of the Kansas football coaches tried to do, where it's like, we need to win right now, so we're not even going to recruit high school. We're just going to try to hit the portal and get JUCO, get whatever. Like, no, I think Elko realizes, all right,
he doesn't want to lose those ties. He doesn't want that to happen.
Yeah, he's got to recruit high school kids, especially in the state of Texas, and kids are going to want to go to A&M. Right. Like A&M's a big time school. They're in the SEC. It's in the state of Texas, so it's close to home for a lot of these kids. The NIL money is there. Maybe it's not as much as they promised at the beginning, but they still have plenty of money and resources and great facilities. He's going to be able to recruit pretty well at A&M, but can he develop? That's what Jimbo couldn't do. That's what Texas coaches who have failed in the past couldn't do. You've got to be able to develop that talent once it gets to your campus.
Absolutely.
We'll see if Elko will do that. Obviously, time will tell there. All right. I have some fun for a second.
Yeah, you got some video?
Yeah, I got video. So
You got no plane video.
no playing video here, but
You disappoint the people when you don't come up with plane video.
what do you mean?
Not everybody's wheeling a camera.
Come up with the plain video. Like I'm not the one doing this stuff. You should be disappointed in other people for not screwing up on airplanes. Don't put that on me.
You need to take more trips.
You report, we decide.
That's true.
You're not reporting enough for us to decide.
That's
so
right.
We need more plane incidents. It's got to change, man. I don't like this little New Year's trend of less crazy shit happening in the sky.
Hey, what I'm hearing is the bolts on that plane when the door came open, none of them were put in properly. Sounds like they were all ready to come off.
Whatever. That's just PR by the guy who caused everyone to leave that plane. That was perfectly fine.
Even with
4 screws loose. You got thousands of screws. 4 of them are loose on the plane. And we all have to deplane and add 2 hours to our trip. We got a hero over here, folks.
That's what I like to hear from you. Why deplane? Let's just keep going. What is it? What's wrong with it? What's wrong with a little open air plane? Nothing.
If you could crack a window, I'd be okay with excessive flatulence on a plane, but you can't do that. So you got to deplane that guy. We need emergency landings. If people are taking dumps on these planes and you can't clean it up mid-flight, then
but nothing like a door opening. What's the big deal with that? Nobody's going out.
Now that one you have to make an emergency landing for.
Okay.
If half the plane flies off the plane, I think you've got to call off the dogs on that
You
deal.
need just one baby to go out the window and you're okay. Then we can stop that.
Ooh.
One mom taking the kid to the bathroom that shoots out the side of the plane. Then we can halt the trip. Yes, we can. We can halt the trip for that.
Yeah, I guess so. But man, if you got a crying baby, I wouldn't hate if it flew out the window.
No.
Let me tell you. Now, I would hope it would make a nice soft landing somewhere.
No.
But if it did happen to fly out the window, then I wouldn't be too upset about it.
You're punting babies and letting them fly out the window through that little hole there, that little hole in the plane, that little window.
Whatever it takes for me to enjoy my flight. All right.
Oh my goodness.
Yep. I'm looking out for the other people on the plane too. It's not just me who hates the crying infants in the skies. Everybody does.
Why don't they have mom and baby flights where they just go on?
That's a good idea. Separate flights if you have an infant
No.
traveling with you. Or how about this? Get grandma to come fly to you. Or leave the kid behind. Kid ain't going to remember that shit anyways.
Same place you take the dogs for a couple days. Leave the baby there too.
Yeah, leave the baby at Camp Bow Wow. Camp Bow Wow. Bring your baby and your trow. That's what we need. We also got to get them on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I got to call those fools.
Oh, for sure.
Bring that jingle back.
Please.
Yeah, leave the baby somewhere else. Get a friend to watch the baby, whatever.
Did the neighbor ever say, they always tell you how they love your baby. Oh, what a beautiful baby. But when you want to go on a trip, you can't knock on their door and say, hey, can you keep the baby for the weekend?
Nah.
They say no to that every time.
That's me. That's me with all kids, right? I'm cool with kids, whatever, but I don't want to have to deal with the kid. Kid starts crying. That's your job, parent.
The parent's out of town.
Yeah,
what do you do? Just put the kid in the closet, shut the door?
Kid crapped himself. Not my kid. Not my problem. That's what I say.
Wow.
Yeah. No, the video we have, the first video we have today involves your girl, Taylor Swift, who, by the way, I don't know if you knew this. I didn't know this. But apparently Toby Keith's record label in Nashville was the first record label to ever sign Taylor Swift.
No, she never wrote that to me.
She was like, no, she didn't put that in the handwritten letter that you have.
No.
That says, dear, insert name here.
Wow.
The least personalized letter of all time. She probably just copied it from some other thank you letter that she wrote to
You know what?
somebody else.
Little something for her on winning 4 Grammys. I'm gonna bring the letter back out tomorrow. It'll be ready for Friday.
It is signed to you, right? It does say Bucky on it.
Yes, it does.
That's incredible. My God. Well, anyways, the first record label she signed with was actually Toby Keith's label in Nashville. So Toby Keith, the late, great now, Toby Keith, who unfortunately just passed away late a couple of nights ago, actually gave T Swizzle her first break in the industry. Amazing. Good call by him, huh?
Did you? Yeah, no kidding.
God.
Were you
So
listening?
Taylor Swift.
You've been listening to Toby Keith since his passing?
Oh, a lot of it yesterday, and I'll keep listening for the next couple of days, man. It's got some jams. Got some jams. The guy's as American as they come. Even though he's an OU fan, that's guy's an American hero. Yeah,
yes.
Couldn't help it. Couldn't help it. Taylor Swift is obviously a big topic of conversation in the world of football right now, whether you love it or you hate it. That's just how it is. Of course, she's dating Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce's Chiefs are playing in Super Bowl 58 this Sunday. And, well, the Swifties are at it again. I've got a theory for why sports fans hate Taylor Swift fans so much. We'll get to that momentarily. But I don't think you're a big Super Bowl party guy, Buck.
No.
You just like to watch the game at home with your wife and
do things at halftime, yes.
Do things at halftime, like you whip together a homemade deviled egg recipe.
Oh, absolutely.
And sometimes, look, it takes a while to cook deviled eggs, so sometimes it bleeds into the third quarter.
And sometimes you miss the whole entire third quarter of a Super Bowl because of that, yes.
Yeah.
And that's happened. Yeah, but that's okay. Well worth it.
It's a weird bit right there. Maybe do that in the first quarter instead of the second half. I don't quite get that. But the Swifties are at it again. It's about a 50-second video with sound. It's some Swift fans preparing for their own Super Bowl party this weekend. I want you to tell me if you would attend a gathering like this. Here we go.
This is your sign to throw a Taylor Swift-themed Super Bowl party. Saturday might be for the boys, but Sundays are now for the girls since Taylor has entered the chat.
We got all of the decor for this party from Amazon, including this red shimmer backdrop and this neon sign that says it's a love story. It's an absolute must and perfect for our Trav and Tay.
How cute are these giant friendship bracelet garlands we made? Look out for a separate tutorial later on how to recreate these.
You'll want to have snacks for your party. Try this easy charcuterie made inside Travis Kelce's number 87 and cupcakes with football and disco ball toppers.
Make these sturdy Shirley's extra sparkly by adding in red glitter for the ultimate crowd pleaser. You can't watch football without beer, so this tower keeps the beer chilled all 4 quarters.
Now you're ready to set the stage with all the little details that make the party complete. We're also adding flower arrangements, Travis Kelce's jersey, and football for table decor.
Now here's how it all turned out. Everything is from Amazon and delivers quickly no matter if you're a planner or a last minute girly like us. Now who are you guys rooting for? Because we're Team Taylor's boyfriend.
Freaking Amazon. Oh, they deliver. Oh, of course, they can get this to you in a hurry. Give me another group that can deliver it. Does it have to be Amazon? Does it have to be those freaks? That's the one that pisses me off. Oh, Amazon can deliver quickly. That's the one that makes me mad. I don't mind the get up because I would like for Super Bowl Stu to come and then dive into the table.
Okay, hold on here.
That's what I want.
Your biggest takeaway from that is that Amazon is the problem?
Why does their name even get mentioned? We're talking about Taylor Swift. Why does the word Amazon even have to come up? Why does that come up in every conversation just about, Amazon can deliver. It can get there.
Here's
Girls,
it without
quiet about Amazon. Do it yourself. You don't need Amazon to deliver you anything.
I think they're telling their followers where they can get that gear if they want to have their own Taylor Swift theme.
You can get all those little glittery things at Walmart, girls. Hey, don't be afraid to walk in Walmart. You're allowed to do that. You can get number 87 and some fake-ass trays and all that glittery shit in the background and those nasty-ass cupcakes. All that can be done at Walmart in 45 minutes. And the red drinks, all you need is some Tito's and some cranberry juice and make yourself a Cape Codder. Quit playing around. That's bullshit. Who wants all that stuff? Only to have a Buffalo Bill fan come and dive into your table. That's what I want to see for you girls right there.
Well, it is the Super Bowl, which means the Bills aren't in it. So
that's for sure.
They got the Kelce jersey. They've got the 87 charcuterie board. Are you kidding me? They got the In My Super Bowl era. They've got the love story sign. I mean, this is insane, dude. Insane. What's going on here? And by the way, you know my stance on Walmart, right? I've told you this before.
You're too good for Walmart. That's what I don't understand. How can you be too good to go in a Walmart?
I'm too good for Walmart. I still go from time to time. There is no other place on earth where I feel like I am better than my fellow man. When I walk into Walmart, I'm above them.
You don't feel like that at Goodwill. You don't feel like that at Goodwill at all.
Not a Goodwill. Like literally anywhere else in the world. I'm like, all right.
The dollar store, the Dollar General.
All good. These guys are my equals. I mean, I know I'm better than them, but like these guys are my equals. When I go into Walmart, I'm like, there are inferior people shopping here.
Oh my gosh.
Like, I don't know what it is about that, but just the people watching there, I just look around and I'm like,
I'm better than that guy, that one over there.
This is our society? Like, really? This is what we have going for us right now?
Dude, I go to Walmart. I don't even hesitate.
I mean, I do too. Believe me. Like, it's not my top choice of grocery.
I do not go into Dollar General. I do not go in.
You're too good for Dollar General?
I'm too good to go. No, I don't go in there. I can get my bleach somewhere else. I'll go to H-E-B and just spend the extra 2.5 cents. I don't go into Dollar General. I've been into a Dollar Tree and one Dollar General. And outside of that, I feel the same way about that as you feel. Walmart, I mean, it's like going to the Macy's.
Okay.
I mean, I don't understand you. That's way. I mean, you're really too highfalutin. I mean, just feel like you're going into Macy's when you go into Walmart compared to some of the other places you go into.
In what way is Walmart like Macy's?
Like you walking into Taco Bell and feeling like you're high and mighty in a Taco Bell. That's gross.
You got good people in there, man. Trying to get authentic Mexican food. What's the deal?
There's greeters. Have you ever met a greeter in Walmart? Have you actually taken time to go and shake their hand?
Yeah, I say hello. They're like, what? Can't hear you. Those old asses.
Just say, hey, when you do that, just say, hey, thank you for your service. Just like you'd be greeting somebody from military when you go into Walmart.
They're not the Girl Scouts. I'm not thanking them for their service.
Wow.
They're not troops. What are you talking about?
They're just from all walks of life.
They gotta check my receipt now when I leave. You know that bit at Walmart?
Yeah, that's Costco's when they mark it off like I'm going to steal from you.
Right. Costco and Sam's Club have always done that, but now Walmart over the last couple of years have added that. I mean, I'll have one thing. I'll throw the receipt away because I'm like, I don't need the receipt. I bought one thing. And I got some old ass who's gonna die in 2 years. Like, what? You got your receipt? And I'm like,
no, it's back there in the counter garbage. Well, you need to take that back.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, you got to dive in there. I was like, you dive in there, old man.
Oh, God.
Make yourself useful here. They're bag.
They're greeters. They're like, and when you go to the United Nations building, that's what you see. The greeters, they shake your hand, you thank them for their service, and you move along. You don't do what you're doing to them. Man.
Walmart and Macy's both have an M and an A in their name. That's where the comparison ends, says Jason. Yeah, I don't know. Like, once again, I still go to Walmart. I don't boycott it. Like, they got a bunch of stuff. They've got good prices.
There you go.
Not as good as they used to be. So it's not like the store itself. It's just the people in the store, the workers, but also the customers who are in there.
Those people?
Like, what are you doing here? They put on clothes like that. Why are you walking in public looking like this?
Because it's
you got guys in bare feet. You got people with dogs. You got they just got out of bed.
That's what they call.
You got like belly shirt. You got like 400-pound people wearing belly shirts. Like, what are we doing?
God. Oh no! Now you're gonna make me take my phone out at Walmart's now. Why must you do that to people? That's not good. That's not being neighborly. Those people need to get their stuff too.
They need to be more neighborly to me because I have to see them with my eyes. All right.
Belly shirts.
God. Are you going to this Super Bowl party? You're not going to this, are you?
No, I'm not going to that.
I mean, how much of the game is going to be watched at this party?
Oh, Taylor. I know she is again. I will lend them my Taylor Swift autograph pen pal deal. You think they'd put that up? Hell yeah, they'd put it up.
Someone would steal it.
Oh, no.
It's got her handwriting on it. Dude, someone is
And
stealing
and
that.
her guitar pick.
Yep.
I didn't even know she played the damn guitar. I didn't know she played an instrument.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
She's just strumming. She doesn't really she's not like the what is it, the Food Fighters or whatever it is.
Not the Food Fighters?
Yeah, isn't that a group?
No, there's no D. It's just Foo Fighters.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I like the Foo Fighters. I'd be more inclined to go to one of their Super Bowl parties than a Taylor Swift Super Bowl party. Yeah, I think I figured out why so many sports fans hate Taylor Swift and Taylor Swift fans. Think about it, Buck. When you're a sports fan, you go through years of pain and suffering and misery.
Well, so does she with all her boyfriends. Yes.
And maybe if you're lucky, your team will win you a championship in your lifetime. If you're luckier, they'll win you two. But more often than not, when you're a sports fan, your year is going to end in heartbreak and tragedy. And here comes these Swifties. Their first year of being football fans, their team is in the freaking Super Bowl, and they're one win away from winning a championship. I think that's a big part of why football fans are so mad. Look at the two Texas teams, right? The Texans, they've been around since 2002. They've never made it to a conference championship game. You got fans of the Texans from day one who have never seen their team play in a Super Bowl, and yet year one, all these Swifties are getting to watch their team in a Super Bowl. Think of the Cowboys fans.
Girl has 4 winning albums. I mean, really? Come on.
Think of Cowboys fans born in the 90s like me. You've watched your team for almost 3 decades now, just let you down time and time again. You haven't seen your team close to a Super Bowl, let alone in one. And here go all these Swifties, man. Their first year of liking the sport, they're playing for a championship.
Yeah,
I think that's why
I've been a Vikings fan forever, and I got none.
You haven't
0.
seen Jack, you know what, right? So I think that's a part of it. It's like, God, if the team sucked, if the Chiefs sucked, I think people would be like, it's no big deal. But because Taylor Swift's boyfriend's team is awesome and they're in the Super Bowl again, I think that is a big contributing factor to why these football fans are so up in arms about her.
Well, my early lean Taylor Swift is your guys aren't winning.
Oh,
your guys are losing.
You're going to bet against Mahomes?
Yes, I am. Right,
Mr. 9-1-1 as an underdog?
That's right. As of today, I'm leaning the 49ers. Okay. And that little Brock Purdy guy. Yes. Little Joe Montana.
Little Joe Montana?
Yes.
Brock Purdy?
Yes.
God, I mean, just because he plays quarterback for the Niners?
Yes, and he'll have a victory like Joe Montana. He'll have one. Steve Young, he's going to be in the same mold as those guys once this is over with. We're talking about Brock Purdy here. He's winning it. So far, in my mind, he's got it.
Didn't Joe have 4?
Yeah, he's had a few.
Yeah, so it'll take Brock Purdy a while to get there.
He won't be around by then. Don't worry about that. They'll moved on.
No, so he's not Joe Montana. He's not that guy.
He's not that guy, but he's that guy this Sunday.
All right. Well, the earliest you could give your 5 to 10,000 unit play is tomorrow. We'll see if you've got one for the people tomorrow or Friday. Of course, you can wait till Friday before you make your call, but the people are going to want the Gold Star Lock. You know that.
Well, the Gold Star Lock to start is tails. Just write that down right now. You got a 50-50 chance. That's already locked up. Tails it is.
Tails never fails.
Yeah, by the way, Taylor Swift may be one of the captains for Kansas City. What do you think of that? No? Oh, no. You don't even want to see that, do you?
That is more absurd than your Taylor Swift is going to be joining Usher on stage at halftime prediction.
Well, we all know that. We all know that's going to happen. That's not even a bet up there anymore. That's happening.
I'll take that bet if you want to bet it.
She's going to be on that stage.
You think so, huh?
Yes.
Singing a duet with Usher?
Dude, she doesn't even have to sing. If she walks across like Giselle walked that 100-yard for the Olympic Games, when Giselle walked the length of that field with that walk, that's all Taylor has to do. She doesn't have to say a word. Just come across the stage.
It's going to ruin Usher's life if she does that.
No.
She wouldn't do that. She wouldn't pull a Kanye West to Usher. That's my biggest argument against that. Right? Kanye West hijacked her stage one time, and I don't want to say it ruined Taylor Swift's career because she's turned out fine.
The next album that Usher puts out will be the first in the last 15 years. But when his next song that comes out is an automatic hit if she's on that stage.
I can't argue that.
That's a big thank you. That's more of a thank you. And it's not taking away from your day. It's making you money.
Yeah.
So bring that on. That's happening.
Ain't happening. No chance.
Plus,
all right.
That group's getting beat by at least 10.
You want to hear from some of the members of the two teams? Not Taylor Swift. Some of the actual guys who will be playing in this game on Sunday.
For sure.
All right. Let's hear from Brock Purdy first, the Niners quarterback. You're calling him Little Joe Montana. Was he a midget or something?
No, Little Joe.
Not so fast, midget. Not so fast.
Thank you for that one, Lee. Here is Brock Purdy talking about his mindset in the Super Bowl.
I mean, the bottom line is, life isn't about you. That's what I believe, being a part of something bigger than yourself. You get wrapped up in getting all the glory and the fame and the status. I feel like that's a shallow life, and that can fade away pretty quickly. So for me, it's obviously, we're playing the Super Bowl. I'm very honored and thankful. I want to win a championship for this organization, but more than anything, I'm trying to just serve my guys on this team well and love on them well, and the whole organization and everyone in my life. That's how I view it. So
corny but so true. Good job there, Little Joe.
Boring.
Come on.
That guy sucks.
That guy is a baller right there.
Oh, I said it yesterday. He's got the personality of an auditor, man.
No, he's good.
He is so boring.
They just love him. That team loves him, and they will play for him.
Apparently he loves up on his teammates. I don't know what exactly that means.
Yeah, Mahomes. I mean, what the hell is that? We're going to hear that Andy Reid eating burgers, trying to steal fries and shit. Come on, man. Come on, Hamburglar, back up.
You don't like the commercials?
No, Jake from State Ass Farm. No.
Jake from State Ass.
I'm a progressive guy anyway. What's her name?
Flo, Big Flo?
Not Big Flo, just Flo.
And Jamie?
Yeah, Flo and Jamie. Forget all that other Mahomes, Otto.
What about Kelsey and Kelsey, how much you could save by bundling your home and auto? You don't like that one either?
No, I don't like. No.
The MVB, the most valuable bundler?
No,
Patrick Mahomes?
Keep Jake in his car. Jake probably drives one of those little small Italian cars anyway.
You think so?
You don't think that guy drives a truck, do you?
Which Jake? White Jake or Black Jake or Oscar from The Office Jake?
No, Black Jake with the guns. That dude drives one of those little Italian sports cars, those little teeny ones,
Like a Mini Cooper or
he drives a Cooper. That dude drives a Peanut. Yep. With a helmet on it, yes.
What a random accusation there.
Sorry about that, Jake. He doesn't drive a 4Runner or any of that shit. He just drives one of those Mini Coopers. I know he does.
What's the most feminine car out there? We can ask that to our listeners as well.
By the way, I did drive a Mini Cooper once. Man, can those things get up and go. I just don't want anybody to hit me when I'm in one of those.
Did you own a Mini Cooper?
No, I drove one. I rented one and took it from here to Dallas once. Man, they got some get up and go.
Do they?
Yeah, but when you get beside those 18-wheelers with that thing.
Yeah, you start like swerving to the right.
I don't want it to go sideways.
Dude,
make it do that.
If the wind is gusting more than 10 miles an hour, you better be careful of that.
Don't roll the window down while you're flying. That thing will take off. Don't do it. That's the only thing. They got good speed. They got good pickup because I think they're truly like BMWs, right?
I don't know.
They're part of that family. But no, Jake drives one of those.
Is this another Walmart to Macy's comparison here? The Mini Cooper to the BMW?
No. Mini Coopers, it's just a feminine sort of car. When I see dudes walk out of there like I did myself, I wanted it for the speed. The guy at the rental place, Enterprise, where you can become a person there right after you graduate from college.
Yes.
And many of them have. So I enjoyed the ride. I really did. I took that baby on 281 and I was horrified the whole time.
If Texas Sports Unfiltered fails, I'll be at Enterprise picking you up. That's where I'll be. Let's hear one.
Give me the hookup. Nice.
Yeah. I don't think I ever showed you this picture. Maybe you've seen this somewhere. I know some of the other shows on TSU have talked about this, but there's a picture of Patrick Mahomes from the Inside the NFL show on HBO. This is after one of the Chiefs' playoff victories, and it's Mahomes shirtless, like giving a celebratory post-game speech to his teammates in the locker room. And here's the picture. And got a little dad bod going on. For
dad
Patty
bod
Mahomes.
right away. He's got boobies already.
Does he?
Yeah. I mean, that dude doesn't spend a lot of time in the weight room. He's not looking for a six-pack. Only six-pack he's looking for if you toss it to him.
Well, it's funny you say that because Monday night at Super Bowl Media Night in Vegas, Mahomes was asked about this picture, and he claims that he actually does have a six-pack.
Another Super Bowl for sure. I have a six-pack. It's just under the dad bod. So it's just, if you feel, there might be some skin there, but then underneath that, the six-pack's there. You just got to get real close, and you got to squint a little bit, and I think you'll see it.
No, you got to cut a little bit. You don't have to squint. You got to have to cut some of that other stuff away to find it. That's what you're going to have to do.
You don't buy that claim that Mahomes has a six-pack under there? It's just
only six-pack he's catching is the Bud commercials where Peyton Manning is throwing it from his bar out at patrons. That's the only six-pack he's going to get.
Get this man some Holstad, baby.
Wow.
Mahomes is a Texan. He'll be drinking some Holstad beer. He
They
knows
will.
the deal. He knows the deal. But yeah, it's
this Sunday though.
It's got to be a little embarrassing that this guy's just cooking up the rest of the league, right? This guy's running away from people on the football field. This guy's the best player in the sport right now, and he looks like this. Not quite the model of athleticism from a physical standpoint.
No, and he's a good baseball player. He doesn't even look like a baseball player. He looks like the gardener.
The gardener?
Yeah. The guy that comes and tills the fields. That's what he looks like.
Aren't you a gardener? You're saying he looks like you?
Oh no. I'm the big man. I'm off the sugar.
How's the workout regimen going?
Going good. Off the sugar is even better.
Yeah, that's not going to help you gain weight. I feel like you're going to lose more weight with that.
No. After we get the little surgery and get rid of some bad stuff, the weight will come, and then I'll be svelte. I won't look like Patrick Mahomes. I guarantee you that. That dude looks like he should be. He looks like he's down in Miami. All he needs is those pair of grape smuggler underwear down on South Beach. You fit right in.
Like a banana hammock?
Yes.
You think we're going to see Mahomes rocking one of those things?
You know he's got one.
No chance he does.
With that body, he has to have one.
Oh, my God. Absolutely 0% chance that Mahomes is rocking a Speedo
He's
to the
rocking
beach.
the Speedo. That's right.
God.
Him and Kiffin down at Bo Della Visca or whatever the hell it is. That's what they wear. He wears those little tight ones. He wears a banana hammock.
What, man, you're throwing a Mini Cooper on Jake from State Ass, and you're throwing a banana hammock on Patrick Mahomes.
Yes.
Bold claims here, man. You're taking shots at people. This is libel. This is slander this morning.
No, it's not. I got Little Joe. Little Joe's ready to go Sunday.
Little Joe, the most boring person on the face of the earth, is trying to win a Super Bowl against Kermit, the quarterback.
Kermit, the quarterback, is not winning Sunday.
Patrick Mahomes.
It's just a Wednesday, so tomorrow I'll give you the real lowdown.
There we go.
I'll
We'll
give
talk.
you a 5,000 unit play on tails. Go ahead and take that. Don't be afraid. That starts you out before it even starts. You got 5,000 units in your pocket.
I'll
kick off.
I'll type that in. I'll type that into the phone right now that you've got 5,000 units on tails. I got to tally up your overall numbers following the conference championship games. You did miss your first pick of the playoffs. Yeah, you're 7-1 in this postseason. You started 7-0, but your miss was the NFC championship game, and now I'm worried. Like, did you lose your hot streak? Did you lose your magic?
I didn't lose it like the Texas Longhorns did last night.
Yeah, well, let's finish with that. Before we do, we'll give some shout-outs to some more sponsors. We've got some love we've got to dish out, Buck.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, our good friends, Dr. Greg Eckert. I've got to go see Dr. Eckert because I keep sticking things in my teeth trying to move things around the wrong way. And for Dr. Eckert, you don't have to do that because he knows how to do it the right way. I mean, he does everything from general dentistry to the most advanced work. Now, I need some general dentistry done, BK. I need some teeth cleaning. That's why I'm in there picking. I got that new water pick deal. I haven't put that together yet. That's gonna take me a day before I do that. So I'm in there with the little units digging in there, trying to clean my teeth. What I need to do is go see Dr. Ecker. They can get that done for you, and they'll get it done in a hurry. If you've got to have your teeth cleaned, if you have to have your teeth whitened, you can get it done with Dr. Ecker. But if you do interested in veneers, that is the guy. Now he's done, how about this, over 1,500 cases of restoring teeth. And if you can, he'll find out for you, or you'll find out from him, are you a candidate for dental implants? Now that's a one-day deal. If you got a couple teeth that have been bothering you, he'll replace those and he'll put in permanent dental implants. Find out if you're a candidate by giving him a call at 512-345-3166. He is the very best. Talking about a guy who makes you calm and feel at ease when you walk into a dentist's office. They do just that at his practice, and they've been doing it for years. And I love going to him, and especially when it comes to teeth cleaning. There are a lot of folks that are kind of rough with cleaning your teeth. He's got some assistants there to do a fantastic job. I've had people that almost have had their knee on my lap trying to get in there and get inside of my teeth. Not at Dr. Ecker's office. They've got pros there. As I said, they do everything from general dentistry to the most advanced work. And restoring teeth and getting those veneers and also giving you the confidence that you really, really want. Look at the Denzel smile. Look at that. And I'm now working on the Denzel money. That's what I'm after now. Yes, I'm after that cash now, Denzel. I got your smile. I'm about to get your cash.
What are you going to rob him or something? What are you talking about?
Don't give out the plan.
You're gonna stick his stuff in your teeth?
512-345-3166. He's our dentist. Should be your dentist also.
Yes, indeed. And find out if you're a candidate for those veneers. But also, I can tell you are a candidate for Olipop.
Yes, I am right now.
Everybody's a candidate for Olipop. It's great tasting soda that's actually good for you. You know what? I might go to Walmart today to get some Olipop.
What?
Might do a little people watching here. Whenever I'm having a bad day, I just walk into Walmart and I'm like, God, I'm better than all of you. My life is better than yours. That's why I go to Walmart. But hey, they have Olipop there.
My greeter's job. I'll be a greeter eventually there.
You got about 40 years before you're of greeter's age with
Thank
some
you
of those.
When they thank me for their service, thank my service, that'd be great.
Old bags. Olipop is great stuff, man. It really is a game changer. The Buck's a believer. Chip drinks it all the time. Rodney drinks it all the time. I drink it all the time. It's great tasting soda that's actually good for you. I'm telling you. I don't know how they did it, but they did it. A healthy drink that you're actually going to enjoy consuming. Tastes just like the soda you grew up sipping, but it has tons of health benefits too that's going to support your digestive health. Every time you're drinking Olipop, you're doing good to your body, and you're doing good to your taste buds as well. Get you some wherever you buy your groceries, Walmart, Target, H-E-B, Costco. They've got it all, Whole Foods as well. Wherever you go, you can get that Olipop. Also, shout out to BetUS. If you want to take the Bucks' advice, you want to put a bunch of money on tails, maybe 5,000 units worth of money on tails, you can do that at BetUS. If you're watching on YouTube, just click the link in the video description below. If you're listening on the app, just click Explore Our Socials on the homepage of the app, and you'll be able to find the link to BetUS there. You make an account, you deposit $50, and boom, you'll be on your way to winning. Also, they're going to match your deposit. They're giving you free money to sign up. And, you can win more money betting on the Super Bowl this weekend or betting on college basketball tonight or the NBA or the NHL. It doesn't matter. Any sports, but especially for the big game, they've got you covered at BetUS where the game begins. And, of course, got to show you our man Dan Covert and our woe man Hayden Covert.
There you go.
From our friends at Covert BK.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Oh, yeah.
It's unbelievable they had studios for us at that place. I'm surprised they didn't put us in a service bay somewhere. Although those are clean as clean can be too. So that was unreal.
It was unreal. Yeah, we should do a show from one of those service bays next year.
And interview the guys, the engineers that are there. Tell them to come over here and have a talk with us.
Yep.
The Tubinator, and the high fives there that they have inside of those vehicles. I know all the regardless of a car. I can almost change the oil. I can turn the cap where the oil comes out and hits the pan. And then I don't know what to do from that point on.
That might be more than I know. I'm decent with cars, but I've never changed my own oil. So
you have not done that before?
No, never tried. I'm sure I could learn. I'm sure I could, but I'll just go somewhere to do it because I know they're going to do it right.
I wonder if the girl that I dated before I got married ever listens to the show when I tell people that I remember when she got a flat tire and we were in the parking lot by Jim's and we looked back and she was telling me, my dad taught me how to change a tire when I was a teenager. I said, that's good because you're going to have to change this one because, I've got a really bad back. So I can't get in there and do all that winding around and, putting that jack and laying up underneath that car and possibly having that car fall on my chest because I'm very important to me. And she changed the tire right there.
She did?
Yeah, she did.
Who is this? Is Carly Simon?
No. Before I met my wife. That's pretty recent.
I hope Carly Simon was before you met your wife.
Yeah, that was too. Yeah, but this one was. I felt really, really bad. No, I've changed one tire in my life. That's why I have that AAA people. I don't mess with tires. Somebody can get hurt doing that.
Sure.
Right?
Someone can't get hurt doing anything with the car.
Yeah, and most likely it would be me.
I trust the Coverts and I trust Paul's Motorworks. Those are the two places that I go.
There you go.
To get my car taken care of.
Absolutely, brother.
All right, so we started the show talking Texas basketball, but of course for the later arriving crowd, still worth talking about Texas hoops. Tough one last night. The Longhorns just didn't show up in the first half. They trailed by 17 at the break. They had only scored 19 points in the first 20 minutes. It was a season low for any half this year for the Longhorns. They fought back, though. They were down by as many as 18 at one point early in the second half. They cut the deficit to 3 a couple of different times in the final 5 minutes, but the Longhorns were never able to tie the game. They were never able to take the lead, and they ended up losing their fourth home game in the last 5 that they've played at the Moody Center, and it's disappointing. Look, when you talk big picture, like if the season ended today, Texas would still be a tournament team. Like that's not the type of loss that knocks you from safely in the field to outside of the field. But Buck, it's a scary recurring trend for Texas that needs to change. Like they've got some home games. They got some very winnable home games, including one this Saturday against West Virginia. If they can't find a way to win in Austin, then they won't be playing in the NCAA tournament this year.
Yeah, they'll win this game. This is a game that they'll win. And that game last night should have been a game that they won too. That whole thing since Houston, as I said, there's nobody else in this conference. I mean, to play Houston as close as they did when Houston was very aggressive on that day, and to play them toe to toe, you still lost. And I said, yeah, that's one of those losses that help you get a little bit better. Last night was a loss that made you look very, very sad. When you have 2 scores and when you have a starter that's been playing guard for you for the last 2 years, they couldn't come up with 6 points. I mean, that's pretty sad. And I mean, I don't know what to expect on the road or at home after this loss yesterday, because that's a game you shouldn't have lost. You were just about equal with them in everything except for that final score. Yeah, there's a tale of 2 halves, but in this conference, once again, it gets down to those last couple minutes. Somebody has to score more than the 2 guys that you expect to score. Somebody else has to step up and make some baskets. And it's got to be Tyrese Hunter. I mean, we're just sitting around waiting for that guy to do something. Obviously, there's not another player. Rodney Terry would be playing somebody else. There's just no way in the world you can have your starting guard play 30 minutes and have 0 points. And as you said last night, he wasn't that great on defense, and he had turnovers.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's nobody else, is there not anybody better? Are you afraid to put somebody else and give them an opportunity? Obviously, it tells me they don't have another player.
Yeah, I mean, look, you would like to think you can rely on Tyrese Hunter, right? He's a 3-year starter in college basketball. This is obviously his 2nd year in Austin, and he's done enough over the course of his college career to where you should be able to rely on him to give you something, but he's in a funk right now, man. And I don't think Texas has really any options that they could turn to right now. And they obviously have other players on their roster that they could go to. But you really need Tyrese Hunter to figure it out. I mean, Chris Johnson is a name that maybe would make sense, but that's a true freshman right there. Like,
Saturday you're at home against West Virginia, give him a shot. Get him in the game and put him on the court and let him play a little bit then,
Be nice. Yeah, I don't think Texas is going to do that in significant minutes. I mean, if they have a big lead against West Virginia, maybe you give Chris Johnson some run, but I don't expect Rodney Terry to make a change to the starting lineup. Like when the starters are announced on Saturday against West Virginia, Tyrese Hunter's still going to be in the starting.
Yeah, when Tyrese Hunter doesn't score any points in the first 8 minutes, then bring that kid in. Why? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think Rodney Terry made a mistake. He made a couple of mistakes last night, but Kendall Weaver not being on the floor late in the game was a questionable one. Like, we went back to Brock Cunningham playing more minutes than Kendall Weaver. Brock played 29. Kendall Weaver played 19. Now, Brock had one of his better games. I think my bigger issue is I think Weaver should have been on the floor instead of Tyrese Hunter. Like, I would have rather have had Weaver and Cunningham on the floor and just had like one true guard with Max Asmus instead of having Hunter playing and Weaver on the bench, because Hunter was a total liability last night on both ends. So, and you got that guy just missing shots, turning the ball over. Another dagger bucket that Iowa State hit in the final minute. Hunter just was lazy getting over a screen, and Lipsy blew right by him and found the big man for an easy dunk. Like, he was horrible, and he was horrible for the whole game, and yet he's out there in the last few minutes just costing you the game after you work so hard to come back. You still have this same guy just dragging your boat down like an anchor.
Yeah, that's what I'm just saying. We need, if there's somebody that's practicing with you every day, and even though he's a freshman, I mean, Saturday seems like the day that you give him, after 8 minutes or so, let him come in for 3. Let him get a taste of it. I mean, are they saving him for a reason? Is there we're looking?
He's probably not that good. Like, if he was ready to go, he'd be playing, I think. Like that, it's, because Tyrese Hunter has played so bad. It's just 3 games in a row, and really 4 or 5 where he's just done nothing for you. Like, if Chris Johnson or anybody else was ready, I would like to think RT would make the move. But this team doesn't have a lot of depth. I mean, they're 6 or 7 deep right now, and that's not including Chris Johnson, who doesn't.
Oh yeah, they don't have a big man for the other big man who scores 5 a night.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
Shedrick they can put in.
Yeah, Shedrick played just 10 minutes last night. Like, he's not the player you thought you were going to get. And I think most of that has to do with the injuries, but it is what it is at this point. Yeah, I mean, it was one guy last night. Dylan DeSue brought Texas back into the game. Texas played better defensively as a unit, but Dylan DeSue at one point scored 16 straight for Texas. He was a one-man show getting the Longhorns back into the game. It's just nobody else could do anything for this team. So,
and Asmus is not, volume shooter. He's not going to have those nights every night where he's just shooting great. Yeah. I mean, 13 for him is not enough for this team to win. No, not when nobody else is scoring. Somebody else has to score.
Yeah, Iowa State's guards, they're long, and they played physical.
Yeah.
That was clearly part of Iowa State's game plan, was to play physical, to not give Asmus or Hunter any space to operate, and it worked. I mean,
and Hunter's big enough to make his own space, so I don't get it with him.
I mean, he's 6 feet, and he's going up against guys who are bigger
6'3".
than him. Yeah, I mean, 6'4", 6'1", and Iowa State put size. They had a 6'7" guy on Asmus for at times yesterday. So give them credit. It was a great game plan, and I wish Texas would have made it more of a point of emphasis to give DeSue the ball early in the game, especially when the guards were struggling the way that they were. It's like, all right, Dylan DeSue he's a tough guy to guard, and Iowa State clearly couldn't contain him. So I wish maybe in the first half Texas tried to find him a little bit more than they did. Yeah, you can't spot good teams 18-point leads and expect to come back.
No, and Mitchell has to have the games that he's been having every game. He can't have a night where he takes off, not in this conference, because his team's never going to blow anybody out. They're always going to be in a dogfight, so they need him to be at least what he has been, and he wasn't last night.
He was okay last night, not as good as he was against Houston or TCU. He's not the guy I point fingers at, though, for yesterday. Like, it's Tyrese Hunter's a problem right now, and I don't know what to do to fix it. He's got to get this figured out if Texas is going to make some noise. Once again, I think they can make the tournament, even if Hunter's playing inconsistently. But if they are going to win a game in the tournament or make any sort of run in March Madness, they have to get that guy out of this worst stretch of his career. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it's going to take, but
Drew, I know this. They got to win them all at home now, because I mean, as well as they've played on the road, like I said, I don't expect them to go to Houston and win. I don't expect them to go to Kansas and win after what I saw last night. I have no expectations of that. And they do have to go to K-State, correct?
No, that game's at home.
That's just a home game.
Texas has 4 home games remaining, and they're all very winnable. They're going to be favored in all 4. Like, the toughest home game they have is OU, and they beat the brakes off of OU in Norman. They've got West Virginia, they've got K-State, they've got Oklahoma State. Those are 3 of the worst teams in the league. Now, they already lost to one of the worst teams in the league, UCF, at home. So I'm not guaranteeing 4 wins right there. But, yeah, with the road games that you have left, you better win at least 3 of those. You want to go 4-0. You better win at least 3 of those. If you don't, then Selection Sunday might be a long day for us.
Yeah, that us against the world thing on the road, when your guard's playing the way he's playing, I'm not buying into that, what they got away with at TCU. I think their moral victory against Houston is starting to fade away after last night. That just faded out.
Their home games, we told you that. How about these for your last 4 road games, right? Texas has 8 games left, 4 here, 4 away. At Houston, at Kansas, at Texas Tech, at Baylor.
There could be 4 losses.
There could be 4 losses there. So that's why, you better make sure you're winning your home games, especially considering that they're against inferior competition.
That's why you should have won that game last night. There's no reason to lose that game last night.
No. Credit Iowa State. They were the better team. And no credit to Adrian Branch, the color commentator on Longhorn Network, who didn't know what color jerseys Iowa State was wearing last night. That was absolutely insane. Longhorn Network. Can't wait for that to be over.
Oh, man.
It was some sort of
he said maroon.
Maroon. Like, come on, dude. And I think I texted you guys just on the text chat there where I'm like, come on, guys. Little prep here.
Dude, you can't prep to have eyesight. You can either see or you can't see. And the guy can't see. Like, I don't – what do you do to prepare for that at his age?
Well, and I really wondered, I mean, had the dude watched this team before? I mean, some of the stuff he was saying, I'm like, come on, man, watch some video.
They have a prep. They have a prep they do before games, right, when they're on TV?
I know anytime
they don't just go up that day, do they?
Well, some people do, I think. They just kind of roll out. Just kind of roll out and go to work. Jeez Louise.
Could have fooled me.
Shit drives me crazy. Stuff like that, I tell you.
Well, Therese Hunter was driving me crazy last night again, getting all those minutes and scoring none of. Dude, they needed 6 points from somebody. 6. Where's the 6 points? Come on, guys.
Hey, BK, what if talking there about Taylor Swift and all that? By the way, Wags, how you doing, brother?
Hey guys, what's up, man?
So what if back in the day, remember we had Jessica Simpson before Taylor Swift and all that. We had Jessica Simpson as a homosexual. Didn't quite get to the Super Bowl.
Oh, Jessica Simpson. Oh, little Tony Romo there for you guys.
I did like that
man. Hump day, baby.
I told BK, you can get all that stuff that they got. You don't have to mention the word Amazon. Just go to Walmart. They have all of those little shiny items there. I don't like hearing about Amazon.
I messaged Super Bowl Stu. I actually sent him a screenshot of what you said. He said he's fucking ready. He said you send him to that party and he will crash that table. He'll just dive right into it.
Awesome.
Is he going to Lee's party with all of Lee's best friends?
No, man. Super Bowl Stu's not there. That's where Stu should be.
He goes to Steinberg's party all the time for Super
Bowl. Every year, Lee's closest friends. I get a birthday message from Lee Steinbrenner. I don't even know who the guy is.
I don't.
Lee Steinberg. You don't.
Yeah, I don't know. Nobody knows who Lee Steinbrenner is because that's not a real person.
Or whatever. Yeah, I don't. He don't know who I am. I don't know who he is. But he sends me a damn birthday message every on LinkedIn. Hey, happy birthday, Adam. It's great. Hopefully you're having a great year again. Lee, I've never met you, man. Let's get a drink sometime.
Hey, by the way, that's personal. Real personal.
Yeah, really. Yeah.
I'm sure that's not an automated message or one of his secretaries or something. I'm sure he really took the time to generate a message to me.
That dude was the super agent of all, Lee Steinberg.
Oh, yeah. That's Jerry Maguire.
That's Jerry Maguire.
Yeah, that's Jerry Maguire. That's Ricky's agent, I still believe, and Patrick Mahomes.
You know, I was looking around.
I'll bet he throws one hell of a fucking party.
I was looking around my desk a while ago, just kind of looking for a pen, as a matter of fact, and check it out. I found a washer. I wonder if this is from that airplane thing. You remember the missing bolts?
Could have been.
I wonder if this is.
See, BK, they didn't put any of that stuff together. You can't fly those planes. There's more than just that. You can't fly those planes if they don't put in 4 screws. If all 4 screws are just coming loose, you can't fly. You can fly so many craps in the plane, but you can't fly a plane where the bolts are flying off. It's no way. We're stopping. We're turning around, Wags. We're not doing that. But we're not stopping for crap planes. We're on the move for that. Suck it up, people.
The only person who can't fly that plane is Harrison Ford. Everybody else can fly the plane, no problem.
Why can't Harrison Ford fly a plane?
Because he's tried to fly planes. He's gotten in like 3 plane crashes as a pilot.
Crashed, he crashed a bunch of times. Yeah.
He's like the LHN color commentator. He can't see.
Get off my plane.
Yeah, he's crashed a few, boys. Listen, you guys have a wonderful day. I'll give you some make you some money tomorrow. Call Bet US because I'm going to have
Bet US. Bet on that. Boom. Bet on that. You like that? Bet on that right there. How we doing there, Rodney? How you doing, my man?
Doing good, man. Most importantly, how are you doing, man? Glad you're back.
I'm fantastic. I don't know what everybody's asking me questions about. I'm great. Hey, make sure everybody is liking this page. Make sure you're smashing that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. On this YouTube channel. Also, make sure you're hitting us up on our social media platforms as well. Welcome to the show, everybody. It is Chaos Theory. I'm on social media at Not the Fake Wags on Twitter. Rodney is there at the Rodney R, and then on the gram at the _Rodney R. I'm at the Wagner Wire on the Instagram, and then I believe all other social media platforms. I really do believe. I think it is the Wagner Wire everywhere else, even on TikTok and all other crap like that. But also, if you are mobile, make sure you're hitting us up on that CODA text line 512-222-9328. Happy Wednesday. It is hump day. It's athlete of the day, or athlete of the weekday. We'll be talking about that at the bottom of the hour. But we got some Texas basketball to talk about. BK was all over the damn head, man. I mean, just boom. I mean, hit every damn nail going into the coffin about this team last night. Felt like a little bit of Tyrese Hunter had some Marcus Carr in them. Now, we remember this from 2 years, or maybe hell, even last year. Marcus Carr had a little bit of the yips, right, where he was turning the ball over a little bit and kind of being lethargic with it, and a little bit of a liability to the Texas Longhorn offense. Hell, not just well, for Carr, it was mostly the offense, but for Tyrese Hunter last night, it was a little bit of everything, man. It looked bad. And BK was joking around last night in the text message saying, my God, he's playing for his opposite team. What is he throwing? Well, I didn't even really think about that until BK kind of threw that tongue-in-cheek message out there. But, I mean, if you really want to look between the numbers, I don't think that he was doing anything stupid like that. But, my God, it was – I mean, when you question something like that, that's how bad and that's how inept your performance is. And it didn't look – it didn't help matters that it was his old team and whatnot. But, I mean, look, we talked about it. You can't be inconsistent. That's what this team's being right now, except for Dessou. Like, Dessou looks like he's fantastic. Dessou looks like he is the actual true key cog to take this Longhorn team to the dance if they are going to get into the dance. But they can't be playing. They can't be having the performance like they did again with Tyrese Hunter last night. A guy that when he's on, man, that's the thing. When he is on, dude, this team can fucking roll, bro. With the 2-man game that I talk about, trying to implement that with he and Dessou. If that can actually get unlocked, then this bag for the Longhorns can get unlocked fully, man. It just opens up different types of play for the Longhorns, right? The thing with Tyrese Hunter is he can control the pace. He can go fast and he can go slow. You bring Weaver in, Weaver's fantastic. Like, Weaver has been an excellent change of pace, but that's just like, for me, Weaver goes one speed, and that's fast, blazing speed. And if you're the point guard, man, you got to be able to control the pace up, make the flow, go slow, go fast at times, depending on what that defense is rolling out there and trying to make you do, right? But here's the thing about the Longhorns. Right now, Right now, I think we play a lot better when we are fast, when we were playing fast. When we slow the ball down and try and play half-court basketball, it's not really working to our advantage that way. I think, especially if you're getting beat on the beat on the boards, night in and night out, I think the best way to do that, or the best way to kind of neutralize that, is to play fast. And once high pressure defense, creating turnovers off pressure, getting points off turnovers and pressure, I think that's going to be more advantageous for the Longhorns right now. If you're struggling with Tyrese Hunter to kind of get a basket and kind of be the engine of this team, half-court basketball is not the play right now.
Yeah, man, you stumble out of the gate right there. Looking back at just everything that I was writing down last night, that's the first thing that I wrote. You stumble out of the gate. I mean, you're down 28-15 right there. And Tyrese Hunter, code to text line already going right here, talking about 100-222-9328, of course, with the 512 area code. Was Hunter doing an Art Schleister? You remember Art Schleister throwing those football games, taking bets from his compadre still at ISU, what we were talking about right there.
Was it it that bad last night? More than just BK was making a tongue in cheek.
I really do.
I honestly didn't think nothing. I really didn't think. I thought, he was just having one hellacious game, man.
I don't think that it's anything malicious like that. I talked to a high school football coach one time, and he was talking about his team, and he said the one thing that we are good at, we're consistently good at being inconsistent, and that's really what this team is doing. And I really thought, and I should have known better. I talked about this yesterday on the show. I should have known better, to where I thought that that there was a shift right here to where, Texas, when you stumble out of the blocks like that, and when you're trying to come back, and again, I know this isn't Kansas, I know this isn't Houston, whatever, but Wags, for the life of me,
it's a Big 12 team that's in the top 25.
Exactly. And I still can't figure out, for the life of me, what the Achilles heel is, what the problem is that you can't feed off of that crowd at home. With when the mood opened up, what was it? I think I heard him say 26-1 at one point, and now you can't fucking win a game there. I do not understand what the ailment is with this basketball program being at home.
That is weird, because usually, like, the home underdog is the most placed, or I think it's the most frequent bet, or the most frequent underdog that wins is the home underdog in college basketball, right? And you'd think that, especially with the mood, that the Longhorns would have a little bit of an advantage going into their venue to play. But damn, man, it's not really much of an advantage or a home court atmosphere if you're not even really as ruckus as, hell, we give half of a notion that we are, because it almost does feel like a country club atmosphere still at the mood, right?
Man,
I've only been to 2 games, and it has not been a ruckus crowd, we'll say that, or a ruckus environment.
Well, and that's this is nothing new. How many times did we talk about what the Irwin
Rodney,
Center?
this was not on the crowd last night. All right, this was not on. Let's be sure about that. Come on.
And the whole thing is, the problems at home, you can't blame it on the crowd. It's never the crowd's fault. The crowd's not playing the game. The crowd's not coaching the team. This is. When they scored 19 points in the first half, Wags, that's the lowest all year. That's unacceptable with the people, with the guys that look. I know that we've been talking about, on the program, just across the network, here with Texas Sports Unfiltered and Chaos Theory, that Rodney Terry with this bunch, it's a different team than what he had last year with Chris Beard and what they did last year.
Sometimes you got to be able to, like at one point or another, Rodney, you got to be able to. Rodney, you got to be able to make the change, or at least make the hard changes. Right now, I don't know when that's going to come. I don't know when you're going to bench Tyrese Hunter, and man, I don't know. And here's the thing with Rodney Terry. Maybe he's trying to send a message to Tyrese Hunter of showing a little bit of establish of faith, right? But you are already good for that, RT. You have invested a lot. We know that you are all about your boys and everything, but now's the time where you got to make the crucial decision. Like, hey, do I sit Tyrese, for a couple of games here and let Weaver come in and maybe see if he can kind of be the catalyst and maybe be the engine for this offense here? Here's the thing that you really sacrifice if you take Tyrese Hunter out and put Weaver in, right? Like, I thoroughly believe this. Weaver is fantastic with the ball and control and pace. Hunter is fantastic with the ball and control and pace. Weaver goes hard all the time, but you do have to be able to slow that up. The shitty thing for the Longhorns right now is that we're playing bad half-court offense. So, to me, I think Weaver's style of play works better for the Longhorns right now because we're constantly fast. But for Weaver, you got to be able to dictate the change of pace. That's the only thing. You got to keep the opposition's defense off balance. And right now, it just looks like Tyrese Hunter does do a little bit better job at that. Look, three turnovers last night, 7 assists for Tyrese Hunter. But in 33 minutes, if you're not putting the ball in the basket, man, that's pretty damn tough, especially if you're the point guard, man. You got to be able to at least facilitate. Look, and if the Sioux's having the game that he had last night, I mean, he's got to have a little bit of help, right? I mean, it felt like 20 damn points almost, or 22 points. I can't remember. Might be less than 20. But the Sioux racked. It was literally the Dylan DeSue show coming down the last portion of the game, right? You thought maybe they would be able to come back, but after you said it, like the really inept first half, I mean, but to that point, almost being down 20 and then showing a little bit of resiliency to fight back, and you kind of have to, right? You would expect them to do it at the mood. But, showing the resiliency to fight back, especially against a decent Big 12 team, it still has me a little bit of hope for this team. But man, it's not the Sweet 16 team that we're thinking. They might dance. Like I've heard people say that they'll get to the tournament. They might dance. They got a decent, or I won't say a favorable schedule, but a little bit of a breather, right? A little bit of a reprieve. When you look at the schedule coming up, you think, oh, these are some games that we can actually get this time. So the next 4 games at home, you think that you'll be able to get them, but we'll see.
They're going to get in. I mean, they're going to get in, but
you think so?
Yeah, they'll get in, but it's one of those scenarios.
I'm willing to make a friendly wager with you.
Nice. Well, we can definitely work on that. We can definitely.
Right now,
it's one of these scenarios.
Right now, I'm not a believer. I'm not, and I know I go back and forth. Yeah. Hell, I'm on the bubble.
Yeah. Well, they're going to get in, but the whole thing is, my thing is, you're going to get in, but are you going to win a game? Because this is where, I mean, the consistent, that's what's so frustrating. I mean, it would be one thing to me where, you kind of wish the team was just bad. You kind of just wish that they couldn't do
shit.
The
team is bad. I'll say it. The team's bad. I don't think the team's great. I don't think it's a good team.
But they give you that little, like this. I'm going to bring in Merton Hanks right here. They give you that little ray of hope that maybe you're going in the right direction, and then you get to the game last night, and it's like you start out and you fall straight down, and you have a first half like you did right there. And yeah, Dylan DeSue, 31 minutes, 28 points. What a fucking great! I mean, that was a joy to watch.
He can't be the only guy knocking down shots, Rodney. He can't be the only. You can't have a 6'9". What? How tall is he? 6'10".
I think so.
6'9", 6'10". He can't be your only guy stepping out on the perimeter and knocking down shots. I'm sorry. Yeah. Smith was off last night. Hunter couldn't put the damn ball in the basket at all, and he was 3 turnovers. But look, I mean, somebody else has got to step up and hit a shot. I've been saying that, man. You don't even have when you don't have your second guy available to step up and hit a shot, there's no damn way you're going to win. It doesn't matter what venue you're in. If you don't have people putting the ball in the basket, it ain't happening.
Yeah, you can play anywhere. You can play out there, a pickup game out in the driveway. I talked about this after the weekend. Talked about it on Monday, I think I said on here, when this offense was driving through Max Abmas and Dylan DeSue. We saw what that did. I mean, that was exceptional. But like you said, Abmas was off last night, 13 points. I mean, Dylan Mitchell, 10 points. But, I mean, then you go back to Tyrese Hunter. Hunter. I mean, what's going on right there? It's just the inconsistency, man. I don't know how you fix this. I mean, this is a great point right here that Scott checking in where, and again, it's not for us to say that Rodney Terry needs to be fired.
I don't know. Sometimes there's some personnel decisions I think that RT needs to make. But, I mean, here's the thing, too. I mean, not just personnel decisions. Rodney, when you're not scoring and you need to generate some type of you need to generate baskets somewhere, fucking try and work the ball down low and get the opposition into foul trouble, right? Get to the line, work on some one-on-ones, get in a double bonus, something. Yeah. Hell, what were you? 18 for 20 from the stripe last night. It's a good free throw shooting team. You just got to get to the fucking line.
Well,
like battle the ball down low. All right. Mitchell's been fantastic the past couple of weeks, right? Or the past couple of games. If the ball ain't working down low to the Sioux, rotate, put a on-ball screen in the damn paint, have Mitchell, an off-ball screen in the paint, have Mitchell slide through the damn paint and work the ball down low to him, right? If that doesn't work, kick the ball out, look for another shot, reset your offense. I mean, I'm sitting in the chair here. I don't know how in the hell they can't make this happen. I don't get it.
Well, and this is last night. I mean, when Hunter is doing what he's doing, when he's 0 for 8, get him the fuck out of there.
It's not just. I mean,
where's Kendall Weaver? Put Kendall Weaver in there. You insert this
sets too, Rodney. Try and get the ball to different players. I mean, you have players that are able to make contributions. You just got to be able to. To actually, go with it and actually pound the damn ball inside, or make a concerted effort to get these gentlemen the ball or get them touches. If Mitchell is going to emerge or start to emerge as your 3, then try and involve him into the offense. Don't let him just be a key. Don't let just him be a cog that gets found when the ball just reaches him by instant. Make an effort to actually get him the ball. Work him into your offense.
Yeah, and this is where I do go back to Rodney Terry.
Nobody could shoot last night but the Sioux, by the way.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about that. This is where I do go back to Rodney Terry. It's like, why do you not recognize this stuff? Why do you not make these changes? Call a timeout and just do something to make a change right here. Try to get the momentum back. Try to shift something in your direction. And that's where he seems to be lacking. Yeah, I know it's a different team. I mean, we've heard that over and over and over, but it's the same thing over and over, Wags. It's like here we go.
I'm looking at the line. I'm looking at the box score, and it's just Shedrick too, right? You thought when Shedrick would come over here from Virginia, you'd get a little bit of somewhat of protection at the rim. No, that's not happening either. So not even a defensive stalwart on for him. Brock, you used to see the key contributions from Brock Cunningham. That's not happening either. I mean, putting in logging some decent minutes, but you're not seeing any type of results off of those minutes or productivity off of those minutes here. It was just. I mean, you really want to break it down. It was a bad night. It was an awful night shooting for the Longhorns. And I thought when that happens, you have to be able to notice when you are off, like when your team's just constantly off from top down to on the roster. If you can't hit a shot, try and work the ball down low and try and get to the damn charity stripe and in high pressure defense to try and create points off of turnovers. Because if you're running a half court offense and you're shooting 40% and you're shooting 40%, it's not gonna work for you.
Well,
right, 3 for 14, and the Sioux's your only guy that's hitting perimeter shots. It's not gonna work for you.
And when you start the first half, when you spot the lead that we were just talking about, I mean, again, this is Big 12 basketball, man. This isn't.
And Rodney, the Sioux missed some bunnies too. The Sioux missed some bunnies last night. It was a bad night.
He did, but in the first half, when Iowa State's shooting 52% at the break, you're in trouble. And again, I mean, without Dylan DeSue with what he did last night, I mean, imagine how bad this could have been. I mean, when the ball game starts, it's like
embarrassment. An embarrassment.
It's like I seriously almost turned this thing off. But I mean, we see a game of runs is what we get right here, and luckily on the back of Dylan DeSue, he goes on a run all by himself. But he was like on a 14-5 run by himself. I mean, where is the help? Where is the help? And that's my point. It's like a one-man dude out there just kind of doing his thing, and he has nobody that's contributing anything at that point.
We'll end on a good note here. The one thing, the silver lining that I can take out of a little bit is that you were down almost 20 at the half, and you were able to fight back and claw your way to make it a one-position ball game, within 5 seconds, and then they hit the charity strike, or they hit free throws to extend it to 5, and that's where the contest ended. Dropping 70 to 65 at the Mood. The Longhorns were able to battle back though, but unfortunately it was all for naught, and they take another W. It's going to be tough.
I guess the good thing is, I mean, we talk a lot about boards and all that. You got out rebounded by 1, so I guess that's better. But I mean, if you really look at the stat line and everything, that's the bad part. Where I think in almost everything that you look at right there, except for blocks. Maybe I'm wrong, except for blocks and assists.
Just terrible.
You got
terrible
beat.
Performance.
You got beat. I mean, the 70-65, the kind of the one thing at the end right there, and I was like, yeah, it was a hell of a run right there by Dessou to get Texas back into the ball game. But 70-65, if you really go back and watch this game, didn't seem that close to me. It didn't seem that close to me. But onward,
and
onward to
like,
West Virginia.
Like it was terrible basketball, awful basketball. The one saving grace was Dessou, but like even what Longhorn Bear was saying, when everybody was off last night, everybody was obviously off. All right, that's enough of that shit. Let's talk about something else, man. What else we got in sports here? What else we got? What else you want to talk about, man?
Oh man, we got see Jose Altuve signed a brand new contract.
How about that? You feeling a little bit good about there? You thought he was going to walk?
No. He's made it pretty apparent that he wants to hang around. He wants to be an Astro for life, and that's great. I mean, because he's done so much for the organization right there. So he's gonna be. I mean, it's a 5-year contract. He's in. So you've got that dude. But this is where you kind of look at the Astros. We've been talking about, with what the Orioles are doing, the Rangers, all of these clubs, to where they're preparing for the future. Yeah, you've got Altuve in place. You need to figure out what's going to happen with Bregman. I know that solidifying with the bullpen and all of that, some great moves right there. But I think now you got to focus in what you're going to do with Bregman if you're the Astros, because if you're going to extend this guy, he's made it somewhat apparent, or his agent has, that he may test the market. Martin Maldonado got a good payday last year as a third baseman, so maybe that's something Bregman does. But you've got Altuve. He's Mr. Houston. I guess you can't go wrong with that.
No, I don't think so. What's some other key acquisitions you think that you guys should make in the offseason here?
Well, I think you've got to re-sign what you have. I think Bregman is imperative. You got to get Bregman back in the fold. I think that's with him. I mean, I like with Hader coming in, to add there to Brian Abreu and with Ryan Presley. I think you've done some really good stuff right there with Mauricio Dubon. I think what you have to do is work with the roster that you have in place right now. Mauricio Dubon, to me, it's like, okay, do you want to make this dude your everyday center fielder, or do you want to keep him as a utility guy that's going to be able to do different stuff? He's played first base. He can play any spot in the outfield. It's those type of situations. I think the middle of the staff right here for the Astros is still something you need to address and try to figure out kind of a conduit right there in between your starter into once you get to the closer. Maybe that's going to be what they're going to do with Hader. I don't know. But that's the thing, like we were talking about.
I thought Hader would take over as the closing role.
Well, I really don't have a problem with Presley doing that. And do you shift Presley back? Do you make him the middle reliever?
But I think you do, right? Because didn't Presley lose a few big games for you? Like, didn't he throw the ball away a few times?
He did.
So I was figuring. I didn't know if that's what they were trying to pencil in Presley as their closer. But once I saw the acquisition of Hader, I was like, all right, well, there's your closer. I mean, but Hader blows some games too. So
yeah, well, and so does Abreu. so that's where you've got that whole issue right there as to what's going to happen there. And I mean, we're starting to see things happen with Major League Baseball. Did you happen to hear? I've got some sound for you that I found this morning. Ooh. So the A's, there's been
Vegas doesn't want them. The mayor of Vegas doesn't want him. He's like, maybe y'all suck so bad. Maybe you guys should stay in Oakland.
Yeah.
Right?
Here's the Las Vegas,
that Oakland vibe, that Oakland smell. Why don't you stay in the Coliseum?
Yeah. Here's the Las Vegas mayor this week talking Super Bowl. She was talking Formula One. Then somebody asked something about the A's, and this is the mayor of Las Vegas.
Do you have we probably could cobble together more land so they could possibly have 100 acres, and it's in the historic old part of town, which is where all major interstate highways come together. We have 7 access points to it. It is in an opportunity zone. There are all these benefits. And so when they said no, I thought, this doesn't make sense. And so why is it happening? And then I thought, well, because they really want to stay in Oakland. They want to be on the water. They have that magnificent dream, and yet they can't get it.
Would it be a good thing if the A's do, in fact, move to the Tropicana?
I personally, I'm not talking about anybody else, anywhere else in this community. I personally think they've got to figure out a way to stay in Oakland and make their dream come true. We have about 60.
She's like, could we get the Devil Rays instead, or the Rays?
Clearly she has had a few Chardonnays. What of it? I don't know what she was drinking, but she was having a good time. Very loose at the interview, so to say.
Yeah, I think.
I'm with her. I would actually like to hear the rest of that interview to see how she feels about F1 being in Vegas here. Especially after the fallout that they kind of had trying to shore up the track with the manholes or whatnot. And we'll see about that. A's moving to Vegas. I mean, that's going to happen. I thought that was a pretty damn done deal, so to speak. But other news, the Rangers, talk about teams that were trying to shore up their bullpen or whatnot. The Rangers add Dave Robertson, to their bullpen. So maybe they're trying to shore up a little bit of late arms, late innings. I don't think he's going to actually be your closer, but he could be one hell of a setup man or a late reliever. Rangers adding a little bit of arm to their bullpen as well. Kershaw, the three-time Cy Young winner, is going to stay in LA as a Dodger. You agree with this move?
I like the move for Clayton Kershaw simply because a lot of his career
Does he
has
still
been
have
there.
it though?
I don't know, man. He had that shoulder surgery in November, so we're about to see exactly what he has left in the tank. And I think for a legacy type thing for him, I mean, he's most recognized, it seems like, as a Dodger. So I think the fact that he stays there, it's great for the fan base. They fucking love him there. And I think simply a lot of this was, with the market. I mean, because like I'm talking about with Bregman, if you're in the market right now in Major League Baseball, you look at Clayton Kershaw and you're asking that same question: does he have it left? Is that shoulder good? What can you get from him? And I think for him, it's a situation to where, look, I'm comfortable here. They talk about that, when you talk about the one night stand and all that, well, you're comfortable. I think that's what Clayton Kershaw is doing right here.
Living in comfort. All right, Rodney. Let's tell you about our good friends at Audiovisual Comfort or Audiovisual Consultations, because they will help you live in comfort. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. Super Bowl is coming up. You got a couple of days to maybe call Tom McKay and the crew. I'm not making promises that he can get you in there. Maybe he can finagle a few things, and in Tom's world, anything's possible, but maybe he can fit you into its schedule right now. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. I just talked about it. The aforementioned Super Bowl. Also, we got NBA, we got college basketball they were just talking about. Maybe you can root and cheer on the Longhorns a little bit better from a better TV. Maybe that's the reason why they're losing. If you invest a little bit more in Navy consultations and put yourself with a good Dude's Den or a Princess Palace, maybe the Longhorns win a little bit more. I don't know. Maybe it's on you. avconsultations.com. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. For the past 35 years, they've been setting the standard in audiovisual automation since 1988 in this great state of Texas, the Central Texas part of it, Austin, Central Texas area. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
Because if you're a Longhorn basketball fan, you sure as hell can't count on home court advantage.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Come on, play it strong at the mood, man.
It's coming up. By the way, I mean, checking out games, checking out Super Bowl, obviously coming up. You've got NBA, everything Wags is talking about right there. Daytona 500, all of that. BetUS is the best online sportsbook and casino props, over-unders. I was actually looking this morning. The Taylor Swift stuff is really starting to pop up right there. If you want to get the ladies involved right there, I mean, get yourself one of those accounts and turn them loose with that. It's like, check out the Taylor Swift stuff. Then maybe you can find something right there. You can win big on college basketball, on the NBA, NHL, NASCAR, all of that. I told you, I won $50 with Denny Hamlin this past weekend there at the Clash. If you're watching on YouTube right now at Texas Sports Unfiltered here with Chaos Theory, just click that link below the video and you'll find the link right there. If you're on the free app where you can text in at 222-9328 with the code text line, you can explore our socials. The app is right there as well. BetUS, the link is there. Once again, the best place to bet on sports is BetUS. Super Bowl time. Go out there, make yourself a few units as we roll in. Super Bowl ready, Wags. Hey, I do want to ask you this. I do want to ask you this.
This smells fantastic, by the way.
Yeah,
smells like God.
My gray one is laying over there.
Do I wear this? I don't wear this every day. Do I wear this every day?
I wear my gray one a lot too. I wear my gray one a lot. So I've got to say, so this one, so I had this when we were in New Orleans, and this is what my wife wore to the game. So it smells like perfume. It actually smells good. So I like wearing this one because it doesn't smell like me. It doesn't smell like funk. So that's kind of why I put this one on for the show.
Hey, look, you talk about Bet US and talk about what kind of prop bets we're going to make.
Mm-hmm.
Are we really feeling that Taylor Swift's going to make a performance with Usher? Like that? Isn't that kind of like the ultimate insult to Usher? I mean, sure, it'd be fantastic, to have Taylor Swift sing alongside of you, right? Like, who would have ever? No one's ever going to forget your performance. But isn't it kind of like, you're an afterthought if you bring Usher on, but then hey, what we really want is Taylor here. Thank you for being here, just in case she wasn't going to make the cameo or the Chiefs weren't able to make it to the Super Bowl. Usher, we really appreciate your contributions to the Super Bowl here, but we're going to kind of ask you to exit stage right, or maybe if you just want to do like a little cameo with Taylor Swift, that'd be fantastic. But it's not going to be solely your show like you thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I don't think she does that, and I hope she doesn't do that, because
that
when
would
it's
be
all said
classic
and done
for her, right? Would that not be okay?
If she does it, Wags, when it's all said and done, it's like, who fucking cares about Usher? Taylor came out. I mean, and I do want to touch on one other thing. So you missed this yesterday. Toby Keith passed away. You know that. Yeah, Toby Keith should have been a Cowboy.
Dude, I wasn't watching any of the news. Toby Keith.
Yeah, Toby Keith passed away.
What did he die from?
Stomach cancer. He'd been battling stomach cancer. Yeah, 62 years young. And
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Oh man, so there's been a lot of, little known secret there. I know the guys talked about it this morning, but her first record deal was with Toby Keith's label.
Who was?
He's kind of the one. Taylor's first record deal.
Taylor Swift was with Toby Keith.
Yeah. He got her first deal back when she was a country singer. Solely country singer. She came in as a country singer. And I've seen a lot of different discussions.
I didn't know that. I always thought she was just bubblegum pop stuff. I didn't think she was country.
Man, I teach you these things. You missed it yesterday. They were talking about fancy goggles, and I became Bono from U2 because I've got my own goggles right here. So anyway, and
what the hell? Where do you
like
find the memorabilia? What is this?
Dude, I've got a garage full of shit. These are safety glasses that I stole from a job way back in the day. And they were talking about goggles yesterday that cost $3,500. I'm like, I stole these and you can buy them for $10 at the Home Depot. I put these on. And everybody said I look like Bono. And I guess his name is Bono. Sorry.
It's Bono, buddy. So it's Bono from U2. Yeah, you look great, man. You look fantastic. I did not. Well, one, I didn't know Toby Keith died. I mean, why don't you read the news a little bit there, Wags?
My
I didn't know she was with Toby Keith.
Yeah. My point with that is, and again, everybody's on her ass right now about the Super Bowl and what she's doing. That she's going to try to steal the show. And I saw some conversation that why hasn't she said anything about the passing of Toby Keith? Why hasn't she made a statement? You know what? If they're that close, maybe she's grieving a little bit. Isn't it okay to grieve? I mean, she doesn't have to take to social media and be whatever. Maybe she's upset.
I don't understand why people got to make it their fucking business. Like that's my point. Like staying. I mean, what's that? LeVar. What's the guy's name? LeVar Ball. Stay in your lane. Stay in your lane. No, seriously. Like, yeah, everybody. This is a actual, honest to God truth. Everybody would be so much more happier. I'm serious. You'd be so much more happier if you just paid attention to you instead of everybody else. Just take care of you. If you take care of yourself, everything else will kind of fix itself. Why? Because everybody else will be doing better. All right. We got people so worried about what you're doing that they go out of their way and wreck their goddamn day. Excuse me, Lord, for taking your name in vain, but still, just get off social media. Don't pay attention to any of that shit. stop paying attention to propaganda and just pay attention to you. You take care of you, you're going to be fine. I promise.
Isn't that the whole thing?
That's your PSA of the day right there.
No, I totally love that. And that's his whole thing right here. And clearly, I mean, when it comes to, I've seen where this is going to be one of the most viewed Super Bowls of them all. And yes,
without a doubt. I hate that it's the rematch of San Francisco and Kansas City, though.
I know that's the whole thing, man. I think if this would have been Kansas City with the Taylor Swift thing going on and Detroit, it'd have been like, wow. I mean, it'd have been cool. I think it'd be a whole different narrative, but so what? So what that they're dating? Let them be happy. I like to talk shit about
I don't give two shits about Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift dating. I'm more in all that Taylor Swift and Toby Keith were they weren't an item.
They weren't an item.
Gotcha.
No, if they'd have been an item,
I don't know why I misconstrued that, but
yeah, if they were an item, he'd be in jail.
I was gonna say, because I was trying to do the like that's. I don't know if you were paying attention. I was trying to do the math. I couldn't really carry the one over that well, but yeah, I thought, well, God, wasn't she? How old was she or whatever? But yeah, I don't know why I misconstrued that. But holy hell, no big. So I've always had tremendous respect for Toby Keith just for how he feels for veterans. In a era where I thought people were trying to exploit veterans, Toby Keith seemed genuine in his promotional stuff for veterans. Never was he trying to go out there and tote a veteran around for his sales a little bit more. When you take time out of your tour to go out, do USO shows.
Yep.
No one wants to fucking be there. No one does. To see just what they bring to some of the soldiers and Marines and Air Force men and women all around, serving our country and stuff. When you're able to show up and do a USO show, even the performers there don't want to be there.
Well,
I don't know. I've always when you take time to give to your service men and women, man, that's just going to resonate with me, and I'll be a fan of yours for the rest until you die, and rest in peace, Toby Keith.
And you'll appreciate this very much. I actually heard this story this morning from a very credible source, where they were talking about Toby Keith had gone overseas at one point, to do some work with he wanted to honor you guys, and he wanted to be a part of everything that was going on. He was offered a massive stadium to go out and do a tour and speak to the troops and all this shit. And he said, no, fuck that. I want to go in the trenches, and I want to go where I can shake these folks' hands.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure they didn't let him out too far. Yeah, I'm sure they put him in like in a little command center. You know what I mean?
I'm sure. But he really is one of those guys to where you can go back and the American anthems and everything. And I touched on this yesterday. Forget the politics. Dude loves his country. The guy left us music that is going to last forever. Going to last forever.
It's bad news to hear right there. Toby Keith done it.
Yep. Wags.
Well, I'm glad I do the show. I wouldn't get any news if I didn't do the show.
That's why you hang out with me, dude.
Why am I getting the news before?
Man, I gotta give you a little.
I like to stay off social media. Like you guys know it, man. I think social media is the devil. I think that's where people go to just do nothing but hate clout. And all right, for instance, you put a post out there, right? Mm-hmm. No one gives a shit about your post. They just want to make a comment so that they can steal the likes or steal the viewing or trends and traction off of your post, right? And even the personal shit, or you think it's personal, them doing negative stuff on your post, it's not personal. They're just trying to get more followers and more volume for their brand. It's all hate cloud. It's all selfishness. That's why I stay off of social media. Just do planned and scheduled posts. That's it. And then take your mind out of that bullshit and go I'm not trying to sound like a hippie, but go be in nature, go take a little walk, go ground yourself and go play some video games, something like that. Play some sports, drink some Altstat, but do it responsibly.
That's right. And one of the things that really drives me crazy with stuff is it's always straight to the negative. Like I'm talking about with this Taylor Swift thing. This past weekend, NASCAR did something, and I just briefly will touch on this. NASCAR did something that had never been done before.
You can talk car racing on this show. You know that, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, I know, but I don't.
You always apologize when you talk NASCAR.
I know, but I don't want to take away from football and Super Bowl because we're in the meat of that. There was supposed to be a massive race at the LA Coliseum, the Classic Coliseum that I was talking about. That was supposed to be Sunday night. Weather, I think everybody knows what's going on in Los Angeles right now. Place is flooded. All this shit's going on. NASCAR did something that has never been done before. They moved the entire show up to Saturday night. Less than 24 hours, they just move this shit up. They run the race. And you know what? You know what most of the feedback on social media is? And I don't know why I do this shit to myself. All negative. All negative. Race is going on. Well, goddamn, I didn't know it was on. Why did
I just told you to stay off social media.
I'm telling you, it's crazy. Hey, speaking of NASCAR and different brands that we have, we got to talk about our great friends over at Covert BK, because they have all those brands that you have in NASCAR, except one of them. And of course, you've got the Fords and the Chevrolets out in Hutto, Fords and Lincolns, all of that in Austin. But how about a word about Covert BK from our great friends? And I'll say it again, guys. You guys leave Hayden alone.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife, Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
There it is.
Yes, they are.
Good folks.
Bama and Auburn tonight in college hoops, man. That should be a good one.
Hey, did you see Clemson beat North Carolina last night?
I saw that. Everybody's raving, the Tar Heels are back. ACC's back, man. Dominant conference. Duke, North Carolina was just how it should be. And then Clemson topples North Carolina. And clearly what I thought there, like I just mentioned, Duke and Carolina played this past weekend. I thought maybe Duke took a little bit out of the Tar Heel sails and helped Clemson kind of sneak in there and take one away from the Tar Heels. But I don't know if it was classic North Carolina looking past Clemson or kind of licking their wounds a little bit from the Duke contest. But look, they got. They got.
Yeah.
Clemson, maybe the ACC is coming.
Be right back, Wags.
Go ahead.
Do something downstairs.
Right. Maybe the ACC is coming back and having a little bit of resurgency, right? I talk about this all the time. I still think the strength is in the Big 12 for college basketball, right? You're seeing the Big 10 make splashes. Of course, Purdue, one of the best teams in the league. But I talked about this 2 days ago. I think Purdue can get got. Purdue is only going to be as fast as Edey is, right? And Edey's fantastic. We know how much of a rim protector he is and just dominant inside the paint. But if you're able to run him down and get him, out of breath and winded or whatnot, I think that's the best play for you to attack Purdue, right? And of course, they're going to always want to play half court basketball because of the size that they have. If you can take them out of that and make them run a little bit, go up and down with 100 in full court pressure. And not even to where you're pressing, just kind of where you're just a gnat or just a pest, right? You're just kind of running down a little bit of the shot clock, making them speed up their offense a little bit, or making them get into a little bit of full court type of transition. If you can force them to play fast, I think Purdue is going to actually not be the dominant team that you're seeing so far in the regular season. But besides that, you have them representing the Big Ten. I think the Big Ten is always going to remain strong, but with the resurgence of North Carolina kind of being the blue blood or coming back into blue blood form, Duke's kind of been there. They've had a little bit of regression since Krzyzewski's left, but still. The other key cogs from the ACC starting to emerge and make that conference just a little bit stronger. I would say it's solidified back as the third power in college basketball. Still giving you Purdue, or excuse me, still giving you the Big 12 with number one. But then Big 12, or Big 10 is number 2, and then ACC. The ACC is probably, SEC was making some push. But I think the ACC has retained the third spot and powerhouses for conferences in college basketball.
Yeah, and this is where I go back to where when we have the discussion about Texas dancing is the fact. I know the expectations was
the strength of schedule.
Yeah. The expectations were what they were, but I think that
you got to get a couple more wins. You got to have at least two more convincing wins. And we just talked about they got a favorable schedule coming at home. So.
And that's the thing that's kind of what's scary about it is, I mean, there are some wins that are favorable. I mean, I kind of thought last night was going to be one, but
not after the first half. Like after the first half, I'm like, oh my God, well there goes that. So,
but when you look at this, I mean, kind of the back-to-back right there. You go on the road to Houston. Obviously, played them extremely well at home. I mean, and isn't it weird to say where it's like maybe you don't beat them, but you stay close in their barn. Maybe that helps you.
I'm not a fan of.
I'm not a fan of that either, dude. But I think at this point, that's what we have to hang our hopes on. And then you got Kansas State on the road in Manhattan, and then Tech. I mean, there's some games there. If you could steal one of those, that on the road, I mean, maybe.
I think you can beat Tech. I think you can beat Tech.
You can beat Tech. You can beat Tech. But back to the strength of schedule with the Big 12. I think that's the one thing that hangs in your favor, that's going to get you in there. But that's where I go back to, okay, you get in. Are you going to get bounced in the first round? I mean, the first Thursday or Friday, whatever it is, it's like, oh, shit, here we go again. But that's the expectation right now. This isn't last year's team.
Hey, we do have – it is Wednesday. And we do have to talk a little bit about Athlete of the Week. Now, my candidate for Athlete of the Week comes from the wonderful realm of the X Games and extreme sports. Are you guys into skateboarding at all? Or snowboarding or X Games?
I like the snowboarding. I like snowboarding.
Do you really snowboard?
No, I don't do it. I don't do it. I watch it. If it's on, I'll watch it.
I was going to say, dude, if you snowboard, we go find some sand dunes to go sandboard down, man.
Dude, I've got a frozen shoulder. I can't do that shit. But no, I do watch it. This
athlete is Leticia Buffani, and she is a Brazilian skateboarder and snowboarder. And she's in tremendous shape. But when I watch sports, right, like when I watch the X Games, man, I'm sure you recognize when somebody's hot, but for me, hotness is
especially with those outfits. Yeah,
for sure. But for me, like, hotness is fitness for me. Like, if you're fit and you're one hell of an athlete, that to me, that's just sexy. Like that is the epitome of attractive to me. Leticia Buffani is gorgeous. I mean, she is just an absolute smoke show, but she's also fit. And the things that she can do on a skateboard and on a snowboard. Now, I know we're not going to have, a whole bunch of avid followers of snowboarding and skateboarding, but you have to appreciate what they can do with their feet on a damn board. When half the time people can hardly walk and chew gum at the same time. This is Leticia Buffani, and she is one hell of an athlete, and she is fantastic. You can see her core. Obviously, she's in tremendous shape, but seriously, she's doing the damn 50-50 rail slide right there, trying to grind that down. Imagine what she can grind down on anything else, man. Leticia Buffani, athlete of the week.
Mira nomás, qué hermosa, qué tiempo con ella. Oh, sorry, that's not Brazilian, that's Spanish, but
she would speak Portuguese. But one's in the chat for the dub for Leticia Buffani, please. Again, if you guys don't watch the X Games, she is one hell of a reason for you to be intrigued to watch the X Games, and then you'll find fantastic performances and fantastic runs by all these other athletes, extreme athletes that play in the games.
What's her name? Leticia
Buffani, Brazilian snowboarder and skateboarder. And of course, in Brazil, you come up here for the winters, and then you go back down there for the summers, that's Chile. That's Chile and Argentina. South America. It's still south of America. You switch up the damn summers and winters, and you're able to have winter all year long or summer all year long, depending on which continent or area you want to go to. So that's my lesson on X Games and geology.
For the win. That's one of the best.
For the dub right there, guys. All right. Again, we appreciate all of your contributions and candidates for Athlete of the Week. You can hit us up on our socials. I'm at the Wagner Wire on Instagram. That's probably the best way for you to get the Athlete of the Week to us is Instagram, right? the Wagner wire for me, and then the _ Rodney R for Rodney in terms of getting us your candidates, man. But yeah, she could roll over. Oh, come on, guys. That's what I'm talking about right here. That's what I'm talking about. She could roll over my iron any day. Yeah. Grind it down, man. Grind it down.
Should do it.
All right, my guy. What else you got going on today, man? You gonna watch anything? You gonna watch this Alabama-Auburn game?
I'm probably going to watch a little bit of that, start digging into some Super Bowl stuff. We were talking about Super Bowl memories yesterday. Now, as we get closer to this, I do want to ask you kind of your thoughts with this game as we start diving in, and we can get to the nuts and bolts here in the next couple of days, as we get closer to Super Bowl 58. But
I was going to put some money on Alabama, but I think I'm going to take Auburn in this. Auburn,
the War Eagle, going with the War Eagle.
Go War Eagle. What you got
with this Super Bowl thing? What kind of heat is? I mean, not that he's going to get fired, but for Kyle Shanahan, isn't it about time he wins one?
Yeah.
I think. I mean, he's got a great.
You're going to be. I mean, how much heat do you put on Kyle Shanahan if they're not able to get the job done against Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes? Right. Yeah. Like I'm not giving you an out. You know what I mean? But hell. The one thing that stands off to me for Kyle Shanahan, it's not the loss that he had 2 years ago against the Chiefs. It's the 24-3 lead that he had as an offense coordinator, and that kind of just went to shit. Yeah. But also, I mean, hell, look on the other side of that field. It's Brady and Belichick. I mean, if anybody's going to do it, it's that guy or it's those two gentlemen, right? That's a tough one to get off your back there, man. And then of course, it's not a surprise. You are going up against one of the best preppers in all of football. His record indicates that. And then, on the field, the general that's basically, relaying the greatness of Andy Reid on the sidelines is Patrick Mahomes on the damn field for you. So, and the ball is going to Travis Kelce. You know that he's able to execute regardless of, bracketing him or whatever you're going to put around him. Yeah. And you're starting, Pacheco's going to be a little bit more healthier, right? He's got some couple of weeks to rest up and heal up a little bit. And now you're starting to see the emergence of Rashee Rice. So what you thought that was a sputtering offense from the Kansas City Chiefs, they've kind of congealed and galvanized themselves to be one hell of a well-oiled machine again. Is it going to be enough to get past the San Francisco 49ers, who we all deem to have the best defense going into this postseason? You make a late acquisition with Trey Young and towards the deadline there and shore up a little bit of your edge rushing. And you got to think that these two dudes can throw Patrick Mahomes off of his spot and force him to be as ad hoc or just kind of, reeling, playing backyard football that Patrick Mahomes can do, man. But they're going to have to get after it. It's going to have to be more than just an effort of Young and Bosa there. That's for sure. They're edge rushers. That whole defense of San Francisco is going to have to get after it.
And I see a lot of folks that are really kind of turning up the wick there on Brock Purdy and the questioning of Brock Purdy. And
why is Brock Purdy getting so much hate?
I don't understand that at all, dude. If I'm him, I'm fucking loose as a goose going into this thing. I mean, he to me should be the one with the least pressure. I mean, you know what I mean? The least pressure about answering any questions. He shouldn't have any questions to answer. And I love that, when you get Super Bowl Media Day, you get all these questions. Somebody asked him, I don't remember it at verbatim, about being a game manager, and he pretty much said that any fucking quarterback in the NFL that does a job that does a good job is some sort of game manager. He answered it so nicely to where it's like, look, I've got weapons around me. I'm just doing the job that I'm here to do. I don't know why people are so up his ass. And I think it's a great story. If the 49ers win with him as a starting quarterback, man, Mr. Irrelevant. I mean, it goes on and on and on. I mean, I think it's huge. I think it's huge.
Are we still calling him Mr. Irrelevant?
I still hear that.
Irrelevant.
I hear that, but no, I don't think he's irrelevant at all. I mean, it's like you look at this dude and and we were talking about this yesterday. I'd love your thoughts. So as the season started out, you probably looked at this and you thought, okay, San Francisco and Kansas City, they have very good odds of playing each other in the Super Bowl. As the season went on, like you talked about, it seems like Kansas City kind of fizzled out. San Francisco was going to be the one to beat in the NFC. They kind of, kind of fell back a little bit. Then we thought it might be Philadelphia, might be Dallas, might be Detroit, whatever. But here we are. I think as much as we don't want this matchup, or people don't want this matchup, the fact that these two got through all of that bullshit and are playing in Super Bowl 58, I think that's pretty cool.
I'd still, I mean, it's hard to go back on this, but I still say Baltimore's the best team in the AFC. They just,
I agree,
did not have their best football against the Chiefs. That's for sure. Look, I'm going to call it right now. I think Kansas City wins this. What's the line on this damn thing? I know it's moved. I know it's moved a little bit. I still haven't placed my bet on it yet, but right now, give me the damn score of it. Sorry, guys. Yeah, the line right now, San Francisco by 1.5. Over under 47.5. Now I'm gonna watch this. This is gonna move. This won't stay right there. It'll probably be. It will probably be maybe pick 'em or 1 point for San Francisco at the kickoff of this thing. So watch that needle move just a little bit as the sharps come in on it. I'm going with the Chiefs, especially if the line's going to be this small. I don't know what your return's going to be, but right now, smash money line if San Francisco is going to be the favorite. So, Chiefs just look. They look like they're catching their stride at the right time, man, and that's what we talk about. It's not really the best record; it's the team that gets hot at the right moment, and that was the Chiefs. So
that's really the whole thing. I mean, they've answered a lot of questions. We talked about it. I mean, are they going to be able to win a playoff game on the road? Well, yeah, they fucking did.
Yeah, check in the box. They got that done.
Yeah, they beat two really good teams on the road, and I just think that they're primed up right now. And like I said, man, I keep hearing that thing about Andy Reid. This may be the last ride right here. So
I doubt it. I seriously doubt it. I think Andy Reid's there for a while. Andy Reid's there until Patrick Mahomes starts to decline.
Yeah.
Why would you want to get rid of that? Why would you want to remove yourself from that situation? You know what kind of greatness these two could put up? You think the numbers are fantastic for Brady and Belichick? I'm not trying to get the horse or the cart before the horse, so to speak. And it's hard. It's hard to get two. It's hard to get one, let alone two. But to think that you're going to get 7, I know that's a little bit of speaking out your ass. Again. But holy hell, if there's any other two combos or if there's any other tandems to do it, it's Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. I don't think anybody else will get close to it. Maybe these two do touch it.
I'm kind of the opinion that just what we're seeing in the AFC. I mean, here comes Houston.
Hold on one second.
I mean,
Brock
all
Purdy's
this
31 touchdowns and 11 interceptions. He is not Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah. Well, Wags, it's the weapons. I mean, it's the weapons.
4,300 yards.
Weapons that he has.
4,300 yards. He is not Mr. Irrelevant. We got to stop calling him that.
He's surrounded by the greatness. I mean, that's why.
I agree.
Well, no. I mean,
got a lot of toys to play with, right? But he knows how to play with his toys. That's the thing.
But I think that Kansas City right now, especially with the NFL now, with free agency, with everything, with the portal in the NFL, I think that Kansas City, not that they're on the decline. I'm not saying they're not going to be in the playoffs next year, but I think this might be, not that this is going to be the last time we see them in the Super Bowl, but I don't think we see them in the Super Bowl next year. I think that there is just a lot that's, I mean, Baltimore, Houston, Cleveland, there's a lot. I think that this isn't it.
Ride of the Chiefs? Seriously? You don't think the Chiefs get back here?
Not in the next couple of years. I think they're going to take a little break from the Super Bowl. They managed to catch fire this year and got them.
I'm curious. What makes you say that?
I just think that everybody else is getting better. I think that everybody else is getting better. Front offices are
like
better.
Are they losing their window to build around Patrick Mahomes because Patrick Mahomes is obviously not on the franchise friendly deal anymore?
Yeah, we watched them struggle all year to figure out the wide receiver thing. Obviously, when Tyreek Hill left, that was going to be a massive hole to fill.
Easy solve, Rodney. Bring in Taylor Swift. Easy solve.
She can catch anything. She will catch anything, and nobody's going to hit her hard.
It's not just that she kind of willed this team to the Super Bowl. No, it wasn't the NFL at all trying to make things right and try and fix games because they wanted Taylor Swift in the press box for the Super Bowl. Yep. That didn't happen at all.
I'll play two below with her. I don't want to tackle her. Well, maybe I do. No, I want to tackle Miley Cyrus. Okay,
Hank South and Jordan Scruggs are going to be on for It's Only an Hour today. No Jeff Howe, but Hank Scruggs and Hank South and Jordan Scruggs, rather.
Combination
all
of
the
the
tongue
two.
twisted there, Rodney.
Hank Scruggs hour.
We got to stop. You got to stop talking about sleeping with Taylor Swift first and foremost, my guy. Anyways, welcome
31.
Hank and welcome Jordan. It's only an hour. How are you gentlemen doing today, man? What are we talking about?
Doing great. Hey, it's signing day. I think people forgot. Maybe, yeah.
Well, it's kind of quiet day for Texas, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Don't really think that there's going to be. I don't
think
know.
I think most of the signings and key stuff has been done already. Moving up to this. What is on the docket for you guys?
Yeah, we'll talk. What signing day is for Texas this year. You just mentioned it is slow. There's no new signings unless someone just shocks us in the next few hours. I don't foresee that happening. Talk about this class, where they stand, both with the prep recruits, with the transfer portal guys. Obviously, Texas had a big month in January with all the new additions there. December too, but January was obviously big. Needs for 2025, and guys we like early on from who we've seen, and just go from there. I think we're supposed to talk to Melvin Hills too. He might be joining us, hopefully. So.
Well, it's all deadly, man. Can't wait to hear it. It is time for It's Only an Hour with Hank South and Jordan Scruggs. You guys have a great day, and everybody else that's watching Chaos Series, stay tuned for all the shows on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Y'all be good. Take care.
Man.
See you. So Melvin's coming in at 11:20.
That was what he said. He said his teammates are signing during this hour, so it might be 11:20. It might be 11:40. I said just sometime in the hour. Hit me up. Let's talk.
I got it. Yeah, no, I remember his ceremony. Someone was talking for like 30 minutes before he finally actually committed. So hopefully it's not the same people at LCA in charge of that.
Yeah. We'll see. I'll message him here in a minute, and we'll see if he can get on with us. But yeah, man. What do you think about signing day? This era of signing day, and is this the slowest February signing day you've ever experienced?
Yeah, at least, man, like following Texas and now covering Texas and covering Baylor last year, like I've never had there's absolutely nothing for Texas today. And it felt weird waking up at 9:00 instead of like 6 a.m. like I did December signing day. But it's nice nonetheless.
Yeah. I guess the big news was at least we were watching in the state of Texas was Terry Bussey. What did you think about him sticking with Texas A&M?
I mean, honestly, I was kind of surprised. I'd been following loosely. I saw Mike's story yesterday, how it said it looked like Mike Roach's story looked like LSU might be turning the tide, but obviously A&M ended up keeping him. So, it's people who watch us largely Texas fans. They probably would have liked he ends up at LSU more than A&M, but I mean, you're still probably gonna play LSU just as much as A&M. So
yeah.
And if anything, he might end up being a better player at LSU in terms of development and everything as well than if he were to end up at A&M. So gonna be interesting to see what his career path is, especially with his context on both sides of the ball.
Yeah. What do you, since this is obviously Texas related, what do you think? What do you think about Texas in that recruitment? It's always kind of like on the periphery. I feel like where do you think that where Texas maybe went wrong, or not necessarily went wrong, but weren't able to really get him on board?
Yeah, I think honestly, the short answer would kind of be similar to what happened with Micah Hudson, maybe. Where it just seemed like other staffs were putting more work into recruiting him, to be honest. And other schools did a better job of incorporating not just, what his position coach could or would be on either side of the ball, but also, support staffers and other people involved. It just seemed like, compared to Alabama, LSU, OU, LSU with Terry, that the Texas just wasn't putting in the effort that other schools were, to be honest. And I think you could kind of, see that in Terry's visit schedule. Terry went and saw the other schools a lot more than he came to Texas. And I think, part of that might have been he just felt like he didn't know the people at Texas as well as he did at the other schools. I don't think it was due to position. At pretty much every school in America recruited him and just said, we'll figure it out when you get here. I think that was kind of Texas's pitch as well. But again, ultimately, I think it was just, he didn't – the staff viewed him differently than other staffs did, I think, in terms of prioritization. The Texas staff is happy with what they got. And, as long as they're happy, you got to call it a good day. So I guess that's the short answer for him. What happened with Terry? We'll obviously have a more formal description in next week's Stampede with the behind the scenes that'll come out next Monday. So stay tuned for that. But with Terry, it never really felt like Texas was truly in this, especially in the last few months.
I guess looking around elsewhere today, we saw Terry Bussey to A&M. Ryan Williams officially signed with Alabama. There was a time where maybe Texas was going to get it going and get him on campus, but maybe that KJ Lacey connection. I never really envisioned him actually flipping to Texas, or I guess it wouldn't have been a flip. It would have been a commitment after he decommitted from Alabama, but it always seemed like he was going to stay in state at either Alabama or Auburn. And, maybe Alabama was always going to hold on to him. Maybe Auburn, I don't know. That was kind of a wild one, but he is officially signed with Alabama, Kalen DeBoer era. So they signed Noah Carter too. So Bama's getting the guys. Georgia, they're number one. Texas will see them next year in Austin. That might be, one of the games
of the century
in the regular season. I mean, my goodness, Quinn Ewers versus Carson Beck in Austin, F1 weekend. It's going to be wild. There's not going to be any hotel rooms or Airbnbs to stay in. I might rent out one of my.
I was about to say.
Bedroom. We just got a bigger bed in there too, so maybe I'll look into that.
You should.
I guess, but yeah, let's talk about Texas. We talked about Terry Bussey, not getting him, but the guys they did get are really, really good. And we talked to Tommy yesterday about grading the class. We have the grades up. I updated the early signing period grades. There wasn't a lot of changes, but they were only positive changes. Like, for example, let's talk about tight end. We gave that a B+ in the early signing period with just Jordan Washington, which wasn't a slight to Jordan. It was just one tight end. You're replacing Jatavian Sanders. He is a lower rated guy in our rankings, but I think Texas thinks differently and thinks very highly of him. So B+ definitely was our standing there, and we think he could certainly be a role player. But then they go out and add Damari Niblack, the number one tight end in the transfer portal, in January. So what are your thoughts on Niblack and his fit in this offense?
Yeah, I've said it a bunch. They literally couldn't have had a better possible scenario happen than what happened. Not only is he the highest ranked tight end in the portal, but what's important is he actually fits this offense. And he shares a lot of similarities with Jatavian Sanders, maybe not physically, but as a pass catcher, play style, the type of tight end they are. And, if you were to comb through every tight end in college football, even ones that weren't in the portal, ones that are on rosters, ones that never entered the portal, Niblack is probably the most similar to JT Sanders out of anyone in college football. If not, he's got to be top 5 or one of the closest. In terms of a talent perspective, easily probably the closest to JT. And, they went out and got that guy, the greatest of all time retiring, probably was an assist there. But, nonetheless, they replaced JT Sanders in the best possible way they could, while also bringing in, the best receiving threat in the state of Texas at tight end in 2024. And with the 2024 class being a relatively weak year for tight end class, there's a reason Alabama, A&M, and UT were all going balls to the wall for Jordan Washington, who's a 3-star. Yeah. There weren't very many tight ends to go around in 2024. So the fact that they were able to get really the only legitimate Power 5 receiving threat at the position in the best football state in America is a pretty big deal. And they went out and did that when they got Jordan Washington. So, yeah.
I think Hudson had said last week, if it might be airing today on the signing day show, Hudson Standish said, he was his favorite, underrated guy in Texas's 2024 class. So, yeah, Washington should be fun to see. All the Bama fans are giving Maury Niblack crap after the Texas game because obviously Texas won the Texas-Alabama game. He was on, I don't know if he was on Instagram Live or I think it was Instagram Live, just dancing, singing to a song. Yeah. But that was kind of his, his coming out party there against Texas. He caught that touchdown pass in the second half, and he didn't have huge numbers this year, but he was a key part of their offense. So
yeah, more than serviceable. I definitely think a much better tight end, but much better NFL prospect than Liatu or whoever the hell was the tight end the year before. I think 81, right?
Hey, he's on your 49ers. How are you not giving him some more love?
I didn't say he was bad. I just said Amari Niblack is much better.
Well, he was a converted outside linebacker to tight end, so that makes sense. But then turns into a third-round pick. So credit to Cam Leatu, and his brother's a pretty good defensive lineman for Oklahoma State too. But sticking with Alabama transfers to Texas, Isaiah Bond. I mean, you get Matthew Golden in December. Got my dog barking in the background. Sorry. You get Matthew Golden in December. That was the number one guy. Texas went out in the portal at wide receiver. They wanted one and done type talent, and Matthew Golden is that. But then Isaiah Bond transfers from Alabama to Texas, and that's kind of the flashiest name I think Texas picked up. I think they changed the portal rankings a bunch, but I think he was number 1 or 2.
He's got to be the top dude. At least a receiver.
Yeah, and then Chip reported already in that Insider the other day that he's already clocking 22 miles per hour in their off-season workouts. I mean, talk about just in terms of replacing the guys that they're replacing at wide receiver. We can talk about all the guys right now: Golden, Bond, Silas Bolden, Ryan Wingo, the 5-star high school receiver. These transfers kind of have been taking the spotlight of late, but you can't forget about guys like that either. What do you think about the 2024 receiving core?
I like it. And I like how all 4 of the guys are similar but very different. Freddie DeBose, Strider, Sunoui Strong, kind of just stretch the field type of guy. Parker Livingstone, bigger body, similar qualities to Freddie DeBose in terms of being a strider and someone who can also stretch the field that's above 6 foot. But he's more, I don't know how to describe it. Just you can in the underneath game, Parker Livingstone is much better than Freddie DeBose. Freddie DeBose is just super raw. And out of the 4 receivers, I'd say he's probably the rawest of the ones they signed. So you have 2 guys that kind of set the floor there, and then you have Aaron Butler, who you added, kind of pulled out of your ass right there before signing day. And he's a violent ball player. And he gets a ball in his hands. You watch his film. He's searching for contact. He's not running down the sideline trying to avoid the DBs. He's coming off the sideline to run towards the DB and into him. A lot of players don't play like that in college, especially at the receiver position. So interested to see, how his aggressive play style will carry over into the SEC and into an offense like Sark's. And, talking to sources, Aaron Butler it's kind of a mystery coming in. They had obviously expectations and, different things they expected of him, but, he's faster than they thought. And, it's kind of hard for that not to happen since they never saw him in person. But nonetheless, I think he was a great ad, especially with the fashion that they did it in. And then you have Wingo. He's obviously going to be the headliner of the group. At one point, I believe, was a number 5 overall prospect in the class by us. Now he's a little lower, but, still a 5-star, still a projected first-round pick. You and me saw him down in San Antonio at the All-American Bowl, and, he fit the bill and lived up to everything that had ever been said of him. And, 6'2", 210 pounds, running sub 10 or sub 11 multiple times in high school. Athletes like that don't come around often. And, even though I hit on the athleticism of the three guys in front of him. Wingo is a different class athlete, and there are only just a handful of players on the Texas roster that are the athlete that Ryan Wingo is. At 6'2", 200 plus pounds, and sub 11. That just doesn't happen often. And he's also just as close to Isaiah Bond in speed. I think obviously he's not up to speed with him yet, but I think once Bond leaves for the NFL, probably after next season, then Wingo will probably be the fastest guy, at least skill position on offense. So.
Yeah.
It's really interested to see how they're going to use him. If they use him as a freshman, I assume so. Guys that big, that strong, that fast, you don't really want to keep them off the field regardless of how old they are. And so, I'd love some end arounds. He kind of has, he's obviously taller than Deebo Samuel, but a similar Deebo Samuel build. And, his older brother was a running back. He kind of runs like a running back when he has the ball in his hands as well. So, incorporating end arounds, I would love to see that. Or just figure out a way to get him the ball as a freshman, man, and let him run and get in space. But I know that's kind of all over the place, but those are my thoughts on the four receivers.
It's kind of wild, like in the history of like a quarterback opting to forego the NFL draft. It sounds weird saying it that way, like not forego their senior season, like forego the NFL draft and come back. Like has a quarterback ever been more like? And he lost so much talent around him. Just like all the offensive production, and they've just reloaded with all these dudes. I feel like Quinn Ewers is like, he looks like a genius now for coming back with the guys that he's gonna be able to kind of boost his NFL draft stock with. It's wild. Just it'd be interesting to go back and look to see like. I guess you could probably compare it to like an Alabama year, where they Judy Ruggs and who else went to the NFL after I think the 2020 season, Irv Smith, or the 2019 season, and they replaced him with, Smitty, Jalen Waddle. So it's kind of like, it's almost like that's kind of what it's taking shape of at this point in terms of kind of the reload compared to rebuild. So,
yeah. And even at like towards the end of the season last year, like, I was like, man, why the hell would Quinn Ewers come back? Like, why are we even talking? Why are we having this conversation, right? He's always been about the bag. That's why I went to Ohio State. He's losing all his receivers. The NFL's right there. Why would he not leave, right? But he's coming back, obviously in October when I was making those comments in the Horns 24/7 group chat or whatever it was. Wasn't factoring in the transfer portal or that Sark would kind of go and stuff everyone in the locker for the best players in the portal, at least at skill position on offense. So, I guess, I'd say you're probably right. Probably the happiest man in Austin, one of them, and probably one of the smartest men in Austin. Now it looks like it.
Yeah. I see in the comments, Chris Bennett just said, Beck, I saw that on Twitter. Beck just bought a $300K Lambo. So, looks like he's doing well in Athens also. Maybe this is the new trend in NIL era. You see more guys that are maybe projected, day 2 picks, maybe even day 1, late day 1. I don't know. Decide to come back with the NIL opportunities they have. But no, it's wild. I sent Melvin Hills, for those that are watching that aren't, Melvin Hills, obviously the defensive line signee from Louisiana. One of the quiet, like, best personalities of this class. I think fans are going to really like him. We invited him to come on. He's at his school, and they're doing a signing day ceremony for the other guys. So we'll see if he pops up. If he doesn't, no big deal. But he was kind of a big, with Bo Davis leaving for LSU. How that was kind of one of the big recruiting storylines for January is, the guys are signed, but there's, guys can pretty much do whatever they want. They can, if you're under a letter of intent, we saw DeAndre Robinson, the 4-star defensive line signee, he backed out of it, or he asked out of it. Texas gave, Stark let him out. I thought, what else, what do we got here? Oh, I thought that was Melvin. He wanted to have guys that want to be there. And so, DeAndre Robinson decided to stay closer to home. He's going to Florida. Texas will see him in Austin this fall. Alex January, obviously Texas legacy. That wasn't the guy that was really at risk of, the fans didn't have to really worry about him changing his mind. He was set on Texas. He's already on campus enrolled. But then Melvin Hills, after Bo Davis's news, like that, Bo Davis was one of the big reasons he committed. But he kind of stayed patient. He waited to see who they hired. Obviously, they got Kenny Baker. They've already met. And, he wants to stick with Texas. And so, he had quietly a really strong senior season. I think I don't have his numbers right in front of me, but he had over 10 sacks. Probably a lot more than that. But he did really well. But I mean, just talk about your thoughts on and then you got Tia Savea from Arizona as well. So not the biggest defensive line class. I think for the grade we gave it a B. I mean, we had a B in December. We kept it a B. You lose Robinson, add Savea. I think that's kind of a interchangeable there. Maybe if they didn't lose Robinson and got Savea, we bumped that in the A range or B plus range. But we went B. Like, what do you think about these guys going into the SEC?
Look, I like the guys they took, but I don't like the number of guys they took. Even at the end there, when they had 3 guys committed in high school, and Alex January, Melvin Hills, and DeAndre Robinson, they were still looking for a 4th, and Alex Foster, maybe even Dominic McKinley. Their goal and their hope was to sign 4 interior defensive linemen, and now they only signed 2. So anytime your desired number gets cut in half, obviously not a good thing. The blow is softened a bit with the addition of Savea from Arizona, but portal players aren't high school players. High school players you have for up to 4 years. You have time to develop and work with. The window is much shorter, and the opportunity to miss on a player is much greater with high school than with portal players, like depending on how you do it. But if a high school player busts compared to a portal player, there's a lot less drawback on the high school thing because it's kind of expected.
Yeah.
So them not having Deontay Robinson, the class only having 2 interior D linemen, honestly, not wild about that. I'd like to see him if possible. I know they're over the number, so that'll be tricky. But if it was possible, I'd like to see him go get another interior D lineman out of the portal once it opens again in April.
Yep.
But I mean, for what happened with Bo Davis, leaving and all the other dominoes, I guess, that fell in defensive line recruiting, kind of the best case scenario. Melvin Hills definitely could have left the class. Alex January could have left the class as well, and Savea could have gone other places as well. But they made it happen and kept those guys committed and ended up getting Savea, and it seems like at least the defensive line, things will be pretty smooth up until April when they'd probably be smooth the whole way through, but April is when I assume we could see some activity there in the D-line room, either entering or exiting. So
Yeah.
It'll
be interesting. It was kind of wild, with Bo Davis leaving, like how many, like it was expected, but the ripple effects just with things dropped off with Alex Foster. That kind of went out of the window. Dimitri Nicholas was a guy they offered in the fall who was committed to Auburn. I think Tom Loy on 24/7 put in a crystal ball for him to go to Maryland.
He ended up signing with Maryland today.
Okay. So, I'm not sure Nicholas was ever actually, on the radar as a take. I think it was a guy they were evaluating as a senior. But, he never visited. That wasn't a huge thing. And we'll see how it affects the 2025 class. But, kind of wild. And then Dominic McKinley, I would still be curious to see, had Bo Davis stayed in Austin, what would have happened with McKinley? Like, would he have really still flipped to LSU? He was supposed to visit Tennessee in January. Like, they were setting up other visits. And then, I think they got wind that was going to happen. And, I think that they were probably looking for an excuse not an excuse, but, looking for more of a reason, to go to LSU and, having Bo Davis there plus the in-state school, it makes sense. So that was a big get for them. And then, you got to factor in, the Michigan portal is still open, for 2.5 more weeks? I don't know when that was actually.
And the D-line coach is going to L.A.
Yeah, he's going with Harbaugh to L.A. So, I know Texas fans, are looking at Mason Graham on the Michigan roster, Kenneth Grant. That's just all speculation. You don't know if those guys are going to. But I think Kenneth Grant, was following Sark on Twitter. And, there's no actual tool to tell, who are the recent follows. At least I haven't. There used to be one, which was really handy covering recruiting. But, I don't think there's, an accurate one now. So maybe he was already following. I don't know. But, we'll see if that. But I would certainly think that Texas will keep their their eyes and ears open for guys in the spring. You know, obviously it helps that you have Alfred Collins deciding to come back as well, but then Troll Carter leaves, and it's like, well, you know, you got to get some more bodies there for sure.
Yeah, Vernon Broughton is going to have to. He's going to have to step up and have a. I mean, he probably would have been. He would have ended up on an NFL team if he was to come out this past season. But in terms of being drafted, he's going to have to step it up. And he's played well in the reps he's had, but like in my lifetime, I've seen very few players wear the burnt orange and play to the degree they did last year, at least the 2 defensive linemen they had last year. And those are big shoes to fill. So, Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton have a lot on their plate. And, so do the guys, those guys rotate a lot. So does Dre Bledsoe and whoever's going to end up being, his, I guess, rotational partner, whether it's Sadir Mitchell or Savea or, insert here. It's going to be interesting to see who kind of becomes the alpha in that room.
Yeah. No, it will. Obviously, I don't think we should go any longer. I don't know if Melvin Hills is going to happen, but
you're good.
We shouldn't go any longer without talking about the defensive backs. That was. Oh, I got to ask, can you hear my dog scratching on the door?
Mm-mm.
Okay,
I
good.
can't.
Okay, I think I separated it by like 2 doors, so I can hear it. But yeah. Anyway, defensive backs. That was interchangeable number 1 spot in our opinion between them and the wide receivers in terms of just the haul. Both portal and high school. Xavier Filsaime, Kobe Black, the 2 biggest high school signees. Then you pair those guys in with Jordan Johnson-Rubel, Wardell Mack, Santana Wilson, and then the cherry on top was Makuba. You've seen all these guys. You see these guys more than anybody sees these guys. Oh, he says he was backstage. Hold on. Can someone let him in? Let's see.
BK might have to let him in. I don't have the ability to do that. Are you texting him?
Yeah, let me ask him to let him in. Sorry, everyone.
Sorry, Melvin. I remember the day I actually met Melvin. We talked for about an hour and spent probably like 40 minutes of the conversation talking about food. I'm dead serious. Sunny day in January in Lafayette, Louisiana, 2023.
Let's see. Melvin. Maybe we missed the window. I told him 11:20. He said he was backstage. Maybe he has to go do stuff. I don't know. I said join again. We'll see if I'll let him in. If he pops up, we'll talk to him. But yeah, I mean, just talk about, you see these defensive backs more than anybody. All these players more than anybody. Brad said he's going to let Melvin in. So, until Melvin joins us, what are your thoughts on this class?
For DBs, I mean, my favorite's got to be Filsaime. I was talking about the type of athlete Ryan Wingo is and how there's only a handful of them, on this roster. And, I think Filsaime is in that same category as Wingo. Sorry, I was reading a comment. But you also, you have proven guys like Kobe Black, right, who time and time again at camps and games, everything is shown, he's an elite defensive back. And you also, have developmental upside guys like Wardell Mack, who, large majority of his high school career has been a quarterback. So, he's going to need time to fully make that transition to DB. Hank, just let me know when you want me to stop talking.
No, you're good. Keep talking.
Okay.
I'm listening. Give me one. Keep going. 1 second.
You're good. Wardell Mack is going to need some time to fully make that transition to being a playable defensive back at the college football level, especially in the SEC. Jordan Johnson-Rubel, I think he has future starting Texas nickelback written all over him. He played that position, a large chunk of his career at IMG, if not the whole time. He also got reps in at safety as a whole. He could do that as well. But, honestly, JJR could play anywhere in the secondary, but I don't think they would ever stick him out at boundary just because of size concerns. But if it came to it, I would feel strongly that he could hold his own. And then you also, who am I forgetting? I'm forgetting Santana Wilson. That's who I always forget just because he's so quiet and he's out in Arizona. But Santana Wilson, man, out of the 4 guys I've kind of gone through so far, the best bloodlines, are Santana's. His father, Adrian Wilson, obviously played in the league. He's now in the Cardinals front office, helping them make personnel decisions. And, with Santana, it was kind of weird. Wasn't on the radar a ton for Texas, and came by on an official about a week or 2 after I believe Texas had offered him, and committed on the visit. And that that was kind of it. Never wavered from it. I don't think visited anywhere else. I believe he came for 1 or 2 games this fall. But that was pretty much it. He's a business-minded guy. And, everyone we've ever talked to said, he approaches everything like it's a business. And, they think a lot of that might have come from his dad and, type of professional his dad was. And, anytime you can have bloodlines with some NFL experience in there, it's a plus. And, he's a plus 6 foot corner with a plus wingspan. He's going to live out on the boundary. And, him and Kobe Black are probably going to, be real close buddies, since out of anyone in these class, those 2 guys project to the boundary more than anyone else, at least in my opinion.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
What do you think, and we saw Texas try to, try to go out and get Jabbar Muhammad from Washington. That probably would have undoubtedly put DB as, the number 1. I mean, it probably still is, but, in terms of ranking the position groups, I think if you add Muhammad to that group, he probably would have been up there. But, you got to think Manny Muhammad has that one spot locked down, and then the battle will be, who's going to field the other side this fall. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. And I don't from what I've been told, I don't think they're going to go after any more defensive backs. I guess, it's always fluid because, you say you're not going to do something, but then, you might have been done at wide receiver, then Isaiah Bond enters the portal, and it's like, oh, well, we need Isaiah Bond too. So we'll see, coming out of spring who Texas is looking at, but I think it'll probably mainly revolve around defensive line. And then obviously there's going to be a numbers crunch too. You have to be at 85 or under in terms of scholarships, and they're currently over. So, there are going to have to be some guys that go elsewhere. I see Jose Rodriguez said he doesn't like the way the Bodeva situation went down. Looks like he had 1 foot in, 1 foot out. I get it. But, I think, and Chip reported on this on Horns 24/7, he was, I think a big thing was he wanted to coach his son at the next level. Who's also named, I think his name is also Bo.
Yeah, but it's Beau.
That's my nephew, how my nephew spells his name. But so, in Texas, I think they were working on maybe that happening and him being able to play Texas. I just don't think they could, in terms of the admissions, they couldn't, figure that out until the spring. And I think LSU could figure that out now. So, went the safer route and did that. And obviously, he's from losing it. Like, that's his place. So, it makes sense. And I think, Texas got a big time hire in Kenny Baker, everyone we've talked to. So they love the guy. Obviously, hopefully we'll get to talk to Melvin if this works out. But, it sounds like he really likes him. Talked to who else have we talked to that's already met him? Oh, Landon Rink. We talked to him last week. He said he brings the juice. And Landon Rink even said, I think everyone kind of just assumes he's going to go to Texas. But he was telling me when I interviewed him, with Bo Davis leaving, it kind of dropped Texas down for him in his opinion. And, meeting Baker brought him right back up. So, I think we both agree that we think he's going to end up at Texas still, but, it's not going to be because his dad played at Texas. It's going to be because, he feels most comfortable and best about there. But, you still got to think, his relationship with the Vosiks, with their push, the in-state, the legacy, the ties, it's hard not to see him picking Texas in the 2025 class. But anything you want to add there on Rink? You've seen him playing with Trey.
Nothing really that you hit on, but we definitely expected him to be in the class. Since it's signing day, I know we kind of had our flow going through position groups, but since it's signing day, you're old, you've been around, you've been covered how many 9 cycles of recruiting?
Yeah, 2016 was my first full recruiting cycle covering when I was covering Alabama. So I started in March of 2015.
Okay. So what do you think is your craziest signing day story? And it can be early signing day as well, because I know that became more popular later in your career.
It was weird because, 2016 and 17 were the first two were normal, just February signing day. Then the early signing period started in the class of 2018. So December of 2017 was the first time guys could sign early. Craziest signing, because back then it was guys, early enrollees, December would happen and then the enrollment time would come and you wouldn't really know where a guy was going to go because they weren't signed. They just had to show up somewhere and enroll. And so I remember back Najee Harris is the best example of the chaos that could ensue from that. We were at when it was the Army Bowl, the All-American Bowl down in San Antonio, and Najee he was committed to Alabama from April of 2015 until he went to Alabama, but he wouldn't really say he was committed to Alabama, outside of when he originally committed. It was the craziest thing. He didn't want to talk about recruiting, didn't want to talk about anything, but if you wanted to talk about working out or, anything else besides recruiting, he'd love talking about that kind of stuff. Great personality. But no, that we were at the Army Bowl and we were literally flight tracking. We were trying to figure out, because the Army Bowl obviously pays for your travel going home. And we were trying to figure out where his flight from San Antonio was going to go. Was he going to go back to Oakland to home? Was he going to go to Michigan, who was trying to flip him? I was seeing text messages of he already had his roommate and everything set up in Michigan. And then we were talking to Tua Tagovailoa, who was at the Army Bowl with him. They were very close friends. And he was Tua was our guy. He was giving us the info. He was no, Najee's flying to Birmingham with me. We're okay, cool. That's a major story. And so we reported that, and then that blew up. And then after the actual game on that Saturday, we went on the field to talk to him. I stayed there all week just to talk to him that last time. And I was and I think I have a tweet from it. I was Najee Harris still doesn't know where he's going to go. He was saying he doesn't know where he's going to go.
Yeah.
And then after that, that Sunday, there was a tweet from one of the national guys saying he's on a flight back to Oakland. And so I was obviously in Texas. And so my wife's whole family is in Birmingham. And so I hit up her cousin and I was I need you to go to the airport in Birmingham and just wait, because it's a smaller airport. And he's okay, cool. He's all about Alabama football. And I'm when you see Najee, tell me, and we're going to blow this open. And I waited an hour and I got a text from him saying oh my gosh, he's here. And I was okay, well, I trust you, but I also need a picture. And he was, and so I waited another 10 minutes. I think AL.com report was there too. And he sends me a picture, and he went and got a picture with Najee. He wanted to and then Tua was with him too. So that was Najee officially got to Alabama. So that's one of them. I mean, that was just insane. We couldn't write enough about Najee. That
you still have that photo?
Yes,
from the airport. Was it a selfie, or did he have someone else take it?
He had someone else that he was with his girlfriend.
That's hilarious.
It was so funny. I don't take. Then he helped me out too with Kool-Aid McKinstry's announcement. Let's see.
Who
that was funny. What's that?
Who helped you? Tua?
No.
Or your cousin?
My wife's cousin. He helped me.
Oh,
with,
yeah.
Oh, okay. So he said, I said, can you send a picture? We each have to confirm. It's doing that thing where it's loading. So pictures there. It's on Twitter if you just go look up Najee arrives at Alabama. But no, that was a crazy one. Another crazy one that doesn't get talked about a lot. It was what was it? It was the class of, because back then you could still everyone wasn't sold on the early signing period at first, so there was still a lot of February buzz in the I think it was the 2018 class, because we waited for Surtain didn't announce until February. Jalen Waddle didn't announce until February. And I'm sorry, I'm talking about all Alabama guys. That's my history. But Jerez Parks was a top 100 edge rusher from Florida. And
depends on what
hey.
50-50.
We didn't even know you were joining. What's good?
Yeah, I'm straight. I'm with my coaches in the coach's office right now.
Oh, cool, man.
Word.
Well, thank you for thanks for doing this, man.
No problem.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we were just talking about obviously, you signed in December, so there's not a lot happening for you today, but just talk about, this last 4 weeks, you see Coach Davis leave to LSU, Texas hires Coach Baker. Just like what was your take on all this and the coaching transition after you'd already signed?
I mean, it caught me by surprise. It really caught everybody by surprise. All the recruits and everything. We was all talking about it. And but like my main goal was to just like focus on what Coach Stark was gonna do and see what they was gonna come with next, and see the next coach that they was gonna bring in, and like see how he was gonna fill the program, fill up the spot that Coach Boyd left.
Yeah. What you had a chance to meet Coach Baker, right?
Oh, yes, sir.
What are your impressions of him?
He a good, honest dude. He told me about his career as a player and as a coach, the life challenges he went through, and the ways that he'll use me, and in many versatile ways and everything. So I really enjoyed the energy that he brought to the conversation, and just everything, like the honesty that he kept me with.
Yeah. Just go back to your commitment. Obviously Coach Davis was a big part of your commitment, but just Texas, the program. What's kept you comfortable with Texas outside of just maybe the coaches, or it could be the coaches. Like what's kept you comfortable with that decision, and what originally kind of led you to picking Texas?
Really the other recruits and some of the old players, they told me like the standard and the nature of Texas, and how they all doing right now with the early enrollment. They all loving it right now. So and then I made a bond with most of the players, so that really helped it too. So
Yeah. Hey, Melvin, I remember us talking about your official visit ahead of it, and you said Byron Murphy was gonna be your host, and then afterward you said everybody started calling you Baby Byron. So how important was Byron Murphy to hosting you on the OV, and you still hating the Baby Byron nickname?
Yeah, I don't like, just call me Melvin. Like
I got you.
People been saying we look alike for no reason, but him being my host is a good thing. Like it was a good special thing. Knowing that he's one of the like top two D linemen going in the draft this year. I just hope some of that energy that he had came off on me, so I could be the next best thing.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Jordan. Hank.
Okay.
No, you got it.
So you're going to enroll in the summer. What are you doing now? Like, are you doing any other sports this spring? Like, what's kind of you were telling me today's a stretch day, right? Like, what's kind of your regimen now to get ready for making the move to Austin?
Just building up my strength and building up weight. Right now I'm 280, and I'm just trying to make sure I can move with that weight, keep my strength up. My coach been making me do arm and chest days, leg days, back days. But today it's more of like a full body rest day, like keeping your body like fluid and everything.
Yeah.
I'm just making sure like I come with like already like with good strength. Making sure like my goal for right now is to be able to bench press like 350 while I go in, squat over 100. 500. I'm pretty much almost there. But just making sure my quickness stay, my versatility stay, and that my body just stay loose.
Yeah.
Yeah. You said that's what you're doing, working out. I met you the same day I met Clyde, out in Lafayette. Same day I met Jakeem too. What are you working on with Clyde? Your skills training for defensive line work. What are y'all focusing on right now as you get ready to go to Texas in a few months?
Right now I haven't been able to go back to New Orleans and then work out. He showed me some moves that I've been working out every day, and just been practicing and trying to perfect with the cross chop, or making sure I stay low with the dip, or pointing my toe, or just all the small things, just all the small aspects of the game.
Yeah. And I guess we'll just talk recruitment as a whole since it's pretty much wrapped up. What do you think is your favorite part of getting all these offers and getting recruited over the last few years? Looking back, what do you think, if you had to say what your favorite part was, what do you say it is?
I'd say like visiting the different states, like going to Georgia, see how everybody is visiting the schools, see the standards, seeing they coach it, and going to Texas and seeing theirs. And then like see the coaches talking to you about it, like all the places. Like there was more places I wanted to visit, but like a lot of these places that I already went to visit, like their culture was different from like Louisiana's, and like they all had their own type of like feeling around it, and you need to try new things, do different things, meet new people. So like it was really just growing my knowledge of the world.
Yeah. And
How important was it for you and your commitment to Texas that Derek Williams was on the roster, that Wardell Mack was going to be on the roster, these other guys from Louisiana and from the boot? Did that make Texas, easier to commit to, knowing that those guys from Louisiana are also down there?
Yeah, of course. Like knowing that you got people from your state that you could already like get a easy conversation out of, or talk about back home and everything, like talk about things back home. So like I knew Derek like since I was young. Me and Derek been playing football with each other, and seeing him on the roster when I go to the game, me and him always chatting it up, talking and everything, and then meeting up new other Louisiana players that I played with or played against. That was a good feeling knowing that they was doing good in Austin.
Yeah, and this is one thing I've always wanted to ask you. I've seen you wear number 55 in high school. Are you going to wear that at Texas? And also, why number 55? A pretty interesting number for an interior D lineman.
All right, so like this year I was 55. I was supposed to get a single digit, but I was helping my coach on offense and defense. So I really couldn't get a single digit. But 55, it was just like my sophomore year, I think. And I was going in and I had a big number my freshman year, and I was like, we can't rock that. We can't rock it. We gotta go with something different. And I saw 5'5", and I was like, nah, I'm gonna rock this one. It looked nice because nobody on my team, like my freshman year, nobody had 55. Like 55, like was off the paper. Like we couldn't get it. And then I just saw it on the paper that year, and I was like, I'm gonna just make my own name out of it.
Yeah. Do you want to wear 55 at Texas, or are you looking for something else?
I was thinking about that. Me and my family was thinking about when what number but it's still in consideration.
Got it.
Talk about just, and we won't keep you much longer. You talk about this group of commits, and you said you've already got to know those guys, and you feel comfortable with them. But like, yeah, you guys have a group chat. What's the bond like with those guys? Like, who have you gotten to know the best? Like, who you feel close with so far in this 2024 class?
I've been talking to Daniel. I've been talking to Z. Like we all just be in the group chat talking to each other, like just talking about like what they be doing and what we gonna do and everything like that. So like we get a feeling of each other and like how we all act and everything, and see the different personalities, and we just all just try to be cool and rock with it. We don't be doing too much. We just be like joking around, having fun and everything.
When you're talking to other guys about, like, I don't know much like peer-to-peer recruiting you did, but like, sliding into other guys' DMs and trying to get them to come to Texas with you, what's like kind of your recruiting pitch?
I'll be like, I'm gonna keep it a stack with you, bro. Like we want, like, we got everything. We got everything that you could really ask for, like in football, for real. We got good education. We got a good football program. We got different like coaches around. We got different people to meet. And it's just like it's most definitely different from where you came from, unless you're from Austin already.
Yeah. Well, cool, man.
I guess for me, if it wasn't Texas, where do you think you would have ended up?
I really don't know. Like, after I committed, like I really never really thought about what other schools I'll go to. Like they had Ole Miss, like they was close in Auburn, they was close and everything. But like they wasn't really like close enough to be able to say, "Oh, I'm gonna pick that would be the place I'd go if I didn't go to Texas."
Yeah, and then I remember the day I met you when it was like me, you, Sandy, Jakeem, Nick, and Clyde talking. We spent probably 40 minutes of an hour, me and you, talking about food and different food on different visits. So I got to ask you, because you hadn't visited Texas at that time, but you were just saying that A&M and Alabama had really bad food on the visit. How did it stack up at Texas?
Now, their food was better. Alabama had like hot dogs and stuff, like going to a barbecue, but like Texas had like tacos, steak, all that stuff like that. So they food was most definitely better. And I need my food to be good.
Yeah. Like Devondre Sweat, you come to Texas, they got all the food you could think of.
Yeah.
But with Texas, how did the visit experience, not just your OV, but anytime you go to Texas, how is it different compared to other schools, from a visit experience?
Every time I went, I felt a connection with the players and the coaches. Like, I always had an intriguing conversation with somebody, or like we talked about their experience or something. Like they always show like I was a part of the team already.
Yeah.
I got one more question. Super Bowl is this weekend. What is who's your pick? Are you a Chiefs guy or are you a 49ers guy?
I wanted the Ravens to go. So bad. Well, my girlfriend cousin play on the 49ers, so I'm gonna say 49ers.
Okay.
Who's your cousin?
Elijah Mitchell.
Okay,
That's cool.
okay.
He's a rookie, right?
Yeah.
Nah.
No, he's a second-year guy.
He's second or third, I think.
Okay. Running back,
I
right?
can't remember. Yeah. La Tech, right?
He wanted to score that other touchdown, so like that was like, dang.
Okay. Well, Jordan's a 49ers guy too, so.
Yeah, I'm a 49ers fan, so.
Well, cool, yeah. Hey, yeah, thanks so much, man, for joining us, taking some time out of your day. Congratulations on everything. We're looking forward to covering your career in Austin, and maybe we'll be able to talk again soon.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. This is my last question. You already know who your roommate's going to be at Texas when you move in June?
Oh, I really don't. I might.
Gotcha.
The place got their own rooms. So
yeah, someone was telling me there are no roommates anymore.
Yeah.
Never mind then.
Hey.
Yeah.
Well, cool, man. Yeah, take care, Melvin. Thanks for talking again.
I'll see it. The Lafayette landlord.
That was fun.
The GOAT. It was fun. We should. Hanky, you're a smart man. Jeff and I will try to get some guests on as we can throughout this offseason.
Yeah, I hit up Aaron Ross as well. Because I was working on a story that I'm still bummed I couldn't have done about Dwayne Aquina coming back to Texas. You already know about this, but
yeah, what a crushed.
Kind of the DBU guys from the past about because they were all pumped. I hit up Cedric Griffin and he set me up with a bunch of guys, and Aaron Ross called me, and I was like, man, I wish we could do this story, but he's staying in Arizona. And so I texted him, see if he wanted to come. It was kind of late notice, but I wanted to get like his thoughts from recruiting back in the day to now. Obviously, it was probably a little bit different when he came to Texas, but yeah, maybe we'll do that another time. But I guess we got a few more minutes to go. But I wanted to talk about the Super Bowl. Especially with your fandom. How do you think it's going to play out?
Don't you want to finish up your story that Melvin kind of just got placed?
Yeah, Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
Oh, good call. I forgot about that. So yeah, I think he was class of 2018, but he was a top 100 recruit, edge rusher. He was at the All-American Bowl, and then he was going to announce in February. So he comes out to his announcement ceremony, and he gets a phone call, and he is visibly upset. And so you kind of think is someone saying no thanks? Are they is he getting dropped? Is what's happening here?
And this is right before he's supposed to
go
literally
on stage. He's minutes before announcing, I guess, or signing. I have to go back and look at all the details, but what's happening? Because we were projecting Alabama, I want to say at that time. It was either Alabama or Florida. I think hold on. Now I'm thinking about it. I want to just go back and Jerez Parks. Great kid. Sebastian River, Florida. That's also the same school as Tim Smith, their defensive lineman. Okay, he committed 2017. Okay, so this wasn't the early signing period. This was the last run of February signing day. So this was the year of this was that 2017 Alabama class that had Tua, Najee, Smitty, Judy, Ruggs, all those guys. But yeah, Florida State, Auburn, Florida were some other schools in it for him. But yeah, so basically he got a weird call of some point. I don't know if it was Saban calling him saying hey, but he had gone to Paris to shoot a commitment video with Bleacher Report at the time. And the video was committing to Alabama. And I don't know, bottom, long story short, he gray shirted. That was back in the, we don't even hear about that kind of stuff anymore. Gray shirt, blue shirt, I think red shirt still obviously something we talk about, but gray shirt was where you delay your enrollment until, a year, I guess a year or semester later. Basically it was part of the numbers crunch that now we don't really have to ever worry about anymore because the cap isn't 25. So it's basically saying, hey, we want you, but we're going to add you to next year's numbers. So that was the whole thing with that. But, with it all happening, right when he was announcing, that was one of the more memorable ones that I can think of in that class of 2017. And then, everything else, I have to go back and look at all the classes, but Henry Ruggs, as tragic as his career's unfolded, he had a really cool commitment video because he dedicated like kind of everything to he had a friend that passed away in a car accident like a year before, and so like he dedicated like his playing career to him, and like his video was like at his grave saying like I'm gonna leave my mark for you or something, and then we saw how that ended up unfortunately with his that's a really sad situation. But there's a bunch of them. We could probably spend a whole hour talking about like crazy recruiting stories I can remember.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's get your Super Bowl pick while we got a couple more minutes.
San Fran by 1,000. Take it to the bank. No,
wouldn't take that to the
bank.
bank.
Look, as a 49ers fan, this is my thing. And also, if anyone ever gives me shit, this hoodie is just, I'm a LeBron fan. That dude's kind of my childhood. So not really a Lakers fan, more of a LeBron fan. But for the 49ers, as a 49ers fan, I've accepted defeat. So in case they lose, it makes it a lot easier. Just because anytime you play Mahomes, man, especially in the playoffs, you're probably going to lose, right? All the other factors I don't care about. They have Mahomes, we have a Brock Purdy, right? A little unfair fight, right? So to mentally prepare myself for letdown, I'm already in my head. I've told myself we're losing. We're going to lose this game. But all that will be out the window as soon as the foot touches the ball on kickoff, probably.
Brock Purdy, Lee Harvey Oswald. He's getting the doppelganger comparison this week at Media Days. The questions I've seen at those Media Days are the most outrageous questions I've ever seen.
Dude, they're letting anyone in. Like, I'm on TikTok and people are showing up on my For You. It'll be TikTokers at like the Super Bowl Media Day, and it's just like, dude, I get the hustle for media shit. Like, I used to make fake credentials to sneak into games because that's how bad I wanted to cover games and to work in media, right? I get the hustle, I get it, but like at some point they gotta do a screening for who can be allowed in there. Because like why is Brock Purdy getting asked if he's ready to disappoint Taylor Swift and like bullshit like that? You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing?
I saw one dude asked Andy Reid his thoughts on the conspiracy theories that they're putting the Chiefs in the Super Bowl to reelect Joe Biden for Taylor Swift to like have more influence on young voters. Like, just outrageous. And he was like, that's just out of my that's like I can't answer that. It's the most crazy question. But then I saw Kyle Shanahan was having a good night. I guess it was last night. He was had a few beverages, it looked like, or sounded like he was having a good time. They were all saying he was he might have been a little bit tipsy at Media Days, but who knows? Maybe he was just having fun. But yeah, man. I think I would like the 49ers to pull it out, change it up a little bit, but I feel like just Mahomes is inevitable. They're gonna figure out a way to pull it out.
Yeah, they just look, if they go up 10 again in the fourth quarter, I'm gonna like have to watch with my eyes closed. But just be smarter about holding the ball. You can't give the ball back to Mahomes long at all. Yeah, okay, there we go, Michael. That's what I'm talking about. There we go. But we got to hold the ball, right? We can't give the ball back to he's the baby goat. That's what he is at the end of the day. Like, and if we don't want to give him the GOAT status yet, most talented arm of all time, at least that I've ever seen. Gotta be. Right.
I wouldn't argue with that.
Okay. There's a lot of Mahomes haters.
26. Like, is he 20? He's 20 plus. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Pretty wild.
The people who covered him in high school just won't shut up about it. Like we get it. You covered Patrick Mahomes in high school and he played safety. We understand.
Well, someone was saying, like, did Texas Tech waste, the fact that Mahomes played there recruiting wise? Like, that's like the ultimate, like, hey, Patrick Mahomes played here. Like, you should come here too. And obviously, they're recruiting well under Joey McGuire. But,
yeah,
did they miss that window of like getting some like extra baller type guys to come in there and play? I don't know. It's an interesting question.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was Cliff Kingsbury. They were barely above, or they were either barely under 500. They were right around 500 during Mahomes' like 2 or 3 years starting.
I remember Quandre Diggs. I can't remember actually. Can't remember if it was Baker or Mahomes that Quandre Diggs just absolutely destroyed. It was when Tech was wearing those black jerseys that had like the Texas flag on the shoulder pad. If y'all remember, if y'all remember the game, I think it was a Black Friday game in Austin. I also remember one of those years, one of those Black Friday games, Tech did a fake kneel and they scored, and that pissed off either. I think it was Charlie, but
yeah, it was Mahomes who got leveled by Quandre Diggs.
It was in Lubbock. Game. Damn, I was wrong. Never mind then.
Lubbock game, and then trying to think of the fake kneel down game. I do remember a Black Friday game here in Austin that saved Cliff Kingsbury's job when Texas Tech, as a 7-point underdog, came into Austin and beat Texas in a game they had no business winning. So, yeah, not fun. Not fun there.
Nope.
Yeah, hey, BK, since it's signing day, usually you're the one asking the questions, but I'll ask you the question. What's your favorite signing day moment? And Trey, you as well. Trey, what is your favorite signing day moment as a media member or someone who is around the Longhorns?
It's probably Tom Herman's second class. That was a top 3 class that turned out to be one of the worst recruiting classes of all time. I remember being pretty ecstatic about the way Texas was able to close that year and thinking that, all right, we've got the coach and now we've got the players and here we go. We're about to be nationally relevant again. And that turned out to be a disaster. I don't know. Like I got to think of like an individual one. You guys obviously have covered this and y'all pay more attention to this than we do, but Trey, you got like an individual player or National Signing Day story that you can think of top of mind?
My least favorite was Perilou, even though that turned out not to work out great for LSU. Was Chris Sims on actual signing day? I don't remember. Or did he announce beforehand he showed up to sign his letter of intent in a limo? A recent memory is not good or bad. It's just coming to the realization that National Signing Day 2 is about to mean jack shit for most teams.
Yeah.
Once National Signing Day 1 got instituted, and this conclusion was come to when BK and I were doing the previous radio show, when we weren't like all that focused on National Signing Day 2 and people were getting upset with us. It's like, guys, there's like 1 or 2 additional names here. It's not like we need to be beating the recruiting drum from beginning to end of show anymore.
Yeah.
And that's for National Signing Day 1 now. So we still get that, and we just get it in December during what is, in theory, a slower time football-wise, although you still have the NFL and teams preparing for bowl games. For Texas this year, they were getting ready for that semifinal matchup. But, yeah, National Signing Day 2 is a shell of itself.
It'll be real crazy if they ever move it on the calendar to the summertime, which some people have suggested should happen. Get it out of the way before your senior season, and you have to deal with it, all the craziness in that December window.
I've been advocating for that for a number of reasons, including making signing day 2 relevant again, but also to make things a little bit easier for these coaches who are also having to prepare for bowl games, or, with the expanded playoff, it's going to be playoff games coming up this season. Like, I think it makes a lot of sense to just eliminate that distraction from early to mid-December.
Yeah, I agree.
I'd like to change my answer real quick before you guys leave. This is my favorite signing day memory.
Double bird.
Epic. Oh, man. Great show today, fellas. Fun listen. That interview with Melvin was spectacular. We're going to post that as a standalone video, and I'll send that to y'all, too, if y'all want to post it on the website.
Yeah, we will for
Word.
sure. Cool. Thanks, guys. Enjoyed it.
All right, y'all. See you.
Later, fellas.
Yes, sir. That'll be good, guys. There they go. Hank South, nice enough to fill in for Jeff Howe today. Jeff was at the Steve Sarkisian press conference that just wrapped up over on the 40 acres. Yeah, even though National Signing Day 2 is kind of an afterthought nowadays, and only Texas was a non-factor, right? Nobody signed. Nobody is going to sign today for the Longhorns. Steve Sarkisian still held his annual signing day press conference, spoke for about 50 minutes, talked about the new assistant coaches that he brought in with Johnny Nansen and Kenny Baker. Also talked about some of the guys that were signed in December, although Steve Sarkisian talked about those guys a couple of months ago. Also, Sark gave a little injury update and gave some scheduling nuggets for when spring football is going to occur. But you said it, Trey. I mean, it's just weird. Like, this used to be the Super Bowl for recruiting, and now it's not just a Texas thing. It's hardly a big deal for any fan base anymore.
Yeah, it's just the nature of the beast. Things evolve, and that includes signing day, apparently. None of us 10 years ago would have thought that would be the case, that come early February, this day would barely be a blip on the college football radar, but that's what it is now. And you won't return it back to what it was by moving National Signing Day 1 to the preseason, but you will make it relevant again, because there will be guys who would like to wait until after their senior season is ended, or maybe they, for one reason or another, and maybe it's they haven't gotten that offer from their dream school just yet. And so the school gives them the offer during their senior season. So that makes their decision a little bit easier, or in some cases, maybe a little bit harder. So I think it makes a lot of sense to do that. Now, whether it's ever going to happen, I don't know. Talking to our buddy Justin Wells about it, he's actually opposed to that. He likes keeping it in December, and I forget what his rationale is. Maybe we can ask him about that when we talk to him next Monday at 12:30. But yeah, I think logistically it makes sense. For the sake of the drama, it makes a little bit more sense. And we'll see if it ever happens, though. It's just a pipe dream right now.
I'm on your side for all of the reasons you just laid out, and also for our industry when there's not any football stories to talk about in the middle of the summer. If you all of a sudden threw a national signing period in there, it'd get people more amped up to talk college football. It'd give us more content, and it'd get people even more excited for the start of the season, which would presumably occur not too far after that summer signing period.
So that is the other tricky thing, is where exactly you would put that, because media days are happening in mid to late July, and then fall camp gets going late July or early August. So are you putting it flush in the middle of that, where these coaches are trying to prepare their team for the start of the season, and now they have to pause and take that break to host a 30 to 60-minute press conference to talk about the newest signees? So it's tricky. It's whatever happens, it's never going to be completely clean, unfortunately, unless you were to move everything back to February. But that's not going to happen. National Signing Day 1 was implemented for a reason. And so I imagine that if they ever do move it, it'll probably be late July, and you'll see all these teams start their fall practices after the signing period.
Yeah, you have to have some sort of early signing period now. I mean, 18 of Texas's 22 high school signees are already on campus. And if you only had the February signing period, like, you couldn't have the early enrollee bit, right? So you've got to at least keep something before the start of semester 2 for these universities. I think the summer one makes sense. Like, it was bullshit. Look, it's not why Texas lost. This is not sour grapes, because Washington had to deal with it too, and all of the playoff teams have to deal with it. But yeah, the fact that Steve Sarkisian and this coaching staff is preparing for a playoff game and also trying to put the finishing touches on a top 5 recruiting class at the same time. Oh, by the way, while the kids are dealing with final exams and they're trying to wrap up their high school seasons, it's just a mess. Like, it doesn't need to be that way. And I always talk about this with the NFL, Trey. The NFL just dominates the sports calendar. There is something NFL-wise every single month, right? Like, obviously the season ends this Sunday, okay? Well, the combine comes up at the end of February, the start of March. Then free agency happens in March. Then you've got the draft in April. Then you've got the schedule release in the summer. Then it's training camp. Like, literally every single month, there is something NFL-related that brings it to the top of mind for sports fans everywhere. Like, college football, I think, with a summer signing period, has the opportunity. They're never going to be the NFL. Nothing is. But they've got the opportunity to sort of do that, to where, I mean, we get to now, it's like spring football is kind of a thing, but really over the summer, you are forcing college football stories. Once the spring games come to an end, you've got the chance to make yourself more relevant, Maybe this is a future non-NCAA college football decision that gets made. You got the chance to make yourself more relevant and bring more eyeballs to your sport in a time that has traditionally been slow.
Yeah, and I don't know if you give credit to college football for this or not, but college football has taken some of the offseason narrative over these last couple of off seasons as a result of various things. I mean, obviously the conference realignment conversation has been pretty hot these last couple of off seasons. Some other things surrounding the transfer portal and NIL and the future of this school and this conference and just the NCAA in general. I mean, even this week, we've had a couple of major lawsuits filed and a major ruling by the NLRB that is going to allow the players for an Ivy League school to consider themselves employees and potentially unionize. Now, this is still in courts. We'll see if this is ultimately allowed or if it is nipped in the bud, much like what happened with the Northwestern players back in 2014. But there's another lawsuit coming down the pike out in California where there's a lawsuit against USC, the Pac-12, and the NCAA for essentially colluding to keep the student athletes at that school from being considered what they are, and that's university employees when they're getting paid to play sports for that school too. So I imagine we'll see college football continuing to grab a larger and larger piece of the pie. But one thing that would separate National Signing Day 1 in terms of offseason chatter versus some of the other stuff is it has much more to do with the on-field product versus the fucking drama behind the scenes, which, look, I'll be honest, I am a nerd for this stuff. It is fascinating to me. And in a sense, I do love it, even though there are parts of it that I don't like where college football it was and where it's headed. Ultimately, you adapt or die, as the saying goes. So to get more on-field type coverage for college football in the offseason would be really cool. We have spring ball, so that provides a version of it. But let's be honest, those are glorified practices. Even the spring game at the end of each 4 to 6 week practice session, glorified practice once again. It's still cool, but it's also still being outdone by whatever is happening with the NFL at that point in time.
For sure. Hey, Longhorn Network, give us some new content. Make yourself useful, guys. This is your last year. You're going away. Give us something to remember you fondly for on your way out, please.
How about no more announcers during basketball games? Look, I'm sorry. That was last night was literally the first LHN game that I've watched all season long. If that's how those games have been going all year, we may just want to abolish the play-by-play in color, guys, because that was unbearable. I turned the sound off at a certain point. I just couldn't listen anymore.
The crack stream link I sent you worked.
Thank you. Oh my gosh. You want to talk about an incredible service there. I really appreciate you sharing that. That will not be the last time I am turning to that service.
I'm a dark web guy, all right? I've got guys for anything you need, so you just let me know. Okay?
Well, now you're my gotta guy.
Is there an echo? What are you, Lou Gehrig giving that speech?
This is the luckiest day.
The disease guy. That's how I know him. Yeah, so they started. So Loa Galindo's been the play-by-play guy for a while. They had Bruce Bowen, the San Antonio Spur great, one of the biggest floppers, and I'm a Mavs fan, so I got to be careful here. Whatever. Great player for the Spurs for a long time. Key component to some of their championship teams. A pest. That is how I will describe him on the floor. And I'm sure he'd be willing to admit that he is a pest when he played basketball. But I don't know what happened. Like, he was doing some of the non-con games, and then they got rid of him, and they replaced him with Adrian Branch is the guy's name.
Who is that?
He was the color guy on the call. He played in the league for a little bit. I don't know much about him. This is his first year of doing Longhorn Network, played his college ball at Maryland. Kevin Dunn, I'm sure, would have a lot more to tell you about him. But, yeah, he couldn't see. He thought Iowa State was wearing maroon last night.
Yeah, he kept calling Loa Galindo LG like that. Okay, do that a couple of times. To say that every other fucking sentence, please stop.
Oh, my God. He was just trying to crack jokes that weren't funny. He was just, I don't know what he was talking about. I don't think he was watching the same game that you and I were watching, whether it was on LHN or on one of those crack stream sites. But it was tough, man. And then there are a few misconceptions about Texas fans. One of them is obviously how we feel about horns down. Now, every Texas fan is not okay with horns down, but I feel like most Texas fans are okay with it, whatever. I think another misconception about this fan base is that, like, we love the Longhorn Network. Like, we are so proud of it. And whenever another school's fan base has to watch a game on Longhorn Network, like, we love that for us, and it's embarrassing for y'all. And we're Texas. You guys don't have your own network. So I always search Longhorn Network on Twitter, not like the actual account, but I just search into the search bar, the 2 words Longhorn Network, and just Iowa State fans are just ripping LHN. Like, who the hell are these guys calling the game? Some of them were even empathizing with Texas fans. It's like, oh my God, if that's what they have to listen to, then I feel bad for them. I mean, it's terrible, dude. And we got I assume 1 or 2 more of those games left. So we're not done with that. But my God, like, how is that what we have to listen to? We deserve better, don't we?
I've never met Lowell Galindo before. I've been told that he's a really nice guy. He's a really good dude. So I'm sorry if this comes across as insulting or whatever else, but he comes across as a play-by-play guy of basketball, as a sort of Joe Tessadorf, if you catch my drift.
He's a shorter version of Joe Tessitore.
Yeah, or poor man's Joe Tessitore. Yeah. What are those 2 things?
Yeah. I mean,
Joe Tessadorf, stop it. Stop with the affectation. Just be yourself. You don't have to sound like that. It's unnecessary. It actually makes you sound like you're not very good at your job when you do that.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard stories about Tess, how, like, he's one guy when he's away from the microphone and he just puts on this total charade, this total act when he is calling a sporting event. And you're right. It's like, dude, relax, tone it down a little bit. You don't need to do this. I don't know that about Lowell. Lowell was much better of the 2 guys who were on the call last night. I could tell you that. I mean, I'm not the biggest Lowell Galindo fan in the world. It blows my mind that with all the resources ESPN has and with all of the people that Texas has access to, that, that we've had what we've had for some of the LHN broadcasts in the past, but that Adrian Branch guy cannot call another game for Texas. Like, I'll work for free. I know I'm more of a play-by-play guy than a color guy, but I could do a better color job than Adrian Branch. That was terrible. And like, normally I'm like, oh, don't show him this. I hope he doesn't know. Like, that he's got to be better. Someone needs to be held accountable for that, because that, like, the game itself sucked. It was made significantly worse by the fact that the guy calling the game for your own network clearly doesn't know a single thing about the teams. Like, there was no research done at all by Adrian Branch. Like, forget the day of. Like, he's never watched, outside of the 2 or 3 games that he's called, he's never watched this team play basketball before. And it's so obvious when you listen to it. And I don't understand. Like, maybe LHN has just mailed it in. I have people that I love who work for Longhorn Network. I don't know if they've just mailed it in because they know they're done at the end of this year. But it blows my mind that network, which was already criticized when it started, has fallen off to a point where they feel like that is an acceptable solution for their announcers.
Yeah, I didn't hear Bruce Bowen earlier this year, but I can't imagine him doing a worse job than that. Like, even if he was as bad, at least it's Bruce Bowen. Adrian Branch doesn't even bring the name recognition. He just brings really bad broadcasting skills. I hate hammering on the guy because maybe he's new at this and he's been asked to do it, and so he's trying to get comfortable in that role. He's still got a long way to go. And it starts with not continuing to call your fucking play-by-play guy by his initials over and over and over again. It was like Armenian water torture with as many times as he was saying that.
What is Armenian water torture?
I don't know if I had this conversation with Kevin yesterday. I don't know if we can say Chinese water torture anymore. No, it was you that I had this conversation with. I don't know what I'm allowed to say in that regard. So I'm swerving hard into my own people and saying Armenian water torture, because I would imagine that over time we have tortured people with drops of water.
It just drops. That doesn't sound like torture. If it's only a few drops, it's not as bad.
On the 100,000th drop, when your skull is caving in, it hurts.
Yeah. Is Sark doing that to some of his players?
Not that I'm aware of.
I hope not. Oh, man, there's your LHN rant. Yeah, shout out to my guy Cody, former co-host in Houston. If you're a Texans fan, make sure you subscribe to Cody's YouTube channel. Doing great work. Yeah, everything about that game last night made me mad. Also, they were showing like 2020 COVID commercials during the game. I don't know if you caught that, but like they were showing one commercial promoting the journalism school, and everyone was wearing masks.
Deal that was every fucking commercial break. Yeah.
They're all like, it's a 3 to 4 year old commercial. It's like, oh my God, y'all don't have any other filler stuff you could put in? Really?
Just do what? So one of the reasons, I don't know, do you watch the 4K broadcast of games ever?
The 4K?
Yeah, they offer broadcasts in 4K. It's supposed to be a higher resolution. I don't see a huge difference in picture, but one area where it's really cool is you don't get commercials. Like when it goes to commercial break on the regular network channel, I guess, the 4K, because not everything is shot in 4K. The 4K broadcast just goes with this wide shot of the entire stadium or the entire arena. Just do that. Just give those guys a break. Cut their microphones. You can have it far enough back that like you're not really able to see what's going on in the court, and you're giving everybody the necessary break there. Yeah. Versus feeling like you need to run commercials right there when these commercials are dated or just make the channel look even worse than it already does.
Bad bit. I don't know if my rectum is 4K, so I got to check that to see if it has that sort of capability.
Okay, you don't on rectum, but like YouTube TV will offer the 4K broadcast or 4K channel, and so that's how I'm able to watch like that.
I didn't know you knew that much about my rectum service, but thank you for filling me in on that deal. Much appreciated.
Some things happened in New Orleans that really shed some light for me.
Easy, Gum Bro. I wasn't the other Gum Bro. That was Zay, all right? You guys were doing your own thing. I was not a part of that.
Oh, it was a one-way operation between you and me late at night.
Is Zay somewhere behind me? I don't know who you're talking about right now. Oh, man. All right. The game itself, we voiced our frustrations with the broadcast, which the game itself wouldn't have been any better if it was on ESPN or ESPN2 or Fox, whatever. Hell of a comeback by the Longhorns, but they played their worst half of the season in the first half last night, scored a season low 19 points. They trailed by 17 at recess. They were down by as many as 18 at one point. They fought hard. They cut the gap to 3 a couple of different times in the last 5 minutes, but unfortunately not enough to overcome that massive deficit. And Trey, when you spot a good team, and Iowa State is a good team ranked in the top 15, you give them that big of a lead, and it's going to be a long night for you. And unfortunately, that was the case for the Horns.
Yeah, just completely confusing the Longhorns on the offensive end with a very active defense. And Texas was able to really get into a rhythm in the second half, largely because Dylan DeSue just caught complete fire. I'm surprised that anybody else was taking a shot down the stretch, but guys do have to take open shots, and there were even a couple of makes as well. But Dylan DeSue almost single-handedly was able to bring Texas back. I say single-handedly. That's on the offensive end. Defensively, Texas, they really tightened up. Now, there were not fouls being called in the game last night. There were instances on both sides where it's like, holy shit, that is a blatant foul. It's not being called. You got to do what the refs are allowing you to do. And so I think both teams did take advantage at times, but Texas played much better defensively in the second half. And they really found that spark with Dylan DeSue hitting from all over the court, all 3 levels, like broadcasters, myself included, love to talk about over these last few weeks. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. And my concern with this basketball team right now, BK, and trying not to be too prisoner of the moment, is watching these last couple of games. Now, TCU is a bit of an exception because Texas had built up a big lead in that game, but it shouldn't continue to require heroic individual efforts on the offensive end for this team to beat good competition. Because if that is what is required, then unfortunately the season is going to fall well short of whatever the preseason goals or expectations were.
Yeah, that's well said, right? You can't be relying on superstar performances from Dylan DeSue and Max Asmus every night to win you a game, right? Saturday, it was Asmus who went on that personal 13-2 run to close out that TCU game. He was the only guy doing anything offensively for Texas down the stretch. Then yesterday, it was 16 straight points for Dylan DeSue. Like, he was unbelievably hot. I mean, the basket looked as big as Rosie O'Donnell out there. That didn't feel fair.
Jeez.
I was between that and Hope Solo's hole, but that also doesn't feel fair.
I think that's the better comparison, though, for really making a gaping hole comparison, right?
Yeah, I think you're right. But he was on fire, NBA Jam style last night. He single-handedly willed Texas back into that game. But like you said, you can't just have one. Hell, you can't just have two. And that's where Texas is right now. So, yeah, I mean, that's a concerning trend. Also, they're 1-4 in their last 5 home games. Trey, they started 26-1 at Moody Center. They're 1-4 in their last 5. And they've got 8 games left, 4 at home, 4 on the road. They're going to be favored in 4 of those games, the 4 home games, because the road games are at Kansas, at Houston, at Tech, and at Baylor. Those are all tough. They've got 4 home games. Okie State, West Virginia, K-State, Oklahoma. They should win all 4 of those. They will be favored in all 4 of those. And if they go 4-4 down the stretch and just do what Vegas expects them to do, they're going to make the tournament. That's going to be enough. But if they start losing more home games, if they keep losing more home games and they start losing road games, they've been very good on the road, then we might be talking about a team that's in the NIT, which is obviously not where we want to be. So, yeah, 2 very disturbing trends. The fact that just they're not getting secondary scoring at all, and the fact that they're not winning games at a place that used to be very tough for opponents to come in and win. Those things have to change if Texas is going to make the tournament number 1, but more importantly, actually do something if they get there.
Yeah, I think I saw this from you, but I definitely saw it from some other Longhorn fans too. So I apologize if I'm falsely attributing this to you. The criticism that Tyrese Hunter is receiving right now on the offensive end is completely warranted. And I say that as somebody who has been clamoring for Hunter to be this team's primary ball handler, because I think it will keep him more engaged and involved on offense, and that carries over to the defensive end too. I don't know what's going on with him right now. I mean, this is a guy who has taken some major steps backward versus a dude who was all-conference, freshman All-American his first year at Iowa State. He transfers here. Over these last few years, it's been a bit of a roller coaster ride, and then we're at a serious dip right now. And in talking about the need to find more than just those 2 guys to pick up the slack, it's a cast of characters, a short cast of characters that can help do that. But that list should begin with a guy like Tyrese Hunter, who's had so many successful moments at the college level, but he just feels completely lost right now, unfortunately.
Agreed. Real quick, Bama boy, thank you for welcoming us to the SEC. I want to make sure new listeners' comment gets some love. We appreciate you tuning in. You're right on Tyrese Hunter. Now, where did Tyrese Hunter transfer from, Trey?
Iowa State.
Double agent?
Oh, boy. Do we need to reopen that gambling probe?
Was he one of the students there? Is that why he transferred? Because he thought he was going to get caught?
Sacked a bunch of Iowa and Iowa State football players and wrestlers in the last year.
Yeah, if it was a one-off for Tyrese Hunter, then I would legitimately be wondering if he was point shaving last night. But it's 3 games in a row, really 4 of the last 5. But Tyrese Hunter has 11 points combined in his last 3 games. He was averaging close to 13 a game before this recent slide for him. He's in his own head right now, and his struggles on offense are now translating into struggles on defense, because he was bad defensively last night, right? He had a couple of huge mistakes late in the game. Iowa State ran that pick and roll play. It was a 3-point game with just under a minute to go. And Tyrese Hunter didn't do a good job at all. It's almost like he didn't even try to get over that screen. Lipsy blew by him. So I think it was DeSue who had to go over and help, which set up Iowa State's big man for an easy dunk. Like, biggest defensive possession of the game, Tyrese Hunter craps the bed. And then, oh, by the way, when Texas was down by 4 with about 2 minutes to go, Tyrese Hunter has a shitty turnover that turns into a Lipsy 3 on the other end, and all of a sudden it's back up to 7. Like, not only was he 0 for 8 in the game, not only did he score 0 points, but in the biggest moments, he came up smaller than small. I mean, he's Muggsy Bogues out there. Terrible. So, like, he's clearly better than this. The problem for Texas is they don't have anybody else that they can really turn to. It's not a deep team. You've talked about this a lot. Like, it's easy to just say, I'll take them out and bring somebody else in. They don't have any other guards, at least I think, who are ready for this moment. So he's got to figure it out, man. If Texas, maybe they can make the tournament with Hunter playing like this, maybe. But if they want to win a game or do anything close to what they did last March, they need that guy to become that guy again. And right now he's not that guy. And that's a huge, huge problem. I mean, that's inexcusable. 0 points in 33 minutes, bad turnovers, bad defense. He's got to figure it out, man. He really does, because this team is in trouble if he doesn't.
Yeah. Sadly, you're right about that. I mean, Kendall Weaver continues to earn more playing time. Heck, Brock Cunningham was okay enough last night, I guess, that he got pretty heavy minutes once again, but they need Tyrese Hunter to get it turned around pretty fast because they have limited guard depth. I mean, it's pretty much Asmus, Hunter, and Kendall Weaver, with IT Horton serving as a sort of wing player, a flex wing player. So if Tyrese Hunter is going to continue to play like this, all of a sudden one of your primary ball handlers is a pretty big liability out there. That's bad for a team that's already lacking in depth.
You're right. I think I would have had Weaver and Cunningham on the floor late instead of Hunter.
I was honestly a little bit surprised to see Hunter out there based on how he played that game. It's a game-to-game situation, but based on how he was that game, that's the move I would have made.
Yeah, and Texas, man, after doing such a great job on the glass against TCU, they gave up 16 offensive boards. It's what killed them against Houston. It's what killed them last night. 16 second-chance points for the Cyclones. They also had 18 points off of 14 Texas turnovers. That first half, that's where the game was lost. I mean, Texas was the much better team in half number 2. They scored 46 points in the second half. Like, you can do that every half, you're going to win every game that you play. But, Texas just, they were overmatched. Iowa State had a great defensive game plan. They blitzed the guards nonstop, right? They have size, they have strength, and they pressured Asmus and Hunter all night long, not giving those guys any space. Texas couldn't adjust in time in that first half. And, frustrating. Frustrating loss for sure. Texas would still be in the tournament if the season ended today, but they have to win on Saturday, don't they? West Virginia, one of the worst teams in the league. I know you already lost to them, so don't take them lightly, but you got to win this game at home, right?
Yeah.
This is one of those that if you lose, then you'll see Texas back in the last 4 in, first 4 out conversation.
You're right about that. So, I mean, considering how many difficult road games you have left, you've got to win the games at home, and you have to figure out a way to win a couple of those games on the road too.
Yeah, maybe. So there you go. We'll take your thoughts, Texas fans. The Dakota text line, 512-222-9328, or keep the YouTube comments coming. We appreciate the love. Frustrating for Texas basketball last night. They do go 3-3 in that 6-game stretch against ranked teams. Not bad. Could have been worse. But, it stung with the chance to go to 4-2 to give that one up on your home floor. Not ideal. All right, we'll get back into the football conversation here momentarily. But first, Trey, how about a word for our great friends over at Big Hat Spirits?
Yes, bighatspirits.com. That is the website. They are cocktails in a can, really redefining what the cocktail in a can experience is like. That's because it's low on BS. You know that even though I do like the occasional adult beverage, I'm also very keen on what I'm putting in my body. That's even with things like the adult beverages. So to learn that the Big Hat Spirits are no syrup, no gluten, non-GMO, BPA-free, 100% natural, real spirits, that is music to my ears, as is the variety of flavors as well. Everything from ranch water to jalapeno ranch water, the margarita, prickly pear paloma, the blackberry smoke, Texas mule. And for those of you who like the non-alcoholic option, how about that margarita mocktail? You hear Bucky talking about that one in the mornings. Now, Big Hat can be found all over Central Texas, but rather than me tell you about all the places like Specs, 34 Wine and Spirits, because there are a lot of different liquor stores that do sell Big Hat Spirits. I'm going to encourage you to go to bighatspirits.com. You can find out more info there. And near the very top of that website, you see a map of the greater Austin area with all the different spots that carry Big Hat cocktails in a can. It's Big Hat Cocktails, bighatspirits.com.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Big Hat. Also, some love to BetUS. If you're looking to make some money on Super Bowl 58 this weekend, you got to go to BetUS, the best online sportsbook and casino out there. If you're watching on YouTube, just click the link in the video description below. If you deposit $50, they're going to match that deposit, and you'll be on your way to winning money on the Super Bowl, on college basketball, the NBA, any sport, anytime. They got for you at BetUS. If you're listening on the app, well, just hit the Explore Our Socials button on the main page of the app, and there will be a link to BetUS right there. Same system. You deposit $50, they're going to hook you up with some free money, and you'll be on your way to winning on the biggest events in sports. They've got a casino, too. You can play blackjack and poker and roulette and all that stuff. They've got it for you. Make sure you click that link. Make sure you deposit $50, and you will be ready to go with our friends at BetUS. Speaking of friends, we'll let you hear from one of our friends right now, our man Tom McKay from AV Consultations.
This is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 25 years both fun and fruitful. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all of your home electronics needs. We take care of everything from surround sound home theaters and distributed audio to computer networks, home surveillance systems, to a new television in the living room or bedroom. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. Just give us a call and we'll visit you at your home or business to take a look at what you really need. Just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We make your electronics and life simpler to manage. So give us a call and discover what over 7,000 families and businesses already have. Audiovisual Consultations is the easiest, most complete way to enjoy today's electronics. Call us at 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or online at avconsultations.com.
Yes, indeed. Much love to Tom McKay, one of our favorites. And, of course, we love AV Consultations. We've been proud customers of theirs for years, and that will continue in the future. Okay, Trey, how about a little new bit here on the award-winning midday program? You okay with this?
Sure.
So it's a social media bit that's going to translate into the midday program. Today's Wednesday. God, it is Wednesday, right? This would be a huge F up if it's not.
Yes.
Okay. I'm doing a little Would You Rather Wednesday.
Okay.
So we tweeted this out from our Twitter account. That's how it usually works, at TS Unfiltered. Earlier today, we got some Twitter reaction, but also for those of you tuned in on the app or on YouTube, we want to hear your thoughts, and I want to hear your thoughts more than anything, Trey. Would you rather Wednesday? If you were given the choice, would you rather a mulligan on the 2001 Big 12 championship game or the 2008 Texas Tech game? Of course, we're talking Longhorn football here. So you get a do-over, either the 01 Big 12 title game against Colorado or the 08 Crabtree game in Lubbock. What's your pick there?
2008, because I feel like in 2001, you were going to get boat raced by Miami regardless. In 2008, you have a legitimate shot to win a national championship.
Yeah, that's been the consensus response on Twitter to this point. And I think you laid it out perfectly, right? I mean, yeah, 01 Miami, they were a freaking monster. They were undefeated that year. They took care of business in the national championship game, and that team was much better than 08 Florida, which was still a very good team, of course, with Tim Tebow and a murderer. But yeah,
a couple murderers.
Yeah, even though the 01 one was the Big 12 championship, and it's like, you were basically on the cusp of getting there. 08, you beat Tech, you play for the Big 12 title, you win that, then you're going to the national championship, and you've got a much more beatable opponent. I was young. I was, 14 in 2008, so you'll have to help me a little bit here. I mean, I remember that season vividly, but I still think that Florida team was damn good. Like, there are Texas fans who are like, dude, we get to that game, we beat them, no question. Like I feel that way about 09 if Colt McCoy doesn't go down with an injury. I don't feel quite that way about 08, even though I think there are aspects of the 08 team for Texas that were better than the 09 team. Where are you with that? Is it like, I think everyone would agree 01 Miami is better than 08 Florida. But if Texas did make it to that national title game, would you have expected or picked the Longhorns to beat UF?
That's a good question. I think they would have beat them. I think the 08 team was just better offensively than the 09 team was. The 09 team was still really good defensively, but they lost a little bit of their punch on offense. And I think that, I don't know if the statistics bear it out, but it felt like Colt McCoy played his best football as a junior versus a senior. And so, yeah, I would give them a shot because there was so much NFL talent on that roster that I think they would have matched up with that Florida team pretty well.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it would have been a great game. Texas definitely would have had a chance.
Here's the other thing to consider with the 08 game versus 01 game. Sorry to cut you off there. Winning that 08 game takes away one of the fondest football memories for all Tech fans.
Dude, the only football memory they have.
Yeah, that's true.
That is like literally because they've never won a championship. Like that is their favorite moment in their program's history. Winning a regular season game against Texas when in a season where they didn't play for a conference championship, let alone win one. That is literally like, oh my God, they still bring that up all the time. That's like the number one highlight that they show everywhere. And you still see like wedding cakes for Tech fans modeled after the scoreboard of that game. I mean, it's all they have. It's all they have. So yeah, it's one of your biggest rivals. And yes, I consider Tech a rival. Sue me. One of your biggest rivals. You gave them like their best moment in football history by losing that game. That's you're right. That's the cherry on top for me too.
I understand and I agree with anybody who says West Virginia is not a true rival. If you don't consider Texas Tech a rival, you have not been paying attention for decades now.
Yeah. I mean,
they are little brother and they haven't accomplished nearly what Texas has. They are rivals, and years that we don't treat them like rivals, especially that when that game is played in Lubbock, or years that we lose to that goddamn school.
They're not the level of OU. They're not the level of A&M. We're not saying that, but if you don't consider them a rival, I think you're missing out. And it's a nice way to end the rivalry this year on the football field with that 50-point victory on Black Friday. But yeah, that 08 one will always sting, and that's one of the biggest what ifs in Texas history. If we don't have a dropped interception by the average secondary coach we have right now.
Megan from Fire the Cannon, which will be on today from 3 to 5, agrees that 2008 was better than the 2009 team. I will die on that hill. May not die on any hills, Megan, but I agree with you there.
Hey, she wants to die on the hill. That's fine. We don't want her to die, but it's,
I respect somebody feeling strongly enough about something that they're willing to die on a hill. It just doesn't matter that much to me.
Hey, speaking of Fire the Cannon, lifetime Longhorn Trey Faltini will be a guest on FTC today.
Awesome.
Big time get. 3:15 to 3:45. So 30-minute conversation with, I think, a fan favorite for Texas baseball. He will be with Megan and Rocky this afternoon. So you should always tune in, but definitely tune in today to catch that conversation. Baseball opening day, a week from Friday for the Longhorns. And we're working on a little pregame broadcast out with the Occupy Left Field folk next Friday night. We'll hopefully be there a few different times over the course of the season, but definitely be on the lookout and the listen out for that. Okay, there's your Would You Rather Wednesday, the first one.
SD says calling them a rival gives them more credit than they deserve. He said that after saying Texas is not a rival, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, is it because it's so one-sided? Like OU has owned Oklahoma State. I always whenever Texas fans are like, bragging about how much they own A&M and own Texas Tech, I'm like, dude, look at Bedlam. Like OU absolutely considers Oklahoma State a rival, even though they have pounded them for more than a century. Like just because you beat somebody up a lot doesn't mean they're not a rival. And I see the back and forth on Twitter. I hear the hate. You don't talk that way about other fan bases. You don't talk that way about, Iowa State or West Virginia or Kansas State, like some of the other schools in the Big 12 that you've gone up against for years. It's a little different with Texas Tech. They're in your state. You compete against them every year in every sport. At least you did until the end of this year. They're a rival. And if they want to brag about that, they can. They haven't won anything else. So if they want to claim that a big win for them is being considered a rival by UT, then be my guest, Tech fans. Maybe I'll win something someday. Probably not.
SD, if you think we're afraid to say things on this channel, you're not paying attention. I just didn't care to say that first part because it was quite histrionic, and you can keep your histrionics in the comments. Other people can read those if they want to.
I did get a kick. So Baylor hosted Texas Tech in basketball last night, and Tech's got Pop Isaacs, who was accused of rape earlier this season. And Baylor fans were like giving him shit. And I'm like, yeah, can you do that? Pot calling kettle black. Are you guys allowed to be the fan base to talk bad about Pop Isaacs?
Nope.
Like, every other fan base and like innocent until proven guilty. There hasn't been a charge yet for Pop Isaacs. So, but every other fan base, all right, if you want to take your dig and your jabs, that's fine. A college student, but I don't know if Baylor should be allowed to do stuff like that right there.
Yeah, Baylor is still on probation from giving other teams or individuals shit about their own players killing other players, their own players skinning cats out of some sick practical joke, and then their players sexually assaulting students at that school and then getting away with it because the coach was either asleep on the job, according to his description of things, or was choosing to turn away as he was learning about these things because the football team was doing well.
What a disaster of a university that is. My God, I will not miss them going to the SEC. I could tell you that much. All right. Before we get to where we at in society today, some love to a few more of our fantastic sponsors. A quick word for Altstat Beer, the best beer that you can find. You got your watch parties coming up on Sunday. Make sure you've got some Altstat beer with you. If you've got people coming over, have the Altstat ready to go. If you're going somewhere and you need something great to bring, have the Altstat beer ready to go. If you're just staying at home watching the game alone, you still need a great beer. Doesn't matter how you're watching the Super Bowl on Sunday. The game is better with an ice cold Altstat beer by your side. They've got it at H-E-B, Total Wine, Twin Liquors, Specs, wherever you go to buy your beer, you can find the greatness of Altstat beer. They've got a bunch of different brews too. Something for every beer drinker out there. And it's not just some guy on YouTube and on an app telling you about Altstat. This is an award-winning beer. The U.S. Open Beer Championships, the Great American Beer Festivals. Altstat has taken home a number of medals in recent years. Guys who get paid to drink beer for a living are telling you about how good Altstat is. Don't just take my word for it. Take their word for it and go get you some. I promise, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers that you have been drinking in the past. It is Altstat beer. No impurities, no regrets. And how about a couple of words from our great friends out at Covert BK.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife, Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Covert BK. And Trey, before we get to where we at in society, how about a word for our great friends over at Pest Wranglers?
Of course, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers. If you have pest problems around your home or in your home or place of business, Pest Wranglers is the company that you need to call. You can do so by dialing them at 512-670-7808. That's 670-7808. Go to the website, pestwranglers.com. They were established by our friend Steve, a.k.a. Cooter, back in 2006. Back then, he established the company on a couple of different premises, if I can get that word out. One is the motto, effective, reliable, affordable. The other is making it all about the customer. Exceptional customer service is one of the things that separates Pest Wranglers from the competition. Steve values people. He values relationships. He treats his employees well. In turn, his employees treat you, the customer, well. They are so confident in that customer service that they don't have any contracts you have to sign. If you're unhappy with a service, you can cancel at any time, but they know whether you are asking them to get rid of mosquitoes, maybe it's rodent control and exclusion, inspections for residential and commercial properties, or for people in Round Rock and Pflugerville, some pool service. You will be satisfied at the end. Again, go to pestwranglers.com for more info. Also to get yourself that free estimate. And as always, Pest Wranglers is a proud sponsor of.
Where are we at in society today?
That's right. It is your regular look at stories that show we as a people are headed in the wrong direction. Very occasionally, I will bring you a story that provides a sense of optimism that has us all saying to ourselves, hey, maybe we as a people are starting to figure something out. But sadly, today is not that day. Headline from China. Chinese sex doll rental service suspended amid controversy.
Yes.
A Chinese company offering sex dolls for rent has withdrawn its services just days after launching. The company, translated to English, is called Touch, and it began offering 5 different sex doll types for daily or longer-term rent on Thursday in Beijing, but quickly drew complaints and criticism. The company said in a statement that it, quote, sincerely apologized for the negative impact of the concept. But the firm stressed sex was not vulgar and said it would keep working towards more people enjoying it.
So what's the issue here?
Well, there is already, you're going to be shocked by this, but already a conspiracy theory forming as to why Touch was forced to shut down its Rent a Sex Doll company. And it has to do with the commies. That's right. China's Communist Party. According to those who are following this story closely, say that Touch was forced to stop as a result of the commies stepping in and saying, no, this isn't right.
So rent a sex doll, huh? That was the bit?
Rent a sex doll. And in their press release talking about the suspension of this service, they say some thinly veiled things that are leading people to the belief that the Communist Party did come down on Touch. Because our third-party marketing staff failed to comply with related regulations, certain promotion campaigns were suspended by regulatory agencies. Considered the widespread controversy, we decided to stop the project. We sincerely apologize for the negative impact caused by the project. Oh, this is pandering straight to the commies right now, especially its negative impact on online discourse at a time of major meetings. In the future, Touch will continue to put corporate social responsibility as a priority while actively exploring healthy and harmonious sexual lifestyle. I would argue that if you are renting sex dolls out to people, I don't know how healthy a lifestyle you are promoting here. They are used sex dolls after all, which belongs in the category of things like pillows and mattresses and underwear as things that you don't necessarily want to be using secondhand.
It's worse than any of those. I mean, almost like reusing a condom, isn't it? Like,
or a fleshlight, maybe. Yeah, it's those things.
I feel like we've talked about rent a sex doll before, haven't we? I mean, I know we
lost a bet at one point. I could never find the proper sex doll to make you pay that bet off.
Well, let's go ahead and make sure we clarify what the actual punishment was supposed to be for that bet. It was getting a life-size sex doll made in my likeness. It wasn't me having to rent a sex doll used by somebody else to then use myself. All right. You know, I'm way too clean to do anything close to that. I'm okay with the buying of the sex doll. Make sure she's under the bed. I'm okay with that. But the renting bit, come on, that's gross, dude. Gross.
And to make sure people understand the full scope of the bet, you are going to have to go out for a nice milk steak dinner with the sex doll that was in your likeness and in the night by consummating the date with your sex doll self.
Okay, half of what you just said is true. I did forget about the dinner part of the bet. Yes, that was a part of it. And that was the funniest part of it too, is that I was going to have to take a literally life-size sex doll of myself out to a nice steakhouse, take it to dinner. And probably it was going to be the doll's birthday too. So there was going to be a happy birthday sung by the wait staff. I mean, that shit is hilarious. The damn Chinese, they let us down.
Yes, they did.
No disrespect.
Well, yes, disrespect, coach. They promised us a life-size doll. Ended up, you bought it, right? You ordered it. It was a little figurine. It was like Bucky's Jeter figurine.
It was a little bit bigger than that, but yeah, it was like 1.5 feet tall. And it's like, how is he supposed to have sex with this at the end of the day? It just doesn't work.
Oh my God. How much did you pay for that too?
It wasn't crazy expensive, which should have been the first clue. It was a couple $100, I want to say.
That is crazy expensive for an action figure.
Oh, you're right about that. Well, here's the funny thing is I talked to Tom about it, and Tom was like, I am completely willing to foot the bill if you can actually find a sex doll in his likeness. It was impossible to find. Now, this is what, 4 or 5 years ago, so maybe the custom sex doll technology has come a long way since then. But back then, it was nearly impossible. I think I found something, but it was in like the 5-digit range of how much it cost.
Jesus. What should we have done? Just gotten a regular blow-up doll and like put my face on it?
I think that was probably what needed to be the ultimate outcome.
Yeah, that's not nearly as cool though. I mean, it would have been better than what we ended up doing, but such a genius thing. I've never seen but I've seen the blown up sex doll, right?
Yeah.
Out at a dinner date as like a fantasy football punishment, but I've never seen the in your likeness type of doll that you had to take out. That would have been chef's kiss, dude.
And sex doll BK would have had that surprised look on his face the entire time during dinner.
Oh my God, that would have been epic. Epic. I want to bring that back as a future bet payoff for us, but like you said, I mean, I don't know if the technology is advanced enough to where we could actually make that happen, you know?
I may have to look to see because that would be as humiliating as that would be for me. And boy, I would have to hide that one from my kids big time. It would be amazing. You want to talk about drawing free promotion for this channel? That would do it in spades.
It would. Oh man. So look, I am back to the original story of where we at in society. I'm okay with this shutting down. I am in favor of the sex doll bit. I'm in favor of the sex robot bit. If that's your thing, be my guest. It's not my thing. I prefer the humans when it comes to intercourse, but hey, to each his or her own, whatever. I understand that people aren't going out as much these days, and people still need love. And if that's how you get your love, then be my guest. It ain't sinking my boat. But the rent-a deal, I can't get behind that, man.
That's disgusting.
Even if I'm not using it, I can't even just say that feels like it's sinking my boat. Like knowing that other people are using each other's sex dolls. Like there's no way. I'm sure they are cleaned in between uses, but there's no way you can clean that thing out enough to where it would be actually clean.
Here's the 5 sex dolls that were going to be for rent.
Should we power rank these? We used to do power ranking Wednesday on the old show. Should we power rank these Chinese sex dolls here?
I mean, you put it out there, so I think we kind of have to now.
What, we got Zelda in the middle? What's going on there?
It's supposed to be a Wonder Woman look-alike.
Okay. Those aren't even... Wonder Woman wears American flag colors, right? You figure they would have gone Chinese flag with... although there's no way that would fly over there.
Yeah, they're trying to separate themselves from the American film industry.
Okay, what are you going with here?
I'm going 5-1.
5 is the worst?
Yeah. Wonder Woman is 5. There's just too much going on there. I feel like there's things that could hurt you.
The sword.
4 is going to be the nurse on the far right. 3. Actually, I need to change this. The Five is the one second from the left who looks like a child in a sailor's outfit. So that one's off the table. Let's just throw that one out altogether. We're going top 4 here. 4 is Wonder Woman. 3 is Nurse. 2 is the one who's dressed like an actual doll. And the number 1 is the one on the far left.
Okay. I can't believe you just did that. That's disgusting, dude. You're a pervert.
No, now you have to. Now you have to power
No
rank.
way. No way, dude. Oh, we're out of time. Oh, no.
God damn it.
I'm with you, though, on the second to the left. Like, that's some R. Kelly stuff right there. Dude.
Yeah.
That one looked too young. That's not acceptable.
Nope. We
That's
should not look. I know that it's just a doll, but we should not be making sex dolls in the likeness of children. I'm gonna have to draw a sex doll line there.
Yeah, that feels like a pretty sturdy limb that you're going out on there, my friend. That's a strong take by you. 254 number on the Coda text line says, "What the hell is a milk steak dinner?"
So the lifelike or the replica of the human being in sex doll form was an idea taken from Always Sunny in Philadelphia. And so in an effort to make that a little bit clearer to people, the milk steak dinner, it wouldn't be a milk steak. Places don't serve milk steaks. But that's Charlie Kelly's favorite type of steak is the milk steak. So I would always say milk steak, a nice milk steak dinner.
I would have had to go to an actual steakhouse and just order a glass of milk on the side. That's how we would have probably paid it off, right?
Yeah. I don't know if you pour the milk over the top of the steak or not. That seems pretty disgusting, but it's a possibility.
That does seem very disgusting. All right. I see the fellas in the waiting room. It's Chip and it's Zay. Gentlemen, how we doing?
How we doing, fellas? How's your Super Bowl week going?
It's good. Putting the finishing touches on my Taylor Swift themed party. How about you guys?
Oh, good. Is my invitation in the mail?
I don't know if you want to go to this.
Oh,
but
this is the party you don't want anyone to come to?
Yeah, this is what we have in this video is
just some chick that you're trying to impress.
No, I don't like women enough to do stuff like this. There's no chance. This is what mine's going to look like on Sunday if you guys want to be a part of that.
That is so precious.
I'm in there's
the 87.
The 87 charcuterie board going on there.
The charcuterie board. You got to have the charcuterie board.
Oh,
especially you single fellas.
Is that Taylor Swift's favorite drink there? What is that?
I don't know. There's a little
bit.
That a
bong? Oh, wow.
Oh, I thought that was a bong.
I was about to have to ask for an invite to that party, but no.
That looks like something my son has in his room. Oh, hey. How are you doing, fellas?
Oh, man. We're good. Super Bowl week's going well. We didn't talk too much about it today. It's weird, like National Signing Day, right? This used to be such a big deal for all of us, and now it's like, I know Sark had his press conference, Chip. I'm sure you were a part of that, and you've got some nuggets from that deal. But like today is just, it's nothing compared to what it used to be.
No kids signed today, and that's we know that now. You know, it is weird for those old heads like us who've been through signing day, first Wednesday in February for decades, and now the first Wednesday in February is cleanup on what happens in December. So
yeah, I almost feel like the biggest thing that Sark talked about today was like the new coaches that he's brought in, right? Like we'd already heard him talk about all the signees because they signed 2 months ago.
And Brandon Harris moving up to GM of the recruiting staff, which is a good move. And Billy Glasscock left because Brandon Harris was basically becoming the guy. So Billy Glasscock leaves. He goes to Ole Miss with Lane Kiffin, and everybody's happy. So no one should look into that move as Billy Glasscock thinking Ole Miss is better. He was basically encouraged, and in fact, Sark helped facilitate that. So,
wow,
yeah. Hey, did Sark say he's obsessed today?
A little bit.
Winning? Yeah, I need that. That's that toxic energy I need. I need that obsession stuff.
Yeah,
That's
man.
where we need to be. Like
Relentless. Got to be relentless.
Obsessed with glass cocks or something else?
Well, obsessed with getting back to the playoff. Obsessed with winning.
I like that.
Something my man Dan Campbell can learn from.
Why we gotta go back to Dan, man? That's so unnecessary. At this point, it's Wednesday. The following week, why we gotta go back to Dan?
Yeah, but our conversation yesterday about how Bill O'Brien went for it on 4th down in the Chiefs playoff game when they were up 24-0, and that was the beginning of the end of the Bill O'Brien era. Like, go back and look. After he lost that game, they went upside down.
Oh yeah,
and he gone. I mean,
punt.
You got to learn from these things, Zay. My man Dan's got to learn.
Yeah, but I don't think Jared Goff is getting some, unwanted massages on his free time. Houston had a lot more problems going on. Let's keep it real.
True. All right, guys. We know y'all talk Texas football, Texas basketball. Excited to listen. We'll be back tomorrow, but y'all have a great show.
Appreciate
you. Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you're spending some time with us. Chip and Zay holding it down midday, 1 to 3 right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. We got you covered. It is Super Bowl week. We will talk to our man John Brown, father to 3 5-star wide receivers, including Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Lions. They just got back from the Pro Bowl, so John will have stories from the Pro Bowl where Amon-Ra caught a game-high 10 passes on the winning team, the NFC. And we will also talk to Dan Neal. You don't want to miss this because Dan Neal, you can't talk about the Super Bowl week, without talking to Dan Neal, who won 2 Super Bowls back-to-back with the Denver Broncos, 97, 98. And he, of course, played for Mike Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan was a ball boy at that time, running around, a little ankle biter. Dan has stories he will get into in the 2 o'clock hour. Zay, we did have Steve Sarkisian today on what is now just signing day 2 is what I call it. I mean, signing day 1 is December, signing day 2. Texas did not sign anyone today, but we know they've got a loaded class that is a top 5 class. The biggest news out of the Steve Sarkisian press conference probably was more about, Brandon Harris moving up to the GM position now. That GM position has become sort of a staple in college football. It used to be player personnel director. Now it's GM, because we got multiple player personnel directors. In fact, John Michael Jones has been promoted to director of player personnel at Texas under Brandon Harris. Taylor Searles, daughter of former Texas offensive lineman coach Stacy Searles, moves up to director of recruiting. And you got to give it to Sark. He's been recruiting well. He got screwed over a little bit by the timing of Bo Davis leaving for LSU and the fallout of losing.
Come on, man. We got to take this narrative. Screwed over. Bo Davis wants to be a good father. Why don't we look at that? Why don't we look at Bo Davis with all the deadbeats out here in the world? Bo Davis is out here saying, you know what? Me and my son's relationship is so close. I want to coach him, and I'm willing to go to my alma mater to do so. You know what I'm saying?
Look at you, Mr. Teddy Bear today.
You know what I'm saying? Bo Davis is a good father.
I mean, he only lost 2 stud recruits on the defensive line, which is the hardest position to recruit outside of, or the most important position to recruit outside of quarterback, but the hardest position to recruit in all of college football, finding those difference-making defensive tackles. But listen, Texas has been good in the portal. They got Tia Savea. They'll wait and look around in May. So you're right, Zay. But he did kind of get screwed around by the timing. But anyway, so yeah, Sark talked about his new coaches, Johnny Nansen and Kenny Baker, the defensive line coach, who, you know, Sark was dropping a couple names. You know what I'm saying? He said he talked to Mike McDaniel, the head coach of the Dolphins, to get a little something on Kenny Baker. And so, look, it's a good time to be a Longhorn football fan, because Sark was talking about obsessed. Zay, you heard that word.
Sark itching to get back to the college football playoff. I need that. That's what I'm talking about. I need obsessed. I need to look at that film at 2 a.m. on the March afternoon or March night. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I need that. L'Oreal walk in talking about, hey, what you watch a film again? What you looking at? What you doing? You on the phone with who? Like, who you texting right now? You know what I'm saying? Better not be no woman. Nah, babe, just these recruits. Just these guys in the transfer, talking to coaches, asking about guys. Yes, I need that obsession. I love that word from Steve Sarkisian. I need that, because you were right there, bruh. You were right there. You were in New Orleans. That game was 37-31. All that BS that you went through in that game. Your running backs fumbling. You not running the ball when you should have. Put it in Quinn Ewers' hands a little bit too much when Washington was playing into that. You know, I know it haunts them every night. It should, which means it creates that obsession when you know what could have been. When you go back and look at that Washington film and think, oh, damn, look what Michigan did. Maybe if I would have done what Hardball would have done, I'd be playing for a national championship. So, yes, things like that type of failure, as good as the season was, 12 wins, Big 12 championship, he said all that, you know, comes here to win championships. We get that, absolutely. But all that talent that you had this past year to get so close and not win it all, yes, that should develop an obsession now, because you know how close you were and you know how difficult it is. And now you got to do whatever it takes to get back to that point.
Yeah. Yeah. And we talked to our man, Lance Taylor, our SEC insider and prognosticator, last week. And he said Texas is going to be a top 3 team in the SEC. Like, the media, the pundits are going to pick Texas, maybe even top 2, because of the fact that Texas finished number 3 in the country, was, as you said, that close to playing for a national championship. And everyone's going to pick Georgia probably ahead of Texas. But with Alabama going through its transition, LSU losing Jaden Daniels, and Texas getting Quinn Ewers back, you could be talking about the media picking Georgia number 1, Texas number 2 in year 1 of the SEC. And think about that for a second, Longhorn Nation, because in 2021, Sark's going 5-7, suffering a 6-game losing streak, longest since 1956. That's the year before Darrell K. Royal took over as head coach. And everyone's going, but, you know, as I wrote in the Insider a few weeks ago, Chris Del Conte, Jay Hartzell, the school president, said that Sark laid out a plan for them. That's why as part of his hire. And they said in year 1, everything was going according to plan. And then they got to year 3 and they were right on target. So Sarkisian has been very impressive. He's been very surgical in his recruiting. He's hired good people to come on as coaches and analysts. He's got a running backs coach who's in on the top running back in the country every year coming out of high school, and who recruited Jahmyr Gibbs to Georgia Tech and helped, coach Bijan Robinson, obviously, but brought in CJ Baxter and Jaden Blue, although Jaden Blue's recruitment started under Tom Herman. But still, I like the development, and offensively, you're never going to have a question. I mean, he's going to attract the best offensive linemen, the best receivers, the best tight ends, because now he's putting them in the NFL, and that's something that Texas had not been doing. So my God, what, David Thomas, Jermichael Finley, those were the last. And Andrew Beck, I mean, I'm not going to discount Andrew Beck. He was an undrafted free agent who's made a nice career for himself. He's on his second contract with the Houston, or his second NFL contract. He started off with the Patriots. I'm a little worried about Bill Belichick, though, not being in the coaching games, because he loved the Longhorns. He kept taking Longhorns. He had Brendan Schooler he took in as an undrafted free agent. He had Lil Jordan Humphrey for a minute. He drafted Malcolm Brown. There are certain teams in the NFL who, like the Seattle Seahawks, they've drafted a lot of Longhorns. The Tennessee Titans, especially in the mid-2000s, they were drafting one. It was the Tennessee Longhorns. They had Vince. They had Ahmad Hall. They had Bo Scaife. They had Michael Griffin. It was ridiculous how many Longhorns the Tennessee Titans had.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the Patriots were one of those teams that were high on the Longhorns. We'll see.
Yeah. I mean, I appreciate Bill for drafting all those former Horns, but it's probably a reason why he got fired. Keeping it real, all those guys. I mean,
he got fired because he couldn't find anyone to run his offense. Like,
yeah, that too.
What kind of fool has Matt Patricia, the defensive coordinator, move over to offensive coordinator?
He's loyal. He's loyal.
Yeah,
he knows the dirt. He knows the grime. There's no pushback. Anything Bill says goes. He could talk to Patricia in certain ways that he might not be able to talk to other folks. That's a big reason why he ain't getting the job right now. Like, all the stories that you're just hearing with these coaches, like the Mike Vrabel being too big physically, is a reason why he might not be getting these calls. Like, that was a weird story that's been going around this past Pro Bowl weekend. And then Bill Belichick, Brady was a big part.
Wait, what was the story on Vrabel?
Oh my gosh. You haven't heard that?
Wait,
yes, there's a rumors going around that people have been talking, GMs, about Mike Vrabel, about he's intimidating looking because he's a bigger former linebacker type guy, and people in the front office don't like that for some reason. Like, that's scary, I guess, which I don't want that to be real, because ain't no way we're gonna shame him, which guy could be. I think he is, but dude could completely change your franchise around with his philosophy, and we're afraid that he might get a little intense and we might piss ourselves because of it. Like, come on now. So, yeah, Belichick has a my way or the highway vibe about him too, and it's just the new wave of the NFL players, like those Teddy Bruschi's, Willis McGahee's, Rodney Harrison's. Them guys ain't around no more. Like, them guys ain't around. You can talk to those dudes a certain way, and you're going to get the best out of them. You talk to a dude that way now, they go into the front office snitching. You know what I'm saying? Like, Bill, I don't think he can handle those issues anymore. Like, he doesn't want to handle them. He just wants to coach.
The Titans were physical under Mike Vrabel and ran the football.
Yeah.
And I don't know what they're going to be now, because if Will Levis is your quarterback.
What you mean? You don't like mayonnaise in the coffee, dude? He had some pretty good. He had some pretty good moments.
I'm gonna hold off. I'm gonna give him some time. He's a little bit of a look at me guy, but we'll see how it goes.
So just because the dude's getting money off of some weird stuff, he's a look at me guy. It ain't his fault that he had a hot girlfriend that completely Benedict Arnold his ass and just left once she started getting money and a little bit of paper, a little bit of endorsement bread. That was cold on her, man. She wrong for that. That's why I be giving Patrick Mahomes this love. Y'all been hating on me all week about Brittany Matthews, Brittany Mahomes. Yo, Will Levis girl, you want that? You want that toxic energy in your life? She looking pretty at draft day, and then she leaves your ass.
You want
right
Russell Wilson's
love?
You want Russell Wilson's wife? You got to be careful, man.
Yeah.
I'm glad Will Levis figured it out. Hopefully before it cost him too much money.
Yeah. Russell, he came up. He said, okay, you cheating on me, I'm gonna get with Sierra. Come on. That's talk about rebound.
That's still the craziest story. Golden Tate getting with Russell Wilson's wife, and then Russell pushing for Golden Tate to get shipped out. And then Percy Harvin getting mad that Golden Tate got shipped out, so he got shipped out. Yeah. And Russell still dragged the Seahawks to the playoffs. But yeah, it got messy.
I mean, it's your quarterback, Golden Tate. Like, you clearly have no respect for him. Like,
there's another coach who went for it on fourth down when he should have handed it to beast mode.
Yeah.
At the goal line. How many times does Pete Carroll wake up in cold sweat? Russell Wilson. Coaching matters, baby.
Coaching matters. Even the greatest coaches, that guy has a Super Bowl ring and a national championship on the college level. He's one of the greatest of all time, Hall of Famer. Still messed up. Like, it happens. It happens, man.
Tom Brady couldn't believe it. Remember his reaction on the bench? He was jumping up and down like a schoolgirl when the Patriots intercepted Wilson at the goal line. And he was like, we're losing this game.
Yeah.
Oh, no, we're winning.
That's what I'm saying. Every time Steve Sarkisian talks about Pete Carroll being his mentor and then Sark does dumb stuff, I'll be like, well, Pete's done some dumbass stuff too. So, like, that's your mentor. Let's get more Saban than Pete. Love you, Pete. You mean well. You're one of my favorites. One of my favorite videos out there is Pete Carroll being like the quarterback at practice and slinging it around and running around at his age. That's just absolute comedy to me. But when we talk about Steve Sarkisian and his mentors, I'd rather him be more Saban than Pete.
Yeah, and Saban, I was at the national championship game that they ended up winning against Georgia. He had a crap kicker. In fact, Saban had a crap kicker for years until he finally got that Reichard guy who was money the last 4 years. But he kept kicking field goals even though he had a crap kicker who was missing the field goals. And then Tua saved his bacon. That was crazy too, man.
Was that a pun?
At that game.
Was that a pun because Tua's husky now? Saved his bacon? What do you mean?
Tua the tight end.
That dude Tua, thick body.
My point is Saban was still kicking the field goals, all these analytics, all this fourth down stuff. I'm telling you, it already ended Brandon Staley's career. I'm not saying Dan Campbell's in trouble, but everyone keeps saying he did that all year. I said, yeah. And it sucked. He won. They're like, he won game. He lost games too because of his fourth down decisions during the season. Yeah. So he just gotta learn.
Yeah, you gotta have a feel for the game in every sport.
Yeah.
We're gonna watch Texas. Then we're gonna talk about Texas basketball in a little bit, but Rodney Terry not having Kendall Weaver in the last 3 minutes is very odd for Tyrese Hunter, who didn't play well at all. You know,
and then Tyrese Hunter had the big turnover with 2:06 left in the decisive, like Dylan DeZoo, and we'll talk to John Brown coming up here in a minute. We'll definitely talk some Texas basketball, but Dylan DeZoo, what he did in the final 8-19, he hit 8 shots, 17 points, a 3-point play, back-to-back 3-pointers in a stretch in which Texas hit 10 of 12 shots and cut an 18-point deficit to 3 with 2:59 left. Time enough to make one more surge. And then my man, Milan Milachovic.
Oh, he's so nice.
He up-faked Dylan Mitchell, leaned into him, got the foul, hit both free throws.
No, he missed one. He missed one.
No, he hit them both.
You sure?
On that one. Oh, yes. And then Tyrese Hunter, turnover, and Tamin Lipsey hits a 3. And that's it. Just like that. The lead was 3, then it was 8.
Yeah, it's a bad turnover by Tyrese Hunter because you get a second chance opportunity. And
oh, wait, you're right. He only hit 1.
Yeah, I wasn't going to try to call you out, but it's all good. Yeah, he only hit one of those.
He only hit 1.
You're cold-blooded. If I was RT, I would have snapped on your ass so quick at the presser last night because you asked about that. You asked about what do you tell Dylan Mitchell in that situation to not bite for the pump fake. I would have lost it on you, Chip. I would have been.
He takes the up fake all the time.
You're right. I would have been like, you don't be dumb. You don't be undisciplined. You stay down. You use your length. You're 6'8", 6'9", with almost a 7-foot wingspan. What are you jumping for, bro? What are you jumping for? I get it. Milchanovic is crafty. I love his game. He shot that one-legger, Dirk style, like right inside the 3-point line on the top of the key, like a little fake spin, and he shot off that one leg. That is vicious, man. That is, for a freshman, that is vicious. But yeah, Dylan Mitchell, stay down, bro. And look, Tyrese Hunter, you have 11 points in the last 3 games, 0 last night. Yes, you have 7 assists, but him not being able to score just makes Texas so easy to guard. And I told you yesterday, my Big Hat Spirits player of the game was Dylan DeSue because his matchup was the best. Like, oh boy, can't guard him. Robert Jones, ain't no way he could guard Dylan DeSue for 40 minutes. He might be for a little bit, but once DeSue starts getting going like he did last night, Ronald Jones can't check him. And that's why Otzenberger took his ass out the game because he became a liability trying to guard Double D. So, yeah, that was a tough one last night, man. That was a tough one. I don't know what you do with Tyrese Hunter. That's why IT Horton was supposed to be so important coming into this season because you end up shooting 3 for 14 from the 3-point line, 21%. You ain't going to win games shooting that bad. You got to make threes. You got to make threes.
Let's talk to our Pro Bowl correspondent, the one and only
Pro Bowl correspondent.
I mean, last time we talked.
Hey, thanks for sending me down to the Pro Bowl.
I mean, fortunately, we did not have to pay for your trip to the Pro Bowl, but I'm sure that was not a problem for our man John Brown. Yeah. CaneProtein.com is where you go to get all of the protein. John Brown, 2-time Mr. Universe. Father to 3 5-star wide receivers, sons, Equinemius St. Brown, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Osiris St. Brown, of course, Amon-Ra. Pro Bowl leading 10 receptions in the game. He was also, 10 receptions? Huh?
He had 10 receptions?
10.
Jesus.
And he was money in that dodgeball contest.
What? I didn't see that yet.
Okay, so yeah, tell us what. So you were in the car going to the airport at this time last week. So tell us what happened. You go to Orlando.
So yeah, oh man. So I hate to say it, but I really didn't want to go to Orlando, but because
you don't like flying.
No, and I was in Detroit for 2 weeks. Went to San Francisco. It becomes a lot. So we go to the
in your
airport,
golf game.
Yeah, it's just horrible. So I get to the airport. We get to everything's fine. We fly there, no problem, bam. And once I arrived, I was glad I came because it's a beautiful event to see all the parents and that and also ones that you don't know. You get to kind of sometimes introduce yourself to them. Hey, how you doing? Boom, 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 boom. So it's kind of cool to see all the parents smiling, walking around, talking, all the celebrities, all the big time players. I mean, everybody's there, right? It's like Fort Knox. You can't move in and out without security. Where's your badge? Show me your papers. Are you sure you should be here? So, which I appreciate because it kind of gives you a sense of security, right? It was a really, really beautiful hotel, brand new hotel. We were the first ones ever stayed in it. They had a lake out there that was. It must have. I don't know how big it was. It was massive, man-made, but it was like blue, beautiful water. It looked fake almost. It was unbelievable. It was really, really nice. And, they spare no expenses. When the NFL does something, they go all out. It was really, really nice. Everybody enjoyed it, I'm sure. And then you got the games. And also we get a chance to go to Disney World or Universal Studios. And the cool thing is, if you're with let's say your family, and you want to go, they have a VIP pass. So, of course, a car picks you up, takes you there, and it's not like fast track. You get in front of everybody. There's a back door. I said, I knew there's a back door. There's back doors to everything. So there's back doors. They take you in these back doors. Next you know, you're in front of the line. And if there's some people there, say you're next. So you get right on the ride. Like, it's unbelievable. But I'm not into rides, so I don't want to scare myself. I went to I don't like roller coasters. And why would I want to scare myself? That's kind of weird. So we get to one ride, and I saw Legos, little kids. Like, oh, this is like Legoland, right? So I could ride this ride, that's cool, So we proceed to get on the ride. So, do you want to get on? I said, yeah, I'll get on this. It was a wiener dog. I saw the little car, the wiener dog for little kids, get in. That thing scared the crap out of me. I'm like, what the hell? I was so pissed when I got, what kind of goddamn wiener dog ride is this here? Scared the crap out of me. You told me this for kids. This ain't for kids.
What, it go upside down?
What's that?
Did it go upside down or something?
Yes. It's going like super fast, super wild, things I don't like. And I'm thinking, so when I got off, right, I looked back at it. I said, okay, let me see. Maybe I made a mistake. This is not Kittyland. Maybe it's next door. No, it was Legos there. And I looked and I saw the wiener dog. It was made out of wiener dog, little seats on it. I thought, okay, that was a wiener dog. So I asked the lady, I said, look, what kind of ride is this? Like, how old do you have to be to get on this ride? This ain't Kittyland. Oh, it scared the crap out of me. I was so mad. Like, oh, man, it got me.
Oh, my God.
I don't like screaming. Like, oh, that feeling you get in your stomach. The G-force pulling on you, snapping your neck, going around. Oh, man, I was so unhappy. I'm like, oh, no.
Were you doing that with Amon?
Yeah, with Amon and Equanimous and Osiris. They love that stuff.
Oh, they dragged Dad right into it.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, it's wiener dog, right? It was an actual dog. It was a head of a dog, and there's a wiener, and they cut out the seats inside the hot dog. And you're sitting there, I figured I could do the hot dog ride, right? Oh, man. I was saying, what kind of ride is this?
Oh, man. That must be new. I haven't been to Disney World. I took my kids there. That was a
No,
mistake.
because you didn't go to Kittyland.
Oh, okay. That's like the... Okay,
when I
no,
saw that,
we didn't
I
go.
like this. I can do these right, little teacups or something, But, oh, man, the next thing you know, we're walking around, and there's some giant rides. So Equanimous, he loves that. He goes, come on, Papa. I go, dude, I'm not getting. I'll give you $500 to get on this ride. I said, no way. How do you keep the money? I'm not getting on that ride.
What, the Aerosmith roller coaster? Oh, did you go to Universal Studios?
Both.
Okay. Yeah, the Hulk.
The Hulk, the Jurassic Park, whatever it is. I go, no, man, I ain't right. So Equanimous made me ride the Hulk. So I got on the Hulk with him. I'm like,
that's a legit roller coaster right there.
And my wife goes, what are you doing? I go, He's making me. I have to go. Shoot. But I don't like those. I don't like those. I don't like that kind of stuff. You know,
I don't do it either, John. Roller coasters.
I mean, why? And so there was a ride. I don't recall what the name of it was. We're sitting down there. I didn't go on the one. He was going to give me $500. And as soon as I turned to my left, I saw a gurney bringing a girl out. I don't know what happened to her, but I go, see, that's why I'm not getting on that ride.
Oh man,
she's bringing her out on a gurney.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm like, oh man. So anyway, so we did that. So it was nice to hang out with the family. You know what I mean? Hang out with everybody and laugh and joke around. I was surprised how many people in Disney World and Universal Studios recognize Amon. You know, wanted to take pictures with him.
Well, did he still have his blue hair?
But he had it covered up.
Oh, he did?
He had a beanie on. He wanted to show his hair, you know. And they still picked him out. Are you St. Brown? Can I have your picture? So I'm like, oh, he's growing to a star now because there was a lot of people taking his picture and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
And then we went back to the hotel, hang out, eat, and then the next day was the Pro Bowl. But you know, they had a nice bus. They took all the families there. We got there a little late, which is kind of disappointing because by the time we got in, the first quarter is already over with. Because I guess there was too much traffic or whatever. But I thought it was going to rain, but it was actually nice weather. It rained in the morning, and then the weather became really nice.
So y'all had fun. Did you go to any of the Pro Bowl games?
No, it's kind of weird because we got there on Thursday, and for whatever reason, no one ever told me when the games were. So I never knew. You know, we could have went to dodgeball or something, but they never told us. Then apparently you had to get it like super early in the morning, and I probably wouldn't want to do that. So, but they had
play any golf?
No, right outside my window was a golf course, beautiful, a links course. I'm thinking, oh man, so I asked the guy how much. Discount $275 to play, plus I didn't have my clubs, so another $75 to rent the clubs. I go, no, I'm not. I'm not golfing there.
Yeah.
You could have taken that money from Equinemius to ride that ride and paid for some golf.
I know, huh?
Right?
Yeah. But I probably put it in my pocket.
Hey, John.
I'm thinking, oh man, really? That was so expensive, but it was cool walking around, and you know they had a nice pool, nice little gym, get to work out a little bit, and it was really nice actually, really nice. But on the way home, that was a nightmare. I knew it. So we get on the plane, we fly from Orlando directly to San Francisco because you know we didn't have a connecting flight to get to Orange County. So we get to San Francisco. Our flight was delayed like 3 hours. It only takes me from San Francisco to Orange County is only like a 45-minute flight. So we get on the plane. I waited 3 hours. We're getting ready to land. All of a sudden, he takes back up in the air, and he doesn't land. He goes, well, because it was raining really hard. It's too wet. And Orange County has a short runway.
Oh, wow.
So he flies us to LAX. So I'm like, oh, my God. So I'm in LAX now, which is like an hour and something from my house. So I had to get Uber, and I had to get Uber Black because they don't want only cars in LAX that can pull up to the curb. If you take regular Uber, you got to walk like 2 miles away to get to the Uber section. So I had to take Uber Black all the way from LAX to Orange County to pick up my car. It was crazy.
Ooh. Wow.
Crazy. It was terrible. It took me like 14 hours to get home.
Oh, that's awful.
That was terrible.
That's awful.
I knew something was going on. I just had a feeling. Should have
Well,
stayed home.
Have you gotten out to play some golf yet, or what?
Friday. Eagle flies on Friday.
Okay.
So I'm excited about that. But yeah, man, the Pro Bowl was really, really, really nice event. You get to sit there, nice weather, you know, people laughing, having fun. It was a pretty cool event, though. Actually, they do a really good job.
John, do you get starstruck or anything? I know there's some legends at the Pro Bowl, like Ray Lewis or the Manning brothers.
No, not really. It's maybe if I saw Michael Jordan, you know, or something like that. I saw a guy, and everyone was asking for his autograph. He was standing right next to me, smaller guy, and I thought he must have played football or something. But it looked fit, but small, and it was Wes Welker.
Ah.
I didn't recognize him because just didn't. I mean, because then it made me realize, man, social media really changed the game. Because back in the day, they wore those helmets and you didn't know who was who. But now, because of social media, everybody knows them. Because see, Nike and Adidas used to use that excuse: we're not going to pay you a lot of money because you wear a helmet and no one recognizes you.
Right.
Can't say that no more.
Right. That's why basketball players get shoe deals and football players don't get as much.
Yeah, but that's going to change because I'm telling you, man, I go, why did I recognize that? And there's another gentleman, got his name, don't know his name, but I know his face. And he was looking at me, he said hi to me. And I knew who he was. He plays on the Jets as the defensive lineman. Young kid, big guy. And
Quentin Williams?
Like a baby face kind of looking dude.
Yeah, Quentin Williams.
Yeah, I think it was start with a Q. Yeah. And so I go, hey, how you doing? He goes, Mr. Brown, I saw you on Hard Knocks. And I go, I recognize you too from Hard Knocks. So makes me know I'm looking at all these guys. I know a lot of faces, but his face I knew for sure because of Hard Knocks. I didn't know his name, but I knew who he was. And then I met DeMarcus Ware.
Oh, yeah.
And it looked like he still can play right now. I mean,
Pro
but I
Football
didn't recognize his face because he's old school and there's no social media. So all these social media and all these different platforms is make the guys more recognizable for me, and I would think for everyone else. I found that interesting.
Speaking of reality shows, do we know when the Netflix show is going to start?
Man, I don't know. I ain't supposed to talk about that.
Chip trying to get you in trouble, John. Be careful.
I mean, it's out now. Everyone knows now. But my son don't talk about that stuff.
Okay.
Talk about that. It's all right.
All right. Well, when you can tell us when it's going to start so that we can make sure we're all dialed in.
Like that Netflix thing, that's going to help his celebrity really, really push him up because, like Kirk Cousins, I heard of his name, but now I recognize his face and I like his story.
Yeah.
I like that guy, I don't
Zay
know
and
him,
I
like
both,
his story.
We weren't like Cousins guys before that, but now we are.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so it's a good thing. A lot of players don't understand because they turn those opportunities down. A lot of players I don't want to do that. That's a mistake. That's a mistake. You got to change with the time. If they're changing, you got to change. You can't stick. I'm doing this. That's all I'm doing. No. So I told my son, do that. That's a good thing for you.
Yeah, Nick Saban
really
says you have to adapt. The dinosaurs didn't adapt, and now they're gone.
Who said that?
Nick Saban.
Oh, he did?
I always crack up because now Sarkisian says it all the time.
No.
Oh, yeah.
All the time.
He's like, you got to adapt. Transfer portal, NIL, you got to adapt. The dinosaurs didn't adapt, and they're gone. I'm like, didn't the dinosaurs get hit by a meteor?
Yeah. That's a little different situation. That really doesn't apply, to the dinosaurs. Did they adapt? And I mean, they weren't that intelligent anyway. It's not like they could reason or something like that.
Okay, we got a question here from Steve.
Stevie.
Steve said, what in raising your boys did you do to help them handle themselves once they got money?
Well, it started when they're young, right? No silliness. Like, I didn't give them really allowance or let them go buck wild. I had the money to give them, good pocket change if I wanted to. I never did. Always kept them broke. So if you give them too much pocket change,
Oh, okay. We lost you for a second, but you're back. You kept them broke. Uh-oh.
We can't.
Are you on mute?
No, this happens. I swear this always happens.
Okay.
No, we can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
Huh? What? We can't.
All right.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get them back.
All right, maybe reconnect. Let's see if we can get John to reconnect. Okay, yeah, he's gonna. Let's see here. All right, we'll get John back because that's interesting. Oh, someone's calling John. Okay, so I guess that's what's happening.
Yeah.
When
did you get an allowance, or did you give your kids an allowance?
I only gave them allowance if I made it optional. I was like, here's what you need to do for your allowance. And if you do these things, you'll get an allowance. And if you don't, you won't. My daughter always did the things to get the allowance. My son was like, nah. So, and she's the one who's got money for a car. She just turned 16. We're trying to get her a car, and she's got all this money saved up. So I'm like, okay, here we go. Yeah, that's
smart, man. That's hard to do for a 16-year-old. Save?
I know. She mucked stalls at this horse barn for the last 5 years since she was 11. All right, here we go.
Sorry,
there he is. All right. So you said you kept him broke.
So I kept him broke. Didn't give him a lot of stuff. Never bought them a lot of fancy things. You know, they had just what they needed, and that was it. And I would think that kept them grounded to some degree. And when Equanimous was this junior, I was going to buy him a Jeep, right, with big wheels, black Jeep. It was nice. I took him and his friends to the Jeep dealership, and that's when Game Boys are real big. And all he was doing was playing his Game Boy. I go, dude, can you sit in the car and tell me if you like it? And he wouldn't answer. All of a sudden he goes, yeah, okay, I like it. So then my wife goes, you better not buy him that Jeep. So I never bought the Jeep for him, And so they would just drive my car if they needed a car or something like that. Basically, I think if you spoil them, you can mess them up. And I was always talking to them as kids in reference to all things in life. May it be related to money, buying this, buying a big house, buying big cars. Like, why would you buy that car? And you don't need 3 cars. You only can drive 1 car at one time. That's a waste of money. So I always share information like that with them. I think by sharing that information helps them a lot, And then as they get older, like now, Rob bought a house before he bought his first car. He took one of my cars to Detroit for a year or more and was driving it, and he didn't care. I said, trust me, the best thing is to buy a house. So they take my word, and they kind of, they're smart enough to listen to my word and the sense that I'm making. And if it makes sense, they go, yeah, it seems like a good idea in California to invest in real estate. So I'll buy that house before the car. So I think it's had something to do that. I wonder how old this guy Steve's child is.
I'm not sure. Let's see. I'll see if we can find that out. This question comes in from Jeff saying, and I think you kind of answered this in the past, but were there times where the boys stood up to you and said, not today?
Never with workouts, but I can tell you what a friend of mine told me. He goes, one day you're going to have a big argument with your sons, like y'all going to get ready to go to blows. I go, nah, never. He goes, trust me. It happens to every father. It's going to happen. I go, really? He goes, yeah. And when that happens, that's the day you take him for a walk, say, okay, you're turning into a man now. So every father, and it happened with Equanimous, we almost went to blows, right? I said, oh, my friend told me about this day. I was waiting on it. Let's go. It's time to go take a walk. So we went for a walk like he told me, and I taught him about manhood, and that was it. And then Osiris did it. He bucked up to me one day. Same thing. But Amma never did it.
Really?
But when that happens, it's time to take a walk with your son and tell him about the birds and the bees and life, and say, okay, you turn into a man. That's a good thing, So it's a good opportunity if you understand how to deal with it.
Would you play like pickup basketball with them and stuff where it would get physical?
All the time.
Yeah.
But I could have made a mistake there because, we're in the LA Fitness, which is a gym here, and they have a basketball little court, and we're playing with strangers that we don't know. And my goodness, mistake I made was my sons look at me like I'm their friend sometimes, so they talk to me like that. So they'll say bad things that most parents wouldn't say to their kids, wouldn't say to their parents, like "Shut up, fool." They'll say that to me. But we're joking around, and I understand that. But they look at me and go, "Isn't that your son?" Yeah, I'm sorry. We talk like that because when we're playing basketball, we're just talking like friends,
Yeah.
They use bad lady. They call me the F word, and they say all kind of stuff. But that's what we did, And so sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. I was in a barbershop when they were all three in to get our hair cut. Oh, he said something very, very hard and very mean and with some bad language. But he was joking around like he would say to his friends. And everybody looked at me. I was like, dude, it's how we talk sometimes. Don't worry about it.
Well, I know this. You took all three of your boys to Disney World and Universal Studios, and you didn't have to pay for it. That is the best move I've ever heard.
Oh, I forgot to tell you about that. So we're in the line, right? We're going through. I think, man, this is really nice. Then I heard my wife goes, how much did this cost? $20,000. I go, what? To go to Disney World for that type of VIP treatment, 20 grand. And I go, did he pay 20 grand? She goes, no, NFL paid. And Universal Studio was another 10 grand to do it.
It's amazing, man. It's amazing.
But NFL paid that for all the families.
Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. You pulled it off because it's like buying a used car to go to take the whole family to Disney World for a week.
But think about it, $20,000 just to walk around that park for like 4 hours. Or they did that for all families. So NFL really take care of these guys.
Wow.
Man,
whatever you want, VIP treatment.
I could pay someone $200 to dress up as Mickey Mouse and go dance around in somebody's backyard and get the same type of experience, man. Come on now.
So Disney World is that expensive?
Oh yeah. And I think it's more expensive. I took my kids in 2015 and we did both parks and I was like, you need to appreciate this. I waited till both of you would never forget it. Because this is the next time you're taking me to Disney World.
Oh man, I didn't know that, but I know it was. So we did, like I said, Disney World and we did Universal. So all together that was 30 grand for those 2 days.
Yeah, that's the deluxe VIP.
Yeah, deluxe VIP. I'm telling when I tell you VIP, it was crazy.
Yeah, so that's awesome.
That's awesome. NFL take care of these guys and their families. I have to say, they do a great job with that. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, but they got a lot of money.
Even if we stayed for 10 minutes, it's still 20 grand.
Yeah.
Wow. Hey, John, let me ask you this. With y'all seeing the Pro Bowl and those guys playing flag football and stuff, the flag football is coming to the Olympics soon. If they were to ask Amon-Ra to play, would you want that for him to maybe get a gold medal?
Oh, yeah. Can you imagine what that do to his global brand?
Yeah.
That would be huge for him. No question I would say play that. As long as he's insured by the NFL.
Yeah, that's it right there.
But, I appreciate the parents asking questions. They should even jump in and ask more pertinent questions because there's so much they don't know. And they think they know, but you don't know what you don't know. How do you pick your high school? Would a high school coach get my son a scholarship? No, he won't. But you don't know that if you're a parent. You're not going to know things like...
Well, it's signing day today, John. And your kids, this is probably when they signed, the first Wednesday in February. But what was that like? I mean, your kids were at a high-profile school. They had recruiting profiles probably as soon as they hit
yes
modern-day high school.
As soon as they're ninth grade. they start getting offers, all three of them, because I made that happen. They were good, don't get me wrong, but think about it. How you going to think about that. You get an offer, ninth grade. This is what I want parents to understand. With no film, no varsity film. How do you do that? How's that even possible? Then you got all these agencies who wants to charge you $4,000 to get your son or daughter scholarship. I got my son's scholarships, all of them, ninth grade, Division I scholarships. No varsity film. They say, oh, you need film. No, don't listen to all that. It's not true. And I'm going to start a platform here soon. I've been saying it for a while, but it seems like it's getting ready to actually happen, where you can go online. I'll let you know when it's done. Go online, hit me up, say I want to come on your show. It's like kind of like a podcast.
No. Uh-oh. Someone calling you?
Yeah, now we ain't gonna be able to hear him.
So someone's okay.
Yeah.
He's popular.
He is. Busy guy. I get it.
He's popular, busy guy.
Game protein popping, a lot going on. And
Cane Protein. Yeah, follow John on Cane Protein. Cane Protein on social media. There he is.
So I'm gonna have like a little podcast where you can come on and ask questions, because, man, I don't care if you have a child, if you don't have a child, this stuff you need to know now. You need to know now. If you don't know that, how much work should I put in with my child? Is this enough work? My kid is has a great height, big, strong, but what do I have to do to ensure that he makes it? These things you guys don't know. You don't know. And those are questions you got to ask. So it's not. See, most parents feed their kids, take them to school, and they figure that's all they got to do, and they'll make it. The coach will help them. No, doesn't work like that.
Yeah,
doesn't work like that.
Yeah. The high school coach is very hit or miss, and you wanted all the recruiting stuff to come through you.
Oh yeah, because the high school coach, his job is to teach you his system, and his system with his team, offense, defense, special teams, is not to get you scholarships. It's not his job, but he'll tell you he can do that because they want the feather in their hat, but they can't do it. Not that he's doing a bad job. It's not why he's hired. Mom and dad got to get those scholarships. So the question is, how do I do it? Which school do I go to? When should I start evaluating high schools for my son or my daughter? Should my daughter play volleyball? Should she swim? What she should do? There's so much. What kind of workout should my son do? Is this enough workout? Here's what we're doing. Here's how much we're training every day. We're training Monday, Wednesday. This is what we do. Mr. Brown, is that enough? I can tell you if it's enough or not.
You need to write a book.
well, put it like this. And now that I'm on your show here, they should take advantage of those questions that they may have.
Yeah, no, that's no doubt about it. And
hold on 1 second.
Follow John on Cane.
Give me a call. It's in my manager. Everything's fine. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, I don't know, man. I can't. If I had questions, it's easier to answer them because but trust me, there's so much stuff I even forget unless someone asks a question like, oh yeah, this is what you should do. Be careful with that.
There's one more question here from Steve about diet. Like, at what age do you introduce?
You eat everything. Look, don't eat clean. What does that mean? So your mom and dad, if they're 50 years old or 40 years old, they should eat clean because they're older. But a young kid shouldn't eat clean. A young kid should eat what I call dirty, And you gotta ask, what's dirty? Dirty to me is let them eat French fries, let them eat this, but the main source of food is protein. Protein, red meat. Protein from the red meat is the most important, I think.
Yeah, John.
That's why I made the protein that I have, because some kids, you can't eat enough protein that your body needs as you're growing. See, a 12-year-old boy needs more protein than I need per day because he's growing. And sometimes they're not getting enough protein. That's why I developed my own protein powder. You have to give the kids protein. You have to. You want your kid to be strong.
All right, John, let me throw this at you real quick. Texas has a player that's entering the draft. His name's Trevondre Sweat. He's one of the best defensive tackles in the nation, but his problem is his weight. He's around 362 right now. That's about right, Chip. And they say
he was listed at 362. I think he's heavier than that right now.
How tall?
6'4".
6'4".
And they say he needs to lose 20, maybe more.
So if that was my son. If that was my son, here's what I would do. Listen carefully. This is going to sound weird. It can sound like the antithesis of what I just said, but it's not. I would have that guy go on chicken and fish in terms of food, and that's eating clean because he's trying to lose weight. But I don't want him to lose weight and lose all his power and all his strength. So he would do chicken and fish, brown rice, some carbs, baked potato or yams or something like that. Have him eat that all the time, as much as he wants. That's what I would do with him. And it's not really. He still gets to eat a lot because he's a big boy. Give him a lot of fish and chicken, not big chicken.
Yeah.
That would help this kid.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Before we let you go, who do you think wins the Super Bowl?
Man, I don't even care. I don't care. They beat us. They beat us. I can tell you right now, San Francisco better be happy and count their blessing because we rolled them, and they know it. It was some elementary mistakes we made because it's the first time we've been there. It's a learning process, but I don't care. I think Kansas City's gonna win because we beat Kansas City. I know when we beat them, it was in the beginning of the season. Kelsey wasn't playing and Jones wasn't playing. I understand that makes a difference. Don't get me wrong, but hey, you got to play who's on your schedule. So I think Kansas City's gonna beat them.
I do too.
That's what I think.
I do
because
too.
we rolled them. We rolled those guys. I don't care what anybody said.
All right, John, let's do it.
They're still shocked.
All
they
right.
don't want to see. They don't want to see us no more.
No.
We'll see them again.
Let's do it. Again. Let's do it again next week.
All right.
All right, John Brown. Breaking it down. Cane Protein, caneprotein.com. Zay, we're going to talk to Dan Neal, All-American offensive lineman at the University of Texas, two-time Super Bowl winner with the Denver Broncos. Get some of his Super Bowl stories. But real quick, got to tell you about Apple Leasing. I love it. Yeah, Colin, trust me, I'm talking to my man Scott Crossett over at Apple Leasing right now about getting my daughter a car. And here's the great thing. And she's the one paying for it. So I'm not spoiling her, trust me. But the thing about Apple Leasing is they lease every make and model of car. So they don't care what car you pick. It's a new car experience like you've never had it before. And you go to a dealership, of course, they're going to want you to buy one of their cars. Apple Leasing, they just want you to get into the car that's right for you. And then if you get into that car and say 2-3 years into the lease, you want to try a different make and model of car, no problem. The easy lease, you just move from one make and model of car to another. And if you had a bad leasing experience in the past, it's probably because you leased from a dealership. And that dealership, of course, is not going to let you out of the contract because they want you to stay in their car. Apple Leasing is all about your happiness, and you're not paying for the future trade-in value of that car. So you're only paying for the car while you're driving it. You're getting into a better car than you thought you could afford, and it's brand new. So it is the new car experience that you've never had before and you will love. And you need to love the car you're in because you're going to be in traffic in Austin, Texas, especially. So appleleasing.com. Give them a call, 346-9977. And please let us know in the comments if you have tried Apple Leasing. There might be a $50 Cover 3 gift card in it for you because we're looking for testimonials of people who have leased from Apple Leasing, and Brain Vault. Brain Vault. I mean, you got the Super Bowl coming up this weekend. The ultimate competitors. The Brain Vault mouthguard will be in the Super Bowl. The Brain Vault mouthguard is revolutionary. It is proven patented to reduce the effects of concussion. So whether you've got a flag football player, a cheerleader, lacrosse, you need to make sure that your competitor is playing hard, but playing safe. And the Brain Vault mouthguard, developed right here in Austin by dentist Dr. Greg Eckert, Dr. Ueckert, Austin's dentist. It's taking over the sports world. And if you're the team coach or manager, Brain Vault will do group fittings. They will come to you. All you have to do is go to brainvault.com to set up your appointment. And Super Bowl weekend, cover 3. I mean, it's Wednesday, but you need to make your reservations. You want to have a good seat to check out the Super Bowl and make sure you're having the food that you love, the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich, the do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar on the weekend, great brunch. Cover 3, Anderson Lane up there in Round Rock, and of course, cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. And I've already been to BetUS and made my my Super Bowl pick, Kansas City Chiefs. And BetUS, it's the place to be. BetUS.com, the favorite place of America to bet the last 30 years. And make sure if you're watching us on the YouTube channel that you just click on that link there on the YouTube page. Also, feel free to like and subscribe to the Texas Sports Unfiltered YouTube page. But click on that BetUS link and it'll take you right in. Unbelievable promotional bets where you're putting down a little bit of money to win a lot as they get you going. And of course, if you're listening on the app, go to Explore Our Socials. And you'll see the BetUS link right there. Get your Super Bowl bets down. Zay.
Yo, John's right about almost getting into your squabble with your pops. Me and Cece, senior year, right after the San Antonio tournament where we placed 3rd, I had a Tyrese Hunter-like tournament where I wasn't scoring. I was doing other things, but my team needed me to score. CC needed me to score. And I wasn't looking at it that way. I was looking at it as, hey, we beat some really good teams this weekend. Can I get some love for that? And CC was like, no, you can't. Like, I need you to get buckets. You can't be going games in single digits for us to get to where we need to be. And I got it later, but, oh, man, my mama had to get in between us and everything. No, Zay, no, see. Sorry, Mom, I had to put you on blast. But what John is saying about getting into it with your pops, that is real. That is real. Now, I'm different circumstances for me with my pops being my high school coach. But, oh, yeah, that's a real thing right there. And once John said that, it took me back to that moment, which is very clear for me now that I'm in my 30s.
Are we talking to CC on Friday?
Yeah. I don't know when, but I'll let him know. He'll
Okay.
be ready. Yeah, we just got to figure out the time and stuff.
It's his birthday week.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
It's also my wife's birthday week.
Uh-oh. You got the present already?
Yeah.
Yeah,
don't tell her.
Yeah. Okay.
But I think she's at work, so she's not listening. But she loves Pitbull.
Like the artists?
Yeah.
Huh.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
But I got her tickets. I got her tickets because the concert's Friday night at Moody.
Wow. Yeah.
So yeah.
Yo, man, I might have to see what that's about because, man,
It's like Pitbull, Enrique Iglesias, and Ricky Martin.
What? All 3 of those guys? Man, that's some serious Latin fever right there. Yeah. Yeah,
Listen,
man, look at you, good husband.
I'm taking one for the team on this one because I would never. Mr. Worldwide, come on, man.
Yes. Pitbull got
Yes.
some hits. Yo, Pitbull's got some hits. Watch, before you know it, you're going to be swaying them hips and moving and grooving.
Fireball?
Yo, yeah, take some Fireball, make sure.
Fireball.
Yeah, make sure,
Well, that's one of his songs.
Up. Oh.
I'm not talking about drinking it.
Oh.
He's got a song called Fireball. Anyway. Yeah, we got to get CC on. We got to get CC on.
By the way, did you see that when John said, hey, hold on 1 second. He put his phone at a weird angle, and I turned my head, and there was this weird elf-looking, Chucky doll-looking thing. I didn't want to talk about it because it kind of scared me. But, yeah, I weirdly saw that in the background, and I'm just glad that somebody else caught it too, because I was wondering what the hell that was.
That was so funny because Sean Adams always used to say, I don't do scary rides, scary movies, or clowns.
Yeah.
And he said he was at his friend's 10-year-old birthday party, and the friend had a clown at his birthday party, and the clown leaned over Sean's shoulder, and Sean punched him in the face.
Oh, hell no.
And he was like, I don't do clowns. I don't do scary rides, and I don't do scary movies.
Yeah.
Oh. He's like, why would I go to a scary movie? The brothers always get killed in the first 5 minutes anyway.
See, that's the thing. We're traumatized from seeing that. You learn early as a kid, oh man, the token black dude in any scary movie, he gonna get got in the first 30 minutes. Easy. Doing something, which is ironic because wouldn't you think he would be the more athletic one out of the group? I don't know. I'm just, looking at guys in the NFL and the NBA for my examples here. But I would think that the brother would have a little bit more giddy up on trying to get away and escaping, while always the scrawny, hot white girl makes it to the very end and survives a lot of the time.
Scrawny, white, stupid white girl.
Yeah, stupid as hell. Come on. We need that's why Jordan Peele's so popular, because my man, he survived Get Out. That's when I saw Get Out and how my man survived that changed everything.
That movie, you could do a college class on that movie.
Oh my gosh, so good.
It is so layered. Now, I don't know what Michael's talking about. Taylor Swift's going to be at the Pitbull concert on Friday in Austin. I'm not sure. I thought she was going to be in Asia.
Asia, yeah.
All right, listen, let's get to it, man. It's Super Bowl week, and we are talking to Texas All-American offensive lineman, 2-time Super Bowl winner with the Denver Broncos, the one and only Daniel.
Hey, how you guys doing?
The best player ever to wear number 69 at the University of Texas.
Oh, thank you for that. Taylor Swift will be here Friday. I have tickets.
Ooh.
Wait, what?
No, come on. I'm not going to go watch Taylor Swift. Chip, come on.
You had me oh, you got me too. I'm like, you taking family, the daughters or something?
I knew I'd get Chip, but you, come on, man.
I know that. Yeah.
Hey,
my
listen,
bad,
Dan, I'm taking the wife for her birthday to the Pitbull concert Friday because she loves Pitbull. I don't like this dude at all, but I'm doing the right thing. Doing the right thing.
You know why I haven't gotten a haircut in 4 years? My wife likes it.
There you go.
So I get it, brother. Whatever she wants, whatever she likes, that's what we're going to do.
That's right. So, Dan, we got so much to talk about. You did text me after my Lions completely folded. I need your thoughts on that because you said you knew the Longhorn was going to beat the Aggie.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, Shanahan beats Dan Campbell.
Yeah. Well, and Aaron Glenn for a good measure. Yeah, Dan Campbell surrounded himself with a bunch of Aggies and they fold. That's what Aggies do. But no, I mean, in all honesty, I did text you because, when I saw the first half of that game, and granted, I'm pulling for the Niners for one of the reasons Shanahan and Lynch, former teammate, is that the Niners couldn't run the ball, couldn't stop the run. And I'm looking at the Lions, and they're shutting down the Niner offense, and they're running at will. And to me, you can't beat that. If they keep doing that, you can't beat it. And I don't know how all of a sudden San Francisco got them out of their run game. They get a couple 3 outs, and San Francisco hits a couple quick scores on those opportunities, which again are opportunities that they capitalize. And halfway through the third quarter, we got a totally different game, and it happened so fast. I was shocked.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, and look, I know that Dan Campbell's getting a lot of heat over going for it in fourth, not kicking, all that junk, right? Hey, he is what he is. He does what he does. He's done that all year. He was true to himself. That's what they did. That's how they played all season. Yes, I agree with Tom Brady. I wouldn't have done it either, but that's what he does, and I'm not being negative on him. That's just who he is. And that's how they won a lot of games with that kind of mentality.
Yeah, Dan, I'm talking about a little bit how many times you've been in that huddle in those situations, those fourth down situations where it's a short gain and, you felt like you could have gotten it, but your coach was like, you know what? I don't trust these guys at the moment. Can that have a team kind of turn on their coach in a way to where Dan Campbell's put in these situations where, again, he was a former player. So he's like, man, I probably had those situations where I wanted my coach to believe in us, but he didn't. So now he does it to a fault,
I think you are right there. I think that's why he is aggressive. I know as an offensive lineman, if they say, hey, we got to get a yard, I'm thinking if we can't get a yard, we don't deserve the win. Now to your point, there's two different types of fourth down situations. It's one where it's fourth and short or punt, fourth and short or get a field goal. And I'm going to always lean to let's get points. I hate to walk off that field with no points. To me, that's one of the more demoralizing things that happens when you get all the way down there for nothing. And, especially in a game like that where every point is so critical. So I would say, I always like to kick the field goal when we were in range and we had an opportunity and get some points. Now, if I'm, at another point of that field, outside that field goal range, and it's short yardage and it's critical, like say you're playing Nebraska in the Big 12 championship game and it's 4th and 1, I'm all for going for the ball, not punting in those type of situations. Because, if you can't get a yard, you probably don't deserve to win this game. And let's go put them away. Let's do it. So it is a mentality thing, and I don't think the players, fault Campbell at all because they tell what I just tell you. But that's what we've done all year. That's our coach, and they love their coach.
Yeah. I would like to have seen that Jameson Williams reverse one more time in that game. That sure looked like, they ran it on the third play for 42 yards and a touchdown. Let's try that again.
The problem with those type of plays, Chip, a lot of times once you show it, the defenses are smart and good enough that they know it's coming when you do it again. They see the formation and it's one of those one-time plays. It was very effective when they ran it. And yes, maybe you could try it again, but it's riskier the second time.
Yeah. Well, so my other concern, because I look back at all these fourth down decisions that came back to haunt people. Bill O'Brien going for a fake punt after being up 24-0 on the Chiefs in the divisional playoff 3 years ago. And his career after that game went straight down. It was like the beginning of the end for him. Sometimes
he was exposed in that game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes the players are like, why are we going for this?
Yes.
And they look at each other and then that weird vibe comes in and the momentum ends. So
that changes quick.
Yeah. That's where I was like, there's too much momentum at stake here. Just like, even if you miss the field goal, it's not the same as getting stuffed on fourth.
Yeah.
Your offense getting stuffed by their defense.
Well, like I said, I think in that case, that's who that offense, that's who Dan Campbell is. The players know that. So I don't think it was ever a point where the players were upset or mad that they did it. I'm sure if you talk to them honestly, because when the media talks to them, they're not always honestly after the game. Yeah, I think a few of them probably said, I'd rather have kicked it, but I understood why we went for it and I understood it. And I can live with that because that's what we've done. You kind of, hey, you dance with the girl you took to the dance, right? That's what they are. That's that team. That's that offense. And so they did it one more time, and it just was one too many.
Yeah. So, Dan, take us behind the scenes on what this week is like, for someone that's played in multiple Super Bowls and won multiple Super Bowls. How does it go? Because it seems like there's a ton of distractions. I mean, the media day was ridiculous. The fact that the Chiefs got booed the way they did, and, 49ers got all that love and stuff. It's just crazy how they do it nowadays. But how do you prepare? How do you block all that hoopla going around, off the field and being focused and prepared for your matchup come Sunday?
Part of this, and I know this is ad nauseum, is the veteran leadership that's been there before. Now, both these teams have, so that's not a big of a factor. But obviously, Kansas City's pretty comfortable in the situation. They've been there and they've won it a few times. So that's a big part of it. And the other thing is never losing sight of why are we here? Are we here to, soak up all this craziness? Are we here to, go partying and do all this nutty stuff? No, you're there to win the football game. Now, you got a couple of days when you first get there that you can go out and have fun, and then come about Wednesday, because usually, Tuesday's a day off, and Wednesday's it's time to start working. Wednesday on is you're there to play football, and, you may go lay by the pool, you may relax, but you're not going out. You're not doing any of that stuff. Because if you are, you're the Buffalo Bills and you lose 4 Super Bowls, because that's exactly what Buffalo did at every one of their Super Bowls, and it didn't work out for them. So you got to be focused on what you're doing and why you're there. A lot of guys only get one shot at this, and I don't know what it's like. I couldn't imagine what it's like to go all the way there and lose the thing. So, I mean, you're going to do everything you can to win this game.
Yeah, I remember when I went to the Super Bowl between the Rams and the Patriots in New Orleans, the one that started the Patriots dynasty.
Oh yeah, I remember that game. Yeah,
I remember I'm going to Bourbon Street. It's about 10 o'clock, and I see Tom Brady and Ty Law walking away from Bourbon Street at 10 o'clock. Like, they had their fun. They were going back to the hotel, and they, obviously shocked the world, won that game. But Dan, Kyle Shanahan, you played for Mike Shanahan. You won 2 Super Bowls with Mike Shanahan as your coach. And I think you said Kyle was like a ball boy for the Broncos back then, 97, 98.
Yeah, and so was Josh McDaniels. So it's not like that's a demeaning thing, But yeah, Kyle, I've known Kyle since he was in middle school, right? A long time, smart guy, hardworking. He used to work out with us, hang out with us all the time. Always really liked Kyle. And, obviously, especially when he went to UT, I taught him the secret handshake. And, I enjoyed it when he'd come back. We'd talk about being in Austin and playing at UT. And so we always had those things in common. And, he started out in Houston or Kubiak and moved over to Washington with his dad and finally got this opportunity and done a great job with it. I'm not surprised. I didn't know if I'd ever know he was going to be a head coach of this caliber, but I'm not shocked that he's done it and he's done as well as he has. He's very relatable. He's kind of an empathetic, kind person that you need that a little bit of a coach, but he's going to be tough and he's going to expect a lot. And I know how his dad is. I'm sure Kyle's a little bit like that, but he's fair, just, but tough.
How was Mike?
Fair, just, but tough. Mike was a guy, and I had this happen to me a couple of times. I'd run into him. I remember running into him on 6th Street one night, and he and I and his wife, and we all sat down and drank beer all night at one of the bars on 6th Street. He was a fun guy. But he also was tough, and that, if you didn't perform, you would be gone. And he could be tough with contracts, and he'd do things that I didn't quite understand, the players. But ultimately, Mike was always focused on what was best for the team and never let an individual get between that. And I understood everything he did. And when I got done and I left there, I would tell anybody that, he treated me fairly, was good to me, and I had a great experience playing for him and the Broncos.
They talk about how Dan Campbell in his post-game press conference said, we don't know if we'll ever get back to this point. Talk about your getting to the Broncos your rookie year, and you guys get to the Super Bowl, and the veterans, I think, were like, do you know how lucky you are? Like, you had some veterans who'd been their whole career and never gotten to that Super Bowl, and you were there you went to your first 2 years in the league.
Yeah, and won them.
Won them.
Yeah.
Both.
Yeah, if you talk to a veteran on an NFL team and say, who do you hate the most? And they'll tell you the rookie that wins a Super Bowl. I mean, the toil and years. And honestly, I understood it better because, guys, my first 2 years in the league, we won for 2 Super Bowls. I didn't think it was easy, but I thought it was achievable. I thought this was something we'd do a couple more times. And then I never won another playoff game. And at the end of my career, I look back on it, I was like, oh my gosh, it is so hard to win those things. And I think Tom Brady and the Patriots screwed everybody up. Like, hey, this happens all the time. And you're seeing a little bit of the Chiefs. No, it's really freaking hard to win one. And just to get there. And so to do it those first 2 years, I didn't appreciate it at the time, but over time, I've grown to really understand and appreciate those rings and, what it meant to be on a team like that. And it was very interesting. I think Sports Illustrated, somebody was doing like the top Super Bowl teams, and to see that team I was on those lists and high up on those lists, you really appreciate, how great that team was. And really, it wasn't just talent. It was a character of everybody, owner, head coach, players. It was just, you enjoyed going to work every day because it was fun.
Yeah. I'm probably going to piss off Zay because I'm stealing one of his questions from earlier in the week, but John Elway was 0-3 in Super Bowls when you all went to your first Super Bowl win in 97. And then he goes out with back-to-back Super Bowl wins. But leading up to that, there was a knock on him, right? That he couldn't win the big game.
Isn't that funny? He can't win the big game. He's not that great of a quarterback. And then, you got Marino doesn't have a ring. And what do you say? He's not a great quarterback. Both of them are fantastic. I mean, John was amazing. But you're right. In Super Bowl 97, Super Bowl 32 against the Packers, they were defending. We were underdogs. John was as focused as I've ever seen a man. Now, he is uber competitive. All great quarterbacks are. You hear about Brady. Elway was just same guy. And he – all week long, I mean, he was focused. Everyone was focused. We were focused as a team. We believed we were going to win that game. No one else did, but we didn't doubt it. And you watch the game in that famous play where John goes in the air, gets hit in the helicopter. John's an old man, not supposed to run. And when you see that, that's what the team needed. And right then we were like, we're not losing this game because John ain't losing this game. And when John decides he ain't losing, he ain't losing. And then sure enough, that's how that game played out. And then we came back the next year, and we were now the favorites as Green Bay was the year before, and it was a different year. It's a lot more stressful being the favorites, and it was a tough year. We ended up finishing the year winning or losing 2 games and winning the whole thing against a Falcon team, who, by the way, we got very lucky to play because the much better Viking team lost to the Falcons somehow. And, we kind of boat raced in that game, and it was really never a game. But, for John, he was MVP the second year, not the first year, and you knew, it was time just to go off. And, you back-to-back Super Bowl champs, MVP, did everything he wanted to do. And, we were all sad to see him go. At least I was, just because he was so much fun to play with. But you also understood, And then, like I said, I played 6 more years afterwards and never won another playoff game without him.
Wow. Yeah, Dan, talk about your other teammate, John Lynch, and what he's been able to do in the front office for the 49ers. He's one of my favorite players ever. I mean, as hard-nosed as it got at that safety position, but I never thought that he would have this type of career after football. And you could easily say, man, they were really stupid about the old Trey Lance situation, but now Brock Purdy's making them look a lot smarter with how he's been playing, being the last pick of the draft. Talk about the success that he's had.
Yeah, so John John and I, Lynch, and I forgot what year it was for myself, 3 or 4 years into my career, Lynch comes to Denver, and it was after his, sort of heyday with Tampa Bay and winning that Super Bowl, but he was still a great player. John, let me tell you, he was just one of the kindest, nicest guys I ever met. He just really, sharp guy. And I always say this, I didn't go to Stanford. I'm not being paid by Stanford, but every damn Stanford player I played with was smart. Elway, McCaffrey, Lynch, something about that school. I mean, there really is some truth to it, but Lynch was no different. Smart guy, very in tuned to the players, and the culture, and that not just the talent. And that's why when he became the GM, I knew he would do well because one, he's a smart guy too. he gets what it's all about. And
You
I think that's probably
played-
what I'm sorry?
You played with Ed McCaffrey.
Yeah, I played with Ed McCaffrey. Yeah.
And of course, Christian is, you know, I think he's like the leading odds to be the MVP of the Super Bowl for the 49ers. Have you been in touch with Ed?
I saw Ed early in the year, right about the time he got traded, I think. Or anyway. Yeah, I think it was about the time. No, it was the year before he got traded. Anyway, I saw Ed early in the year and talked to him a little bit. You know, you ever see those pictures with Christian and Shannon Sharp when Christian was like a baby? I was right there. You know, that was in our locker room. Christian and his brothers would come around, and the joke for us always was, is if you've seen Ed, he's got like jet black hair and kind of dark skin, and his wife looks kind of the same, jet black hair and dark skin, and then their other boys are jet black hair, dark skin, and here's Christian. So of course he was a milkman's baby. You know, blonde, light skin, totally different, you know. So Ed was trying to all the time. He didn't care.
Yeah.
And it was fun watching Christian and what he's done. And I know Ed and Lisa are proud of him.
Yeah. Man, that was a huge trade.
It was, you know, and you heard something about it this week where Shanahan was kind of hesitant and Lynch pulled the trigger on it because Shanahan was worried about what they were giving up. Nothing against Christian, because they did give up a lot and he was worried about it. But Lynch knew, hey, we got to go get this guy. And then, you know, he also got Chase Young this year, who I think is overrated, but he still helped them. I mean, they've made some moves to get to where they are and give themselves a chance. So give a lot of credit to John Lynch.
Yeah. How difficult, if you were playing, would the matchup between you and Nick Bosa be? I mean, former defensive player of the year last season. I mean, he could cause havoc and change the game for the 49ers if they need this win, or they definitely need it. But if they're going to win, Nick Bosa has to be a
you know, it's sort of interesting. I think to that, just to let you know, Nick Bosa's outside and he's my tackles problem. Hopefully I don't have to deal with him. But if he moves inside, yes, I'd be very scared. He's a great player. But I think that what I've kind of been looking at and what you touched on a little bit is to win this game, the Niners have to do what they do, and that is get pressure on the passer. And to do that, you can't run the football because the Niners struggle stopping the run per what the Lions showed us. They are built to rush the passer. Chiefs aren't a great running team, and they're not known for it, and they want to throw the ball too. So that matchup, to me, I agree with you. I think that may be one of the keys is obviously Mahomes hard to sack. He's going to do his damage, but can you limit and make him uncomfortable like Tampa Bay did a couple of years ago and get him out of his rhythm and then all of a sudden make Kansas City an average offense, you know, but they've kind of been this season up until just the last few games that they've been playing well. Then you got a little bit of an interesting game on your hands, I think.
Yeah. I look at the Chiefs and the way that Spagnuolo has been dialing up that defense and getting after people. I think he's going to send the house at Brock Purdy. And
yeah, he will. And Chip, I think you just touched on what I think is like the biggest kept secret of the NFL this season, and that is the Chiefs have a unbelievable defense. No one talks about it because of Mahomes. Oh, we heard about how the offense wasn't performing. And then now all of a sudden we realized, well, wait a minute, the reason they're still in the Super Bowl is their defense was great all season. And you're right. Spagnuolo has done a fantastic job. They are a tough defense. And how Purdy handles that will be interesting because I like Purdy a lot. I liked him at Iowa State. You know, there's a reason he was drafted last or second to last, wherever, is he just doesn't have the skills that some of these other guys have. He has a lot of things I like. But can he win the game if put in that position? And I think the Chiefs will definitely try to put in a position, take McCaffrey out of it, make Purdy beat him.
Yeah. Dan, you play with a top 5 tight end of all time and Shannon Sharp. Where does Travis Kelce rank in that conversation?
Well, it's nice you say top 5, but you obviously didn't talk to Sharpie. He's top 1. I just asked him. And I said that Sharp's a great guy. And he'd tell you Kelsey's better, and I wouldn't agree with him. Travis Kelce is a fantastic player. Obviously, it helps to be matched up with a guy like Mahomes, but he has turned into their offense this season. When he's playing, the offense is good. When he's not, the offense is struggling. And it's the matchups. You know, he's just really tough for a lot of guys to cover. You can say, let's put a DB on them. Well, there's a size mismatch right there. And, let's put some linebacker on. Well, there's a speed mismatch right there. It's just, he is really tough to match. Great routes, great hands, just finds a way to get open and makes plays. And watch Mahomes. He's looking for him the whole time, almost every play.
Yeah. What's that weird Super Bowl memory that you have, Dan, whether it was leading up to the game, all the singing that's going on, all the concerts? I mean, what's it like to actually be in that game? And
so that story for me is we were playing in Super Bowl 33 in Miami. And the thing about the Super Bowl is you're used to a timing of everything. You go on the field, you do your warm-ups, you come to the locker room, you go back to the field, you go do the coin toss, and it's sort of quick. All these things happen pretty quick, and you go play. We got done with warm-ups, and we're walking back in the locker room, and I look to my right, and there's Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley and Kiss, and their whole get up, ready to go take the stage and play a song. And I'm like, this is a different kind of game, man. And you go sit in the locker room and say, all right, it'll be an hour before we go back out there. And you're like, what? It should be 10 minutes. We got to let Kiss play. And the game is almost secondary to everything else, and you really got to, and that's again, it's the veteran. You got to focus on why are we here? Just keep all the other junk out of your mind and understand what we have in front of us. And to us, we're the focus. Maybe to no one else in the stands because they all want to come see Kiss, but we're the focus for us.
Do you remember your Super Bowl halftime shows?
I don't, since I didn't see them. I don't remember.
You had, let's see here. Looks like the Blues Brothers and ZZ Top and James Brown.
Let's see. I wish I'd have known. I would have gone and watched ZZ Top. I'm a big ZZ Top fan.
In 97 and the 98 halftime show was oh Lord. I'll go ahead, Zay, with another question while
Hey Dan, how do you feel about your teammates watching the halftime show? Because you always hear a couple of guys, they'll watch it. And sometimes, it's normally the kicker, but let's walk in. There's some guys that say, hey, I'm not missing Usher. I'm not missing Beyonce or J-Lo.
Yeah, I wouldn't know anything about it. I can say this. So the first Super Bowl I didn't play in, so I wasn't dressed. And that would be one where I would maybe have gone out to watch the halftime show. But I didn't want to be the guy to go out and watch the halftime show and then get caught and get, yelled at and cause distress. Look, I just was trying to stay quiet and unnoticed, So I guess guys do that. I personally wouldn't do it. Of course, I'd be too damn scared to do something like that. So I would not know of anyone going to watch the halftime show that's playing in the thing.
Your halftime show in 98 was Boys to Men, Smokey Robinson, Martha Reeves, The Temptations, and Queen Latifah.
Yeah, I missed that one, darn it.
So, all right, Dan, what's your gut on this Super Bowl?
Oh, I don't know. It's hard because my heart and, my feelings would go against any team that plays the Chiefs. And I'm also biased to the Niners because of John and Kyle. So I'm obviously pulling for the Niners. And I know the Chiefs are tough to beat, and it is going to be a tough one. But I don't even know what the spread is. I think the Niners have a real shot at this thing. I think it's going to be an interesting game. I really do.
Yeah, and I think the Chiefs win this thing by 10.
You could be right. I'm not. You absolutely could be right. Man.
I think they're going to get pressure on Purdy, and they're going to try and run it with Isaiah Pacheco. And I just think that Mahomes and Kelsey going on the road, winning at Buffalo, they've had to kind of do it the hard way this time. I feel like they're like Elway was.
Yeah.
Just dialed in, but we'll see.
I like that analogy. You're right. They've had to do it the hard way, and they're hardened because of it. And, they're not going to get flustered because they've been there before this season. So, I hope you're wrong, but you could be right. I'm just going with the odds are, Chip. You're almost never right. So let's
Oh, man. Zay, you got anything else?
Nah, Dan. Good as always, my brother.
Hey, Dan, appreciate it so much, man. I mean, what a awesome journey you've been on, and I'm sure this week brings back all kinds of memories for you.
It does, and I appreciate that. And as always, guys, love being on the show, and thanks for the opportunity.
Okay, I got one more thing for you.
Yeah.
Since today is signing day,
Oh, yeah.
You watch the game differently than we do, and Texas is losing Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy. You watch those guys closely. Can you talk about how, you played against, you played with Casey Hampton, you played against Sam Adams, guys who won Super Bowls. How good were those guys this year?
They're really good, and it's sort of 1A, 1B, and I'm not going to say who my 1A and 1B are. Those two guys are really good, and obviously, look, you lose players of that caliber, it hurts. You got to reload. I think Texas will. I'm very excited for each of those young men and how their NFL careers go, because I think both of them will be high picks and be contributors, and I think both of them could have long, good careers. Yeah, they're good football players. They're fun to watch.
I think you like Byron Murphy as much as we like Byron Murphy.
I love Byron Murphy. The guy can play now. He's good.
What do you love about his game?
He gets after you, just the intensity. We play the leverage. He's not, obviously, I'm a little biased. I'm not into big guys. He's not a massive human being, kind of like a Puna Ford in a sense. Remember Puna, just a tough player that understands what he's doing. I think he's a good player.
Yeah, I think he's going to be 10-year guy in the NFL.
Yeah, easy. He's staying healthy, obviously, but he's going to make a team really happy.
All right, Dan, great stuff, my man. Always appreciate it. We'll talk soon.
All right, have a good day.
Thanks,
All right,
Dan.
there he is, two-time Super Bowl winner Dan Neal, All-American on the offensive line at the University of Texas, won the first Big 12 championship in '96 on an incredible, after an incredible decision by John Makovic to go for it on 4th and 1. Of course, he had James Brown, a dual threat quarterback. I love it. Makovic told James Brown, "We're running Steelers roll left, come to run."
That's right.
And James rolls out, sees Derek Lewis wide open beyond the line of scrimmage, floats that pass to him, and he runs it all the way down to the Nebraska 12. Priest Holmes runs it in with a great kick-out block from Dan Neal on the next play, and Texas beats number 3 Nebraska by 10 after James Brown guaranteed, he said, "I think we'll win by 3 touchdowns." Not bad. All right.
James.
Oh, love me some James Brown. And I reach out to James every year, and he's so low profile. It's crazy to me, but because I think he is like the most underrated quarterback at Texas in the last 50 years.
100%.
Dude won 3 conference championships, went on to win in NFL Europe, won in the Arena Bowl. He absolutely should have been on an NFL roster. And I mean, he's more like Lamar Jackson than, but the NFL wasn't there yet at that point. But anyway, all right, let's get to the chip shot. Love this from our man Doe. Big shout out to the GOATs, Chip and Zay. I'm locked in every day. Thanks, Doe. Tell your friends and enemies. Spread the word. Oh, and Jeff, I met at the Texas basketball game last night. Gave him the QR code. He's like, "Man, I miss hearing you on the radio." I'm like, "Okay, well, here's how you listen now. It's so easy. Here's the app and set an alarm in your phone every day for 1:00. And then you just hit the app on your phone and you're listening." So that's as easy as we can make it. The Texas Sports Unfiltered app, of course, in your app store, and set an alarm in your phone for 1:00. Real quick, before we get to the chip shot, audiovisual consultations for the best price on the big screen of your dream, surround sound, and new lighting, electronic shades, surveillance, AV consultations is the only place to go. I speak from experience. They've done it for me in 3 different houses. And here's the beautiful thing. They're going to bring you the best price on big screens. They're going to set it all up. All you have to do is call 255-8678 and tell them, hey, let's go. That's it. That's how easy it is. You're busy. You got things to do. You don't need to be trying to figure out how to hang a 80-inch television on your wall. 255-8678. And Salt Traders. I mean, Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, great seafood, oysters. You love oysters. They have dollar oysters during happy hour, and they have happy hour every day from 3:30 to 6:30 and all night on Mondays. So get to Salt Traders Coastal Cooking at Zilker up in Round Rock, and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. All right. For the chip shot today, because I think my man Zay is probably going to cover Texas hoops. I will say it's signing day today, and Texas did not sign anyone because they signed everyone in the early signing period and then added from the transfer portal Isaiah Bond, Alabama receiver, Silas Bolden, a receiver from Oregon State who's a burner and a return guy who will arrive in June. And, of course, Matthew Golden, the receiver from Houston who scored 2 touchdowns against Texas this past season. And that's just the tip of the iceberg in terms of the players they added from the portal. But, you know, listening to Steve Sarkisian today, the thing that I heard is the thing that Zay heard, which is Sark used the word obsessed. He's obsessed with getting back to the college football playoff and winning a national championship. And that's what you want to hear from your coach. Because if that's the mindset, then everyone's going to take on that mindset, or at least have to respect it because it's coming from the leader. And, you know, Steve Sarkisian has made a lot of right steps in each of his off seasons. And he's added Johnny Nansen as a linebackers coach to replace Jeff Choate, who became the head coach at Nevada. He added Kenny Baker, the assistant defensive line coach at Miami, who showed his chops while he was developing players at Western Kentucky. He's come up the hard way. He's, you know, but the thing that I keep hearing about Kenny Baker is he is really relatable, and he's a great teacher, and he's a technician, and he gets guys to buy in, but he's going to keep it real. He's going to tell them, here's where your game is lacking and it's got to get better, and here's how to make it better. And that's what you want. You want a guy who's got that energy, that ability to recruit, the ability to, you know, be patient and develop these guys, because as Dan Neal will tell you, those positions are so technical. The way you punch your hands, the timing of it, the placement of your hands, for a defensive lineman, the ability to get those hands off of you. It's so technical. And if you think you can just get by with physical ability and big muscles, you're wrong. You know, Dan just said it. Dan was he was the underdog. He's 6'2". He walks around at 265. You know, he got up to, you know, close to 300 pounds when he was playing, but that he was technical. I mean, he made it 8 years in the NFL, won 2 Super Bowls, and started every game, you know, for 4 years at Texas because he understood leverage technique. And I think Steve Sarkisian is making a lot of right moves. And also the elevation of Brandon Harris to GM, basically saying, hey, Billy Glasscock, you know what? If there's another job out there for you, feel free to take it. That is code for we need you to find another gig. And so that's what happened. And Brandon Harris got elevated. And I think it's everything I've heard about Brandon Harris is he gets it. He gets people. He's a communicator, he's a connector, and he's really good with recruits. So you got to have that. You got to have a guy who's overseeing your player personnel, who players like and can identify with, and who will come to the program because they like him. He's part of the staff that brings players in, and I think he's doing a really good job. So, look, Texas football fans, spring football starts March 19th. They're going to practice 3 days a week for 5 weeks, and the spring game will be on April 20th. And let's see, there's going to be a lot of really interesting position battles with new names, new faces on the defensive line, safety, receiver, tight end. Lot to look forward to. So let's get to the right call with my man Zay Collier.
Appreciate it, man. Before the right call, though, shout out to Covert BK, family-owned automotive dealerships that have been around the greater Austin area for over 100 years and have provided the greater Austin people with a high-quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles over at the beautiful 42 acres in the Hill Country. They got 7 terrific brands to choose from: Buick, Cadillac, Chrysler, GMC, Dodge, Ram, and Jeep. Go to covertbk.com for all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip, the right call today. Let's get back to Texas basketball a little bit. Tough one last night. It's hard to win when you go into halftime with the score being 36-19. You go down 18
19.
points. 19. Like, that ain't shit. That first half was one of the worst first halves you're ever going to see a team play. I mean, at the half mark, Iowa State shooting 52%, Texas shooting 30%, Texas 0 for 7 from the three-point line, Texas getting beat in the paint by 6 points, getting out-rebounded, turning the ball over. And I talked about it with you yesterday. You have to take care of the ball versus Iowa State. They are one of the best teams in the nation at forcing turnovers. They came in second in the nation at forcing turnovers. Defense is what they do. Like TJ Otzenberger. They're long, man. And I'm starting to think, Chip, we go back to Tyrese Hunter and why we haven't seen just that defensive tenacity consistently these last 2 years at Texas. I don't think that they've gotten what TJ Otzenberger got out of him here. What Chris Beard and what Rodney Terry have gotten out of Tyrese Hunter, I think with just Otzenberger's philosophy and how he plays defense, might have fit what Tyrese Hunter's better for that 1 year in Ames than it does these last 2 years here in the ATX. Because I see it with Tamin Lipsey. Like, you can't tell me that Tyrese Hunter isn't a better athlete than Tamin Lipsey, but Tamin Lipsey's the better player. He is. He took over that game last night.
He did. He was a glove on Max Asmus. Asmus was 0 for in the first half.
Yo, and the stuff that they were throwing at him, they were just icing him. They were just icing Max Asmus to where if you're on the wing and you have the ball and you're having the ball screen that's jumping out to make you go toward the middle, the defense is forcing you baseline. So that defender is jumping it to where you can't go to the fence that's supposed to go to the middle. Now you have to improvise. And Texas did a horrible job at improvising in the first half. Second half, great adjustments. They did a great job. They got Dylan Dessou the ball in the two-man game to where he was picking and popping and having that ISO. And if you're not going to step up, he's going to knock that three down. He was the only one that hit threes for the Horns yesterday. The only one. They hit 3 threes total, 3 for 14, all Dylan Dessou in that stretch that he had where he took over the game and brought the Horns back, which, again, I told you yesterday, that's why he was my Big Hat Spirit player of the game prediction, because I knew as good of a defensive team as Iowa State is, the person that could get exposed is Ronald Jones, and he's a good defender. But I knew Dessou is that good of an offensive player. He would have to have that good of a game for the Horns to do anything. Now, did I think that Tyrese Hunter would be that bad? No, I didn't. And they have a serious issue with him, at this point of the season. And You saw it last year.
You said something at the beginning of the show that I think is important. Kendall Weaver didn't play the last 3 minutes, and Dazoo went nuts. He scores 17. They cut it to 3 with 2:59 left, and then Kendall Weaver, who had 5 offensive rebounds in the second half and was getting them extra possessions. What did you think about that?
That's a bad move. That's a bad coaching job from IT or RT. You talk about having a feel for the game. Kendall Weaver was in for a big part of that comeback. He's your best rebounding guard. So when Iowa State has Taman Lipsey going in for boards and they're not getting anybody back on the offensive side, every time a shot goes up for the Cyclones, nobody's getting back. They're crashing. So you need your best rebounders out there. And Kendall Weaver is one of the best, especially with the game that Tyrese Hunter is having. He's not playing well. He's playing hard. He's trying, but he's not playing well. Definitely not playing better than what Kendall Weaver gave you in the second half. So why would you take out Kendall Weaver? I know he had 4 fouls, and maybe Coach Terry was thinking about, okay, if we get into overtime, I'm going to need, number 2 to be ready. But you got to get to overtime first. You know what I'm saying? You ride it out with Kendall Weaver. You ride it out. You let him know, hey, man, you got 4, but, hey, we're going to ride it out with you. And he didn't do that. He took him out. He put in Tyrese Hunter, and then Tyrese Hunter had that brutal turnover around 2 minutes, 10 seconds, man.
2:06, yeah.
Oh, my gosh. For one.
It was horrible because they get the free throw, and, they've cut it all the way to 3. Milicevic, whatever, draws the foul from Mitchell, hits 1 free throw. Then Hunter turns it over, and Lipsey comes and hits a 3.
Yep. And that turnover, he threw a no-look pass, Chip. Like, he's trying to be flashy at this time. Like, for what? What are you being flashy? That's a bounce pass. You jump in the air and you throw a look-off pass, and then Lipsey, great defender, just tips it, and that's a turnover. Again, you know that this team is number 2 in the nation in forcing turnovers. You know this team is number 3 in the nation at forcing steals. So their hands are going to be everywhere. You got to be smarter than that if you're Tyrese Hunter. And then it goes to 11 points in the last 3 games combined. That's just unacceptable.
And the big turnover late in regulation against Houston.
Yes. Back-to-back home games, he's had big turnovers in a way to cost the game. Now, I'm not one of those guys to think that his turnovers were the reason why they lost. No, the Horns going down by 18 points is a big reason why they lost. Like, it was too little too late. As good as that comeback was, it was too little too late. Tyrese Hunter had this slump last year too. He had a weird slump. Like, right after Coach Beard got the boot, Tyrese Hunter went on like a month slump, and you really didn't see him play well until March came around. He had a good Big 12 tournament, and then he had a good NCAA tournament. And if you go back and look at 2022 with Iowa State, he was like that there. He had a slump, and then he was really good in the tournament, which that's what everyone saw and made him so appealing to when he got down to the 40 acres, and nobody saw like the rest. Nobody saw him going through those ups and downs that you do as a freshman. But then the fact that he went through them, everybody was like, oh, he's just a freshman. Like, all freshmen go through this. He's a solid player. When he gets to Texas, he'll get that consistency. And it hasn't been the case. Like, he's just, these last 3 years, he will go through a slump. And it's weird because we know how talented he is and we know how good he is for this team. He has to be better, man. With the way teams play Max Abmas and Dylan Dessou, Tyrese Hunter, he has to be able to put some points on the board just to expand the offense and give the Horns different looks. And if he's going to continue to have a slump like this, we already talked about it yesterday. You can't really play IT Horton because he's not giving you anything offensively. So now you have a 7-man rotation. Shout out to Brock Cunningham. He's been playing a lot better, but man, there's going to be some times, I think, moving forward where Coach Terry's going to have to look at Tyrese Hunter and say, yo, bro, we're going to ride it out with Kendall Weaver, Max Abmas, Dylan Dessou, Dylan Mitchell, and Brock Cunningham. And that might have to be your 5, you know, which is nuts because 2 weeks ago I was saying you can't play Brock. Like it's just there's no consistency with everybody. It's like somebody starts playing well, then somebody else plays like shit. Like there's just you know what you're gonna get from A. Smith, you know what you're gonna get from the Sioux. You know Dylan Mitchell's gonna play hard, but do some dumb stuff on the side. I know Rodney Terry, he's trying to figure it out, but I thought it was a bad move not having Weaver in there and winning time. And RT, he needs to look at that and make some decisions going into Saturday versus West Virginia.
Yeah, Texas now 1-4 at home in Big 12 play, and the only team with 3 wins on the road in Big 12 play. All right, let's bring in Megan and Rocky. Rocky's back from her tropical excursion.
Rocky goes on vacation every other week. That's what I'm starting to notice.
She's living the life, man.
Living the life. Wow.
You only get one, so use it. Be
hear
gone. Be gone everywhere. Go, go, go. Everyone should go places as much
Well,
as
listen, we know y'all got a loaded show.
Yes.
And
special guest today.
Absolutely. Trey Faltini joining us. So we're
nice.
excited about that.
Yeah.
Well, have at it. Have a great show.
Zay, can you imagine if all 5 on the court were just balling at the same time?
Can we please get that? Yes, I need that. But we'll see.
Good job, guys.
Love
All right.
Have a good
Thanks,
show.
y'all.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Megan, play the music.
Let's get it rocking.
Longhorn Nation, we're back.
We're back. We're back.
We're back. I love it. I love it. Well, hey, we have got an awesome show today.
Yes.
I'm really excited for this one. Y'all may have heard a little bit earlier. We have a very special guest joining us, Trey Faltini, former Longhorn,
Yes.
lifetime Longhorn, and currently in the minor league system right now. He's going to join us, talk a little bit about Texas baseball, talk about his experience as a Longhorn, get some fun facts in there. And that is the opportunity for our listeners and followers to ask him questions too. He is
Yes.
open for that. So you guys, please
You get
stick
to
around.
ask him directly.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
absolutely. Absolutely. We've got some Texas football talk, of course, a little bit of basketball talk, Super Bowl talk. We got a full
Lots of
show.
fun Super Bowls. So we have all the fun prop bets.
Yep.
So we will have there's so many cool prop bets, but there's also like the added little nugget this year with like Taylor Swift bets. So those are kind of funny. But we're going to talk about just the likelihood of a punt, how many punts. Oh, it's going to be so fun. And also we have a really cool interview that Sark did at the East-West Shrine Bowl.
Mhm.
And there's some really great nuggets from that. So we want to talk about those. And just a lot.
I know.
How was your weekend, Megan?
It was good. It was good. We first pitch dinner. Again, I'm in full on baseball mode at this point. So Texas hosted their first pitch dinner, which is great. It's where they honor the previous year's squad because
right.
Baseball, by the time baseball season is over, school's out, so guys kind of move
they
around
don't
almost
get to celebrate
instantly.
as much.
Yeah, so they do. Texas baseball does awards during first pitch for the previous year. And then it's also in alignment with the alumni game. So you get a lot of guys, obviously, that are back in town for the game. Good time to do the awards. You get to meet the new squad, talk about the upcoming year. So it was a lot of fun. It's
Good. I liked your photos.
Yeah, it was a good time for sure. So definitely some questions coming into the 24 season.
Mhm.
Texas is last year in the Big 12 for baseball. But, it was pretty cool. I feel better after kind of interacting and hearing from the squad, hearing from the coaches. And
you drank all that orange baseball
I do
Kool-Aid?
every year. Can I make arguments one way or the other? Of course. But every year, even though I try not to, here I am chugging the Kool-Aid
Go
again.
all in. I mean, why not?
Here I am.
What's there to lose?
Right. So how was your weekend?
A lot happened.
Yeah.
So I Nadia on was it Thursday?
Mhm.
Nadia won her districts in the wrestling. So she advanced to regionals, and that's this week. And that's going to be Friday and Saturday in San Antonio.
Yeah.
So that was Thursday, and then
Gold medal.
She won first in her district, so that was pretty cool.
Amazing.
And then she's loving it. And then Saturday, I went to WinStar with so this is pretty cool. My brother last year Mother's Day thought it'd be really cool to give me, my mom, my sister, and him like all tickets to see Tim McGraw and WinStar, and he loves WinStar. It's just just
right on the border.
Yeah, right
of,
in Oklahoma, just when you go over the border. So it's supposed to be like the world's largest casino. It just goes and goes and goes. It's one massive, long casino.
Yeah,
and on the outside, it has all the different buildings look like different buildings from around the world. It's really neat. And for being in Oklahoma, it was pretty cool. And I had a blast there. We had a really good time. So we just road tripped up, and because you only have to go there once, and they start just giving you free stuff, free stuff in your emails and in your mail. And so my mom had only been one time before with Josh, and we had free hotel rooms, free food, free this, free that, like everything was free. And then my brother got the concert tickets for us, and it was supposed to be in December, but then it was got
rescheduled
until this past Saturday because he had a back surgery or whatever. But it was a blast. The concert was great. The casino was great. My first 80-cent bet, I won $420 something.
You have the best luck with that stuff. I swear.
And then I cashed out, and then I played on the rest of that little money. And then the next day, I started with $20 on roulette, and I made $100. So it was great. I like it cost them money for me to go there.
I know. I love it. Hey, Dina, thanks for joining us. We see you.
Akumal.
Yeah, jumping in from
Akumal, if you don't know, that is south of Puerto Morelos.
So thank you again for joining us. Stay tuned.
Beautiful.
Again, this is a great opportunity. We're going to have Trey Faltini on here in just a little bit.
Yes.
Great opportunity to ask him your questions, your burning questions about Texas baseball and his time here. So
but I have to tell you something really funny that happened at the Tim McGraw concert.
Wouldn't have pegged you for a Tim McGraw person.
I didn't realize how many songs I love from Tim McGraw over the years. I mean, if he released anything in the last 5 years or 10 years, I don't know it.
Sure.
But if
he dominated the 90s.
Oh no, I like it.
Yeah.
I love it. I mean, I was like, oh yeah, he had so many good songs. And Indian Outlaw is always one of my favorite country songs ever.
Yeah.
And so anyway, what was hilarious is we're in Oklahoma, right? And we're at a concert, and they, every now and then they put this camera on people in the audience. There is a grown-ass man thinking about the Texas Longhorns while he's in Oklahoma at a Tim McGraw concert.
Yeah.
There's no sporting event happening. There's nothing about Texas. And he's going like this.
Yeah, of course he is.
A grown-ass man.
Tim McGraw is a Florida guy, isn't he? Like, as far as his rooting,
he must
Florida,
be in
Florida
Nashville
State.
now because he changed one of the lyrics. Like, I haven't seen a Titans game all year. Like, he changed some of the lyrics, but he must be in Nashville now. But
no, he's there, but his
I
college team.
I don't know where he's originally from.
I think his college team is Florida State or Florida. I could be wrong on that, but
I don't
for whatever
know,
reason, it's sticking out in my head.
For no reason whatsoever, this man in the audience is thinking about the Texas Longhorns during that concert because he's going like this, and I'm like,
man, I love it.
Bless your heart that you're thinking about the Longhorns right now at a Tim McGraw concert.
That's a crack up.
You sad
sad
soul.
That's it. How he chooses to spend his money and time. That's
good on him. He was thinking about the Longhorns.
Good on him.
Good job, guys. Anyway, it was really cool. I would love to go back. I told Richard he would love it there.
Yeah.
I mean, it was easy drive, and the place
you were up and back like.
We left
went up the same
noon.
day.
We left by like noon on Saturday, and we were back by 2 or 3 on Sunday.
Easy peasy.
Just come and go. And once you're there, you don't have to drive. You don't have to.
Right.
And let me tell you one other thing. Sometimes in the casinos, especially once you're stuck there, they charge you ridiculous for drinks or ridiculous for everything. So our massive buffets were free because they had coupons, and then we had coupons for like everything was free. Pizza late at night. And even a round of drinks like Tito's and cranberry, ranch water with whatever tequila, blah blah blah, nice beer.
Well,
no, it wasn't on the house, but a whole round, $20.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's
not where they're making their money.
No,
though,
some places can charge you $20 for one drink.
Right. Casinos definitely. I mean, it's like strip clubs. Like the drinks aren't necessary. Well, strip clubs are a little different, but that's not where they're making their money. They're not. They're not counting on.
They're making their money off the ATM fees.
Listen, strip club food is so cheap.
Yeah,
because the food, and it's actually pretty decent at most places, but that ain't where they're making their money, right?
No.
So
yeah. Anyway, it was a lot of fun.
I love that.
So that was cool.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Well, speaking of folks thinking about Texas, even when it's not football season, I love that. We got to talk a little bit of Texas football, right? We had some change-ups. Sark announced some change-ups here. We know that longtime director of player personnel, Billy Glasscock, has now moved on. He's with Lane Kiffin. At Ole Miss.
Everyone's with Lane Kiffin
I'm
at Ole Miss
telling you,
now.
that dude, I swear, he's kind of like
what is happening?
And I'm not saying this is a knock. I see Kiffin as like the hyena that just like follows Sarkisian around picking up the scraps.
Well, but they seem to be buddy.
They are buddies for sure.
Because they're playing this game on social media together, and like KJ Lacey was supposed to be at Ole Miss last weekend, and he didn't end up going. But they have this buddy weird thing happening, and I think they're like
it's like brotherly competition.
Yeah, watch for Ole Miss.
Yeah,
something big is happening.
Definitely.
There.
Well, and Chip Brown was talking about this earlier. That move for Billy Glasscock to go over to Ole Miss was actually, I mean, Sarkisian helped that along. Chip was reporting that was a favorable move on both sides.
Yeah.
Freed up some opportunity for Sark to then promote.
Mm-hmm.
Again, Brandon Harris gets promoted to general manager, which is a new position for Texas.
Yeah.
Again, that used to be director of player personnel, but we've talked about this with all that goes on with recruiting and everything that's changed and all the pieces that have to move. This is the first time the University of Texas has seen this GM position, but it is something that college is starting to trend towards. And you've got to have somebody that can manage all of that.
Right. With these programs becoming way more professional, and now you're managing the deals, not just scholarships, you're managing NIL deals and all kind of things in and out of the program now. It is more professional. It's going to be run more like the NFL or the MLB and all of it within, for this position, almost like the NFL now, right?
Right.
So a lot of schools, the big names, are starting to hire not director of player personnel or not this or that, GMs. Like they need a GM who, I guess he's going to report to Sark, or is he going to report directly to CDC?
He reports to Sark. But CDC oversees that position as well,
of course.
Obviously. This is something that Brandon Harris and Coach Sarkisian have been in lockstep with everything. It's definitely some exciting news there. Then we also saw John Michael Jones get promoted to, again, director of player personnel. Taylor Searles, director of recruiting. She's been working her butt off. That's really cool to see. And then Kendall Perry, again, director of recruiting operations. So those are some really big moves. And I
love the women in these spots.
Me too. And you love to see folks that have come up with Texas, right?
Yes.
And again, these are Sark's guys, but you've seen some of these. Again, Taylor's been around for a minute, really getting that opportunity. That's cool to watch. Definitely cool to see.
Congratulations to all of them.
Yeah, I love it.
That's a big announcement.
So again, a little bit later in the show, we're going to talk about Sarkisian at the Shriners Bowl, the East-West Shrine Bowl, and Shrine Bowl. I always say Shriners. It's not.
That's
the Shrine Bowl. I do this every time.
Hats.
I know, in the little cars, right? But yeah, so we'll talk a little bit more Texas football as we go farther on. So yeah, before we jump in, you have any last minute stuff?
No, let's bring let's say hi to Longhorn Laundry really quickly, and then we will welcome our guests.
Absolutely. We want to thank Longhorn Laundry. They are absolutely incredible. If y'all haven't checked them out, listen, I hate doing laundry. I think it's the biggest pain in the butt ever, and I don't have time for it. If you've got that busy schedule, don't want to mess with laundry, all you have to do is check out Longhorn Laundry. Again, that's longhornlaundry.com. And if you enter the code FTC20, that's FTC20, you get $20 off of your first service. That's free pickup, free delivery. They come get your laundry for you. They clean it, press it, seal it, and bring it back to you. Again, at no additional cost. It's a really great deal.
That would be nice.
So again, that's our guy, a boss. We love him to death. So that is Longhorn Laundry. Check them out, longhornlaundry.com. Tell them FTC sent you. That code is FTC20. And we always thank them for supporting this our program. It's a good time. So, all right. Without further ado, y'all, we are really, really excited here. We have got lifetime Longhorn Trey Faltini joining us today. Hey, Trey, how's it going?
Trey, you like my
What's up? I love that shirt. I need to find me one of those. I love that shirt.
Right? That was one of your original NIL deals, right? Like you were kind of a trailblazer here with that shirt at Texas.
Yeah, a little bit.
OG Trey Faltini.
Exactly.
I had to go find it in my closet.
Right.
Pull it out with my baseball season stuff.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So
welcome.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, man. So recently you were in town for the alumni game. We talked about that a little bit earlier, the first pitch dinner and alumni game. And just for a little background on the folks that don't know, if you don't know who Trey Faltini is, my goodness, are you even a Longhorn? But Trey comes from Houston, Texas. Again, you were drafted in the seventh round from the Reds. So you're working there, playing your way up. And of course, you're my favorite shortstop for Texas. Like I no offense to Hamilton or anything like that, but we loved watching you play. Number 0, you rock that hardcore. So it's the kid for sure. And we got a little something for you as we bring you on. So we got to get it going. Yeah.
There we go. Yeah. There we go.
Rock the walk-up, friend. We had to rock the walk-up.
Oh, yeah, for
God,
sure.
If I just talk today, it would be delightful.
Welcome.
So
had to rock your walk-up song.
I love it. All right, man. Well, hey, so tell us about that alumni game a little bit. This is something that seems pretty unique to Texas, where, Texas baseball is in a position that we have so many incredible players that are able and willing to come back and play a little, scrimmage game one-on-one with our current squad. Tell us about it. Tell us about that experience.
Yeah, like you said, it's very unique. I feel like, we're probably one of the very few schools in the country, if not one of the schools that, can even have a true alumni game where, the other team is, consisted of full alumni, where it's not, just a couple of guys. So, I think that's, awesome to be part of, and I know when I was in college, I looked up to all those guys that are in the alumni team and, want to hopefully be one of those guys one day. And, to finally be in that kind of position is, it's a great experience and something that, not only I, but all the guys that are alumni, we don't take for granted. It's something that, truly is special.
That's awesome. One of my favorite things too is you've always been great with kids. The kids come up and they see Sammy, they see Trey, they're so excited. You're always the first one there, giving out autographs, taking photos with kids. Tell us about that as a mentor, as you've kind of transitioned from playing at Texas now in the minors, with the Reds, still being that mentor. I mean, you've got, again, thanks for joining us. We know you've got some training and some lessons coming up right after this. So how has that been going from being player, coming up through Texas turned into a mentor?
Yeah, it's been huge. I think one thing my mom was always, on me about growing up, is being, always, able to sign autographs and never being, too big or, feel like you're too big for other people, especially, little kids that look up to, like, and stuff like that. So a lot of that's credit to my mom. She, both my parents, obviously, my mom and my dad, they both, try to instill in me, at an early age, like, you were a little kid at that one point, you were, you may not remember, but one time you were those little kids, screaming at, players asking for autographs and asking to sign your shirt and all kinds of crazy stuff like that. So, I just try to, as much as I can give back to those kids, especially, kids I know are true diehard fans and, love the game of baseball. You can definitely tell those kids, from a mile away. So I try to, make those kids happy and stay there as long as I possibly can and, make sure everyone goes home happy.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, you speak of the diehard kids. Again, we loved your mom being out at the dish all the time. Edith.
We love Edith.
Yeah.
Everybody loves Edith.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I'm sure you roll your eyes sometimes. Your dad.
People know more my mom more than they probably know me.
No, I love it. Well, she's very vocal, but we always loved her. Now, I have to apologize for this because we did use what is probably my favorite picture of you that your mom happened to share with us a couple of years ago of you at bat with the Banditos Black, just mean mugging, man. That is one of my favorites. Is that something that is okay to use? I guess I should have asked you that, but it's too late now.
It's too late. Yeah, no, we're all good. That's one of my favorite pictures, so we're good.
Good. I love it. I still feel
it sets the tone for the next 30 years.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah. It's fantastic. So we mentioned Banditos Black. Your dad actually coaches baseball and played a big role. So you are the oldest of 4 brothers, right? You've got 3 younger brothers. All of them, for the most part, are baseball. You've got one black sheep brother that maybe in a different direction. Can you tell us a little bit about the role that your dad played in shaping your baseball career, shaping your love for the game? Or was it something that you were just born coming out and you wanted to play baseball, you knew no matter what?
I think it was a little bit of both. I think, I definitely, I think growing up, we went to a lot of Astros games, so I definitely, saw baseball a lot more than I saw other sports. So I think that kind of, started a little bit. Obviously, my dad loves baseball too. So I think, once you got 2 people that love, something, they, are going to be bonded by it forever. So, once I started, be able to walk, I'd be, all about the ball, the bat, and throwing it around the house, stuff like that. And obviously, having brothers makes it a lot easier because you have, teammates forever in the house. So, it's a never-ending, practice. We'd be waking up in the morning, throwing the ball off the wall in the house, or throwing each other after school, going outside and playing, tennis ball, baseball, or wall ball, all that kind of stuff. So, It's huge, and I think my dad was always there for us and, allowed us to, practice anytime we want. Anytime we wanted to go practice, he was always, there, and it helped a lot. Obviously that it was kind of like a family thing, all four of us. Well, my brother, he liked baseball at the beginning, and then he veered off once he saw how crazy.
Which brother is this that kind of veered off a little bit?
This is Jordan. This is the brother that's closest to me. So he's like the second one, I guess. Yeah, he wasn't as crazy about baseball as the rest of us are, but he would still be there and support sometimes. So, but anytime being in the street or like playing with the neighbors and stuff like that, he was all about that. But when it came to actually had to go practice or play, he was not about that.
Not his
jam.
So,
but he's actually one of the. He's actually we always saw like he was always stronger than us growing up because he did gymnastics. So. We were always very jealous of him because he was strong and hit the ball farther than any of us. But I think we outgrew him now, so we're good on that.
Nice. All right, so let me ask you that: if you had to like go up, who would be the biggest challenge in baseball of your brothers right now? Like, who'd be
the biggest challenge?
Yeah, hardest one.
I wouldn't say based off skills. Probably my youngest brother. Not based off skill, just based on the fact that he's like a super trash talker. Like loves to be face about it. And if anyone that knows my youngest brother Roman will, they'd understand. So I'd say not based off skill because he's the youngest one. We're very far in age, but just based off trash talk. If anything remotely happens in his favor, he'll let me know about it forever. So I'd probably say him.
Oh, is there? I love that. So so it does. I've got to say it runs in the family a little bit. This was something I wanted to bring up. You were one of the first Texas players, if not the first, to start that boombox on your shoulder movement, right? And you talk about the trash talking. Your younger brother is good at that. You were pretty good about getting into other teams' heads, right? Into pitchers' heads. Walk us through that. The boombox, that persona was part of that. You got thrown out a time or two. Tell us about that. Like, where'd that come from? Where'd that swag come from?
So, funny story. I was actually at the Galleria, which is a mall here in Houston, and I was walking through the mall, and I just heard a super loud, music. I'm like, so I walked down, trying to find, where it's from, because it's like for me, it felt like it was like from a mile away. So. I finally found a store, whatever. There was like a little store, had the speakers, and then I walked in the store and I saw they had a Texas one, and it had perfect like the Longhorns on the speaker. It said Texas Longhorns. So I'm like, I gotta get this, right? Like, and it's like this is probably like Christmas break or like around that time. So we probably had like a month and a half until the season starts. So I'm like, this is perfect. Like to have at the time I was thinking like, just in the locker room to have, after games, before games, whatever. So I got it, whatever, and, everyone, I brought to school, the next week or so, whatever, and everyone loved it. And then it kind of just turned into like, okay, bring on the bus. And then obviously I had to bring it off the bus. So and like, okay, we walk in with the team and, going on the field. And then it kind of turned into a monster. And then I think it really blew up. I didn't think it blew up until we went to Minute Maid, and I walked in with it for practice one time. We had it like playing, like they weren't playing any music. And I had it in the dugout. I wasn't even thinking about playing the field. And I want to say like Coach Miller or Tulo were like, hey, bring our speakers. So I brought it and then kind of just left it right there by the batting cage. And then they created a monster. And then from there on out, it was on the field forever with us. So I think it kind of, created a little bit of a swag to us, walking with our own music and, had the team walking all together. And, whatever music we, kind of felt for that day, that's what we played. And then, it kind of went viral on its own. Obviously, people all over Instagram, thought it was super cool. And then, we kind of carried it, and then I think it kind of became a big thing. And then, we really kind of try to own that, persona, I guess you could say, and try to, we carried it everywhere. And, we walk, we'd be at other teams' fields, and we'd come in from center field off the bus and be playing our music louder than they were playing their music.
Right.
I'm sure it probably rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, but that's just kind of the edge we brought, and we didn't really care what people thought, and that's just how we played.
I love it. I love it.
I have that same speaker, and I don't think people realize how freaking heavy it really is.
Oh, yeah. No,
like,
for
you
sure.
have to lift it. I mean, you guys probably, y'all flying it around easier, but you really have to lift it with, like, engage your core. Like, that is.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Speaker. I don't know how much it weighs, but it's awkward and bulky, and it's really heavy. It sounds great, and the battery lasts a long time, and it looks so sharp, especially in those photos and stuff, but it's heavy.
No, it's heavy. I remember times that I have to have someone else get can you give me a break? My right arm's killing me. If there's videos you see, I'm kind of like dragging along. So like, this is way too heavy to be dragging for, a mile walking in the field.
It is heavy. All right. So get your questions in. We'll start accumulating a few questions, and we'll get to those before you go. But people, if you have a question, put it in, and Trey will answer the comments question soon.
Yeah. Awesome. So, again, so we're going to talk. We have to bring up something from the alumni game here. We wanted to share something with you because there's a little bit of a story about this, and that maybe somebody on the team or for a former player on the team might owe you some money, my friend. Let's
really let's see who it is.
We've got to sorry, we're trying to pull this up right now. We wanted this to be it's not going to let you do it. All right, well, that's all right. We'll share it a little later. I've got a picture of a certain Chrysler vehicle that is gray, parked along yeah, so tell us that story there. It is a smashed window. Again, y'all, we'll post this
Let
up.
me see, hold on, let me see. I can probably pull up on my phone and maybe I can show it. Oh, this is so bad. Let me see if I have it on my phone. I have it on my phone for sure. I just gotta find it if I can find it quick enough.
Yeah, here.
I don't know if we're gonna be able to see this, but like there it is.
There you go.
That's after the alumni game. You know, getting changed, whatever. You know,
the photo. If you're listening, the photo is Trey's car with a big old busted windshield.
That's my car. That's my front windshield. Obviously, you can tell I did a bad job of parking that day. So I come out. You know, I'm getting changed in the locker room, whatever. About to go to dinner. Completely content with my day, and I get a FaceTime call from Zach Zubia. I'm like, all right, I answer it, and he's like, hey, what happened to your car? I'm like, what do you mean? Like, nothing happened to my car. He's like, you sure? I'm like, yeah. And then Faye turns around, I'm like, there's no way that's my car. He's like, I swear, and shows me back stuff. I'm like, oh my, I'm like, you're joking, right? Like, that's like you know how they used to have those little stickers, whatever, that have like the base one. I'm like, you're kidding, right? That's not
perfect like that. Yeah.
It looks exactly like that. So I'm like, no, they're just playing a prank on me. He's like, no, I swear. I'm like, no way. So I walk out there, sure enough, glass everywhere. I'm like, come on. So I think it was probably, if I had to guess, because I was parked like behind the scoreboard, like I really was parked far. Like I was still parked in the outfield, but was parked far. So whoever hit it, they deserved to hit it that day, I guess. Because
I will give you some intel on that. I believe, now somebody back me up and double check me, but I am like 93% sure that was Dougie Hodo.
Dougie owes me some money. That's unreal.
Yeah. So maybe you need to give him a call and be like, hey man, you got to take care of
yeah, for sure. He owes me a lot of money.
Yeah, I was wondering who has to pay for that.
Yeah.
I wish we could share the photo.
I know.
Anyway,
we'll put it up
you
later
showed
on
it,
social.
which was great.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, you were a big face, a big name at Texas, and it was a big deal. Your recruitment was, a lot of people followed that. And it was a big deal to get you at the University of Texas. Walk us through that recruiting process. What was it like? Were there some other schools you considered? What was it like having the University of Texas knock on your door and hand you down?
Yeah, so there was some other schools definitely, but growing up, I was a diehard. No one, like my mom went to UVH, my dad went to college in Venezuela, so like no one's like a Texas family member. None one's like that. So I have no real reason to love Texas, but like growing up, I'd watching like the Minute Maid or like they play Rice or U of H, and I and obviously they were really, really good. That's time to win national championships and the championship a lot. So, obviously you kind of like the best team that there is. So I like, the Texas Longhorns, and, sometimes, tournaments, we go like to Austin, we watch the Longhorns, stuff like that. So I kind of just, became a fan like that. And then I remember growing up, have like, cakes, like birthday cakes of Longhorns and stuff like that. And I don't know, I really don't know why, but I just kind of fell in love with it. And like, ever since then, I've always wanted to go there. And that's like where I set my goals. Okay, I want to be, playing at University of Texas. So, once I got to the age of, started being recruited, Texas actually wasn't recruiting me yet. It was more U of H. So my mom always went to U of H. I just didn't want to be in Houston. It was too close to my mom. So I didn't want to be there.
She still drove to every game. So
yeah, she still drove to every game. So, but nah, it was fine. So then there, A&M, I wanted to stay close to home. My parents were, a big deal to me. My family, be able to see me was a big deal. So I was getting recruited from, places like Arkansas, LSU, Miami, but it was important to me to be, stay home and have my parents and my brothers be able to watch me play. So, once Texas came, knocking the door, it was an immediate yes for me. It was, no question about it, no doubter. So, once that happened, I was all in.
Was it Coach who reached out to you initially for?
So at the time, it wasn't even Coach Pierce really the coach did. So I committed my freshman year in high school. So like that was when Coach Augie was still the coach, Tommy Nicholson. So that's who I got. So I was like Tommy Nicholson. So Drew Bishop was still there too. Mm-hmm. So those guys were like the main guys that I was talking to. And then like I said, my freshman year I committed, and then I think my sophomore year, going to my junior year, is when Coach Augie stepped down, and then I think that's when Coach Pierce and them started coaching. And then, I was a little worried time because I'd never, talked to Coach Pierce. I knew he was at Tulane before. I'd never talked to him.
Sure.
So I was a little nervous before then, just kind of, new coaching and unfamiliar with, the people you're with. But, had some conversation with him, and then, I still, he's still honored everything. And, I like what they were about and all that stuff. So it worked out fine. Obviously being in college, I loved him even more.
All right. I have a question for you because you mentioned like growing up, Texas was winning national championships. They have the years up on the stadium and on the parking lot. They have all these signs. What is it like to come in and have that? Like you're expected to keep building that dynasty. Is it pressure? Or what do you hear from the fans? What did you bring on yourself? Like, what is it like to have to live up to that standard of baseball at Texas?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like there's some, pressure, outside pressure from fans. They, for most people, all their lives they've known the Texas Longhorns to be, one of the best baseball teams, best baseball programs out there. So, to be in that situation and have that ability to, be in those situations and have that kind of, pressure, I'd say, on you. It's hard, but, at the same time, you welcome it because it's something that not everyone gets to have. So be able to have that, be able to play, as a Texas Longhorn and be up there and kind of continuing that dynasty, like you said, it meant a lot to me and the other guys I was playing with for sure.
That's amazing. So you had mentioned your connection with Tulo. You have a special relationship with him. Tell us a little bit about that. We know that he's come back. We've got a question here too. What was it like learning from Chris Clark? Thanks, man. He's joining us from Kansas, actually. So
Okay.
What was it like learning shortstop from Tulo?
Yeah, it was, a once in a lifetime thing. That's not something that every, college kid gets to, experience and have someone that, just came out of, being in the big leagues and wants to coach and is fully bought into it. I feel like that's, one of the biggest things I tell people is that Tulo was fully bought into anything he does. He wasn't there to kind of, some of the time and, in and out. He was there every single day grinding with us, everything we're going through, he was there with us too. So I feel like, that's something special because, it's something that he doesn't have to be doing. Obviously, he's played a long time and made a lot of money and stuff like that and, has his own family. But the guy truly does love baseball, and that's something you appreciate as a player to have a coach there that's, bought and invested just as much as you are and wants you to get better as well. So, being with Tulo was, that's, a mentor for sure. I can't even, there's not words that can explain what Tulo means to me. He's been through all kinds of stuff with me and, late night conversations and early morning talking about, watching, the World Series and text him, hey, what do you got on this player? What do you think about that? What about this pitch? Stuff like that. And he's always answered. There hasn't been a time where he's, blowing me off or anything like that. And not just me, this is what everybody on the team too. So to have a guy like that in your corner and have someone that you can, look up to at the same time, because we all wanted to, if anybody wanted to be something, we all want to be Tulo. That guy was an unbelievable player and has done a lot of good things in the game and, someone you respect and other players respect him as well. So to be able to have him, a guy like that, of his stature and, on our team and our as a coach, it means a lot. And we all took that, very seriously.
That's amazing. Is there one piece of advice that just stuck out or one lesson from Tulo that stuck out in your mind and has really kept with you? I know it's a huge
there's so
body
many.
part,
I'd say they're all like 1 A, B, C, D. They're all, equally as important. But I think for sure one of the things that, he harped on, all of us is like the focus on the details and your intent on, the little things. He was always big on little things, never being, caught off guard and knowing what's going on, going on in the baseball field at all times. I feel like those are things that, he would, harp on us all the time. It's the little things that make the difference in games or, winning and losing, stuff like that, tight ball games, those little things will come up. And if you're always on top of them, your chances are a lot better of winning.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So do you have, we'll talk about a little bit your time at Texas. And then, kind of moving forward, getting drafted and everything. Do you have a favorite memory or a favorite game that stands out when you were playing at Texas?
I'd say for sure, like just off the top of my head, being in Omaha twice was, easily a favorite memory. Growing up, I had been to, when they played at Rosenblatt, I'd been to the new stadium as a little kid. So, I thought those guys were like, rock stars when I was, growing up. So to, be able to be in that, situation, that spotlight was, a dream come true. That's something me and my dad always talked about growing up. Like, it'd be really cool to play in the College World Series and be able to experience that. So that for sure probably is, top 3 moments of my life. Those 2 trips together. If I had to pick a game, man, I'd say like I have two probably. I'd say my first time, the super regional getting to Omaha, because you just never had that feeling before, okay, we're going to Omaha. The second time, it's still cool and all that, but it's a little bit different.
But you've been there. It's old hat.
You've been there, but, nothing beats that first time, like with that feeling you get of like, okay, can we do this? And then you actually get to do it, and doing it in Austin, which is also an unbelievable experience, and, have the fans there with you supporting you, and, them get to, share that memory with you was super cool. And then if I had to pick a certain game, I'd honestly say that, what was that, 2022, that game 2 of the Super Regionals when we were down, I don't even know what it was, 7-2 or 8-1. Yeah, it felt like a lot. And we had, I don't know, it was like the bottom of the 7th or whatever it was, and we were down. I felt like a lot of people probably thought, good season, you did all you could do, but we're not getting back this year. And as Texas fans know, we came back and won the last inning walk off, and it was something to be a part of was unbelievable, because you could just see the other team kind of just crumbling little by little, and you could definitely see the pressure starting to get to them a little bit, and blowing that lead. So I say that game just was not because of what we did, was what we did, and like at the timing of it. It was a game 2. If we lose, our season's over with. So I feel like that, with our backs against the wall, basically like you have if it's now or never. And for us to come through in that spot, and then obviously the next game go out and kill it. And then obviously then you're going back to Omaha again. That was a special moment for sure.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
So you guys get some really badass swag, like the kits, the gloves. Like what did you will just never trade, never give away? Like what's like just some really special swag, like Texas baseball swag? Because I saw, like, we just ran into the baseball players last week at the hockey, and they got these beautiful pullover sweaters. Well, the guys who had a 3.0 and higher had that really cool. It's not pink, but it was like this really cool color.
It was like
it's like a
tan.
creamy tannish
Yeah.
pink color. It's like a, I don't know, like a light salmon. I don't know. It was badass. And you can only get it with the Texas tee, and you can only get it in a 3.0. I would never trade that sweater for the rest of my life, right? What really cool piece did you get, like, that you'll just never give away?
All right, well, I got some stuff, but first of all, they've been getting way cooler stuff this while. That's one thing I would say. Their stuff now is like, hold on, where were we? We didn't get any of this. There's like, we had, obviously, our stuff was really good, but their stuff, like, I don't know if it's Nike, I don't know what it is, but it's taking a whole different level, and their stuff is unbelievably cool now. Yeah. So I'm jealous of them, because I'm like, I wish I had some of this stuff. When I went back to Austin, I'm like, hey, can I get that shirt off you? You got another one of those? Like, they have some stuff that I've never seen before. I'm like, where do you guys get this stuff? But no, I mean, there's stuff and everything I've gotten from Texas for the most part. My mom's always big on, you got to keep it. You don't give it to anybody, don't sell it. So I don't have to say there's anything that I've gotten that I've given away. If anything, I get to like my brothers, or they wear my stuff. My brother actually gets a lot of trash talk because he goes to Texas State, so he gets a lot of trash because he wears my Texas backpack to Texas State. So he actually texted me the other day and said the professor got on about it and like kind of embarrassed him in the middle of the class for having a Texas backpack. But he's like, oh well, the response he told me, I'm trying to remember exactly what it was, but something like, oh well, that's the better school in Texas anyway. So which is, in my opinion, was a good response because I'm a Longhorn. So
I'll take it, and I go to Texas State.
Exactly.
If that professor's going to try to call him to the mat, I appreciate that response. Like, you better be ready for a comeback, buddy.
Exactly.
If Texas called that professor to come teach at Texas, he'd be gone.
Oh, he'd be gone. Exactly. He'd be gone. Long gone. But,
all right, let's get this question right here, because Christopher posted another question before we move on. Have you gotten a chance to meet Ellie De La Cruz? If so, is he as fast in person as he looks on TV?
Oh, yeah. Ellie's like, he's probably the fastest person I've ever seen. What makes it different, like, there's people, that are fast, but they're kind of like, normal height. Ellie's like 6'7", so like his speed just looks even more, like he takes like 3 steps in that first base. I remember last year in spring training, we were doing like, rundowns or something like that. And like, no matter how fast the people were running, he was catching. Like, they could be 5 steps ahead, already be at a full speed. He was catching them no matter what. So that's probably the fastest person I've ever seen in person, live. Like, that dude's unreal.
That's awesome.
There you go.
That's awesome.
Good question.
So as you moved from Texas into, again, we mentioned you were drafted in the 7th round. Talk to us about that experience. What was it like hearing your name called on draft day? Now, you had some experience in 2019. You were drafted by the Red Sox and chose to turn that down, come to Texas, play at Texas. So what was it like getting called by the Reds, after you finished your college career?
Yeah, it was a dream come true. Finally, like you said, in high school, I had the chance, but I really want to go to Texas, and that kind of where my mind was at. Coming out of high school, so I wasn't really too concerned with the draft at that point. But coming out of college, a little bit different. That's something look forward to, especially as a college player, to come out, turn pro and make your dreams a little bit bigger, and start to take that professional step. So when it happened, I was very grateful, and it was a big day for me for sure. My family, being around and stuff like that, and just being able to be with them and all the long nights and stuff like that. Being with my dad, or in college, stuff like that, of grinding and not knowing it's gonna work out the way you want it to. It just be how that that simple moment was big for me and my family. My dad was next to me too, so to be able to have that experience with my dad was big for sure. And now being in that life and trying to work your way up, it's a grind for sure that everyone goes through. So now just trying to get better and take it season by season, day by day.
Love it. Yeah, that must have been really special to have your family right there, especially your dad that had coached you and been with you and helps. Again, we know Edith is going to support you no matter what. And
Sure.
having your dad next to there that worked all those times on the field with you,
Right.
that had to be a truly special moment.
Awesome. All right, so let's look ahead. You've got to spend a lot of time recently with this new team, the 2024 team. What are you most excited about? What are you looking for? What players should we really keep an eye on that you're seeing? Because you've been practicing with them, in the room with them. What are you seeing for this new upcoming team?
Well, I'm a little bit biased, so I'm for sure going to say, J-Flow. I'm always watching all the shortstops, all the infielders, but especially the shortstop, just because that's the position I played. I feel like that's a demanding spot, especially playing, such a high-level team and a high-level program like Texas. So I for sure think J-Flow is going to have a great year. I think he had a great fall, and I'm just talking to him. I feel like he's in a really good spot, and he's, take some big strides. And I've seen the alumni game, making diving plays and stuff like that, and, he's going to hit. So I think J-Flow is, due for a big year this year.
Nice. That's awesome. All right. Is there a thing, again, we've talked on the program a little bit before about 2024 season. There's some questions with pitching, right? Some concerns. We lost a few key players, but tell us something to be excited about. I walked away from first pitch being really stoked about this season. Is there something that can really just hype up Texas fans for this upcoming baseball season?
Oh yeah, I think there's always gonna be things to be said about the team, and we're never gonna be the team that people want us to be. So those expectations are always hard to meet, but you embrace them too because they kind of give you something to play for. Try to obviously make the fans happy. And, try to show them that you can do whatever they say you can do, and prove them wrong, stuff like that. So I feel like you need some of that too at the same time. But I think these guys are gonna be I think they're gonna be fun. I think a lot of them are they've got some key guys coming back from last year. They've got guys in some big spots that have been there before and played in big games, stuff like that. And I think what happened last year was very unfortunate, and things that you can't control. It sucks to lose that way, but it is what it is. I think those guys got a kind of a chip on their shoulder this year, and I think they're gonna or they're in it for the right reasons, and they're gonna be a special squad for sure.
I love that. I love that.
All right. Well, we know you have you're training people. You have
lessons coming
up. So we have a couple of fun questions that will go quickly just
Perfect.
so people get to know you a little bit better. What's your favorite holiday?
Halloween.
That was easy. Why?
Easy. Halloween. Why? I love to dress up. So anything get my hands on to dress up and kind of be scary or people be incognito a little bit. I'm all for it.
What was your best Halloween costume?
That I would say it's the best just because it's like OG Halloween is Michael Myers, but I think it's good. But the way I play it makes it even better. I'm just super quiet. I'm not. No one knows who I am. I'm super discreet about it. Like it's the whole character you gotta bring into it.
Your mom told the story. Didn't you terrify some girl or something in the neighborhood, and she went screaming, or some kid or something?
Maybe something like that. Yeah.
You must have really sold it. We'll just leave it at that. All right, go ahead.
All right. So if you had to choose, you only get to choose one or two: big city or country life.
Country life.
All right, I like it. All right,
country life.
Yeah.
All right. What do you like to do besides baseball? Other hobbies or activities?
I like to surf a lot. I like being at the lake. Especially in Austin. I love being at the lake in Austin. I used to obviously I had a brother, so I used to play all kinds of sports growing up, basketball, anything we could play, growing up. stuff like that. Backyard baseball, you know, I know it's still baseball, but, you know, it's a different kind of baseball and a little bit, you know, different. So I say stuff like that. I like to do fish, stuff like that.
I like it. I like it. All right. This is a little bit of a weird one. Do you prefer showers or baths?
Showers. Oh, baths are ridiculous.
Nobody's got time for that.
I love that. All right. So we'll give you one last one. And this is the topic that we're going to move to in the 4:00 hour. Super Bowl. Who are you picking? Taylor Swift or no, I'm just kidding. Kansas City.
We're off on that one.
Kansas City or San Francisco 49ers? Who do
I'm
you
a diehard 49ers fan, so I'm a bad person to ask, but I'm a 49ers fan. I think, you know, I respect Mahomes. I think he's an unreal player, but there's just no way he can keep winning. Like, come on, like he keeps winning. I don't know how. I don't know why.
Tom Brady.
He keeps winning. He's got to lose at some point. So, you know, hopefully my 49ers can take him down.
All right. Well, good luck to you.
it.
Good luck to your guys. They are 2-point favorites. So
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Trey, thank you so much for joining us. This was a lot of fun. We really appreciate you being here.
Yeah.
And again, always a part of the Longhorn family. You're always welcome back, and good luck this season.
Thank you. I appreciate it, guys.
you. Good luck at you have spring camp soon, right? With your program, and good luck.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Horns, and thanks for hanging with us.
All right, appreciate it.
All right. Bye.
All right.
All right, y'all. That was awesome. That was Trey Faltini. Happy to have him. There we go.
He will be kicked.
That's really aggressive. When you take somebody out of the studio to close their window, it said, "Do you want to kick him?" Like, no, I don't want to kick Trey Faltini. Come on, that's
guest will be kicked out. Like
that's aggressive.
Rude.
That's aggressive. Well, I like it. That was a lot of fun. Trey is always one of my and one of the best smiles on the team too, man.
Aww.
Like that's just $1 million smile.
Just like the photo.
I know.
I don't know if you can see my shirt. This is the OG Trey Faltini shirt.
One of the original NIL deals.
Yes, because Edith, his mom, was the master promoter, and she was like, "You got to get the shirt." I'm like, "Okay," so I grabbed it. It's so cute. It will always be. It's just fun, even if you don't know who this is. Like,
it's just a rocking shirt.
Walking through the town, like that, people be like, "Who?"
It's a story. It's great.
Who is that big face on your shirt?
I love it.
It's
I love
cute.
it. Well, that was a lot of fun. Again,
Yes.
really excited for Texas baseball to start up. That starts next weekend. Not this upcoming, but one weekend from Friday. So this is going to be a good one. Going to be exciting. Really excited to have him on. Yep.
Thank you, CB. Happy National Girls and Women in Sports Day. I tried to make a post this morning of my daughter, my girl in sports, and it just kept, I couldn't get his post. I don't know why. Like the simplest post was just not working. Anyway, yes, happy National Girls and Women in Sports Day.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thanks, CB. So we want to talk. We've got our happy hour coming up at 4:00. We want to talk a little bit before we get there. A little bit of basketball, both women and men's, and a little bit of tennis. So I'm going to start on this high note. Women's basketball just rocking it. They played number 2 Kansas State this last Sunday and beat them pretty healthily. 161-54. Did you catch any of that game? Were you able to?
No, I didn't even know that score. I've been out of it all weekend. We've had so much.
Yeah, you've been all over the place.
Yeah, I didn't even know that score.
Crazy, right? Yeah. So
161.
No, 61. They won. W-O-N.
Oh, I thought you said. I was like, no, I didn't hear the.
No, not by that
I
much.
would have remembered if there was a 161.
They completed the game. They finished the game
Oh,
on top.
yes, I knew 61.
61.
Oh no, I knew that game. Are you talking about Kansas? You're talking about Kansas State on
Kansas.
Sunday? Oh no, I watched that game.
That's what I was asking. Welcome back to the show.
No,
we appreciate having you here.
I watched that game. You were saying it was the game that was 161 to something, and I was like,
They
I
won.
missed that. No, I watched the Kansas State game where they won the game.
All right.
61. Oh no, I
So you're
watched
back
it.
with us. Got it.
Yes.
All right. So
Kansas State was in a flurry at the end, trying to get back, and they were up by what? 17 and it got down to 10 and then 9 and then 4. Oh,
Yeah.
it was scary.
It definitely was
Yeah.
Texas got up big. Again, this was played at the Moody.
Yes.
Texas got up big. But this was another game that we saw that maybe the players that were expected to produce the most didn't quite. Like Booker had a little bit.
Thank you. It sounded like she said 161.
Sorry, I will spell it out next time. They won the game 61
Yes,
to
I know now. Yes, I
54.
watched that game.
English is fun, isn't
and
it?
the crowd was all in it. The
Yeah.
crowd came to represent and show up for the women.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was driving back from Oklahoma and was following, and then I got to watch the second half.
Yeah, I love it. Well, and one of the things that continues to stand out for me for this Texas women's basketball team is it's just that next man up mentality, right? Schaefer has his gals
his
ready.
National women's girls and women in sports
has them ready. And it's, again, Booker, we knew that Harmon went out. Booker has stepped up, had incredible games, really
national attention,
been amazing. And even when she wasn't quite hitting every time, again, we see the rest of the team step up and not miss a beat. Texas is really impressive. This has been a really fun team to watch.
Yes.
Even without what was anticipated to be our star player in Rory, it's been a really fun time to watch this squad.
And that was coming off a tough road win at Baylor. I mean, they dominated. They were amazing. And then to come home and keep that energy, and the crowd showed up, and it was number 2 in the country, Kansas State, and Texas owned them for 37 minutes, 37 of the 40 minutes. Texas controlled the game. It was exciting to watch. I really enjoyed. I'm really impressed with the way they're, like you said, they're stepping up. They've even Madison Booker with the injury. Was she even going to play?
Right.
And then to play at Baylor and then recover so quickly and then play again. And then you hear the coach afterwards saying that, that they're limited and they're getting training and then really having to gut it out. That was the women are, like you said, they're badass.
Yeah. It's been a lot of fun to watch. So now we're going to go kind of the other pendulum swing here. It's talking about Texas basketball. Watching the women, it was a little bit of the opposite game, the way the game played out for the men recently. Again, Texas had what was, and I hate to be this blunt, but it is what it is, had the worst half of basketball that this team that I can ever recall, if not the worst half in Texas basketball history.
We've had some ugly basketball before.
Yeah, it was rough.
It was ugly.
Texas only scored 19 points in that first half. Just couldn't get anything to go. 3-pointers weren't going, shots weren't going. I think they were shooting well below 30% in that first half. Don't win a lot of basketball games shooting below 30%. What is going on at the Moody? What is going on at the Moody?
What's crazy is Texas, and Chip Brown had mentioned this before they went off, that Texas men have won 3 games on the road in Big 12 play, and no other team has. They're winning on the road and have only 1 win at home in conference play.
Right.
They went on the road and beat top 25 TCU. And then, let's talk about that real quick. With the horns down shirts.
Yeah, I had a fun moment from that.
They paid all that money for horns down shirts. And yes, they had to pay for the licensing to use the Longhorn, right? Yeah. They paid for all that. They used the horns down shirts. 500 students are there at 3 a.m. to get in line to get their free shirts. Horns down shirt. Yeah. And Texas whooped their butt.
Yeah, 1 by 11 in Fort Worth. Yeah, that was a game that Texas was just firing and couldn't miss. And they were playing together as a team. Then we come back home. You're right. It is really just mind-blowing to me.
I don't get why they're not excited to play it. I mean, no, I'm not going to say they're not excited to play. I don't get why they don't perform at home the way they do on the road.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it is a big mystery. And we've talked about this in the season. A lot of people are saying the same thing. The crazy thing about this team, it's not like they don't have the talent. It just, the consistency isn't there. It is just up and down on any given day. You don't know which Texas team you're going to see step out onto this court. Again, listen, we had Brock Cunningham show up, and he actually played a pretty decent game this game. He's been struggling a little bit lately, but it just felt like it. What do you feel is the problem? What do you feel is the problem with this Texas team with the lack of consistency? Is this a leadership issue with coaching? Is it a leadership issue with the players? What do you think?
I don't know. I feel like Iowa State knew exactly how to defend Texas. They put them out of their own game quickly. They shut down A. Smith. They shut down Hunter. They shut down. I mean, Dessou didn't get going to the last few minutes. And all props to the team that they didn't quit. They never quit.
Right.
They fought back. They got within 1 possession with a few seconds left.
Yeah, they came back from 18 down.
Yes,
to make it a
3-point game. They fought back. They did not quit. Dessou got hot late, but they didn't even hit a 3-point. They didn't even hit a 3-pointer until just a few minutes left in the game. Iowa State knew, and Iowa State was shooting really well, taking it to the paint. They were aggressive. It was their night. It was Iowa State's night, and they just put Texas out of their game so quickly.
Yeah.
And it's a struggle.
I agree. Something that strikes me when I watch this team, it feels like, I'm not saying the team doesn't like each other, but it just feels like they're lacking. They're disconnected. Yeah. They're not playing as one. You know, it feels like they're not on the same page necessarily. When they are, man, these guys can't be stopped. When Texas is on their game, you know, you asked this to Zay earlier. Can you imagine if all 5 guys on the court were playing their best ball at the same time?
And he was like,
right.
Can you imagine?
Texas is fully capable of being a really, really good team with this squad. It just feels like this is a mental thing, or maybe it's Texas might be in the position where they're just, for whatever reason, not clicking, not communicating, not playing from the same page.
Sandman agrees. There's no magic ingredient chemistry.
Right.
I don't know we don't know what's happening in the locker room, but what we see out on the court, even in the last few games, it's been crucial moments where, especially like at home against Houston, you know, there's 40 seconds left and Texas has the ball,
right?
And they throw it to just miscommunication. I don't know what was somebody supposed to be there. Was it a bad throw? Was it fatigue? We don't know. I mean, this was already then the game's going to overtime.
It feels
and they were
like
exhausted by the time it got to overtime. It feels like disconnection and. Yeah, I don't know.
And look, as much as I am not one of those people in the camp of like, oh, fire Rodney Terry, but something does have to change. Adjustments need to be made sooner. It needs to be something where, to me, this feels like, is the game prep not there? Are they, what is that missing piece where the guys just don't seem to hit the court ready for the game, right? Like that,
especially at home.
That to me feels very much on the coaching staff. Now I will argue too, again, Coach Terry is still working with guys. Like, he hasn't gotten quite his guys in the program yet. This is still kind of a piecemeal team. That was bonded together by the crazy situation last year. Maybe we're seeing some of that fade off a little this year, right? They don't have quite that connection. They're not connected because of the crazy stressful situation with their coaching staff last year, right? So maybe some of that intensity, maybe that adrenaline, in a way to say it, has worn off a bit. But it feels like this team is lacking, just in personnel. It feels like this team is lacking a guy that will take charge and put the team on his back and say, look, this is my team. Let's run this. Let's, the player-led team. I feel like that fire, that piece is missing a little bit.
I would agree. We don't have that one. I mean, we have players that shine each night. Different nights, it's different
capable
players.
Of being amazing.
Weaver is coming on strong.
Right.
A. Smith there said he's about to break one of the records for NCAA records for points in a career. The talent is there. They're just
not playing.
And so they have a good opportunity this Saturday to win at home. They have 96% favorites to win at home against West Virginia, who is not good.
Right.
West Virginia is 3-6 in the Big 12. I mean, I say that, but then Texas is what, 4-6 in the Big 12.
Listen, Texas is down towards the bottom. West Virginia is worse, and Texas lost at West Virginia
by one possession on the road.
Right, by one possession. So there is some opportunity. Texas has 8 games left.
Yeah,
4 at home, 4 away. Now, if the same trend continues and Texas keeps winning on the road, which would be a huge.
That's not likely to keep winning on the road.
Agreed. And again, especially considering who they have coming up.
Sustainable to win on the road.
Houston coming up. I mean, there are Baylor coming up. There's some really tough games on the road. Texas has to find a way to win at the Moody, or we're going to find ourselves sitting on the outside of the. We ain't going down.
After their win at TCU, some predictions have them back into the tournament. Losing, I don't know. I need to check again what happened after losing at home.
If Texas finishes 4-4. They're in the tournament.
Yes, if they do,
but that's the question. Can they win out at home? Now, listen, Texas has Oklahoma State at home, West Virginia at home. So these are very winnable games. And if Texas can't beat Oklahoma State or West Virginia in the Moody, Texas doesn't deserve to go dancing, in my opinion.
No. And I hope they do, because maybe that's when teams need to come together the most, is March Madness. So hopefully that is a time where it comes together for them.
Absolutely. All right. Well, it is 4:00.
It is happy hour. Richard is right on
love
time.
I love it. He's always keeping us. So what are we drinking today? Thank you.
This is just a straight Cosmo.
All right.
Cosmopolitan. So it's happy hour. So this glass, Megan gave me this glass when you sold. Thank you, Richard. Yeah. When you sold your house, and you have this beautiful glass.
Yeah, it felt like a rocky glass.
And it weighs like 50 pounds.
Yes. You will.
Cheers.
I appreciate that. All right. After talking about
that's
Texas
good.
basketball,
It's a Cosmo.
we need a bit of. He is always so good at making drinks.
Yeah, he's good at that.
Definitely. So, all right. So let's talk Texas tennis a little bit. It's a tournament. We're coming up on the tournament time and on the championship. Texas men's tennis, number 4 in the nation, beat number 15 Stanford 4-1, which is pretty awesome. That is a pretty dominant win right there. They play Florida next at home on the 10th at 1 p.m. So that'll be fun. That's a Saturday game. Again, good time. It's free to go. Really fun to see. The weather's supposed to be beautiful. So if people have an opportunity, check out Texas tennis. I mean, again, number 4 in the nation. They're killing it right now.
And they're always giving away free stuff.
Yeah.
Pizza or shirts or something. You'll probably get something free for
Yeah,
going.
absolutely. Absolutely. So you want to talk about Texas women's for just a second?
So the number 10, they're also ranked in the top 10. The men are number 4, women are number 10. They beat 25 Wisconsin 7-0. And then Georgia, they topped Georgia number 4 at 4-3. That's impressive.
Incredible.
Yeah. So next they will be playing the Aggies and the ITA national team indoor championship. Where is that? Do you know where that's going to be?
I know that the A&M one is at, like, that's just what it's starting, but that's in Austin.
Oh,
so yeah.
Oh, the indoor championship. Oh,
yeah, it's in Austin. So it'll be
a fancy tennis center. So no matter the weather, you can go check it out.
Absolutely.
You always got to go. Okay, then Aggies are number 9 in tennis, and the women are number 10.
Yeah.
I would think if the women just beat 25 and 4, they might move up, especially if they beat the Aggies this coming weekend. They would probably move up to 7 or 8, maybe.
Yeah.
Those are some good wins.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's always, listen, A&M's a rivalry. I don't care what anybody says. So anytime you get a chance to watch a Texas team play A&M and beat them, you got to be there, right? That'll be a good time. So be sure to catch that. Again, men's and women's tennis both rolling, doing good, and they're trending the right way just at the right time of the season.
Yes.
So loving that. All right, let's give a quick shout out to AV Consultations. We talk about them, we know them, we love them. They've been a big supporter of Texas Sports Unfiltered and Fire the Cannon. Y'all, again, Super Bowl is coming up. If you don't have your perfect setup, you need to call AV Consultations. They will come. Yep, they will come out to your place. They will check everything out and find really what is the best fit for you to fulfill your needs and what you're looking for. They specialize in obviously audio, video, TV setups, man cave, she shed, whatever you need. But they also work on computer networks. They also do security systems. Listen, anything that is tech related that you need taken care of at your home or work, AV Consultations will take care of you. So give them a call, 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or check them out online at avconsultations.com. Again, they've been a friend of the program for a long time, and we're happy to have them here. So get ready for Super Bowl. Check them out, avconsultations.com. So we have, right back in time. Look at you. Your timing is impeccable.
I was listening to you.
No, I love it.
I was listening to you.
So we are going to jump in now. And listen, we're going to talk some Super Bowl.
Yeah.
We're going to talk some Super Bowl.
Super Bowl Sunday is this Sunday. Everybody knows CBS 5:30. So CBS means Tony Romo.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Okay.
Tony Romo.
I love Tony Romo.
I don't mind him, but he gets a little crazy sometimes.
He predicts the future on every play.
But he also turns into a weird, he goes off on his shticks. It's like, dude, bro, bring it back.
They all talk about random stuff.
I
I like Tony Romo. I think he's the fact that I don't know if I love or hate the fact that he predicts everything. Like, why couldn't you do it as a quarterback? He literally reads, okay, the linebacker's going to go do this, and then they're going to come, and then the route's going to be here, and that's exactly what happens. Yet when he's the actual quarterback, he fumbles the snap, and
not bitter at all.
No,
not
actually, Tony Romo won a lot of games, just like every other Dallas Cowboys quarterback in the last 25, 30 years. Couldn't get over that last hump, but that's okay.
That is true. So San Francisco is favored in this game by 2. So essentially, this is a wash, right? Another one where it is just going to be hard to tell. Vegas doesn't really know who to pick, how this is going to play out.
Yeah, it started 1.5, went up to 2.5, and then settled at 2. That's what it is right now. The over/under is only 47.5, and so far I'm seeing a few different people pick the under because we have 2 of the best defenses.
Sure.
4th best defense, San Francisco. 7th best defense, Kansas City, and that's for the adjusting with their strength of schedule.
Mm-hmm.
So these are going to be 2 top defenses. That is an fancy indoor stadium, which does help the offense a bit, but that is I just lean defenses in these kind of championship games.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
all right. So let's start there. We have some fun prop picks, but that's pretty basic over under. We're not going to make our prediction of the winner just yet.
Till later, yeah.
But what do you think? Over under 47.5.
Man, I don't know. That's my gut says yes, you're right. Looking at the
So that's saying it's going to be like a 24-21 kind of game.
and looking at the defensive stats and looking at these two defenses, it is hard to say that it'll be more than that. But then I stop and think, yeah, but you've got Patrick Mahomes on one side.
Yeah.
You've got, Purdy, who's had a pretty dang good season.
Yeah.
Doing pretty well. And one of the best receivers out there. It is hard for me to pick this one. I think I'm going to take the over. Again, this is why I lose on bets all the time.
Let's make notes. He'll be writing this down.
You want me to write this down?
Yeah.
Listen, you're going to prove me wrong.
Here, I'll
you always prove me wrong. But
well, anybody can.
I'm going to stick. I've stuck with him since we started picking this, and we were talking about this postseason. I'm going to stick with Patrick Mahomes. I can't bet against him. I just think this is going to be a thing where, I don't know. Again, the Niners are going to have a great game plan. They're going to have the defense that is just going to be a nightmare to deal with. But it's Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. At this point, I still can't bet against him.
Oh, I know.
I think it's going to be, I'm going to take the over.
The way the Kansas City defense went into Buffalo and then went into Baltimore and controlled the game in both games.
Mm-hmm.
And the way Brock Purdy, he did make some plays, but overall was not impressive. Was no Patrick Mahomes in the last few years when they really need the offense to win for them. Brock Purdy is no Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
And I just, the way they had an easier route to this game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say the defense of Kansas City holds this game under. So I'm going to go under the 47.5.
All right, cool. And again, you're probably 100% right.
And San Francisco also has the fourth best defense. So it's going to be a challenge for both teams to move the ball.
I just feel like it's Patrick Mahomes and it's in the Super Bowl and the guy just gets shit done. He just does. And Andy Reid, I don't know.
So you're going over.
I'm taking over.
Okay.
Against
the fourth best defense.
Against fourth best
All
defense.
right. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So we'll move on. Let's talk about just Super Bowl.
Yeah.
What are our plans? What are we doing?
Well, I'm coming here,
I know.
right? Like, I feel like we haven't talked about this. I just assumed you knew I would be at your house pretty much all day.
Yeah, no, we'll be there. We don't have any. So sometimes I like big Super Bowl parties, but usually I don't. Because when you get there, you can't watch the game, you can't hear the commercials, you can't pause it and run to the restroom.
I like big Super Bowl parties with the right people. Like if it's people that care about football and actually want to watch the game and not just the commercials, then I'm in for it.
Yeah.
So I'm cool with that. But yeah, when it gets to the point where people are only there for the commercials or only there for the halftime show or whatever, then I'm I actually want to watch the game.
I don't mind that so much because
it kills me.
Those are all the things that make the Super Bowl for everybody.
Right. I dig it.
The halftime show, which we'll talk about that Usher. The commercials are fun for everybody. I think those are what makes Super Bowl fun for the whole family.
I'm not knocking
but
that.
Be quiet while I'm watching the game.
Right.
The reason I don't like Super Bowl parties is because then you get the rando dude who shows up in the Patriots jersey, just him.
So you're gonna be mad that I'm wearing Lion stuff?
No, I'm talking about a Patriots jersey.
It's specifically the Patriots. There's always the one
There's
guy.
A Patriots jersey guy.
There's always the one guy.
And you know exactly what I'm talking about.
I do.
That person shows up. Or, I have no problem. I like the two fans of the teams. That's always fun.
Sure.
Or just football fans in general. I'll show up with the Titans jersey. I don't care. But there's always that one Patriots jersey guy. I don't need that. I don't need that at my football party.
So kick him out. Just don't let him show
Yeah.
out. You change or get out. That's not...
So for the last few years, we've just been watching the Super Bowl by ourselves in our house. And if Richard's mother comes over or whatever, it's just us. We're just watching the game. No big deal.
Well, it'll be me. I'm probably going to bring the dogs just because that's what we do. So yeah, I mean, look, I'm looking forward to it. You've got a sweet setup.
I do.
You've got a sweet
I have
setup.
a good setup to watch the Super Bowl.
I'm not mad about it.
And you can call AV Consultations if you want a similar setup.
Exactly.
I have a good setup. So we're just, Richard will probably grill something nice and we'll just eat at home and hang out at home.
I feel like we need to have the Super Bowl on the big screen, obviously, but then with your two little screens, maybe do Taylor Swift Eras Tour,
the Bud Light Bowl,
and then have the Puppy Bowl.
And the Eras Tour, and the Puppy Bowl, the Bud Light. Remember the Bud Light Bowl where the bottles would fight? Yeah,
that was Oh man,
I like it having it at my own house because that was a cool commercial. Rewind it and see it
Right.
again,
You
or
can
what was that
control it.
play, or pause it while we all go retop our drinks. Like I just like, and especially wouldn't want to go to a crowded. I mean, maybe people love to go to a sports bar Super Bowl and they can be at the party, but not me. I'm getting old. I want to sit at home. 20 years ago, I'm like
shaking your cane at people.
20 years ago, let's
Don't
go to
want
the
you young
sports bar.
whippersnappers making too much noise at my Super Bowl party. I like
Get off my lawn.
Get off my lawn and out of my couch.
Out of my couch.
I like it. Yeah, listen. No, I'm excited. It'll be fun. It'll always be a good time. I feel like this game. I used to love I'm in marketing. Some folks know that. Some folks don't. I love the commercials, and there's always the gems, right? There's always a few that come out there like, oh man, those are amazing, and everybody's talking about. But I have to say, I feel like the commercials have kind of fallen off from the expectation that we had and like the standard that was set when, especially with Budweiser. Let's be honest, with their Budweiser
they
frogs.
told the whole story with the Clydesdales,
right? The Clydesdales and the
or
frogs,
Coca-Cola with like the panda bears, and
close to panda bears.
Polar bears. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's what I meant. The polar bears.
But yeah, listen, I just feel like I don't know if y'all remember this. There was a Chrysler. It was a Chrysler commercial when Dominic Sue first got to Detroit. Yeah, and I always
Polar.
Yeah.
The polar.
Yeah, when Sue first got to the NFL, and it was about Detroit. It was about just like the heart of Detroit as the Motor City, and it was just a really powerful like. I think Jeff Daniels was the narrator for it, and it still sticks out. That commercial must be 10 years old, and it still sticks out in my head as like, again, I have family and roots in Detroit, and it just felt. My dad texted me about that, like, oh my god, what a powerful commercial. I just feel like we've dropped off from that, like the past few years, and I would say the past 5 years. I just feel like I watch them, I'm like, it's
I think
kitschy,
there's always a good Cheez-It, something with the Cheez-Its. There's always good
M&Ms.
M&Ms. Commercial. There's always a good some rando like big like later you learn that was Bitcoin, like something weird.
Yeah.
And you know what's funny is the last year or the year before there was a bunch of celebrities who did a Bitcoin commercial. I want to know so badly, were they willing to be paid in Bitcoin for their work?
They were. I think some of them were. I really do think some of them were.
I was like, because if they did not get paid in Bitcoin, I don't want to hear it.
Right. Yeah, listen. So the average, I just looked this up to make sure I'm not lying. We all know Super Bowl commercials are crazy expensive.
Yeah.
This year in 2024, the year of our Lord, 2024, an average Super Bowl commercial costs $7 million American dollars
for 30 seconds.
For 30 seconds.
And a lot of those are long minute commercials.
Right.
So who knows what that is?
People are definitely
$7 million.
Isn't that crazy?
They must make it back. It must be worth it.
You would hope so, but you've got to think, some of these, this is like the one shot, right? This is the one shot to get in front. I will tell, again, I'm going to nerd out on advertising stuff here. Apple back in the 80s had one commercial. It only aired one time ever. It was a Super Bowl ad that aired once, and it was called 1984. And it's basically this like,
I remember that the Apple computer.
Yes,
right.
And
I remember that commercial.
When Apple computer, the Macintosh was coming out, and it was this Orwellian.
It was the marching people marching like future robot.
Yeah,
people.
This is George Orwell's.
I
1984.
still remember that commercial.
Exactly. Yeah. And the crazy thing is, a lot of people know that commercial. They go, "Oh yeah, I remember." It aired exactly one time, ever. That to me is brilliant. If you can have that kind of impact, that helped to me launch Apple. And the Macintosh computer. It had such buzz around it. It did its job. It was worth whatever they paid. I don't know that we're at that point anymore. I don't know that we're in a world where that kind of impactful advertising.
Usually people talk about them for a couple days after. So CB says you look forward to the movie trailers. Yes, they do like a 2 or 3 minute like massive trailer for a couple of big movies, summer blockbusters that are coming.
Yeah,
that's good.
And those are always like super long. You get the like 3 minute.
If there's any big movies that I know that are coming out soon that
maybe
will
probably
have a trailer during the Super Bowl.
Maybe this is when we finally see the trailer to the EA Sports. Right? Everybody thought it was going to happen in during the playoffs.
Victoria, welcome.
So I don't know. I just feel like overall the quality of commercials has gone down. They're not as like they're not as heart-wrenching or maybe funny or maybe I'm just jaded and old.
Heart-wrenching commercials are sweet and nice and make everybody go, oh, but also like we're partying watching the biggest football game of the year. I don't want to think about my dead grandma right now. You know, like
the Coca-Cola. But that was, I don't know. I thought that was a good one. That was powerful and it stood out throughout. All right. I would love to hear y'all that are listening. Do you have a favorite Super Bowl commercial?
Like you're looking forward to whatever Cheez-Its does this year.
Well, there's that, but
Budweiser.
Like, historically, what's your favorite Super Bowl? So of all time, what's your favorite Super Bowl commercial?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Listen, I have to say 1984 for me that I talked about, or I still, like, as a kid, I was a child and I still love these. I was a child wearing Budweiser merchandise because of the frogs. Yes. And it was so unexpected. The Bud. You had no idea what was coming up.
Yes.
Yes. Listen, Budweiser and Bud Light had so many incredible.
And it was nothing but these dudes on the phone went, what's that?
Incredible.
Yeah.
Was in the dilly. Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch in general has had some pretty incredible stuff. Even the dilly recently.
And they do something for everyone because they'll do the Clydesdale romantic love story of a horse and a child or whatever. And then they're like, what's that?
It's good. It's good.
Yeah,
Listen,
Victoria agrees with you. She likes the frogs.
the frogs were incredible. All right, CB. So you're
I think Eminem has done some clever little things where they ate. Well, one where the M&M got eaten or something.
The M&M characters were debuted on the Super Bowl.
On the Super Bowl. I remember the M&M.
Fun fact, did y'all know?
The
E-Trades.
E-Trade babies. Hair of the dog likes to eat. Okay, I remember.
Did you like the E-Trade, the dancing E-Trade baby?
It wasn't my favorite because it was a little creepy to me.
Same. I thought it creeped me out.
But people talked about
Absolutely.
it.
It did its job.
It did its job. And it probably made a lot of people go log into E-Trade.
Absolutely.
Because they kept it going, so it must have worked.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, the dancing. But that was in the time where
that was relatively
people
recently.
started to share videos. Like it was very timely for emailing. People started to share and email
It was
videos.
smart advertising.
And it was the dancing baby was really popular on the internet, right? Not even so much social media yet, just the internet. People knew the dancing baby, and they took that dancing baby
It became a meme for
and people
everything.
looked at it because they knew I know that dancing baby, and they made it into E-Trade. That was pretty clever.
Yeah, it was a smart ad. Again, I wasn't my favorite, but I dig what it did. So, all right, you haven't come like any other ones that like popped your mind. Let me give you a fun fact about the M&M characters.
Okay.
So that campaign was actually because of a University of Texas student. So a few folks that graduated from UT from advertising created that campaign, that M&M campaign.
Wow.
Worked on some of the same folks that did the Chick-fil-A, the cows, which they're Holstein cows. But remember, like nobody really knew Chick-fil-A until the Chick-fil-A cows started coming out, and
especially
that became a whole
when
thing.
they're riding on billboards with real cow,
They
like
eat
real
more chicken.
ceramic cows. Or
That
whatever
was
they are.
because of
eat more
University-
chicken.
Yeah, that was
and it's hilarious how they can spell eat more chicken. They just can't spell it correctly.
That's the point, because it's
I
like
know.
the cows are the ones running the campaign, which is
I know.
brilliant.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, those were because of
All right,
University of
here's
Texas
another good
folks.
commercial. Pepsi had pretty rad commercials. Well, we
Cindy,
know.
Cindy Crawford.
Michael Jackson. His hair caught on fire.
Yeah. That was fun.
That was so sad. I love Michael Jackson.
But yeah, I still remember the Cindy Crawford. She chose the Pepsi over.
Oh, yeah.
And she was drinking in the white tank top in the desert. Remember?
Mm.
Yeah, I remember that. Listen, again, this is stuff we all talk about, but nobody's really brought one up that's been the past 5 years.
Richard says he loves all the Flow and Flow commercials. The Flow,
progressive,
and he loves the emu.
Yeah, the Liberty Mutual.
They'll do something pretty clever. I love the Liberty Mutual model guy,
Liberty
Bibbidi. Oh, I love him so much.
Yes, it's fun. I appreciate that they've kind of hammered down on that guy. Like, I thought as a whole, Liberty Mutual, I was kind of like, meh, whatever. But the more they started doing the Limu Emu and leaning into the ridiculousness, it got better and better. And then the Liberty Bibbidi guy came out.
How long has
now they're
Flo
bringing
been
it back.
around?
She's been around for
like 15 years, maybe now.
I don't know that long, but it's at least 10.
15. She's been around
It's been a minute.
long time. Flo
Yeah.
probably gets paid so much money still. And then the dude that's always beat up.
Oh yeah,
for
State, not State Farm,
Allstate.
Allstate. Yeah,
he's like the guy that's always beat up, whatever his name is.
Yep.
He's still been around at least 10 years, probably. Like time flies.
Mayhem.
Thank you. He's
Yeah.
Mayhem. Good job.
Yeah.
All right, back to the Super Bowl.
Hey, listen, back to the Super Bowl. I could talk about commercials all day long. It
All right,
cracks me up.
let's talk. Okay, there are some fun prop bets for the game.
Okay.
So let's go into the opening. So Reba McEntire is going to sing the national anthem. That was pretty cool. Over under 2 minutes. What do you say?
Ooh. Like, are we talking actual vocals?
From the
Or
time
like,
she goes, oh, say,
okay,
until
so actual
she
vocals.
says home of the brave. Yes, just the vocals, her voice. Over under 2 minutes. That seems to usually be the number people go over under.
For Reba, I'm gonna say under.
I agree.
She's not one to like typically embellish a whole lot. Now, the whole production where they start the music and do all the shit around it.
Vocals.
Just her vocals under. I'm going to take under.
All right.
on that.
So I didn't realize I know Post Malone has catchy tunes and he raps and does all kind of things. I didn't know he was a vocalist. Like, I don't know his
He's
music
actually
that
really
well.
talented.
Well, he must be. He's singing America the Beautiful.
Okay.
So we're going to have the channel on early because I want to hear Post Malone sing.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
And not be auto-tuned. And
yeah, he's going to have to really sing. Andrew Day is singing up the Lift Every Voice and Sing. And this is a new thing that they're doing this year at the Super Bowl. DJ Tiesto. I don't know how
Tiesto, yeah.
He's the DJ. He's the in-game DJ.
Okay, listen. They are 100%. I am the
This
target
is so
market.
Vegas. This is so Vegas. I love it.
It's not just that, but like I have definitely. This is gonna be my old lady. This is my version of shaking the cane. Like we're now. My generation is now the target market. I'm an elder millennial, right?
Yeah.
And at 41. Tiesto was a guy
It's your time.
Yes, well, at least I'm the one that advertisers are talking to, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, you're supposed to be established and have this money.
Usher's the halftime, so it's
That's what I'm saying. Listen, I mean, we've got Reba McEntire, who's been around for a long time. We've got Usher.
Post Malone's a little young, but he's still people our age know
for
him.
longer than we think.
Yeah.
DJ Tiesto, again, when I was in college, in end of high school, college, like Paul Oakenfold, DJ Tiesto, like when I was a little party kid, a little rave kid.
I know the name, but to me, it just makes me think at a club, and that is so not me.
I get it.
It's definitely lights. It's not me.
You're not a glow stick kid. You weren't a candy kid.
No,
I was the kid that
I need songs with lyrics that I know from the radio when I go to the club.
Tiesto, you would like more because he does use a lot of vocals and stuff in his mixes,
like real songs.
Yeah, like he used, and some of it's original, but he actually uses vocal.
What song has what
I would play?
know?
Castles in the Sky is one that you would know. You're not going to know it if I tell you it, but if I play it for you,
all right.
You'd be like,
Later, remind me to play it for me.
All right.
Okay.
So I'm just saying.
That's awesome. I love it that in the stadium he's probably going to play songs people know to get people hyped. They're supposed to play before the game and in commercial breaks and stuff.
I'll tell you, Tiesto puts on a show too. Like
yeah, like the guy that wears the Mickey Mouse computer face,
dead mouth. Yeah.
Thank you.
Listen, this is like
DJs make
BT
millions of dollars.
They can.
DJ Pauly D.
There you go.
That's the one I know.
That's your boy. No, listen, my little 19-year-old candy kid self is so happy about Tiesto being there. Like,
fun for you.
I need to put on my big UFO pants and like this means nothing to you.
What are UFO pants?
They're these big. Imagine like hammer pants, but in the 90s, right? So like they're big and baggy.
Well, hammer pants were late 80s,
yeah,
early
but like
90s.
well 2000s then.
Oh, okay.
But like I would wear, they're just big baggy like parachute pants basically, but you could tie them at the ankle so they were tighter there. So you could you wouldn't trip over them. They didn't, and then they didn't sag in the crotch as much as the hammer pants did. Like they fit better up top, but they were just a bunch of material. And then I'd wear those, and then you wear like a crop top. Like that's just what I will. Man, I've got to find some of my ridiculous candy kids.
That
stuff.
Ridiculous is the word.
Oh, 1,000%.
Good. I hope you look adorable.
Listen. The 2000s were ridiculous as a whole, but that's where I was thriving in college. So like I will.
All right.
I'll bring those silly pictures up and show you what UFO pants are.
Okay, so Usher is the halftime performance.
Yep.
What is going to be his first song?
Oh God, I don't know. I'm the worst with this kind of stuff. I feel like maybe it'll start a little slow. Like I feel like he's gonna be like, it's 7 o'clock on the dot. I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets. I feel like he could start off with that and then get into his other stuff.
I actually thought the exact same thing, but I thought with Confessions.
That's fair.
I thought he would something like with Confessions and then go into
yeah.
Yeah.
Now Usher's another one.
Usher has 4,000 good songs.
He does, and he's another one that's like spanned over the decades. So like connecting us elder millennials and younger ones.
No one has heard the name Paul Oakenfold.
Bro, he's
Good
still
job. That's Megan.
In 20 years. But like the thing is, he's quietly been making a ton of freaking money, doing a lot of things and producing and stuff like that.
That's how you do it.
But he's coming back out. Yeah, man. Listen.
You should be like a Kesha where you have your own stuff making money, but also you write and produce for everyone.
Right.
So most of your money comes from other people. Like Akon.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah.
Akon writes and produces for everybody.
Pharrell.
Yeah. Well, Pharrell. Yeah.
I'm just saying. Like,
yeah. Anyway, Timbaland.
Yeah, Timbaland. Oh, Magoo. R.I.P. Magoo. So, all right, let's bring this on. I will educate you on my Megan's younger years, formative years, DJ experience, rave and party kid experience.
Okay.
we'll have a moment.
Okay, at some point.
You're gonna hate it.
Probably. All right. So prop bets. Let's keep moving through. Now let's talk the actual game.
Oh, look, I remember my first drink. I just spilled it myself. Go ahead.
On your fancy white
My
shirt?
white tank top. Yeah, I'll be all right.
Okay. So, Usher halftime. It's going to be amazing. Just like, I think, quick. Best halftime ever.
Best halftime ever?
Top few that just stand out to you forever.
That stand out to me. It's got to be Janet Jackson and Justin Timberlake with the nip slip.
Oh, no.
It was Katy Perry had a great halftime
with the sharks, the dancing sharks,
the left shark. Yeah. But listen, I've got to say, I mean, still Janet Jackson, Timberlake, that stands out to me. I will forever remember that.
Yeah. For me, Michael Jackson, when I was in high school. Bruno Mars, if you go back and watch on YouTube,
he had a rock
killed it because I didn't realize how much of a musician he was. Killed it. One of the top, just because I'm a Latina and representation matters. J-Lo and Shakira.
Yes, that was
huge.
awesome.
And then also just my childhood life growing up.
That was 2 years. J-Lo was 2 years ago.
3 or 4 now.
It's
been a few
Rihanna
years
was last
now.
year.
Yeah,
Okay.
Rihanna was last year, and the year before was what I was about to say: Eminem, Dre,
That one
50
was so
Cent,
good.
Mary J. Blige.
That one was so good.
And then the other rapper that's
Snoop.
No.
Snoop was there.
Snoop, yes, but I'm thinking of that Be Humble, Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah,
that crew.
That was a great.
That everybody in the house was rapping every word.
That was probably one of my favorite like setups because just the stage was so incredible. Like
they put LA, the city of LA, on
like
the
Snoop
floor.
rolled up on the city of LA, and then you had the different like
all the container boxes.
Yeah, that was like different apartments or
50
different
Cent
scenes.
came hanging upside
down, dude.
But
like
Shakira and J-Lo, massive.
Yeah.
Super Bowl.
CB, that's a
honoring
good
them.
one.
Yeah,
That's
that's
a
a
good
good
one.
one. And you also remember, I graduated high school in 1993, so that was Michael Jackson was my senior year. I
Yeah.
remember that. And Bruno Mars killed
He
it.
did. He was fun.
But, yes.
I thought Katy Perry's like Eye of the Tiger. She was out on that giant like mechanical tiger.
Yeah,
that
I just vaguely recall her.
I remember that
the
being a,
shark
like-
more than her.
That's
and
fair.
then Lady Gaga had a good
Gaga
Super
had-
Bowl halftime.
Yeah.
That was the Houston one, the
Mhm.
Houston Super Bowl. Okay.
I like it.
There's so many good
Look at
Super
that.
Bowl halftime. And
I
you
love
can-
that we sit here and talk about we want to watch the game, but all we've talked about
all we've talked
are
about.
ads.
We
and
actually
music.
love the football too, but that's the thing about Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's an event.
It's so much more than
it's an event
than the game, and they've done such an amazing job over the years of making it so much more. The commercials
Yeah.
and the halftime and who's singing this and that.
Yeah.
All right, let's fly through some prop bets because we have an amazing audio from Sarkisian's
presser
at the East West Shrine Bowl. Okay, so who scores first? San Francisco. This is a lot of choices. First, let's say, is it going to be San Francisco or Kansas City?
It depends on coin flip. I hate these kind of bets.
Well, somebody could have to punt or force a turnover or pick six. You never know.
I'm gonna say Kansas City scores first.
Okay, is it a touchdown, field goal, or safety, or pick six?
Touchdown.
Okay, so Megan's going KC TD.
I swear you do this just to like make fun of me the next week.
No, nobody knows
I'm
what's
good with
going to.
it.
No,
Oh, I
this is
love it.
one thing nobody can pick. We
I
don't even
know.
know who gets the ball first.
I know this is
We don't know
ridiculous.
if someone's going to get the ball and be forced to punt. Or
Yeah, I'm here for it. I'm not complaining.
okay, I'm going to go I'm going to go actually San Francisco field goal because I think that. I think the defenses are going to be too much. I'm not giving people, even with their scripted plays, opening plays, I'm not giving people touchdowns right off the bat. I think they're going to have to work for them in this game.
Yep.
So I'm giving San Francisco field goal as the first play of the game.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Let's see. Will either team score in the last 3.5 minutes?
With a game that is expected to be won by 2 points, yeah, I'm going to say yes. I think yes.
I agree.
Yeah, I think this is a game that I don't think anybody pulls away. I don't think it goes crazy. But no matter what, I still think it's the Super Bowl, and you want to put, whether you're playing from behind or whether you're playing to put an exclamation point on it, you go to the last whistle. So yes, I think we get a score in the last.
Okay, since you mentioned that, will the largest lead be over or under 14.5 points?
Largest lead?
Yeah. This is one everyone should put money on.
Under.
No
Yeah.
one's pulling away by over 2
Yeah.
touchdowns in this game.
Yeah. Ooh, okay.
We'll get to that one in a second.
Yep. We just saw the same thing at the same time.
So if you are bet your entire monthly income, no, do not, on this one, no one will be have a 14.5 point lead.
Yeah, that's
no.
Yeah,
we both agree no.
Does it become a 3 score? Yeah.
All right. We will get to CB. Does Kelsey propose to Taylor Swift?
We actually have some Swiftie stuff.
We
coming
actually
up.
have it. We found it. Forbes magazine has
Yeah.
fun Taylor Swift prop bets. So we're flying through them. We'll get to that one in a minute. Will there be an onside kick attempt?
So this one is one I've got to say, if my Lions were in it, I'd say 1,000%. 1,000% there would be, but
yes,
I'm going to say no.
Onside kick attempt only because this game is going to be so close.
Yeah.
that someone is going to need
That's
to
fair.
get in field goal range
No, that's
desperately.
That's a good.
I'm actually going to say yes, even though yes is a plus 3-3 bet.
Yeah.
I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
All right. Here's two good ones. Will there be a kickoff return for a TD? Will there be a punt return for a TD?
No. I'm going to say no.
No to either one?
No to either one.
I'm going to say no to kickoff return, but yes to punt.
All right.
So Megan says no.
I say no. I think the coverage is too big.
We both say no to kickoff return. I say yes to punt return because you never know where they're punting from.
Okay.
In these desperate times.
In these desperate times.
These desperate times call for I mean, somebody might be the superhero.
Oh, I'm not mad about it.
Okay. Let's see. Will either team score a safety?
No. I'm going to say no, just because safeties are so rare to come by.
Yeah,
No.
I agree.
Again, if the Lions were in it, I might change this conversation, but
that's how
unconventional. Absolutely.
Unconventional. That's a better word. I was going to say psychotic, but unconventional. the Lions go.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Listen, with these two teams, no.
Okay. So, who will be the first to reach 10 points? San Francisco or Kansas City?
Since I said that KC is going to score a touchdown first.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, let me go ahead and just throw everything under the bus. I think San Francisco gets there first. I think Kansas City scores a touchdown, then sorry, KC scores a touchdown first, and then San Francisco comes back with your field goal and a touchdown, so they get to 10 first, and then it's a back and forth from there.
And then Kansas City pulls away.
And then it's a back and forth from there.
All right, first to 10, I'm actually going Kansas City. Even though I think San Francisco gets the field goal first, I think Kansas City. I trust their defense more to pull ahead. All right, who scores the first touchdown of the game?
I mean, can I call Mahomes? Yeah, I love it. Can I call Mahomes passing?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I'm getting Mahomes with a touchdown, throwing a touchdown.
Okay, so you're going.
I'm not going to say who it's to.
No, that's fine.
But I'm calling Mahomes,
and I'm going the San Francisco kicker. Who is their kicker? I don't know.
That's fair.
All right. So let's just say, regardless of who's ahead or when it happens, San Francisco's first drive of the game, offensive drive of the game, are they going to punt, get a touchdown, field goal attempt, give up a safety, or have some kind of turnover? There's 5 choices.
Their first drive?
Their first drive. Are they going to have a punt?
Field goal.
Field goal? Okay.
Yeah.
And I already said they're going to have a field goal too.
Okay.
All right.
I'm very much playing out this, as we go through this script in my head of knowing exactly what's going to happen
that's
at
right.
least in the first half.
That's right. We've contradicted ourselves so many times already.
No, okay. I've got this. Listen, I'm still Kansas City gets the ball first. They score a touchdown. San Francisco comes back, scores 3. Then they hold Kansas City, and then they score a touchdown, so they get to 10. Listen, it's
happening.
It's all right here.
All right. KC's first drive.
Touchdown.
Punt, TD, field. Okay, you're going.
Well, it matches up with what I said earlier.
Yeah, I'm going to go field goal because I think defenses are going to be tough. All right. The last question in these prop bets, and then we can move on to Sark's interview. 4th down attempts.
This isn't the last question in the prop bets, but go ahead.
Well, for us, it's going to be because we have Taylor Swift.
Exactly.
Oh, no, we have a couple of those. 4th down attempts. Will San Francisco attempt a 4th down, and do they get it?
Will San Francisco attempt a fourth down at some point?
And if so, will they get it?
Yes, they attempt it. No, they don't get it.
Oh, I'm going to say no, they never attempt one. So no, they wouldn't get one.
You're giving Brock Purdy a lot of credit here.
No, I'm saying they're going to be punting because they're going to be 3rd and 18.
All right. Fair enough.
They're going to be 4th and 18. For Brock Purdy, okay, let's go ahead. It's not even on my list. Over under on sacks for Brock Purdy.
That's
I'm gonna set it at 3.5.
Jesus.
Yes, because he's going to
I'll take the under on that. If you're setting it at 3.5, I'll take the under. But I think he gets sacked. I don't think he comes out of this game unscathed.
Y'all about to see what Brock Purdy did at Iowa State.
Yeah, well.
All right. Okay.
that.
Kansas City. Are they going to go for a 4th down attempt, and are they going to get it?
No, because again, I'm riding that Mahomes train. I don't think they need to try for a 4th down. Yeah, I'm saying no. Just no, outright, no 4th down.
Okay.
Attempts.
No. So Megan is no, and I'm going to do the opposite because I think yes, they're going to go for it, and yes, they're going to get it at some point in the game.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So we have a couple quick ones.
We have to bring this up too, though. I appreciate that. CB, you had a Swifty question. Does Kelsey propose to Taylor Swift? And then here are the dog odds that Kelsey proposes and Swift says no. I like that
0. If he proposes and she says no,
that caveat
0.
you threw at the end. Yeah, I have to agree with that. The and she says no is 0, but the odds.
He's not going to propose because he's not going to make it about him. Travis Kelce is a team person.
Agreed.
And he's not going to make the Super Bowl. It's already been too much about him and Taylor, not even they're doing.
Yeah.
Every other wife and girlfriend is in the stands. The media has put Taylor Swift on the screen because she's the biggest superstar in the world.
Well, and I think something too, he said this actually, I think he was in their podcast or in an interview recently. He said, what have you learned, dating Taylor Swift, whatever. And he said, listen, the difference between being famous worldwide and being famous in Kansas City is massive.
Yeah.
So
she's at another
Agreed.
level.
And I think he sees the stress. And one thing I will give him, he's a trash talker, he does all this stuff, but as a dude, he seems really solid, really honest. And he when they first started dating, he was protective. He wasn't the one putting stuff out. He wanted her to be the one to be comfortable. So I agree with that. I like that idea that he's not going to be the guy that makes it a spectacle. This is his time. The Super Bowl is his time. She's there to support him. And if and when that moment comes, it's going to be a private moment between the two of them, not
I agree.
a public thing.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to propose and retire at the same time. I think and he's very vocal about how just impressed he is with how smart she is and what a professional businesswoman she is and how humble she is.
I just don't think he makes
I don't think he makes when it's their time to commit to that. It's not going to be. And also, what if she says no in front of everyone? That's embarrassing.
Well,
let's
be clear.
I don't think
he ain't going to ask that question without knowing
he's not going to be the one that makes Super Bowl about them. That's all I would say.
agree with that.
All right. So a couple of Taylor Swift's. Will she be wearing a Travis Kelce jersey? A real game jersey, not a cool jacket inspired by the jersey.
That was the question I had earlier.
Yeah.
Is she going to be wearing a piece made from a jersey, like that badass jacket?
Which doesn't count as a jersey.
That doesn't count?
That's now a jacket.
Then no.
Yeah.
She's not wearing a jersey.
I agree. Probably not. Will Swift be shown hugging Kelsey's mom during the game?
1,000%.
1,000 times. Will Taylor Swift be in one of the commercials?
Oh, that's a tough one. I'm going to say yes because Amex is very likely to be there, and they use her as a spokesperson.
Oh, that's good. She's in a few different commercials now.
Amex is the one that stands out.
Amex is the one that's where she's drinking wine and she's in all her different costumes.
There's a ton of them, but yeah.
Yeah. Only because that's the perfect time to go ahead and pay to put her. That's clever. Yes. They'll probably play one. Even if they haven't made a new one, they'll pay to play one that she's already in.
It'll be a new one.
Will she be shown holding the trophy?
No,
absolutely
even
though this is her first Super Bowl win.
It doesn't matter. That's the dumbest question. She's not on the team. She's not going to insert herself.
And Forbes does have will Kelsey propose to Swift after the game in their things, and we already said no, he's not going to be making it about her,
him and her.
Yeah,
no spectacle. All right, I like it. Those are some pretty good. I appreciate that you have documented all of this so we can drag ourselves after it. So yeah, I dig it.
Okay. So Richard says that Taylor Swift is sitting in the stands and she's not going to be in the suite.
Oh, I haven't heard that.
I haven't heard that either, but we'll find out. So because she's flying in directly from Tokyo, they even have special permission.
She's got a suite. There's no way she's sitting in the stands.
Maybe she wants to. I don't know. No, she would be harassed nonstop.
Yeah.
She needs to be in the suite. So I don't know about that, but we'll find out.
Yeah.
But she has special landing strip permission for her private jet to rush. And Tokyo, the embassy in Tokyo has already released an official statement saying they have approved her to rush out of the airspace
That's
in
insane
Tokyo.
stardom.
Yes.
that Tokyo was like, no, we're releasing an official press statement.
There is an official press statement from Tokyo, from Japan.
I wouldn't want to be that famous.
Saying she has been approved to fly immediately after her concert. So there will probably be a convoy, police convoy, private jet warming up, and she gone.
Yeah, she gone.
Still, that's a 14, 15 hour flight from Tokyo. Well, you're going over the Pacific because you have to go straight to Vegas.
And it's a private flight, so it's not like she has layovers.
I know, it's a massive private plane to go over the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah.
Anyway, she will be there on time. So one of the bets is, will she make it by kickoff?
Yes, she'll be there.
She'll be there because I trust the Japan government to
Yeah,
get her
Japanese
out
government. Yeah, I agree.
as efficiently as humanly, scientifically possible.
Absolutely.
Japan has it covered.
Yeah, I agree with that.
They are amazing.
I agree with that.
Okay, so any other Super Bowl thoughts?
No, listen, we're gonna make our picks.
Let's go ahead and make our picks because we want to spend the last bit of time with with Sark's interview.
Sure. Yeah, so I'm going to stick with what I picked last week, what y'all have probably guessed through our prop bets and all that kind of stuff. I'm taking Kansas City outright. Like, I know San Francisco's favored by 2 in this. I'm taking Kansas City outright. And for the sole reason that I cannot at this point in good conscience bet against Mahomes and Reed. I just can't. Andy Reid's got a great mind. I like the way, again, I think he's going to scheme. He's going to be ready. Love Shanahan. Go Horns. I get it. I got to take Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid in this one. So Kansas City wins outright. How about you?
I agree. This will be Taylor Swift's
Swift's
first Super Bowl. No, I agree. They're more experienced. That both have stellar defenses. I trust Patrick Mahomes, not just in his athletic ability and that he's been a superstar and MVP multiple times, but also his experience in these big games.
Right.
And the fact that before this
experience
season
matters in the Super Bowl.
It does matter in the Super Bowl. And the fact that before this season, he'd never even needed to play a game on the road. And then he was the underdog in both road games and still went into hostile territories and won in the freezing cold of Buffalo and won in the cold. I mean, he's from Kansas City, they play in the cold, but one hostile environments, Baltimore, like number one Super Bowl. Well, probably going to be the NFL MVP. Lamar Jackson, yeah. And then in Baltimore, he went on the road and won in those environments. He's going to be cruising on cruise control in an indoor stadium with half the fans rooting for him too.
I gotta agree. Agree.
I will ride with the experience of Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid.
So we're Kansas City the whole way. Kelly will be proud.
Kelly will be proud. If I had to pick like who's going to win this game, I mean, they're giving San Francisco 2 points.
That's fair. All right, so we are going to try to. I like it. I'm excited to bring the dogs over. We're going to have a great Super Bowl not party.
We're
going to call it the Super Bowl not
party.
We're
just going to watch it.
Yeah, I like it. We had a little bit of technical difficulty earlier sharing some clips, so we're going to try to jump in. We want to talk a little bit of Texas football to wrap up.
Of course.
Coach Sarkisian, of course, was at the East-West Shrine Bowl. And fun fact, I didn't realize this until recently. We know that Sark was inducted into the Shrine Bowl, East-West Shrine Bowl Hall of Fame.
Right.
I didn't realize that he led all of D1 pass efficiency his senior year. I didn't realize that. It was let me look up these numbers again to make sure.
Like his passer rating?
Yeah, his passer efficiency was he led he had a 173.6 passer efficiency rating.
And this was at
his senior season at BYU.
Because he started at junior college, which he talks about in this interview, and then made his way to BYU.
And so
that's really tough to do at a place like BYU that's not usually known. They've had moments, but they're not usually known for being this swing it, go, sling it and go, high-powered offense.
And this was when BYU was in the WAC, right?
That's whack.
That's whack. So overall, Sark had 162 career efficiency, number 18 of all time. Not dang bad. You didn't. I learned this about Sarkisian this week. I thought it was
all
cool.
time. Like he's the 18th most efficient quarterback
of all time.
Of all the
D1.
thousands and thousands of D1 quarterbacks in college football history.
Crazy, right?
He's in the top 20.
Yeah.
See, he can talk.
See, I'm just saying it's great. I learned this and pretty interesting. So he also obviously we know that he led BYU to a really great season his senior year. They got the WAC championship and went to the Cotton Bowl. But what I didn't know, Sarkisian holds the record to be the first ever. He led BYU to be the first ever D1 team to win 14 games in one season.
Oh yeah, I knew that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's
fun
pretty
little facts.
crazy.
Fun little facts about Coach Sark. So
because back then they didn't have so much postseason stuff.
Right.
They didn't have such a long schedule.
Right.
That
playoffs didn't exist, and the postseason was different. And
now they go 15 games all the time.
Right. So anyway, he was the first ever BYU was the first ever D1 team.
Sark.
Yeah, isn't that cool?
He represents.
Got to be kind of proud of our coach there.
I know.
I learned something new every day. So, all right. So we did have a little bit of technical difficulty.
We're going to try and play it.
We're going to try to share some clips here. So bear with us. Do we want to try to get this one up?
Yeah, we're going to play it. If the sound isn't good, let us know, and I can play it through here.
Yep.
So I can try another way to play it. But so Sark was at the East, like you said, he was being inducted into the Hall of Fame at the East West Shrine Bowl, and it doesn't let me present.
I know that's what I was saying.
Because the settings. Yeah. So we'll just play the audio through there, and if it doesn't sound good, I'll play the audio through here.
Okay.
All right. So one of the cool things that he was talking about was. He was around a crowd. In the beginning of the interview, there's so much outside noise, so it's hard to hear his.
There's a lot of it through the whole thing.
Yeah, a lot. Yeah, but it dies down a little bit. But he's talking about the importance of being at a camp like this for the players.
Mm-hmm.
And he was saying it's kind of like, you're being evaluated off the field too. Are you on time to meetings? Are you on time to practices? What is your demeanor? Are you prepared? So it's kind of gives a glimpse into what the NFL scouts are looking for. The coaches at the Senior Bowl looking at this, but also what the scouts are looking for. And here's what he has to say.
And you guys chime in and let us know if you can or cannot hear this, because we are still having some technical difficulties sharing.
Well, I think these games, imagine
exceeded your expectations.
No, that's so funny. It made me play a commercial.
These bowl games, these All-Star games are huge because it's part of your interview process, but also it's part of your resume. In that, the coaches are really analyzing just about everything that the players are doing, whether it's how attentive they are in meetings, how well they can retain information from the meetings to the practice field, the effort in which they practice, the extra work they put into practice, all of those things. Are they early to meetings? Are they late to meetings? And so they're starting to build that resume on you. So these are very, very important, but also to showcase the skill set that you have at whatever position you're in. Coach Taven Sanders, obviously.
So he's talking about the coaches get to see what the discipline level and get to know the players. So especially in the Senior Bowl where they're trying to make we have the recent Senior Bowl, and then there's the East West Shrine Bowl, and they have an opportunity to present. And that this event for Texas was Jatavian Sanders, Jonathan Brooks, who of course didn't compete because he has the ACL injury, and then also Ryan Watt. So they're asking him now about the different players and what did he see in the different players. So first he just said, that this is an opportunity to show how disciplined are you? Are you prepared? Are you professional? Then they ask him about Jatavian Sanders and what they can look for in him as a potential NFL draft pick.
He's a great player. Naturally he's got a lot of God-given talent, but he's got great work ethic. He's extremely competitive. He's got high football IQ. I think these experiences for him as he's getting ready for the draft, naturally, he has an opportunity to be a real playmaker at the NFL level. But again, all those same things, the interview process, how that goes about it, I think is going to be big for him as he's getting prepared for the draft.
Okay, so he loves Jatavian Sanders, his preparation. They asked him about Jonathan Brooks and, how unfortunate it was that he was hurt at TCU, right?
Right.
But still, he's still the number one rated running back coming off the board. What does that say to you, Megan, that he's still, while he's in rehab from a ACL surgery?
I am absolutely blown away by
surgery
this.
you've had.
Yeah. Listen, I ain't no D1 athlete, that's for dang sure. But ACL surgery is no joke.
Yeah.
And it is a tough thing to power through and to figure out, and especially to bring yourself back to the level that you were prior to that, right? Now, I will say, if anybody can do it, Jay Brooks is there. I was actually fortunate enough. I reached out to our friend Quan and asked him who did his ACL surgery before when he was in the NFL.
Right.
And I had his surgeon do my knee. So I will tell you, top notch. Like,
so you're pretty close to a D1 athlete.
I'm basically,
you're
basically
a
right
D1
there.
athlete.
Basically right there. But listen, it was one of those things where my particular experience, I had a fast recovery, but if you want to talk about like getting back to trusting that knee and being able to make those cuts and hit hard, that shit's hard. Like that is it. And a lot of it, I will say, is mental versus even just the physical. Your doctors will get you there. The doctors will build that knee stronger maybe than it was before. It's that mental learning how to trust it again.
Oh, that's a good point.
And if anybody can get him through from where he was to going through that surgery and getting back, like I trust this staff so much. Again, maybe I'm making a big leap here, but I feel a huge part of this, because it is mental, goes back to that culture that's being built.
Yes.
The whole staff buys into the culture, the whole staff. And Jay Brooks has talked about it. We're watching him, we've seen him on Twitter coming out, hey, year 3 loading. I mean, he's hyped, he's ready. So yeah, what strikes me,
I think that was Blue that put you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Blue. Yes.
Yeah.
But Brooks, like talking about this, but that mentality is still there with the running back room. We know that these guys, iron sharpens iron, right? And Brooks, once he announced that he was leaving, I mean, he's talking about he's going to be back. It's that mentality. Like I said, coming back from an ACL surgery to me is more about where your head's at than where you're physically at. Physically, you can rebuild.
Well, if you spend the last few months limping on a knee,
Yeah,
and on crutches,
and I feel that Brooks is a guy. He had the mentality. He had the next step mentality. He waited for his time. His time came at Texas. He performed, and then he had the unfortunate ACL, tear. But again, he's a guy that is built for this. He's built for a comeback. He's mentally,
the
he's
NFL is
strong,
trusting it.
Emotionally, he's tough. And I think it's really impressive to see the NFL and scouts going, yeah, we see that. It's not just about your physical readiness. It's not just about, is your knee whole again? It's that mental side of it. And I think that speaks volumes to how the staff has prepared him and to who Jay Brooks is as a dude.
Yes.
Jonathan Brooks is there ready. Yeah, I love that. I love this for him. I love that he's still being ranked this high despite his, setbacks. And I'm ready to see him shine.
Yeah, that's what Sark said. Now with the science nowadays, you can come back even stronger than you were before.
Right.
So he also talked about Ryan Watts. They asked him about Ryan Watts, his versatility, him being big and strong and being able to play safety and corner. And he's, training at both. And he was one of the fastest players at the East-West Shrine Bowl.
Which is
So
awesome.
they're going to love his size. They're going to love his speed. So good luck to number 6. Hope he, something good happens for him in the draft. One of the cool things that we love to follow with Texas sports is recruiting. And they asked Coach Sark about high school recruiting versus the portal. Because a lot of people have, the portal's amazing to get experienced players, or maybe someone who didn't develop right away or had a coaching change, or all the different reasons that a player could come to the portal. But also some people are saying, well, that hurts high school recruiting, because now somebody can just go take a 3rd or 4th year player who has experience in the playoffs or experience in, D1 or Power 5 or whatever. Why would they take a high school kid? And that was a great question that Sark was asked. And this is what he had to say about recruiting high school versus portal.
Discovered
Really?
More ads. Gotta love it.
Why would it do that when I pause? That makes no sense.
Because you're still watching.
I know.
Probably because
the
you're pausing.
opportunities that I got through college, post-college, by some of the coaches that hired me along the way, because they helped.
Sorry, that was a different clip. Let me go right here.
I think for us, it's pretty simple. We want to recruit high schools. That's what we want to do. We want to exhaust ourselves in the high school, and we want to get players into our program that get in our culture, get developed by our coaches and our staff, work their way up, and then perform. What the portal provides us is an opportunity to fill immediate needs when immediate needs arise. We lost 3 really good receivers this year. A few other guys went into the portal. We ended the season with only 3 scholarship receivers. So we had to sign 4 out of high school. Then we had to go get another 3 in the portal just to kind of get our numbers back right. So we use the portal to address needs. But again, I think everybody looks at the portal differently from team to team. That's just kind of our approach to it as we move forward.
Coach, when you were
all right. So one last audio. So they asked him. This is on. If you go to Fanatics View, they have this East-West Shrine interview with Sark. If you want to watch the whole 13 minutes, but they have. They asked him about the dynasty at Texas, and he's like, "We can't have a dynasty until you get one. We're trying to get the first one."
Yeah, get a little ahead of yourself.
I mean,
with
Texas
that
does have
question.
4, but he's talking about in his run. He's like, no, we got to get our 1, and that's really hard to do, especially with the challenge of going into the SEC. And then they asked him about, is Texas back with all these players being drafted? And he's like, talked about the record. Yes, we're building. It's coming. And with this year they can have 10 or 11 drafted. So yes, they're building something special. But this was really a really neat thing that Sark talked about when they asked him about when he spoke to the young players. He mentioned something about throwing a pick 6 and having to overcome that. And he talked about comparing football to life and having to overcome adversity. And sometimes things aren't even your fault. You didn't necessarily do that thing, but we all have to overcome challenges. So we'll finish up here.
The best way to kind of look at life, right? If you just look at the game of football, and as the game goes, the adversity that we get faced with in game, a turnover by a quarterback, a cornerback getting beat deep on a go ball, a tackle giving up a sack, a fumble by the running back. But the game's not over, right? You still have to continue to play, and you've got to get refocused, recalibrated, trust your training, trust the people that are around you, do your job. Sounds a lot like life, right? Life presents adversity to us as well, but how do we get back up and then continue that journey? And so hopefully that gives a little bit of just kind of a nugget of, man, we can overcome a lot in life. And an interception to a defensive lineman might seem small, but as you get on the other side of that and you keep playing and maybe you throw a touchdown, that can serve in life too, that we can overcome a lot and keep moving forward.
You can overcome a lot. Like I think of his own life story, right?
Yeah. I mean,
what he's had to overcome. I'm going to put the link in the comments. So if you want to go watch the whole video, you can go watch it. It's fantastic. He goes on to talk about Quinn next year. What's he looking for with the team? And Texas brand having SEC logo is huge for recruiting. It's a fantastic interview. So I'm glad we got to share a little of it. I'm sorry the audio is hard to hear right now, but it's also hard to hear just on the video because there's a crowd
lot of background
in a
noise.
stadium. But if you get a chance, there's the link. Go watch the whole interview. It's really good. I'm glad I found it.
But again, I think this is something that Texas fans can look forward to and being excited about. We've heard, everybody knows this story. Like Sarkisian might not necessarily have been the coach that everybody was gunning for when the hire was made, but he's consistently proved himself. And even after that 5-7 campaign the first year, and then coming back and being at 500 the next year, and then listen, Texas found their guy, and a big part of that is CDC has said this, Jay Hartzell has said this when they were talking with Sarkisian in the interview process. He had a plan for Texas. He had a plan. He had a vision. He knew exactly where he wanted to take this program. And he had enough insight to see Texas for what it was and where it was at, and to be able to develop a plan and say, this is how I see Texas's path to success, to getting back to being that dynasty, to getting back to being Texas and who we should be. And to his credit, that plan, and this is from CDC and from the president of the University of Texas, Sarkisian called it all out as it's been going. That first year we knew it was going to be rough, 5-7.
It was rough.
But things were still going according to plan, right? I know that's hard to say. Nobody wants 5-7, but given where the program was at, given with what Coach Sark had to come in and deal with and sort out and figure out and get his mind around and everything, he had he understood the situation for what it is and had a realistic plan to move forward. So that first year was tough, but we clean out. We have the Bo Davis rant, right? Next year, you see some winning. The year after, year 3, we are right on track. We won the Big 12. We did all the things that Coach Sark has planned for, has been coming to fruition. And now to hear him talk at the East-West Shrine Bowl, I do that every time. Shrine Bowl. Again, the man gets it. He has this insight. And again, I think part of that is the struggles that he went through early on in his career.
I'm sure that's
throughout
huge.
his career.
His own personal.
He's a humble dude that gets
overcoming
it.
adversity.
Yeah, but has the ability to analyze and see things deeper than surface level that not everybody sees and understands. So listen, please, y'all, please listen to that interview that he has there. It truly is inspiring, and there's a lot of hope for Texas football moving forward, and it's
strong,
a good thing.
a strong foundation. I feel like he, like you said, because he's knows what it takes to overcome, and football is life. You have to overcome adversity, and sometimes things aren't your fault. You can be on defense and offense through the 4th turnover of the game. There's nothing you can do about it except, like he said, suck it up, shake it off, do your job. Yeah, that's all you can do sometimes is do your job, and you learn those lessons in life too. Football is like life. Before we wrap up, I'm going to say a quick shout out, thank you to one of our sponsors, Covert BK, Covert Auto Group, and BKs. Go to covertbk.com and you can look at their massive selection of Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. Thank you for supporting Texas Sports Unfiltered. We want to make sure we get a shout out to Covert BK.
Absolutely, they're awesome. Again, that's covertbk.com, no S on the end of it. Beautiful 42 acres. It is a wonderful facility. They'll take care of you for your new and pre-owned needs, but also they'll get you service pretty well too. Your pre-owned needs, but they'll get you service too. So thanks to them.
Good job.
All right.
That was 2 hours go so fast. Okay, Megan, that was Texas Sports Unfiltered. Thanks again for having a space for Fire the Cannon to have a platform to talk. I'm Rocky,
and I'm Megan, and we are Fire the Cannon.
Happy Super Bowl.